What's up everybody, my name's Levin2k and I'm here in the lobby with my guy Pink. Pink, it's a pleasure to be speaking with you. First time I really took notice of you and went, okay, maybe this guy is gonna be a serious player, was when you came fourth in Mongrel.
I came fourth in the Trio Cup as well, so I had back-to-back fourth places, which was good.
Started playing with Verox and Norwood.
Yeah, Norwood was very strategic and he fought it out. Like he was a planned player and I was happy to play with him. Like right now I'm an IGL, but at the time I was very bad at it and he definitely opened my mind, and I message him from time to time and I thank him, of course.
Big critique of you guys was off spawn, your fighting ability off spawn. You know, did you feel like that was a fair criticism of that team?
So from going from high ground to low ground, it wasn't much of a problem because while I was learning high ground, on the side I was learning low ground, so I kind of understood the mechanic of it and I've played well.
Obviously you ended up moving on to a trio that I think did incredibly well in terms of your career. You started playing with Stompy and Nebs, that went really well.
So coming from the season of Primal, I think I made like $500 that season, and Stompy and Nebs made, I think Nebs made like 100,000 and Stompy made like 10,000. So for them to try out with me, I thanked them and I told them this already. So it was a very big opportunity for me. I've already played with Stompy though. Us three had the best vibes ever. Like we're just playing, we have so much fun and we all trust each other.
A lot of teams didn't do quite as well as they probably could have, but you guys really stepped up.
You're gonna have that like pressure on you, like, oh yeah, we need to do good, we need to do good. But when we were con, we were just like, we were con anyways, just go for it, you know? And we came third while con, which I don't think anyone else has done. I think that's the best placement.
Outside of Fortnite, how do you sort of wind down? Talk to me about what sort of keeps you going and keeps you level-headed, because obviously as much as you guys grind Fortnite non-stop, there's got to be a bit of balance there at times. So talk to you about, you know, Pink outside of Fortnite.
Quite literally was on my PC all day, every day. But then as of recently, I'm taking a few more breaks. I'm starting to go gym.
No
and
pain,
yeah,
no gain.
no pain, no gain. So I need to just settle down and chill out a bit sometimes.
Talk to me though about your goals for this year, your goals as a player.
This year, I really want to focus on winning. And I want me and my team, so my coach, BloodX, my teammate Anas, and my mental coach, Papi, we're all working hard. So I hope it all pays off and we just win one of the FNCSs this year.
To all the people watching at home, be rooting for you. Thank you very much for joining me, Pink. It's been a pleasure chatting to you in the lobby. We'll see you guys all next time.
When did I get my first gaming PC? Oh, you should know this, bro. You should know this.
I know this.
No.
2019?
Yeah, bro. I played on keyboard on my console in like December 2018, and then I got the PC in January. If I had to live one of the Chapter 3 PYs, where would I live?
Oh, I know this. This is easy. Yes.
Yeah, this is
Nah,
this
for
is easy.
sure.
This is easy. Yeah,
For
yeah,
sure,
yeah.
Bro. What? Sleepy Sound? Are you joking me, bro?
Bro, that's real
No,
chilling.
it's
What?
Sleepy Sound. What?
Which year did I start playing Fortnite?
It was like the first time you played it.
It should be an easy one.
I swear this.
Okay,
Thank God, bro.
Good.
Finally.
Good. No, but you deserve 4 points, Jack. I'm actually very happy with like the answers. He knows like.
Yeah, I know you, bro.
When did I win my first cash prize? Yeah, you know this. You know this.
What, refs? Who has the most high points? Me, Scrammer refs.
Scram plays so much team mode arena. That gives so many points, but I don't know.
Has to be your boy. I'm just a bigger grinder.
I have like
And it
12k.
shows.
I think.
Okay, I have 14k. What's been my favorite chapter and season so far?
Oh, that's impossible to know, bro. Oh,
Damn,
bro. What even was season 4, bro?
Stark season.
The Stark season was definitely like a very good season, so.
What's my favorite food?
Ah, bro.
If you know this, I'll give you all my earnings.
You probably get some weird food from some restaurant, and I don't know what it is.
Bruh.
Wait.
It's so good. It's my favorite food. Like, my dad makes it so well. What's my favorite POI from chapter 3?
Tilt Towers is back. It's Speedway, Candy Canyon.
I have to think, cause like there's 2 in my mind.
You have to be tilted, bro. If it's not tilted,
Tilted, bro.
nice. Yeah,
Yeah.
it gotta be, right? I mean, right now the meta Spider-Man is like very, very strong.
I think we should really just utilize the SMG. Just really, really good.
Probably the SMG, because it's very easy to get refreshes with.
Position is a huge factor, you know, in Fortnite, because when you're like at the back of the zone or like at the wrong spot in the wrong zone, you might get focused or you might be late on rotation, and that might scuff your whole game, and boom, it's over, you know.
Mentality is like the main thing in this game, I'm not lying.
What I do to try to like keep a good mental state while playing, just trying to have a healthy lifestyle.
Like spend time with my family or friends, talk to them, just like get some activity in, some sport.
Just keep going, and like also have a look around. Like, okay, is there other things in my life that could be stopping me improving?
The best playstyle right now with like these formats is definitely playing like for end game.
One game can change everything. I think you need to fight, but you need to fight careful.
The best playstyle right now is 100% just very aggressive.
I think it's really like rewarding being aggressive, but you also need to be really passive, like if there's someone close to you.
I think the best play is knowing when you can switch it on. You know, like, okay, playing slow and immediately do a 360 and just start playing fast. That's when you throw players off.
Make sure you play aggressive at the right moments when you see an opportunity, but then also play passive and just play for endgame.
we get started today, we just want to say that our hearts go out to everyone affected by the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. This is a competitive gaming broadcast, something meant to be fun and entertaining, so we'll do the best we can for you along those lines. On today's broadcast, it's day 2 of the FNCS Finals. Yo, what it do, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS Finals. This is day number 2. At the end of the competition, at the end of 6 games, we will have new champions here in Europe. The Axe of Champions is up for grab. $300,000 going to that first place duo. It's all to play for, all on the line. And of course, you know, we got to bring the boys back. We got Boop and Resub here, my friends. How are you feeling? It's day number 2.
It's so exciting to be. A severe lack of denim on my side, but hopefully I'll get mine soon. How are you guys doing today, boys?
No. This is the 1 year anniversary coat we get on. Zeke got it a while ago. I'm just crowning mine today, I think. I'm doing fantastic on top of that.
There you go. You love to see it. As you guys know, we like to have fun here on the broadcast, but if you've never been with us before, you're tuning in Fortnite for the first time, welcome. We're super happy you're here. Let's talk about a few things to get you up to speed. First off, though, Legends Landing. Have you heard about that? You gotta go check it out. It's an incredible creative mode island put together for us competitive folk. That's right. We can all hang out there. I'm including myself in there, also being a competitive player. That can have some great times. There's 2 different types of little games in there, mini games. A shooting one, the 2v2 box fight. There's an in-game shop there that you can add stuff to your locker to. There's the Hall of Champions, reminisce on times past, and of course an incredible stage there so you can hop in from the game and watch how you're watching now, but then you can do it with your friends and emote and do all kinds of crazy stuff. Go check it out. It's Legends Landing. And finally, we got to talk about the newest champion to join the roster of champions that is the Outfit Series. That's right, friends, check this out. It's a Chapter 3 Season 1 champion. It looks so good. There's a back bling in the shop right now, as well as a track and this cool new outfit. So if you want to add them to your locker before they disappear, make sure to check them out. You know, Reese, Hoop, I think this one is going to get added to my locker.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure.
I say I didn't sound enthusiastic when I said that, but I actually was. I got it today. I'm not even joking.
Yeah, yellow's not my color personally, but yeah.
There you go. There you go. Thank you guys so much. Okay, so let's actually talk about the show itself and what you guys can expect as viewers as we tune in for the 6 games ahead of us. Let's start with the broadcast schedule. So the way the FNCS typically works is we have a few weeks there of qualifiers. Then we go into a semifinal round. So for us, this season, it looked like we had 3 days, and then we lead here to the finals. 2 days of incredible competition. But Boop, what has led us here? What have those duels been through to get here?
It felt like such a long time ago, but yeah, we had 2 qualifiers in week number 1, 16 duels coming through from the open qualifiers, and then we went over to the heat in the semifinals. 18 of those came through from consistency, and then 16 game winners in total. We're now in day number 2 of the finals, and we have 6 games today of very exciting content, and we will crown our champion of duos today as well.
Yeah, if you want to look at the point format, so how the players are actually getting those points, we look at the top 35 teams, you're going to start getting the placement then. Once you get to top 25 teams, you can see on the right side, every threshold from there on is just 1 additional point until you get up to 3rd. We're going to start getting 2 more points, and obviously up until the Victory Royale, which will be 32 points. That is total, so cumulative. Every single elimination also being worth 3 points in there as well.
And we cannot forget, along with the Axe of Champions, there's also prize money. Here is a look at all 7 regions and their prize breakdown, but we can take a deeper dive, right? We can see what the placement looks like for us specifically in Europe. As I kind of stated before, $300,000 going to that number 1 duo, but I do just want to stress, even if a duo that you're like following does not make first, if they can say go from like, let's say outside of top 10 into top 10, right? That's life-changing amount of money. So as we watch these 6 games, every time someone moves up and gets closer into that top 10, that top 5, we're going to cheer them on, right? Because that is a testament to their skill, and we can kind of celebrate with them as a player for that moment. So super cool.
I think,
now,
I want to add something on there as well.
Yeah,
A win,
do it.
Right? 32 points. Some of the biggest games we've seen so far. 9 elimination victorials from Benchfishy, also from one from DKS as well. Yesterday, those two are 59 points. Any of the teams who's currently in 20th to 30th, that'll almost put you in top 5 if you just win a game with 9 eliminations. So super close.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, and thank you for that segue, Reese. Perfect. This is where I was gonna go. Is the standings? It's like we've done this and we've been doing this for like years now.
We've been
we've done this a couple times. So, Boop, let's take a look here. We've got Pink and Anas currently holding down that #1 spot, and they were only one duo yesterday.
Yeah.
That got 2 victory royales.
Yeah, we didn't really expect it from them to come through. Yeah, they had, an overwhelming performance. But I just want to talk about just how close this leaderboard is. 35 points is the difference between 1st and 10th place. Like we said, it is 1 victory royale away. I did the math a little bit. Even though I'm not the best at math, anyone from the top 20 could realistically win this tournament today. So it's everything to play for, and that just makes it so much more exciting. As we go to the second page, they see 96 points. So, we're just a throw distance away from, being there on top.
Yeah, I think anyone outside of that can, realistically, too. It depends on who's up at the top, how poorly they do. It's a second-day tournament. We often see teams doing worse on the second day. But one of the things that's been pretty consistent is teams on this 11th till 20th page usually have a better day, too, as well. And right now, 1st through to 20th is closer than 1st through to 10th on any other region. So EU right now, unbelievably close when it comes to the top 20 in comparison to basically every other region at the same point.
Yeah.
It's wild, and again, let's say this top team in 1st place, they fall early in just game #1, right? That lets everyone else start to catch up. So you're going to be seeing a lot of these players, if something starts to go wrong, they're going to slow it down, right? They're going to be like, no, we want placements, or we need to find some amount of points to make sure we can keep everyone else at bay. Guys, let's talk about some of the other winners in these regions. At the end of the show yesterday, we got to crown winners out of Middle East, but now there's new champions to crown as well. So for Middle East yesterday, once again, Bleed and FKS, congratulations to you. But OCE, Jace, and Boswick, I believe is how you say that. I'm so sorry if I ever say any of your names wrong. I do not mean to. There you go.
He changed his name. It's his fault. Don't worry. He changed his name.
There you go. And out of Asia, L2, R2, and Runaix. Once again, I'm so sorry. I'm so bad with names.
I do want to mention OC real quick because I forgot to mention the match point format. So remember, if you guys reach 500, or not you guys, but the players, maybe you guys if you're watching, you never know, 500 points in total with 3 victory royales, the tournament is done there. It just finished. So we almost saw that in OC. We saw a team getting 499 points in the last game. It's going to be very tough to reach that. The points right now at the top isn't even reaching 200 yet in EU. Just shows how close it is, but you never know. Maybe someone goes crazy today.
I mean, I did the maths. In order for someone to reach the 500 points by game 11, so because they canceled the tournament early, right? If you hit that match point format, the people in 1st, which is currently Pink and Anas, would have to win every game with 13 eliminations. So, we've not seen one of those yet on EU. We've seen the highest being a 9 elimination game. So it's looking unlikely that we'll see it end early today.
Well, Reese, I feel like crazier things have happened. So
I don't think they have.
Today would be.
I'm trying to think if there has been anything more absurd than that. I can't off the top of my head.
Well, we can't put it past our players, man. They will step up and say, oh, is there something we cannot accomplish? Is there some goal that we need to meet? Okay, with 13 eliminations in a VR every game, we'll see what we can do. Guys, we had a chance to sit down with one of our players that is competing today. It's Chapix. Levin is hanging out with them. Check this out. It's in the lobby with Chapix.
Hey everyone, my name is Levin2K and we are back in the lobby and I'm here with the one, the only Chapix. Chapix, it's a pleasure to be talking to you, bro.
Thank you.
Talk to me about that legendary duo. What was it like playing with Crew back in the day, you guys rising to the top of the Fortnite scene?
I mean, it was just us having fun. The first 2 weeks, I think, we placed 7th in the week 2 of the World Cup. And then we saw our potential on that we could actually qual, And then we just kept practicing and stuff like that, and the 4th week, the next duo week, we came 4th and qualified to the World Cup.
You were in line in the stadium in front of all those people. What was that like? Do you almost miss that? And how was that experience for you for, I'm guessing, one of your first times ever on a LAN?
It was my first time at LAN. It was just I'm not gonna lie, it was a crazy experience. Yeah. The fans, the aura there, like the feeling of being there, like all the pros, like when I was standing in line and then like I was looking back and in front, like Aqua was in front of me, Zayd was behind me, you know, like this was the real deal, you know.
You still talk to any of them? What's the relationships like now?
The time I was playing with them was probably the like most fun time I've ever played Fortnite, because they were my friends and I've talked to them a lot, and just playing with them tournaments and just winning and stuff, it's like a great feeling as well.
What's been the key to how you stayed at the top? Like, some people find it so hard. Like, lots of players throughout Fortnite history, they go down a bit, they come up sometimes, they go down, but you've always just been really, really good. How do you stay at the top?
I mean, it's about like what drives you to play the game, you know? Like, everybody has different motivations, and like my motivation, I think really big compared to other people that just play the game for fun and just hope they place. Like, I have my other reasons that I need to like play competitively and like stay at the top and like put all my time in so I can stay at the top. I think it's just like about motivations. Like, if people don't find the game fun anymore, like they won't play. Like me, if the game is not fun, I'll find a way to make it fun, you know.
How are you feeling about duos? Are you looking forward to your chances? How have you found the first couple of cash cups? Like, talk to me about your mindset now going into FNTS.
Game has changed, like the dynamic of the game has changed. Like you can see it in like moving zones. The zones take longer minutes to close, and it changes the dynamics of the game. So you can always learn something new. And there's like new areas around the map, mountains, like where you should position yourself. So it's just like so much more you can learn in the new chapter. So people are just gonna stay motivated to keep doing good, you know.
It's been a pleasure talking to you though, bro.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
See you guys all later.
Thank you so much, Levin, for hanging out in the lobby with Chapix. Well, again, we'll be seeing them compete today, and I can't wait to see how they perform in day number 2. So we got to see our standings, right? Let's talk about some of the duos and how we can, I guess, our expectations, right, coming into day number 2. We do like to have this conversation. Is a duo a day 1 team, meaning can they perform better on day 1 versus day 2? So first up, let's talk about Thomas, HD, and Tayson. Boop, I want to come to you first. Okay, so we know they're performing very well, but yesterday we did see some issues with Surge. Like, do you feel maybe, you kind of had actually mentioned you think they may be over-looting yesterday?
Yeah, so it's a little bit of a tough spot that they're in, right? So we didn't really expect them to be uncon in COVID Cavern. We expected a lot more players to be going there, but they have the entire pot to themselves, which is kind of surprising. We do have Phoenix and Raisin over towards the north side, very close by to them, but I felt like they didn't even interact once, right? The last game, they did push into it, try to contest that vault, but, Thomas and Tayson, they've been looting the entire COVID Cavern, and what you do as well, you get those vaults, you get those safes from the vault, and then you go all the way towards Greasy Grove, get those chili chug splashes, and there's your loadout set. But that takes so much time, and that we saw yesterday. They struggled for Storm Surge, second zone Surge. I think Reese even mentioned every single game they were below Surge at some point in the games, which is a little bit ridiculous for such experienced players. So maybe a little bit of lack of practice coming in, or maybe they're not expecting to be uncon that much.
Yeah, I think like the 6 out of 6 games, that first Storm Surge threshold, in that warning, at some period they were below, right? So they have struggled massively there. We've seen previously they were going up against Joe and Vino off spawn, and that was kind of back and forth. Definitely think it was in their favor. They were winning it more off spawn. But again, it's like that has caused them to struggle a little bit more today with Surge. I mean, we're talking as if they're struggling so much. They're in 7th, right? Yeah. It's like they're doing so good still. They're only 18 points behind the first place team, but so let's not talk them down too much as if they're out right now. But one of the interesting parts is the fact that we've seen Vortex and Castry move over in the last 2 games, right? They've kind of hopped about the map everywhere. They're landing just outside. And the last 2 games, they kind of rotated in. So I'm wondering, are they just going to fully contest this time and just maybe even benefit Tayson and Thomas here?
Yeah, I mean, you make a really good point, but like the 7th place, and I'm talking that much about them, but it just shows how much we have expectations of these guys. Tayson, 4-time FNCS winner. So much expectation coming into this final that if he doesn't win, it'll be an upset, which is a little bit ridiculous to think about. But yeah, they have the most chance, I think, of something weird happening because people want a piece of COVID Cavern, and there's a lot there to offer.
I like the breakdown. And we'll keep talking about this duo in particular, right? And of course, our casters will reinforce this as well. Let's shift gears a little bit. Let's talk about Anlex and Xqueeze. And Reese, I'd actually like to come to you for this one. So we had some difficulties off spawn yesterday with this duo in particular, right? But do we think that's still going to happen here in day number 2?
I'm thinking it could be worse, right? So the difficulties that I'm mentioning here is the fact that, to be honest, things haven't actually been that difficult, right? You see the south side, this is a perfect shot. Look at this timing, right? This is right here on the south side is exactly where Andalex and XSqueeze are landing. So they're looting that building to the south, and then what they're doing is they're dipping out to the south to loot a bunch of the loot that's down there. There's a 7 outpost and things like that. In the first couple of games, they've kind of had a little bit of trouble because PKR and Mappy were around in that area. Actually, game number 1, PKR beams and knocks, I think it was XSqueeze, out of the sky before he's even landed. So they had a bit of trouble there. They got into a couple of engagements that never really resulted in anything. But now when I'm looking at the leaderboards, right, I'm actually a little bit more concerned about Reason and Vidil, who are contesting up to that north side, because they started to drop down the leaderboards a bunch. They played 2 good games and then had 4 pretty much 0-point games after that. So they've gone from like almost first down to like 20th now. And I'm thinking the reason that they started doing badly was because they weren't taking those early and mid-game engagements. So I'm thinking, is Reason and Vidil going to come into this and think we're just going to fight Andalex and XSqueeze off spawn, get our surge, and play the rest of our games out? So I'm a little bit concerned for our current 6th place team of Andalex and XSqueeze.
Yeah, you make a good point of Reason and Video, right? They are, they have their Storm Surge plan, right? And usually it goes well, and then when it doesn't go well, then, they resort back to those other tendencies, okay, let's just W key a team for Surge, because that's what they know what to do. And that's a little bit scary for Alex and XSqueeze, because you just never know what's going to happen with such aggressive teams nearby to you. But, Alex and XSqueeze, I think they have that experience. Alex at the start of the season struggled just a tiny bit, trying to find a duo, but he has that chemistry with XSqueeze now, insane cash cup placements, and he's showing it now, with a very weird off-spawn situation, but it seemed to work out for him, and hopefully they'll come out unscathed.
Hopefully, right? That's all we can hope for in day number 2.
Yep.
Guys, I'm very excited to talk about this next duo. It's Grolls and Clown, currently sitting in 2nd place. So they're over at Sunflower Sapling, and this is their first FNCS finals as a duo. These guys is like, to me, they're almost like the next generation, right, of up-and-comers here. The thing for me, though, is, Boop, we don't actually know a lot about this duo in particular this season.
Yeah, so let me hit you with a little bit of a statistic real quick. Clown, in his first FNCS qualifier, not with Grolls, placed 5,415th in the Open qualifier. Grolls also didn't qualify past the Opens. After that session, they went on Twitter, they tried to find a duo. The boy Jenks hooked them up, got them back together, and since then it has just been magic. I messaged Grolls on Twitter, asked him a few questions. He said, we played 4 games of Arena together, 1 Cash Cup, and all of a sudden they're 2nd place in the FNCS finals. I mean, who can even compare that? That's a ridiculous Cinderella story. I mean, I'm excited to see how they can do today.
Yeah, I think interestingly on top of this, right, like you've mentioned that they've not really done much before this. They get together, it's a wonder duo so far. I'm kind of interested more in the set lobby environment, right? Like, we've seen them play 2 different set lobbies because they didn't make a single set lobby when it came to the qualifiers, right? They said it's qualifier 1, they didn't play together. Qualifier 2, they didn't make it to round 4, but they've made it through on consistency to the semifinals, and then they placed first, right? So it's like the first set lobby they placed first. The second set lobby they played, which was yesterday, now they're in 2nd place. So it's like these guys, despite being more underappreciated, underknown players, are absolutely capable of popping off when it comes to a set lobby environment where the hardest of the hardest are.
Yeah, and they came in with professionalism as well, right? This is one of the first finals together, but they've been landed on by multiple duos as well, and they overcame that adversity. And that shows, a bunch of experience that they don't really have, but, that's incredible mental fortitude.
I'm telling you, man, I'm excited to share more about their story and learn just more about them, because to be able to show up in the finals, especially like on a new map, in a new meta, in a new setting that is not trios but duos, and they're holding 2nd place, I'm liking this duo a lot, and I can't wait to see what they can do today. So let's shift gears once again. Let's talk about POIs. Yesterday we talked about Tilted Towers. Today we got to turn attention to Sleepy Sound. We've got Joe and Vino going up against Chapix and Seti here. Yesterday, it did not go in the favor of Chapix and Seti. Joe Vino actually came out on top, right, in a 3-2. And then Chapix and Seti decided to kind of bail on the POI, maybe? Like, what are we seeing here, Boop?
Yeah, this is just an unfortunate circumstance. These guys are both potential FNCS winners if they were uncon. You see that in the success of Venno and Joe. They're being, I think, after the 5 games, they were in ahead of Queasy and Hen, who are uncon on the North Sleepy side. So it's kind of an unfortunate situation for them. Yeah, you're correct. 4 to 5 games, Seti and Chapix were defeated by Joe and Venno, unfortunately for them. it's kind of a tough situation. I think Seti, himself, trying to find duos in the past, has struggled to sort of find a draw spot, try to go logjam. As you saw, he had the experience there. Chapix similarly went to Greasy prior with Janice, also struggled there against Nebs and Hellfire. So, I don't think they have many options left. I'm expecting to just go South Sleepy, but they're running out of options today.
Yeah, it is sad because like Chapix City is a team who has the potential to win an FNCS straight up. Like they have both won previous FNCSs. Last season, actually, they both won FNCSs. So one being Grand Royale, one being in normal season 8. So it's like these guys are so good. They put in the work as well. And I know it's going to be frustrating for both players. Like I've seen Chapix already say this is the most work he's put in the season. And it's not paid off clearly for Seti. I mean, that's his entire thing, is working hard. So I know he's going to be disappointed right now. But day 2, they can definitely claw up to like a top 20, top 10, even if they play well.
Hopefully.
Right. And as long as they can do that, right? Once again, this is life-changing amounts of money here. As long as they can place as high as possible. They've already made it to finals. They've already proven they are a top-tier duo. It is now just how far can we make it, right, at the end of the day. Let's talk about Chonker Speedway. So, friends, this one was super messy yesterday. There was 4 duos landing here at one point. Reese, talk us through the events of yesterday.
Look, I want to just point out the most important part here. Lincoln Default on the south side. We see Vortexry. I'm combining their name. That's great. I'm going to keep calling them that from now on. They ended up dipping out towards the later couple games. We already mentioned they went over to Covert instead. But really, Link's team has been able to benefit from this so well. You see the kind of mesh that's going on the north side. We would just think these guys are going to push in, right? Link are just clearly moving into that north side third party. That's not what's happening at all. Actually, what's happening is they're just fully rotating out to the west side here and going against like Marine's team, who's over to the Butter Barn split. They're getting into an engagement. They're third partying. Every time they pushed in there, they pretty much pick up some easy eliminations, some easy points, and they're now in third because of that as well. So I'm wondering today, are they going to push more to the north side of Chonkers? Or do they keep doing this because teams will have learned overnight what those strategies are?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've seen Floki versus Lecce on that north side of Chonkers every single week. It's been a repetitive story for now. Lincoln Default making it kind of spicy, but, they're making it work. I feel like they're not landing on too much loot, but getting, being in third with that much and so much chaos around you and so much potential for things to go wrong, it's honestly just impressive. So hopefully they can continue on that trend as well.
That's right. Thank you, guys. The insight, unparalleled. So we have a few more minutes here before we jump on the battle bus. Let's actually take another look at the standings, right? Let's kind of fill in those gaps. We've talked about a few POIs, some duos, but what else can we expect, right? So looking at, we've already talked about a lot about, let's say, like the top 5. One duo in particular we haven't mentioned too much today is DKS and Bad Sniper. They showed up kind of huge yesterday, right? They were absolutely making waves in these games. And then what I like about that in particular is the kind of ability to affect the lobby, right? Some of these duos, they just show up and you just like, if you're in game and you're watching the elimination feed, you're like, oh, that's this duo? They just got elimination? They're close by? I guess I can't operate. I guess I just gotta, walk away, boop.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of like all of these situations these players are in, it's sort of like the rising from the ashes like a phoenix. I don't know. That's the best way I can describe it. DKS faltered against Benji early on. They were splitting it initially, and then they tried to fight Benji, and they lost the spawn. And now, they're ahead of Benji in 5th place. So much potential for things to go wrong in the draw spot, but, it's going well for them.
Yeah, that was basically a story of whoever has the best drop, right, for the main building. Because DK's Bad Sniper, if they get it, they're going to land on the main building. If Benji, Fishy, and Mr. Savage get it, they're landing on the main building. The other team goes to the south. It's like that's what's happened basically every game, or they 50-50'd. And in that instance, it's mainly been Benji and Savage who have actually won off there.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, there's just so much to unpack, right? There's just so many of these like super small details that if you're not like really looking for them, they might just go over your head and you're like, what happened here? And it's these small details. Really quickly, let's remind ourselves of what those predictions were. Which of these duos we think could walk away new duos champions? Me and Boop, we're holding it down. We believe, Boop. It's Thomas, HD, and Tayson.
Please make it happen today. I cannot be losing against Resub, Shayo, and Levin. My ego cannot take it. Please, Tayson and Casters, please stop cursing them and saying they have good loot.
Look, me alongside Sharon and Levin also going for Hen and Queasy, but most importantly on top of that, my mum messaged me today saying she's rooting for Hen and Queasy as well. So you know what? That's how could you not win when you've got my mum and me both supporting you?
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry, if you want to hear more from Boop and Reese, we'll be back between games to break down all the action. But for now, we're kicking off day 2 of the FNCS finals here in Europe. We've got 11-2K. We've got Shy Wager standing by. Now, let's jump on that bus. Here we go.
Motivation, drive, hunger, a yearning for greatness. 100 players still feel these emotions because there's 6 games still on the line.
This is the FNCS Finals, the second day at it. My name is Levin2K. I'm joined by Shayo Wager, and that emotion is what we live for. It doesn't get much better than this.
Not at all right now. We have the Kings on high ground in first place with Pink and Anas. We have the next generation rolling through with Clown and Grolls, and past that through the Fire and Flames, Lincoln Default. You heard it on the desk. 3 people contesting the 11, and they're in the top 3 still. That's unheard of.
And the greatest thing about it is the fact that so much can change, right? We know with the nature of the format, we know all these teams from about 1 to 20 even have a chance to really go at it going into these final games. And who will be the one to take it is left to be seen.
We saw yesterday, one fight, one wrong call, a zone pull you didn't expect. Suddenly, it's a swing maybe for you. 59 points all the way towards the top, Benji Savage style. Or you're just dropping down, down, down to the depths, wondering what your next POI drop is. Well, there's no more day 3. There's no more what happens tomorrow. It's all on the line today. 6 games, and we'll start it off with 1 there, 11. But still, what do we expect? We'll have to see live off that bus. Game 1 is starting right now.
Who can be in control of their own destiny? There's 6 games to decide. There's never been more nerves than this, right? This season, Chapter 3, so many new additions, new POIs, new duos, and we'll have a new champion at the end of the day. Right into Chonkers. The analysts broke it all down. Loads of action going here, and Swilliam is no secret. Oh, wow. Swilliam, I was going to say, isn't shy by any means, but he will be taken out rather swiftly. And so Floking Clement will win that battle on the north side. But we still know Default and Link will be lurking in the shadows, ready for their opportunity to get involved.
Yeah, everyone on the top 3 right now struggling a little bit off that spawn. Grolls as well, hitting those shins over and over again. Zestin does not want to go down, and I can see the pattern too. It's top 3 versus 33 or 43 at this moment in terms of placement for Zestin and Hookah. They're still pushing in, and that's one of our Titans down.
Yeah, that's going to be huge, right? And this is what we were just saying. So much can change. One off spawn, lost, and that 3rd place slot for them, unlikely to be there by the end of this one.
Yeah, if you're just joining us right now as well, you missed maybe the format explainer or what's really breaking down. You've only watched the Sunday because that's where, you know, the final banger games are prevalent. This is a 12-game format entirely, 6 games already played before. Everyone understands now their stakes, their story, and you'll see the cheese traps in play. Scram rolling through 15th place overall. Up against what looks like Melody and Kefi right now. And unfortunately, he's stuck inside these mines. 36 rolls in and takes him down. Refscar's left alone.
Yeah, you saw Scram, he messed up the edit, and it meant he didn't have enough time to delay. I'm sure that's what his goal was, right? To delay as long as he could for Refscar to come to his aid. But again, a technical error, and it cost him his life.
Yeah, this is going to be de facto game number 7 inside that total format. Nice from Melody, and you'll be noticing this throughout, I feel like, this entire first game 11. Everyone counter-stratting the stories and what happened yesterday from everyone who should be comfortable near the top.
Because they know, right? They know how powerful it is if they can just get one of these games pop off in the end game, get a couple eliminations. The points really do stack up. The finest of margins are the difference, right, between these teams on the leaderboard. And like Zeke was saying, it's life-changing money. Everybody has an opportunity to push their way up high in the standings. It's just all about whether you can deliver in the moment. Vino and Joe, the team on our screens here, they very much delivered out of Sleepy day 1. Winning 5 of the games, or 5 of the off-spawn battles, I should say, that they had out of that spot.
It's a team mode though, right? There's no way Joe and Vino can push towards top 10 playing as solos, because I feel like that's what we saw yesterday over and over again. If they have to fix one thing, it's starting to play the mode, man. Stay alive.
Yeah, the cohesion wasn't all there, right? There were times when it actually became a bit comical, right? Vino would be down, Joe would, you know, go to reboot him, then Joe would go down, and Vino had to try reboot Joe. It was just an endless cycle of them playing as solos, like you said. But again, right, they've had a night to reset. Hopefully a good 8 hours of sleep, right, as well. And now they can reset, and that will be applied to their opposition, right? Seti and Chapix at Sleepy would have needed the same thing. They really struggled there, but it's fine, right? Because they have these 6 days to make that comeback, and we all love a comeback story, don't we?
Absolutely, and it's gonna be a little bit more of a comeback for some than others. Head and Kwizu though, rolling in. fourth for the moment. Not as dominant as we expect them, you know, from all previous FNCSs, but staying inside the top 5. I think once again, you mentioned this yesterday, Levin. We just expect greatness from a lot of these players. Seeing them just good or, you know, in a nice spot isn't equivalent to great. We sometimes put them down a bit too much.
Yeah, I think that speaks volumes about what they are as a duo. They had a quiet day and finished in 4th, right? That should really strike fear in the hearts of the other players in the lobby. If these guys had a quiet day and only came 4th, then who knows what will happen if they can really start to piece things together like they have for most of the season. We're seeing Ryzen and Phoenix applying some pressure to Vortexia and Castery. Again, Vortexia and Castery were initially towards Chonkers yesterday, but now they've moved further north, and for what reason, they're going to be finding themselves sending right back to the lobby. Vortexia will be knocked. Castery now trying to do everything he can to avenge his teammate, but it's going to be real difficult. Phoenix, though, actually will go down, and you know, Ryzen isn't all there in HP. And so it's a 1v1 now.
I feel like I'm at a train station with, like, you know, 17 trolleys on the line. All I can hear is chugga, 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 over and over and over again with all these SMGs. And I kind of like it. These are two of the most aggressive duos from day one. Castery and Vortexia in general, aggressive for the entire season, Levin. You would not expect them to be the ones getting pushed, them to be the ones to be responding to a fight. But that's what's happening because Ryzen has to switch up his game plan completely from day one. 61 points is not enough to push towards that top 10. And now the reversal is there. A 2v1 situation for his opponent. Castery is really just locking down as much as possible, keeping his team alive.
Yeah, and Castery, the elimination went through, so he gets the siphon. Ryzen does a good job there just to sort of nullify that factor. And now it's about winning another 1v1.
It's not over yet, though. Never mind. As I say it, he rattles right through. Castery down, and that's gonna shape the game in such a different way. I am not like downplaying the just impact of Castery and Vortexia being on the map, Levin. They just make things absolutely atrocious for so many duos. With them gone this early, before placements even handed out, that changes things for a lot of people mid-game.
Yeah, and it can have a positive impact, but it can also have a negative one, right? Because Phoenix, Ryzen, obviously they win the fight inevitably, but at the end of the day, now that interrupts their game plan, right? It means that they're gonna have to commit more time to actually trying to get back involved in this game rather than looking to play in some power positions. We'll see how they bounce back. They wouldn't have had the best day yesterday, but another team that will feel they can do much better today.
Stompy Jew on screen right now. I feel like this team I'm the most scared of in terms of looking at anyone from 20th to 30th because they made the most mistakes game one. And that might seem a little bit backwards, but at the same time, the more mistakes you make, I feel like you have so much more to review, learn from. It's easier to see what to do right. They went for so many different fights, and they were down on Surge a few times, and things weren't looking good. You all know about Stompy, and we saw what Drew could do inside the qualifiers. I feel like this team definitely has some secret game plans we don't know of, but will impact the game today.
Yeah, they're super consistent team. You referenced the qualifier too. They're one of the few teams to get 10 points in every game in that qualifier, right? When they hit the ground running and they have their rhythm, they are very much a force to be reckoned with. And, you know, they're not having to deal with some of the shambles we've seen at the Daily Bugle in previous sessions. So I'd like to hope that today they can find a bit of better form, but definitely one of the more consistent teams in this lobby. Thomas HD and Tayson posturing up on this hill. They struggled with Surge yesterday, and Tayson on Twitter saying, look, we shouldn't be struggling with Surge, acknowledging that there's going to be a lot of pressure on them because they're two of the best players you've ever had in Fortnite. And yeah, they came top 10 after day one, but many people would argue, you have the best loot in the game. We expect more than top 10 for you guys. So they'll have that pressure, but if there's anyone who could deal with it, I'm sure it's Tayson and Thomas.
I mean, they are the day two de facto duo, I feel like. Every FNCS we've seen, Thomas HD just absolutely becomes super online, like gigabit speeds on that second day. So I feel like they have a little bit of a pedestal from that first one. Talk about a pedestal, a tower, a spot that should just be etched on the map now for following FNCS. Pink's Cavern, I feel like, is what it should be called, or Pink's Mountain, maybe. Him and Anas are just up here 24/7, dictating who can move where inside the whole lobby. They are like, you know, just guards, making sure that there's a cost to every decision you make, Levin. And they've had so much good surge from it, so much good positions overall too. Looks like they got zone as well. This might be their game.
Yeah, when you look back at their games yesterday, they could have had an even better day, right? There were a couple games where they were set up to really do what they do best and dominate high ground. And, you know, as much as I don't like to blame things on RNG, there were a couple instances where they did genuinely just get a bit unlucky, right? And so you like to think if it balances out today, these guys could have a monster day. People question Shire whether they'd be able to handle high ground with all the other top high ground teams in the lobby. That was not even a question for them. They definitely are ready.
Yeah, the answer was 2 victory royales. No one right now in EU is catching up to that standard, and it was one that was from this zone specifically that they rolled in and won the entire game. It almost looks like a little bit of a mimic where it started kind of near Cavern and pulled down a little bit overall. So I want to see if they can do that once more. Vino and Joe, though, we talked about them a little bit. They're going to be inside the storm currently. Still a long ways to go. We saw the pattern like this also develop for a lot of teams, Levin. Kind of moving late, being behind. They start to, I don't know, maybe stack up their decisions a bit too much and it becomes overwhelming. Over here, if you make a mistake, it could just cost you your game.
Yeah, for sure. They're deep in the storm, and again, when we talk about timing in your games, that's one of the things that can sort of throw things off. It'll be fun to see how they play out. I don't think many people expected them to do as well out of Sleepy as they did, but Vino's no stranger to proving people wrong, and I'm sure he'll try to do that again by pushing his way in to that top 10.
Right now, I believe everyone's just searching to get towards that top 35 slot. That's exactly where placement starts, just 1 point. But at the same time, you can see teams like Rise and Phoenix, like Cassia, Vertexia, pushing for those eliminations as well. 3 points per. It makes the format a little bit more favoring to those aggressive teams, the ones who are popping off in low ground. While you guys are watching all these height teams, you know, go for the win. There will be many stories also happening in those underground boxes back and forth. The 8 Elam games, I feel like, start from the dirt towards these end games. But on this second zone, Levin, many opportunities, a balance of both water and lots of hills on the land, but it's not too crazy like the Cavern or the Lumberyard, right? With this zone, there's a lot more flexibility for many players. I feel like that's both a good thing and a bad thing.
Yeah, I think it very much means we're going to have one of the situations we felt like we were having a lot yesterday, where you have these games that maybe these teams you weren't expecting to do as well just because the zone sort of gives them that advantage. Wow, what are these shots? Oh my goodness.
Maybe it's overstimulation. Remember, Link default, 3 teams every game, plus they're here right now. I feel like their arms must just be on fire and they have the most practice compared to everyone else in the lobby.
Yeah, these guys really don't play around when it comes to the eliminations. Very much looking to take advantage of the fact that you get 3 per. And the Let's Squeeze. Shire, very much to many, including myself, a surprise team. Almost came out of nowhere, right? Like a snake in the grass, but to be fair, I mean, they have all the experience in the world.
Let's say how we say it, right? We roasted them for weeks. Me and you legitimately roasted them for weeks because we expected so much more. It's Analyx X Squeeze. Analyx was like the I don't know, the guinea pig child of every region. Everyone just realized how good he was for like, I don't know, 3 months, and everyone was watching his cash cups, his FNCSs, how he approaches the game, how he approaches, you know, being a teammate inside his trio back last year. Now I think the transition was just a little bit tough overall, maybe switching modes, but they've really found their groove on day 1.
Yeah, this is one of the few teams that have really been playing with each other, and so they've had to fight through adversity on many occasions, right? There's not many people in Fortnite that they can say they've been doing or playing with someone since 2020. Me and you, we've only been casting for a couple months, right? We don't even go back that far. So these guys have been through it with each other, and they'll continue to go through it with each other. But this is a fight that makes me get really excited. Thomas and Tayson versus Link and Default.
And why is this fight happening? It's Storm Surge right now. It basically dictates, you know, you have to do damage or the server will start doing damage to you. It makes every single person on the map get active. And right now, Tayson and Thomas have not done enough damage. Maybe they were prioritizing position, looting. They were really looking at other teams. As a result, they're 111 damage below every other team on the map right now, under that threshold. They have to really be forcing this fight. Now that lightning will start to strike. 25 damage, I believe, every 5 seconds. Tayson really needs to start pushing in and maybe getting some work done. Thomas up top, they'll have to go through their shield reserves. The other players can't actually hear the noise or see visually that lightning striking. That's just us right now on broadcast. That being said, if their shield does crack, Link and Default will hear that. And now, box is completely open. Walls gonna be basically transparent, see-through, and shot through as well with those edits. Tayson is gonna be low at 54. 79 above though, that's the cost actually. It's gonna be good overall. for Thomas and Tayson. They're going to be looking fine for now, but you know about the Storm Surge 11. It can go back down very fast. You want to be like 200 above. That's a good spot to be at.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? Because we saw them early in this game. They were posted up on a hill. Looked like they were sort of just looking to wait for players to start rotating through, but where they were, there just wasn't a high enough volume of players, right? That congestion wasn't there, so there wasn't the opportunity to get the shots that they needed. And so you see the alternative is to just try to look for a team to box fight. But like you say, that other team knows that they're desperate, and so they won't give them an inch. Link in default will look to control the pace of the fight, slow it down, and just force Thomas and Tayson to chunk damage. Similar to what we're seeing here from Diox and Waffler, they are just being forced to chunk it. They're looking for an opportunity to find a team, but there's no one there, Diox. Maybe look a bit more to your right and you'll see something.
It's just tough. This is one of those teams I was talking about, you know, some of them were playing underground, starting from the dirt, getting a lot of eliminations towards that end game. Diox and Waffler were just driving around in cars in like the 7th, 8th zone. They were having fun. Felt like they were just watching, you know, kids at a trampoline house jumping around, and it was getting them points too. It was nuts. They kind of slowed down towards the end of the day overall. I think they hit all the way towards second or maybe even first overall. We're looking at points towards those earlier games. Now though, this is tough. I mean, yes, they're surviving, but look at their inventories overall. Heals is going down, down, down. When does Surge end? What's the context? You might be asking. There's a certain player count that needs to be achieved by the lobby. This first iteration that we just saw, it's 70. So now with 69 players alive, it's gonna just turn off. In a few more zones, it'll be back up, and the server will require 50 players to be up and alive. So right now, there's 19 more than, you know, that is needed. And Diox and Waffler know that. They know, you know, with EU being this stacked, with day 2 coming in 11, there's just no way that players are gonna slow down and not, you know, go down at all. It's gonna be tough for them. They need to get this damage.
Yeah, even though it's turned off, they know they will need to do the more damage, otherwise they will run into more issues later on, and it gets more difficult to deal with it later on, where everybody in the lobby is more congested together. There's less opportunities. We're seeing a replay from Rescard and Scram really in the thick of it. And this is what can happen, the chaos that ensues when teams are fighting for Surge. Stormy, right, wasn't able to escape it, and he will go down. This is the kind of thing that happens, Shio.
And that's a top 10 team as well. Just imagine, you know, you're rolling in with the day, you have the game plan, you're actually Stormy as well. You know, their plans are just amazing. They just seem so dynamic, but they're going down to the pressure. If that team is going to be unable to struggle inside a lot of these, you know, situations where there's so many boxes around, I wonder what things look like for Lincoln Default on your screen, for Tayson and Thomas. Look at the map right now. Everyone just waiting. Just one AR is shooting on the map at the moment. Everyone else is focused on that rotation, and they pop the peppers. They start to move. That gives you a huge speed boost, and they're off on the ways. No one's even looking at them. Almost in zone. So close to being flawless. Link makes it in though, and Default's beside him. That used to be the trickiest thing for this duo. Getting in unscathed and not getting their competition interrupted by that movement, but they just overcome that hurdle.
Yeah, and they're actually in a pretty decent position. I think they wanted to maybe get a bit further in on a bit of a high elevation on the hill, but where they are at, will be all right. They'll be able to hold some of the teams behind them trying to get their way in as well, and that extra damage will do wonders for them. And that's in pink now, and that's the only EU player with a finals VR in all 4 years of FNCS history. Look, there's so many great things I could say about this player. Truly is someone who I feel is underappreciated. One of the greats.
He's a great of the lobby as well, while everyone else is looking from the bottom up, looking to fix mistakes. Pink and Anas, I feel like one of 2 duels right now next to Girls and Clown who don't want to switch anything up. We're on top of that ladder of chaos, looking down at all the destruction. They're in first place and they want to stay there.
And on the left of your screen is Hen and Queasy, who will be fighting for that first place slot. Currently sitting in 4th and holding teams in. Bit difficult. Hen's got this AR in hand, and of course the legendary version is going to be great, but in this scenario I'm sure he'd much rather have an MK, a bit more of a higher fire rate, to just continue to really just squeeze this team in. This is where you never want to be in the lobby, isn't it, Shio? This is so difficult to deal with when you just have everybody forcing you back against the zone. And not much HP as well. Your mats will slowly run out and you will fall. And that's exactly what happens. And this is great because Queasy and Hen can now go collect that loot as they tunnel through.
Very nice to get a refresh for them. Now we see the perspective of a situation like that. Waffler by himself. So down on Surge, 248 below. One player only has around 200 HP, and a lot of the players around him for the moment should be damaged as well, so I'm not sure where he's gonna find this. About to all in 2 players, a whole duo by himself with this loadout. Yes, that MK7 assault rifle will be enough to maybe rattle down a few of those shield bars. I'm not sure if he can confirm any eliminations. He's now fully run out of heals, shields as well. Wildfire is going to be going down. That's tough on the right side. Bad Sniper. Running one of the first games that we saw of his, FNCS career yesterday. He's looking really good right now with DKS in terms of position, loot, and mats, but what I'm not seeing is the damage. What I'm seeing is a little bit of passivity. And when that happens with this duo 11, I don't feel like they ever end up waking up, so this might spell disaster already for their endgame.
Yeah, I like to think that they're in a much cooler mindset than usual, but they may be forced to rush the issue a bit and really turn the tide of their game, because staying below is just only going to force them to tank through more of their resources. Bad Sniper actually will go down to Chico, and so DKS in the first game being put in a solo clutch position, it's not out of the realms of possibility for him. The gauntlets will give him a couple extra charges to move once the zones start moving. But if anybody figures out that this guy is a solo, you can be assured that his time in the lobby will not last too long.
A clutch from this position is literally the reason why some people win FNCSs. It's the difference maker when you're a solo in the top 5, in the top 3 with your teammates. 3rd place right now for DKS and Bad Sniper. All he needs to do is survive. You're noticing people going down in the feed. Every time that happens is basically a placement point almost allocated for DKS. 147, he just wants to live and just expend those mats, stay alive. Meanwhile, Link, same story, 154, just ahead of that 3rd place team. Depending on who goes down first, you might see a shift in the boards.
Problem is, he doesn't have mats to expend. He's out. He's all the way out, and so the time is really ticking for him. I think he might spot these builds here to his right. There is something. Yep, he will. And that's 200
River in the
builds
middle
to
right
work
now.
with.
Yeah, he's in the low ground. He doesn't have to deal with that water, though. We'll stay on land. He can't really find anything in terms of a pad or anything towards that backside. He's really tanking the zone to find the launch pad, but you need HP to be able to jump from it, Link. Unfortunate. I like the decision-making, though, to maybe get towards that spot, but it was just so far up. One of the negatives of being on low ground overall. Meanwhile, DKS, I think also just had no other options, no mats. He'll be alive with his. We'll see what he can do. Picking an us. Set up in position to fully a complete solo right now. Pink is just diving straight inside that box. Shots from the backside too, but Anas is there to deny it. And this is a position where we see VR's Pink, Anas with a refresh, looking to control this game.
Yeah, those mats were so important. You saw how Pink's material count shot all the way up. You can see Noah and Aqua on height, and so whether or not they'll be able to get that right now is a different question. But can Noah and Aqua hold on to it? You can see Aqua isn't looking too strong in terms of HP, and the materials are starting to dwindle as well.
X-Squeeze moving in, and Lex not alive either. Every single person, it looks like, inside the top 5 has to play as a solo to keep their position on the boards alive. Meanwhile, Noah Riley swinging all the way towards the front, fighting Chulex and Chico. You can see on the left side of your screen. Putrick, though, sneaks that high ground with Toos, and Toos is inside the box with Noah Riley. He takes Noah almost down, has a hair of HP, and it gets snipped. A nice fade. Aqua now right below that box has to hear his teammate go down. Elim and gone. He's going to be by himself.
Yeah, you can see X-Squeeze as well now. One of those solos. Him and DKS are both struggling, but DKS was able to find an elimination on the backside in the bottom right. And so this is huge for him. It keeps him ticking in the game just that bit longer, and that's exactly what he needs. He can't go for the win right now, but all he needs is the extra placement points. They go a long way when we go to the last game, and so he will just continue to stay alive.
DKS takes down first place, and he's in second, or maybe just chops it in half. Maybe Pink has to possibly go for that clutch as well to keep that slot up top. Putrick and Tusto on that top side. They're going to be looking down momentarily for some sprays for that pressure. And we saw this on day 1. No one was able to really retake on high ground except for that maybe very last game. And Tripper, one of the players who can have a possibility to do that, goes down as well on the low. No one's even fine. Yes, though. It's going to be tough. All he has to do is just stay around these walls, make sure nothing bad happens, but we do smell solos down there. It's an intuition for these European players, and he gets taken out.
Will X-Squeeze be spotted out as well? It seems he's getting sniffed out from below. He's got to hold on to his wall, but there's players above him as well. He will go down as well.
Now we have Scram, no ref scarred. Saw this many times before, and we can expect greatness. With 13 HP, though, we can't have that Scram classic of dipping in and outside that zone. Really playing the timing very well, a player who can do it so well. He's not gonna have the possibility. Here goes Floki for high ground up against Putrick. It's a retake. It's just himself, though. I don't see Clement. Where is he? Toos, he's not gonna fall for such simple tricks. He keeps that high ground secure and alive.
Yeah, they did incredibly well to stay composed. Floki was no real threat, and they treated him that way. Scram, though, as a solo, will eventually find his maker, and he will go out. Trulex and Chico are the only duo now in between high ground and low ground, as Janice and Vortex look to try reclaim their first game success.
Every single team is sharing the same two boxes, and Vortex and Janice, if you have those guys in the equation, they just solved that problem with 2 shots and a big pop. That's what I like to see. Vortex with the sprays, Janice there to follow up, and now they control that little bit of a low ground layer. Still, Andy in the way with art skill as well. 2 solos in the mix. Swag and Pablo alive, but their mats are running out. High ground is still staying quiet. Putrick have to do absolutely nothing. They can just win this game. Pablo has so much ammunition. Just a few mats, though. He's gonna go for the end on Trulex. That's a double shot. It looks good, and he's down. Chico is gonna be the next one. Surprised after that jump scare. Pablo might go for the re-edit. There's no chance for that revival. Chico's gonna just way dodge towards the right side. Pablo will move in through this labyrinth. Can he solve this maze? Art skill on the retake that Toos has to deal with, and they're not even running out of the mats. I'm not sure what type of treasury, what type of economy this entire duo has, but it's gonna be split in half. What a shot from Toos. Catches the head. This man only hits the most prime prestige shots you can find, and it's lucky that he had all the mats as well. 4 different teams, and he's gonna be the focus. Chopped down now by the Flame Boys back and forth. The fire's too hot. Toos might not be able to survive. He gets burned, and he's down. We have new high ground kings.
Cerebral play from the Danes, and they are on fire. Swag and Pablo will drop down now to try and claim the first victory royale of their day. Swag will go down, and so it's left in the hands of Pablo. They've done so well so far, and now in a 1v1 against Janice, who won against Vortex. Janice and Vortex in a 2v1. Vortex is up, but with not much HP. Will he be the difference maker? Will he decide to go up and try and take Pablo on? Pablo trying to hold on. He doesn't have the materials left. He's dancing around in the zone. He realizes he can get Vortex. That's going to be the siphon that will come through, but will it come in time? 10 seconds. He will get it, and so he stays up. And now can he hit the crucial last shot? No! Yes. Janice will pick it up. They won game 1 of day 1, and they win game 1 of day 2. The German Giants come through again.
I can't believe it. It's deja vu, and in a way that's more special than that first day as well. Janice and Vortex, this is not a position where they usually win games. There's a little bit more sense of control overall, but Janice, the clutch minister himself, just rolls in, hits that big shot, and that's like the 3rd one we saw in the end game. Toos was hitting them too. What a way to start off EU.
That was phenomenal from Janice and Vortex. Like you said, they're used to winning games on height, but they did it from low. And like we said so many times yesterday, these guys like to get in early, get their victory royales done quick and easy. Guys, tell me on the desk, how did that all break down? There was so much going on, so many of the top duos playing as solos. Break it all down for us, guys.
Shia Wager and Levin, thank you guys so much. Game number 1, or 7 in the grand scheme of things, is done. My goodness, chaos. Just chaos as far as the eye can see. Boop, I was very surprised to just watch these solo riders, right? One of their duo mates falling early, and then they just had to fight by themselves. What happened in this game?
Yeah, you couldn't script a better end game there. That was ridiculous. Almost coming through Swag and Pablo with a clutch. Unfortunately there, he did get the siphon the last minute. I thought he was about to do it, but the little swimming dolphin dive action coming through from Janice and Vortex was just enough to come through. I mean, I don't know how Janice and Vortex are able to do it again, right? Yesterday, they sort of slowed off towards the end of the final, but now start of day with another victory out, you know, of similar fashion. That has to give you so much more confidence going into this, you know, final 5 games now.
Yeah, and I think that final moment summarized the team as a whole, right? You've got Janice, the most experienced player almost in the entire lobby, having 12 in a row, actually, FNCS finals, right? He's only missed one, which was Season X, all the way back in Chapter 1, a long time ago, right? And you've got him teaming up with Vortex, who's a relatively newer player to the finals, less experienced, but just incredibly proficient at the same time, right? You see that final 1v1, like in, or 2v1 in that situation where, you know, usually Vortex, if you're going across water, there's almost no HP right now. Vortex should be going back, and he should be going back to make sure that the opponent doesn't get siphoned. So Pablo, for the example. But the experience and the lack of experience kind of shows here. He goes down. But then the veteran Janice comes up with a clutch. He knows what to do in these pressure situations, picking up that victory royale.
Always put your faith in Janice.
100%. And it's just so clean, right? In those situations Like Janice just knowing, look, I know the spot that you're in, and I know how low Vortex is. So if I just say, look, you have to finish this off, you're in the storm, I know where you're gonna be. Like, I'm just gonna challenge you. I have literally every advantage, right? The experience and the different experiences really coming into play there. Because you know, other people might just panic. They might just be like, okay, well, I have the circle. I just have to stay with this.
Yeah.
That's my only option. But when you're Janice, you're just like, nah. I know he's gonna be. I hit my shots. I'm good. So well fought from them. My goodness. I gotta turn my attention to the standings, boys. Wow. Earlier on that game, okay, the top 7 all fell. Right? So this is what Sundown would call the shoop inning happening, okay? So we're seeing that the bottom end of these leaderboards start to shift up now, right? Trying to close that gap. Toos and Patrick, though, just still holding on. Pink and Anas right behind them. But now you've got Vortex and Janice here. They're like, hey, first place. We're only 5 points behind. What's going on? We got 5 more games. You want to do this now?
Yeah, it's so close to the top. I think it was kind of interesting. I think Vishu mentioned it while we were looking at the games. I think something like, you know, all 5 duos on top. I think only Anas and Pink were the only ones left there going on through, which is kind of ridiculous. You know, that shakes up the standings and makes it so much more closer at the top.
Yeah, so basically, when in that first moving zone, it was Pink and Anas were the only team in that top 7 who were still in it. You know, Link was so close, but he ended up going down right at the start of that first moving zone. So it's like, that shaked up those leaderboards massively. But, you know, we did see Vortex and Janice win game 1 yesterday and then fizzle out a little bit. And they're a very momentum-based team, and we saw that yesterday. So I'm thinking they've got the good momentum now. If they have a good game number 2, we're going to see, hopefully, you know, maybe them continue to fire up the leaderboards at the same time.
With Pink and Anas as well. My goodness. Again, like I talked about this all day yesterday, right? It's so difficult to kind of pick a favorite, right? Just the sheer amount of raw talent we have here in the finals of Chapter 3, Season 1. Now, I'm kind of curious to get your guys' quick thoughts on this. We don't have much time, but what do you think is going to change from Game 1 to Game 2? Boop?
Yeah, I think we're going to get a little bit more aggression. Right, again, it is all about feeling yourself out in the first game. We saw some different things coming out of Razen Phoenix, not pushing towards Thomas Sashi and Tayson. We saw people splitting and South Sleepy as well. So I think now we're going to get a little bit more aggression because, you know, you're running out of games.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for that, Boop. But for now, we see the timer. It means it's game time. We got to get back on that bus. So we're kicking it on over to Shy Waiter and Levin2K to take us in.
Thanks so much, Zeke, Boop, Reese. I mean, yeah, when it comes to just how that game 1 looks versus game number 2, many changes might have been made for some teams, Levin, but they also have that entire day yesterday where they, you know, bought reviewed after the tournament and have that game plan too. So those 2 fixes might just start to clash.
Yeah, I do start to wonder, right? At what point do you really start to maybe game yourself out of the competition, right? Where you're overthinking some of these things, right? We're seeing teams like Thomas and Tayson looking for better positions than they were yesterday, but it not quite working out. Is that going to play a psychological effect in how they approach the games now? So all the preparation they might have done prior to this might just be thrown out the window, right? These are all factors that will play into things. And to be honest, I think it just makes for more entertainment for us, right? Seeing all these changes all around the map.
Yeah, if there is a message I can give to the players, that game 1 is not your entire highway lane, merely just a speed bump if it did go wrong. Now, if it did go right, keep driving, keep pushing forward. That being said, still, that was like the back to game 7, game 8 coming in. That leaderboard change as well is looking pretty mighty interesting. The late game, though, 11, a game of solos, we see it again today. Is that going to change the way, you know, how things work towards the end game? You know, Janice and Vortex, they sit alive. We'll see in a second because game 8, it's live and it's happening right now.
We got 50 duos ready to go at it again for the 8th time this weekend. And we're heading to Tilted Towers, a place we've watched quite a bit, with 2 duos who seemingly are able to coexist on the standings, but not in the POI. DKS and Bad Sniper will look to do what they struggled to do a lot yesterday in taking down Benji and Savage off spawn. But even with them struggling to do that, they did not struggle to get results and put themselves higher in the standings. You can see they're sitting in 6th, and they'll be feeling like they can do even better.
Overall, yeah, I think this entire drop spot has just been dictated by the glide, right? Over and over again, it kind of determines how your entire game goes, what loot you have access to. I feel like in terms of launch pad drops, that entire skyscraper tower, the big building in Tilted has a few more of those, and we see Benji Savage every time they claim it. Somehow they also get a pad. I'm not gonna say scripted, but it rolls in.
I think we all know what that is by now. It's the Benji fishy luck, you know? It's the Benji RNG. You know, we ain't even got to talk about this. Anybody that knows compared to Fortnite just knows that Benji is just luckier than all of us. He harnesses the luck of the whole lobby, and he gets pads every game.
That's what we'd like to see. I think Hen and Queasy are on the downside of that because they've been searching for one for 7 games and haven't found one yet, but hopefully they'll roll through. Oh, man. And then with Bino and Joe, too, I'm not sure what's going on, but I think last game, it was just positional mistakes, maybe Surge overall that kept them a little bit further back. They maintained their 50th place slot, though, but definitely want to see it go up.
Yeah, I don't know what you said about Queasy and Hen. We can't give those guys pads, man. With pads, they'll just be way too OP. Right, we got to nerf a tad bit.
Gotta make it interesting, right? Have to have a nice final game. Now Clown and Girls, we see their drop as well. Second, 8th off the first one. But this time, it's revenge from that first game. That's interesting too, not being able to play a game from the very get-go. Drops them 6 places overall. So maybe this time they can catch back up, but I would assume, you know, being top 2, you go down way further with the way the board's changing game after game.
Yeah, it's weird because, you know, we talk about the psychological effects that can, you know, come into play with all these duos, and you typically would say, hey, more experienced teams are better at handling that adversity. But so far in these finals, it doesn't even really feel that way. Some of our more experienced teams have been the ones who have struggled game to game. And the new up-and-comers, like those guys, seem to just be unfazed by what is such a grand stage in the FNCS finals.
It's all about just keeping those nerves under control, and at the same time, it just feels like as well, you know, with not there being an entire team to take care of certain roles in terms of, you know, supreme shot caller rolling in. When it's just you and your teammate, maybe it's a little bit easier to attack the game, approach certain situations inside duos. Saw C3S1 on screen as well. One of the only teams that are rolling in with consistency every single game, 10+ points every time. And we saw in that last game, Levin, it just looks so good. I feel like C3S1, the advantage they have is they're a team that never hesitates. They see something, they push for it and grab it, whether that's a fight or an endgame situation for height.
Yeah, their execution is sublime, right? You know, when you talk about technically excellent players, you got to mention those guys. They really are always on point. And that's what gives them the advantage a lot of the time when it comes to those situations where you just have to be clinical, you have to be decisive. Their unwavering aggression just really comes into play. And maybe you could say the same thing about Ju here, really putting the damage down. He spots that player, misses the opportunity to get the shot though. Goes back in, there's a wall there. But he'll wrap back round. And this fight will reset. And Stompy and Ju will look to go again.
Is this the right adjustment overall for the team of Stompy and Ju, 32nd place overall? Is the mid-game fight really the thing that needs to be added to their repertoire, their arsenal, start really pushing forward their games and get closer towards that top 20, that top 10? Question will be answered in this fight, but I think the issue with them is that they like these long drawn-out engagements. Ju apparently has like heat-seeking built in to his MK7. You can see straight through that bush. A few shots taken. And yeah, Swifty's gonna be very surprised about that one.
Yeah, I know if that was me, I'd be fuming. I'd be going off in our little call there if I was Swifty, but he's got to stay calm. Look, they're trying to take an isolated fight, and it's all good and well trying to take an isolated box fight to help, you know, mitigate the effects of Storm Surge. But if a team like Hutty and Swifty come rolling through, instantly, you know, things start to get a bit dicey, and you have to try to get out of that coop and frack. We're out in, you know, bossing the lobby by any means. We'll go down to the deal and reason. The deal and reason, they really just treat any duo they come across as fodder, right? They don't even take any regard of who you are or the fact that you're playing in the FNCS finals. If we want to fight you, we will get in.
Absolutely. There's a little bit of a difference overall too between them and Stompy, right? Like, it's just, you can see the difference in speed, lethality. It's nice to see. And I feel like still the one thing we haven't seen is this duo just play the game. What have Hen and Queasy been doing? I've only really seen them on that top overhead, you know, view overall in day number 1, somewhere in mid-ground, trying to live. I just want to see that control ASAP.
Yes, it's weird seeing them in mid-ground. Right, when you go back and watch a lot of their games from this season, I still think they are an elite mid-ground team, right? Like, they have the ability to boss it from there. But in these lobbies, I just want to see them on high. But it's been so difficult to take high, right? All of these teams who look to posture for it, obviously they got to deal with the likes of Noah and Aqua, Pink and Anas, Thomas and Tayson. There'll be other teams that'll look to get in the mix as well, even Janice and Vortex, once they wake up from their slumber.
Good. Vino, Joe, I think they just took apart an entire duo inside Shifty. Now there's another one rolling in, so the waves will start to just come through. I think game one was a set game plan for a lot of people. There's Melody. Yeah, this is not Scram and Earth Squad, my friends. You're not expecting the same fight from game one. Joe and Vino do not mess around. You see one, you will always find the other. They're a lot more closely tied to the hip. And speak of the duo, and they shall arrive. Scram and Revsguard are here, but I'm not sure they know if it's Joe and Vino. Yeah, they've seen the feed. They must. There's no one else really in this position. Who else, or where else will Cafe and Melody land? 60 damage from that spot. That's exactly what Revsguard wanted. Hopefully receive none, and they'll be on their way.
Yeah, and this is what it's all about, right? I think a lot of the time we'll see these teams make these all-in plays to try deal with Surge. But if you can just sort of go about your business, pick away, 60 tags here, 60 tag there, 60 everywhere, you'll be well and good on the Storm Surge leaderboard, right? So hopefully we don't see these guys struggling with that too much. I feel like every time we get deeper into games, Shia, we're seeing these guys just ending up in these situations where they're just not able to be as effective in tight spaces, right? They're still top players. I'm not gonna act like they're like old or anything, but you know, they're not back in their prime a couple of years ago where put them in the most difficult and tightest of spaces and they excel. They still do need a bit of space to operate in.
I like the fact that you're mentioning celebration and then now no longer being in your prime. That birthday for you hitting different today, eh?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You're getting a little bit older. And, you know, what's your celebration today, Levin? What are you doing on your glorious 20th birthday?
I am enjoying the best Fortnite players in the world show what they can do. And it's funny that, you know, as we start talking about this, the best Fortnite players in the world are on our screen, Tayson and Top. Okay, let me chill out.
I'll allow it because it's your special day, all right? I'll allow it for one time.
Look, I think the big question around these guys is going to just be, are these guys still the best Fortnite players in the world? At any given moment in the past 2 years, really, if you ask somebody, who do you think is the best Fortnite player in the world? There's a good chance they're going to say Tayson or Thomas. This season, that hasn't always been the case. And so this is going to be their chance, to prove that they are still in that upper echelon of Fortnite players.
10th overall, this is the day that we expect them to do good, and they kind of have to because, once again, there is no day number 3. Lincoln defaults, Chonker Speedway rolling in. This is going to be tough overall. I mean, they're not even at that Desert POI, and they're still making this duo cry.
Yes, William and Letchi can't catch a break. Cannot catch a break. And I feel like every time Link gets an elimination, he just goes for the dance. Like, he looks to emote, show off some of the stuff he's got in that locker of his. Some impressive stuff. Thank you as well to production for the birthday message. Appreciate it, guys. One's in the back.
Completely
missed it. You missed it, bro.
I'm just looking at the fight. I'm so sorry.
No, we good. They work hard in the back and showing some love. I appreciate that.
I want to get a little bit of your bias here, right?
Okay.
If there's a present we could give you in terms of one duo just winning, is it Tayson and Thomas? Or is it your prediction? What does Levin's heart truly say? Expose yourself.
My heart wants... What
does your body want? What does your heart want?
My body wants Tayson and Thomas to win. I don't know, man. I love Tayson, you know? How can I not love Tayson? Lovely family as well. Mum and Dad wish me happy birthday, so, you know, big up them.
Aww.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
I think Anas and Pink got the opposite end of a present when it comes to game number 1, losing that first place title, but they're not too far behind when it comes to trying to catch up. We'll see if it's possible. 171 overall inside second place. And they have to catch up just a little bit. 174, 3-point difference overall for the duo. This is looking kind of tough though. I haven't seen Pink take this much damage starting off a fight.
Yeah, they got to stay cool in this situation. Pink especially, you can see he's just stuck up against this mountain. There's not much room for him to operate in. And Nas does really well to get Vortexia down. And so Cast3 now in a 1v2 against two of the better players in the lobby.
You know, we can always rely on Cast3 and Vortexia to be like the mid-game mini-boss to FNCS. I think literally 8 out of 8 games now, we are watching them fight someone new. Everyone is getting the Vortexery experience. I believe that Reese was saying on the desk. Like, I think every single time, and it's on all sides of the board. It's so interesting to see how each duo kind of reacts to it. Pink and Nas also know about all the control they have on this side of the map. They can really force this fight and understand that there's no one going to be in their way when they go back to zone.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Those guys seem to be so erratic in their play style. I've met Vortexia in person. He was far from erratic. You know, very, just a very cool guy, quiet, you know, just sort of kept to himself. But in the lobby, in the game, he gets busy. Shows you, man. Players really just sort of get into their element once they head inside, can really express themselves.
Seeing the perspective of first all the way down to 5th right now, and off that fight as well, Pink and Nas claim back their title. A crown is going to be shared this game, I believe, by these two teams, because Tus and Putrick are about to get through a fight of their own.
Benji going down. What is going on here?
I'm trying to make it out myself.
That was...
Putrick down 2, that's gonna be huge. First place gone to Kinzel and Decipto, so after that whole mosh pit, the entire top side of the board changes.
That was so messy, oh my goodness. You know, that's one of them real rough engagements to watch. It's exciting, right? Lots of action going on, but can't really see too many winners coming out of that. Kinzel and Deciptos, of course, will claim that trophy. But yikes. A lot in terms of how this lobby will play out later on being determined there. Hen and Queasy just tinkering along the line of being above. They're going to need to do a bit more damage. They know those teams will eventually have to move, and so we'll probably look to try hold them out as they make their way to zone.
For Bad Sniper and DKS, this should be best case scenario. Some of these end game interrupting teams, like Tus's, aren't going to be in the equation when it comes to their high ground type of gameplay. Their control-centered but peaceful retake on height and mid ground. They should be allowed to do that a lot more often.
See here, they're in a 2v1 against Mr. Savage, and they were actually the ones that took down Benji, so they knew Savage was alone as a solo, but you saw how slow they played that fight, right? Because if you're in a 2v1 against Mr. Savage, even though you have the numbers advantage, it is Mr. Savage. You don't want to give him an inch. Even that half a second that Bad Sniper had to 1v1 him, you saw how much it took of his HP just to tank that, and DKS quickly had to come to the rescue. So Benji and Savage will go down, but DKS and Bad Sniper not at tilted, but just outside of tilted, getting the best of them this game.
That's what I wanted to mention, right? The tilted towers off spawn beef goes straight to the grass a little bit off the POI, and then the Chonker Speedway conundrum as well ends up being finished a little bit away from that POI as well. A lot of these teams, it feels like on day 2, are identifying the patterns on how their opponents move, tracking them, hunting them down, and then taking them out after they have loot, after they have a little bit of a sense of how the game is going. So you're seeing those day 2 adjustments really roll by, at least side by side on these POIs. Now it's a completely new equation for Lincoln Default, a team they haven't really dealt with on either day. Rifle and Marion rolling in right beside them. Everyone's just kind of chilling inside the metal boxes down below. And usually all these trees are burnt down. I'm wondering exactly what's going on here, if someone's storm surge plans changed while rolling into the second day.
Yeah, we often like to see teams get rid of these trees just to give themselves more vision, better lines of sight to hit some of these shots. Vino and Jodo, they look like they're in a bit of a pickle. You can see the armored walls coming out to try add a bit of extra protection, but that's not going to be enough. Joe will be knocked. Vino now with his back against the wall and not much HP. He's got the chug splashes. That's going to be a lot of quick HP that he can add to his tally, but ultimately he ain't got much time to work with regardless. So he will also go down. And it was different teams that took down different players, right? Like we said, these teams will sit in zone and hold you, stop you from coming in. And so that will be the end of their run in this game.
I'm liking these very interesting transfers of power. I feel like, I don't know, I have this headcanon in my head. Every time a team eliminates another one, they gain a little bit of, like, I don't know, the way they play. I feel like every time I see anyone take out Pink, Anas, or Aqua, they end up having a little bit more setup for height, or have that as a part of their personality in the game. Hen and Queasy are the ones that find Aqua. I'm not exactly sure where Noah Riley is, but that seems like a lot of loot for just one body. Might be both teammates. We'll see in just a second. Maybe Noah Riley is up.
Are you predicting a high ground masterclass then in this game from Hen and Queasy? Is that the shy way to call?
I think so. If Aqua's not there, if there isn't like a, you know, mysterious beat people aren't used to in the lobby, because he did try to take high ground in that first game, and Hen and Queasy have a refresh at this point, with hopefully a rotation that goes well, I feel like they finally get to have a sense of control. If they're coming in the same way Aqua is in terms of attacking the zone, this should be one of the best spots to take high ground whenever that's possible.
Yeah, and speaking of spots, these guys are in 4th place on the leaderboard. They won last game, Janice and Vortex. And if you watched yesterday's broadcast, sorry, I know I'm going to sound like I'm repeating myself here, but these guys really on the type of beat of, hey, we're going to do well in game 1. We're going to disappear for about 3-4 games. You guys won't see us. Then we're going to come back in like game 5 or 6, win, or just have a really big pop-off and be super high understandings.
One game wonders, Janice and Vortex, at least on the super pop-off.
The funny thing is though, right, I feel like there's this narrative, right, that, you know, maybe they aren't able to gain their momentum. I actually do think they're a very consistent team, I should say, right? I think one of the biggest problems they have is that they don't do a good enough job of mitigating the risk of some of these later zones, right? And so when they don't necessarily get favorable zones, they can struggle, right? They don't necessarily have massive adjustments in their game plan. They just get a bit unlucky with the zone sometimes and can't deal with that.
Adapting is literally, I feel like, more than 70% of these games. So if they are acing that 30% and doing it very well to where it can represent a majority of their points, cool game plan to maybe end up top 5. They'll have to break that stride to maybe get towards that 1st place spot. We'll see some of the teams below on Surge going for moves, but you talked about narrative, Levin. The narrative of this game has really changed. We're talking about Hen Queasy with the comeback with some of these top teams down. Toos, Putrik, Pink, Anas, and Aqua as well. Not going to be one of the top teams, or the teams that likes being on top in terms of high ground. 3 high ground teams and 2 teams high on the leaderboard are not alive for the moment. And I see Hen and Queasy next to Trulix and Chico higher than anyone else in terms of bases. We're going to have a very different game right now. Kinzel Decipto's alive as well and really thriving from fight to fight. They're the ones that kind of survived that entire Benji entanglement as well. This will be a very different type of game, and already we can see the flare is a little bit fun to watch from Queasy and Hen. They're moving in with the swings. They're looking pretty spry as they do so. At the front side of the zone with the potential now to build that base up towards the skies for height. They have everything set up. We talked about the other high ground base, Chulex Chico. Hen actually took down Chico while moving here. This man nonchalantly takes out the only opponents that were in a position to get the height, and they're bullying an armored wall. Is there enough time to get this down before that resurrection comes through? Absolutely. The pressure's there. That's insane.
They're going to keep it going as well. That's nice. Hen, an absolute powerhouse. He does it like nobody else at times when he goes berserk mode. And so we'll see whether this really is going to be their game to claim high ground with some of their opposition not there to stop them.
Yeah, that top floor, the penthouse suite, it is empty. Thomas HD, Tayson, you'll notice they're only looking up right now. They kind of have the scope of what's going down around them. Thomas is really focused on that base above, and now maybe on the people around them, maybe seeing who's not editing, looking for pads. They split it up. Tayson's going to be looking for the option to move out, but they're on the front side of zone. Janice Vortex, you talked about the adaptation. They're not going to be able to flow smooth like water this time. They got iced up, cooled down, and Vortex is gone.
You've seen Janice have some crazy clutches, right? In the week where they qualified for the FNCS, Janice had a game like this from this point onwards as a solo, and he went absolutely huge. And so we'll see if he can do it again.
We always know that Scram and Rescard are going to be some of the duels that get picked apart at the very start. Janice not going to find a shot. It should be very important to land one soon, though. 158 below. That zone will start to strike at him from the skies. He finds one solo he can kind of bully, and he's really rattling it away. It's a duo, actually. He's making it look like it's a solo with the way he isolates these fights. Meanwhile, we look over at height. Hen and Queasy, the fact of first place for the moment. It looks like, how has this happened? How have they taken over the board? They're looking to maybe have a name in this game, but look, it's Alex and Andy. The people you never expect to take hype, but they do, and they make it very difficult to retake. They invest so much to keep things alive. They're up. DKS and Bad Sniper tried to hold on to the high ground as well. They got denied. Who will reign supreme is Thomas HD and Tayson look to take height as well. They're going for the full retake. Janice on the right side is also trying to clutch. He finds a little bit of damage, but Thomas HD and Tayson, they have the clouds and under their control.
They went into the back of the zone. It looked like maybe they were tanking a bit too much HP. Was it going to be worth it? At the moment, it seems like it is, because they have control of high ground, and this is where they want to be. This is where they will feel utmost comfort, and it's from this point onwards that they can really determine how these standings look.
Janice still has second place under wraps for the moment. This man's basically using Shadow Clone, moves all around. It seems like I'm watching two players playing at the same time, building and still shooting at the same time, having pressures on both ends, but it's too much. Requires a lot of chakra to maintain. He goes down. Clown and Grols now. He'll start to move in. Second place, they take it over from Janice. What it looks like, it's just a little bit of chaos on all sides. They have the mats, it's just wood, totally Reason of a deal on the same layer around them. This is going to be really scary for height. So many duels alive, a lot of pressure to maintain.
And you can see Hen and Queasy, they keep looking up. You know that's exactly what they want to do, but the material count is dwindling. But you can say the exact same thing for Thomas and Tayson. They haven't got much to work with, and Tayson actually has got to be careful as he almost drops down to his demise. The armored wall for the extra bit of protection, but he knows that this team right below him is a hindrance, is a hassle. But Reason and the deal now from out of nowhere, and they have actually been able to grab height from Thomas and Tayson. Tayson looking for the chop, but is it going to be enough? Hen isn't going to be there. Reason is going to do a good job to sniff him out and send him down, and so Badil and Reason have stolen height, and they might steal this from Thomas as well. He doesn't have much to say. He has no materials, will try to slide out of dodge, but can't get out of the way. Badil and Reason bulldoze the high ground team.
It looked free, but that team before Thomas and Tayson absolutely got trapped and scammed. Now Ref's guard down with Scram on the low ground, gonna be looking for crazy shots, and they're landing so much and a lot. Scram with the moves, but it's not gonna be possible for him to stay alive. Ref's guard now will try to make as much as possible from this situation. One pillar in the way of him, and a big shot from Clown. He actually backs up, and our Ref's guard might go down playing the placement. Clown not out yet. Ref's guard's trying to just do something from the spot. That's shotgun railing, but it's not going to be possible for him to stay alive. Now everyone's lost inside the sauce towards low ground. Meanwhile, up high, Badil and Reason, they look just so free and fly.
Badil and Reason, we always know that they're going to be good for one game. Yin and yang, they are so in sync. And here above everyone, it looks like their game to lose.
This is going to be a nice little slow burn towards the end. Rifle and Marine, they have very good trap setting potential. Hit hard when they do find the angles. Reason of a deal, though, we know they're game finishers. In a 2v2, this might be one of the strongest duels you can see, but look at Rifle and Marine jumping around. Doesn't matter. Reason of a deal, they close it out. That is the game 8 VR.
Once you open up for a moment and give them an inch, they take a mile. You never want to leave yourself exposed against Badil and Reason. Absolute legends coming through, and they do a spectacular job to get the victory royale. What a game for these boys.
I feel like that retake is a lot more impressive than the way they just finished out that game. Very default, very slow. I like the fact that they have the temperament to slow down and look for the shots instead of chasing them through. That's what they're historically known for. Just a nice game 8 overall, and now they're really high on those boards.
Yeah, that was real nice from those guys. A real big game in terms of the standings. They did really well early on yesterday, and now finally coming through today as well. Zeke, Boop, Reese, break that down for us.
Don't you worry, 11. That's what we're here for. And my goodness, the only thing cooler than going from 27th to now getting a victory royale, which is going to rocket them up those standings. It's his 11th birthday today. You're welcome, Levin. I got you, bro.
Happy birthday.
My goodness. There you go. There you go. Wow. So coming in from 27th. So this is like what I kind of talked about at the very beginning of the show, right? With the prize winning, the placement. To go from 27th and ending that game in 17th, right? Now we're starting to say, okay, we can start striking at top 10. And with every step, Boop, they can continue to rise up the standings.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many teams going for high ground this game with Tayson, Thomas HD, Queasy, and Hen. It was a bunch of these big boy players over on high ground trying to crank it out. But, you know, I was talking with Vidil and Reason today on Twitter, and they said we didn't get a single zone. And this time, the first east side zone, I told them, you better win it. And they did. So they delivered on their promise. Thank God.
It's really good. It's interesting is also, it's like this is the first game they've actually played as a duo in my eyes that I've seen, you know. When you look back through a lot of the performances through the qualifiers, through you know, through basic, well, not through semis, but through all they've been played in the cash cups and everything, these guys are just kind of play solo and endgame, it seems like. They've not got, I mentioned yesterday, they were kind of the opposite of Cammy and Teak. They don't have like a full tarp they work through. It's just messy. They just hit their shots. They're just chaos left, right, and center. This is one of the only games we've seen them in the finals together as a duo, and they are fragging, and they now have the opportunity to take high ground. So if they stay this way, managing to keep together as a duo, shadow each other, play together, man, this is scary for the rest of the games.
Absolutely insane, man. I mean, once again, I don't know why everyone is deciding high ground, we all want it. But I mean, high profile duos are getting pushed out of high ground, right? Things like Nas and Pink, who we thought, and we have only almost exclusively seen in the high ground, right? And now these other duos are kind of making their way through and saying, look, we're down to fight for the high ground right here, right now. Pablo and Swag as well. My goodness, boys, y'all showing up huge. I mean, again, there's just so many of these, I want to say like small tech that's happening across the games, right, Boop?
Yeah. And you saw that Pablo and Swag, why we showed them taking that card there, because they took Pick and Anas's mobility. And that meant that they were late to rotate, with Texas and Castry catching them off guard in zone, and that caused them to rotate very slowly and late. And you saw them, they got caught out, caught lacking, and that small little issue of Swag and Pablo taking their car ended up in this, down in 29th place. You know, just those small things in spawn fights can just have massive butterfly effects. And it is scary because, you know, all these other guys, they're coming back up towards the leaderboard. And, you know, now you're gone.
Yeah, and also you got to think the other people who are impacted by are Thomas and Tayson, right? Thomas and Tayson coming out with that drop spot, having all of this mess around them, capitalized on that, actually did well on Storm Surge for once, and they were on height. Obviously, they weren't able to capitalize on the Victory Royale aspect of that, but they did manage to have a good game because of it.
That's right. I love it. Reese, let's take a look at the standings together, okay?
Ooh,
I want to see how this is all shit. Yeah, it's me and you. Of course, Boop's
Sorry,
here. You
Boop.
know, he's here.
It's fine.
Once again, Grolls and Clown have taken over that spot. So we kind of saw them for like the briefest moment, Reese. We saw one of them go down, and the other was just sitting there. They were out of materials, and they had to make these plays in the low ground. But it's kind of fine, Reese, right? Like, as long as you hit placement, you don't even need eliminations, really. You're just trying to hold on.
Well, you say that, but they have the most eliminations, right? They're
true.
They have the most eliminations so far, and 3 of the games that they've played, they've gone over 7 or more eliminations. So, like, they are fragging out like a low ground team should, right? Historically, in trios, when you see teams on the low ground, they're able to create such a good tarp and capitalize on the players who have low HP, low materials, pick up tons of elimination points because of that. And we've not seen that too much in Geos, but now with Grolls and Clown, they are easily able to do that.
Yeah, and I want to mention Hen and Queasy here real quick. You know, yesterday, Queasy, he said he was very, very unlucky. I even spoke to Jerky, who won FNCS with Queasy last season, and he said, you know, yesterday it reminded me exactly of when we won FNCS. A lot of bad luck, and Queasy today is feeling really confident because if everything went wrong yesterday and they got 5th, now coming into day number 2, and, you know, something goes right for once, you know, they got zone for once, that is so, so scary. And I think we're about to get a Hen and Queasy show today.
It should be in there, my prediction, let's be real, so I'm hoping for it. And we also see their ex-teammate Trulex, who has been consistently in the top 10 throughout the course of a couple of days, move over to that next page, and Lex and X-Squeeze. Typically a player who is a day 2 team doing the complete opposite of that so far. A team who's now actually doing significantly worse in the second day, starting to drop down from, what was it, 6th, now into 11th, so they're starting to go down the leaderboards a little bit.
Yeah, and Cammy and Teague, they're in 12th place as well, as it pains me to see them struggling in this final. Not really sure what's going on with them. Maybe, just, you know, just not having the as much preparation as they should.
Could even be nerves, right, Boop? Like,
possibly.
Today is a much, way more difficult, like, in the competition, right? Yesterday, you kind of had this day to be like, okay, well, let's kind of set up for day number 2. But if you're not coming in confident, your duo is going to struggle, right?
Yeah.
And especially with things like Surge, you know, it's like if you're already struggling and you're like, wait, we don't have a Storm Surge plan, it's not gone our way, you're just not going to have a great game. So we just need these players to focus up. Listen, you guys have made it to the finals, okay? You're the very best of the best. Let's just keep our heads down. Let's focus up. We got this, all right? We're going into our next game here in the FNCS. This is Europe, and we've got Shy Wager. We got 11-2K. They're standing by. Let's go say hello to them.
Guys, I'd like to formally let everyone know, after this event, I will no longer be casting because Clown and Grows have proved that even if you don't have the top experience, if you put in the work, you can do well. So with that being said, I'm going to be looking for a duo. Hit me up if you think you're good enough to play in the FNCS finals. I'm down. I'm ready to grind. Next season we go.
Okay, Lemon, let's do it. I might just join you on that journey, but we'll have to play on like a region in between EU and NA. Maybe I don't even understand how that would work, but regardless, they still have to put in the work because we still have a few more games to go. That being said, every single one of these 11 is getting kind of crazy. It's either one where the top are thriving or they're out before the game even starts.
Yeah, it's one of these games and days where honestly, you really go into every game with whole new expectations in terms of how will things play out, how do the dynamics between the different POIs work out. We've seen a lot of fights happen that we'd expect to happen in POIs, maybe happening across the map in different areas as well, right? Really, really fun and exciting stuff in the FNCS finals.
Yeah, and Boop brings up that butterfly effect that happened off spawn for just a vehicle, right? That could happen from game to game as well, and then just go across your entire 2 days. So we'll see people trying to bring it back. I feel like Kefi and Melody overall as well on Shifty Shafts dictate who gets into that end game. We saw the damage Refsguard and Scrammed. If they weren't there, 11, might have been a very different game. Genesis Clutch could have gone completely differently. It's just these little decisions that just change the destiny of the FNCS.
Yeah, and trying to now like path that out and interweave that into how you actually think about your analysis is very crazy, but that's what Fortnite is, and we have much more of it right now.
Game 9, a little bit of a halfway point for the second day, and we're rocking straight towards the drop. Lucas already landed. They'll be up against Clown and Grolls. Grolls already taken a little bit of damage. They've spread apart exactly where they are, so we already see the adjustments. It might just be that glide, and I understand this might be a dope way to play the game, you know, just try your best every single game and see what you can do in terms of eliminations low ground. That's what we're seeing from Grolls and Clown over and over again, box to box. But if you can only play half the games on the day, I'm not sure if it works out really well.
Yeah, maybe they heard me and they decided, look, Levin, it's not that easy. We have to really work as well. It's not as simple as just jumping in and thinking you can be first in the leaderboard. Seti going down in the feed, Joe also going down. It's getting crazy at Sleepy. Oops. As we watch our first place team, Grolls and Clown. This fight moving a bit slower paced than what we've seen in the previous 2 games. Pukano trying to change that, picking up the pace a bit. And Grolls has got to be careful because he doesn't have materials, and all he has is the pistol with a couple of shots left.
Has to just land every single one in a double spray. He's not going to find anything from both players. I don't know, look like Zestiny's gonna jump all the way towards the top and maybe try to control things, but they should be a little bit lower on mats overall just because they're expending so much to travel around this building, trying to get that control. They are the ones farming more though, it seems like. Clown trying to find a flank from the left side, jump shot not gonna land. Girls then being beside him. I think everyone's just confused. Look, we're really looking for, what, a perspective of POV or no, just get all the swaggy inside that truck. It'll be tough for them to land shots back if he's not actually peering out the window, but he decides to just get a new angle with this. This is so cool. There's no way they can actually rail too many shots into that truck because it takes a lot to actually make it explode. He's pushing even more forward for it, actually making so much room for Zestin to find the last chest, and then they get out? I don't know what type of dynamic call this is. This truck is moving so slow. The most awkward, and it looked cool at first, but not as cool disengage. I like it though. What a creative way to kind of attack your POI.
Yeah, don't feel creative disengage. It's weird because when he initially just sort of hopped out of it to take some shots, I was a bit confused. I was like, bro, I'm assuming you're getting the shot to get out. Or are you just using it to play with the angles? I'd like to think not, but they eventually do leave. And so we'll see how this game plays out in terms of Grolls and Clown. What they have to do in terms of damage and surge moving forward deeper into the game. As we said, every small engagement, every small interaction has its implications. We might just be watching one of those. Well, Texture and Casteria team we've been following quite a bit. And I'd love to be able to say it's because of their endgame prowess, but it's because of their mid-game madness. They really have just been involved in so many of these fights mid-game, and they just haven't had a lot of them go in their favor just yet.
Who's the next target? Who's going to be rolling in? That's the question. They kind of affected Pink and Anas's game, and that affected everyone's, because with them at high ground, it would have been very, very different. We'll start that fly and glide, though. Kind of taking over that Pink Anas mountain and looking for that surge before, you know, the Kings of the lobby do themselves.
Back over towards Sleepy, where Vino doesn't have Joe. And I don't think Chapix has Seti by his side, just because I did see Seti go down in the feed a bit earlier. Of course, there's always a potential for the reboot. I don't think that's just happened yet.
Vino's going for it.
Yeah, and Vino's got to be careful because he knows he can be heard. And Chapix is just sort of sitting there. Will Chapix allow him to get him? I think that would probably be a mistake in this case. He wants to keep this at a 1v1. It's probably for his best. But Vino will just keep prying away. And at a certain point, I think he might just be successful. I think he wants to stick it. No, he won't. He will back off.
This is like the weirdest turn-based battle simulator I've ever seen. You know what? On one side is Vino, almost out of like moves to use, out of stamina. Chapix at the top, just like using the same move over and over again. Complete impasse. I don't know what to make of this.
It's funny because even at like a more basic level, like we've all been in these sort of scenarios in Fortnite, right? You're trying to reboot your mate, but the guy you're fighting just won't let you, and you're like, bro, just fight me or let me reboot. Like, pick one. Don't just sit there and stop me from rebooting if you're not gonna fight me. Like, yeah, I'm sure Vino expressing my frustration as well. PKR taking down Kiko.
Okay.
That's a fight we saw today. Marine over at Chonkers out of Butter Barn. So it seems like these guys wanted to get involved in the madness that is Chonkers Speedway. It didn't quite work out for them, so I don't expect to see them continue to push that in the latter games.
Not expecting to see Benji and Savage in another situation where they kind of lack overall control, but it's going to be against Bad Sniper and DKS, who have delayed this engagement. I think this is the smartest thing they've done, day one versus day two. Some of the things they were doing on day one is either taking the engagement instantly, in which case they were basically losing every single time, or just not taking it at all and playing split the entire game. They have changed things now, and this is the second game where I feel like I'm seeing them just side by side, waiting, getting loot first, and then attacking Benji and Savage.
It's interesting. It looks like Benji and Savage have been the ones to push towards the south side of Tilted. Maybe they want a bit of revenge, right? It was last game that BKS and Bad Sniper took them out. It wasn't in Tilted, but just on the outside. And maybe that impulsiveness will pay off, or maybe it will be what sends them back to the lobby again, because you know there's another team sort of lurking in this general area. It's not going to be a clear-cut 2v2, which most people probably would expect Benji and Savage to win under normal circumstances. But in any case, this is far from normal circumstances, right? The pressure is on. Not many more games left to determine your fate. And T-Chips and Artskill, a duo who many of us had big hope for in these games. They've not quite been able to piece it together, landing at 7 Outpost 2. Swag and Pablo have mainly been the duo that have had success from this side of the map. But it's in this game where they have an opportunity to turn the tide. Swag is fending for himself. He's low on shields. And eventually, he'll run out of builds as well. And when he does, that's what will happen. Artskill will deliver the finishing blows.
I feel like that's the only way you can really stop the Flames boys, right? This is one of the duos that just stay alive inside the end game as teammates. And if you have that type of quality, it happens all the way. You know, you just get to stay and have as much placement as possible. That's what's really been well for them. T-Chips actually laying a trap down. They had pre-edits on like, I think 2 different walls there. And then Swag taking apart as an individual. And man, they're going to be frustrated off of that one. You can see the emotion right after the elimination there. It's tough because that's the only way you can really break them down. You have to try to lay this trap and take them off early.
And they've done such a great job of it beforehand, but to be honest, there's 12 games. You can't be perfect for all 12, right? And I think that will be sort of the message there. I know their coach Mikkel will be watching, and so maybe he'll be able to pass a message on to them to keep their cool. They've done so well up to this point, and they shouldn't allow that to derail them.
Talking about not being perfect, Rolls, Clown, same exact type of story. Yes, they're a lot of the times inside the top 5, but their games are just seesaws over and over again. I mentioned this analogy a little bit yesterday, but that was more for, you know, people's surge plans overall. For the placements we see for this team, it's either top 5 or double digits way back in the way. 47th or 5th. 47th or 5th, Levin. That's been their last 4 when it comes to Grolls and Clown. And, you know, they've kind of broken that pattern, it seems like, in this game overall when I'm looking in. So far, you know, not going down at the start of the game.
Would you call it inconsistency? Because
consistent inconsistency?
That's what I was getting at, right? I don't know if I can call it inconsistency just because they consistently do that.
You want me to say it, don't you?
I do.
They're walking right now. They're basically a walking paradox for the moment, right? Mobile, moving around in ways that shouldn't be possible. Back and forth. And somehow they're in first. The actual embodiment of that statement.
When they write the sacred book of Shio Asia, I can't wait for the verse about walking paradoxes. Wow. Beautiful.
It's a close one. It's a close one. Toos, Utrick, one of the most challenging players to fight. One of the most challenging duos to cast over without messing up their names. They'll be rolling through. Just Toos though, he's gonna try to find Putrick and get him back up. Janice and Vortex. Also kind of not in the best spot. I don't know how they approach this game. You've mentioned them a little bit, talked a little bit, Lebanon, you know, how they roll when it comes to mid and end game, but it just seems like they're struggling 24/7.
I think the big thing with these guys is just being able to put themselves in better positions deeper into the games. I don't really worry about them. I think they have a very consistent early to mid game, which is what's made them one of the better teams in this lobby. Oh dear. Two's trying to get a reboot at Greasy and will be stopped in his tracks by none other than Vidil. But on Vortex and Janice, I genuinely think that these guys have gone under the radar. It's the reason why yesterday I said that they are a dark horse team. And I actually think they are one of the more complete teams in EU, right? We've seen them win on height, we've seen them win on low, and they're comfortable in both. Vortex have nothing but positive things to say about this young lad. Honestly, so talented, right? I don't know how Germany keeps producing all of these like crazy, berserk, firepower, talented. It's just crazy. They have way too many, right? Someone needs to check out what's in the war in Germany. I don't know.
Honestly, just rolling in and making sure everything's good right now. Benji and Savage are in a little bit of trouble. It's an all-in on both sides, and they are going to go down again. That's, I believe, to Coop and Fraction, who are always somehow in the business and going down, but it seems like once out of every 5 games, they affect the boards in a major way.
Yeah, right? If they're gonna go down, they're gonna drag someone down with them, and this time, unfortunately, it's Benji and Savage. Cammy and Teak almost being dragged down as well themselves. They've got to be careful. These guys will probably start to rise up in the standings as they find a bit of consistency. Another example of a team where, when you're analyzing them, they never really have many negatives to say.
Not at all, and right now, Zestin's gonna be in position to be low on Surge overall. 12 teams need to go down before it stops. Them and Hookah usually have everything locked down and fine off of spawn because they have 2 full eliminated bodies worth of damage, but they disengage this time, so their entire story changes. 50 below, we see Vino and Joe actually flying away. They'll get rattled on a little bit, have to sacrifice a launch pad for being in this position. That's because they've been stumbling their way through mid-game. Nothing's really been organized. They're gonna lose a very important ingredient for their endgame rotations. Zestin and Hookah will try to use it as well, but you know, once they hit this pad, Joe and Vino, along with the rest of the lobby, will be looking to beam them up. There's first place right now, Hennet and Queasy. Looks like they might have got a few picks. Oh, we saw Rolls and Clown fooling around. And Zestin is going to be on their walls, desperate, but that might just be a free elimination overall for Queasy. He just lands that one shot. I think they understand exactly what's going down. They have 5 seconds actually to get this shot, and they don't, and someone else picks them up.
And now,
oh no! That right there is going to be possibly a tough situation for Hen and Queasy as well. I was slightly surprised in that instance and moment because I felt like Zessen might have attracted 3 different duos' attentions to Queasy and Hen's spot. I just saw a triple spray start to happen and wood walls living, so that's why I was surprised.
Well, hopefully they won't have to worry about that as the zone starts to move and they will have to follow. There is always a potential to be held when you start to move in. And you can see Teak and Cammy looking to force one duo away just so they can use their pad. I like that, pressuring them into rotating for you as they follow in, but they got to make sure they keep their distance. They're going to land here on the brick, which is nice. They can refarm it, get the material count up because they are struggling right now. Some would call this shambles. They need to get their mat count up if they want to have any chance of really going deep in this game.
And the tough spot about this is that it's not the Sanctuary, it's not the Joneses where they have a little bit more brick available. In terms of Clover Cavern, on all these mountains, everything is so far apart when it comes to farming. There are no bases you can really hide under. It's literally just natural mountains. Plus, some of these trees are just the big ones where if you chop them a little bit, that log falls down and it's impossible to farm without chasing after it. You can't really do that in an FNCS lobby.
You can see Ryzen and Phoenix on the right of your screen. This was a team that many people said, look, day 2 didn't have the greatest of success day 1. Are they going to start getting a bit more aggressive day 2? And considering they're dealing with Surge and they're trying to out-heal it, I think the question, or the answer, sorry, probably is no. But when will that penny drop? When will they realize that they really do have to try to take the game by the scruff of their neck if they want to start rising the standings, which they are very capable of doing as they've shown throughout the qualifiers?
I think every team's kind of in that position just for this lobby, specifically for the zone. No one really in the next safe spot. Just 2 duos who nearly crept their way in, with everyone now on rotational duty. I'm not sure exactly what happened to Cammy's box there either. Just completely deleted as he starts to build it. It's a big tree that falls in his way. They're already down bad on mats. Not have that extra box, that's going to hurt that duo a lot on the top side of your screen. We're going towards that cavern as well, so Tayson and Thomas will just stay inside for the moment and make sure everything looks hunky-dory before moving out. I think Cammy and Teak might have missed their window though here, Levin. Everyone was moving. They were too. That log in the way makes them slow down a bit, and now they're not safe to move. It'll cost them mats.
The problem is that there's nowhere really to refarm in the zone right now, so if they want to get themselves back in this game, they're going to have to do what they did here, right? Get an elimination of some sort, but trying to set that up will be very, very difficult. Let's see what was going on in the zone. The reason why they were so late to rotate out of tilted Marine was the fawn in their side, and so he has inadvertently made their game very, very difficult. They won't just have to climb the covert mountain, they have to climb the mountain in the standings as well, because they still got a ways to go. Tayson gone from looking like he was in a pretty comfortable position next to Thomas to just 33 HP.
Have a little bit of friction inside this cavern right now, but it's going to be fine overall. They have everything locked down for the moment. I'm just concerned on their departure flight when they actually have to leave. How do the skies look? Because right now it just seems absolutely stormy. And speaking of which, him and Kiriachi right now, they actually picked up a few eliminations of the feed themselves. They're looking good to be, you know, based up right now inside somewhere in the circle and zone. Kaizen finds a few, and Kinzel as well is having a few eliminations. Cammy finally down to Kaizen actually, and Red Squad and Scram actually get splintered apart. They're already bad on Surge. Look at the bottom left of your screen right now. They went through a few shields, almost 2 inventory slots worth of, and they're both still getting sprayed. Scram loses his entire blue bar, trying to protect Refsguard as he heals, and now they'll invest even more materials in their spot to try to base up. But as I pay attention to that mini-map, they actually do get a little bit of luck on their side, a little bit of a chance to breathe. Meanwhile, no Reason of a deal. They're getting just dropped inside their box. 76 below, they're bad on Surge, but Reason has an angle to just completely start to spray. Now he's slightly above, but he's lost his teammates, and he's stuck in the river in the depths, swimming with the fishes.
We know their plan for Surge is to get in, right? But if getting in doesn't work out, there's not many options for you to actually get out, and on that journey, Vadil will be taken down. Reason now left as a solo as a result of it. And he is just barely above now, but will he be able to pull off the same level of clutch as one of his German compatriots in Janis from last game? We've seen Reason do some crazy clutches in the past in different modes and different FNCS competitions. And maybe this might be our classic Reason clutch moment, but he's got a ways to go. Scram and Refsguard have their ways to go, but they covered that distance relatively quickly with the gauntlets. And now they can set themselves up to maybe try find a refresh of some sort.
Has to be an all-in for them. No bluffs in this situation. They can't really go toe-to-toe with a team over and over. Have no hard mats whatsoever, only wood. That means as they move, they will be very vulnerable to shots on all walls. Meanwhile, looking at the state of the game, Noah Riley active right now, taking out Wafflar. A man who likes to move around freely, somewhere towards mid and other times just jetting towards height. Looks like they might have some control. Scram, though, caught sleeping on the wall, does not actually have protection. No, it's pre-inits in the way that aren't letting him build. He goes for a few shots right back, but it's Floki and Clement that jump in the box and take him down.
Yeah, and that's the complete opposite from what they needed. Refsguard will be left to solo clutch, and we're heading to another endgame, Shio, where we got a lobby full of duos, but so many of these top duos will be forced to play as solos. And if you can say as a duo as Clown and Groves will look to do and have done so well, this could be a game where they amass so many points and just really start to gain a lead, which is something that nobody's really been able to do in the FNCS so far. And if it is the most inexperienced players, it feels like, in the lobby that are able to gain that lead, it really will be a crazy story.
That feels like all the kings are butting heads. Meanwhile, the newcomers to the castle start to fly and swing on their own terms. Clown and Groves will go a little bit more low groundy. A few misedits on the right side. I'm paying attention to them right now because they're basically in first. They kind of dictate who gets to have the lead for the moment. Vortex and Castry, though, if you pay attention to the left side of your screen, do have a little bit of control in the entire lobby. They're up high on this mountain as Blueback flies by them as well. Refsguard starts to swing. Clown is kind of attached to the same builds. He's inside the zone, actually making sure he is building the pathway for Groves to follow. That being said, Bill's on the right side, barely even theirs. Groves not ahead of him. They start to be in the same box. Shouldn't be even allowed for them to be here in this position, not taking much damage. It's a harpoon play. A nice grab at the floors of the duo above, but he's not going to find much for the moment right now. They're just going to completely break through into that tarp. This is crazy. They don't have that many mats, so they have to basically go for this big push and the refresh. One player escapes from the left side. There's one isolated towards the right. Clown now moving backwards in his builds. We'll tune in with that in just a little bit of a second. That's Huddy. He's fighting for the moment.
Yeah, they had to commit so much into that, right? And so moving forward in this game, the all-in play will have to come out at some point. But Castry and Vortex have just sort of waltzed their way up on high. There hasn't really been anybody to really contest them up until now, and Castry will do a good job of getting control. But for how much longer can they hold it? They've got the web shooters, they've got a decent amount of builds, but just below them is Queasy and Hen. We know how cerebral they are. And there, Groves doesn't have Clown anymore. And so just as a solo, what can he do here as a zone? Continues to just push along this ravine. Can he hit one of these shots? Get something to keep him in the game. The free builds that he has aren't going to be worth much. And he knows that. And so the med miss will come out, try to heal up, at least give himself a HP advantage, but it's not looking too good for him.
Hen and Queasy still alive. Queasy taking a lot of damage, though. Hen's going straight for the high ground by himself. Big shot on the T-Chips. That'll quiet him down. Groves, though, is still here, making the line that Hen and Queasy have to hit be that much further. 220 plus points, and they're still going for the clutch. Bat Sniper also alive, third place overall. He hits a nasty shot onto Floki. Full refresh there. Krols is still putting pressure down on any body that he sees. This is just crazy from him. Doesn't have a harpoon to hit those mats anymore. He's still alive with 1 HP. Finally down. 229 points is what it is there basically to hit a 4-point differential for just Hen as Queasy is gone. He does have high ground for the moment, but I see Thomas, I see Tayson. They're diving in boxes right now. As soon as they realize it's a solo on height, they can just completely switch frequencies and go for that higher spot on the lobby.
Yeah, they had all the pads in the world, but they aren't going to be on height. They are sitting down on low, but they are perfectly fine. Oh dear, Bad Sniper taken out by Hen. He's only a solo on height, but he can hack it. But for how long? Because Tayson and Thomas have taken it. It's moved up the hill, and Hen went down. The Freezy was the one to take him out, but Tayson and Thomas sitting primed and positioned to win it all. There's nothing anybody can do. They were the first to climb the hill, and they will be the kings of it.
That is what you like to see. One of the cavern zones, and it's the people that land there that control the destiny of the POI that win that game. Tayson and Thomas are on the board. They're always good for that special one.
It's taken them a while to get there, but they finally do it, and the cavern zone as well tops it off. These guys finally starting to look like their best selves, and this is when they needed to do it. We're wrapping things up very, very shortly. They need to hold on to this position, but a brilliant game from them.
The thing I like the most about Tayson and Thomas here and just the entire end game, very top heavy in terms of who was hitting the elims, who was actually moving out and about and placed inside that top 10, that top 15, right? So when it comes towards those leaderboards, it'll be a pretty big switch. How far do the game 9 winners climb though? That is the big question. Just an amazing game overall inside the snow, inside the ice, no sand this time. So I'm wondering, is the desk freezing? Did we see some nice chill plays? Zeke, what you got for us?
Shy Wager, you know there is zero chill when Boop and I are right. That's right. Boop, we're doing it.
Yes,
we're rising
sir.
on the
Yes,
coattails
sir.
of Thomas HD. That's right. Tayson's here with us too. We got ourselves a win, boys. We did it.
It's always good to be correct, especially when you beat Resub at the same time. It's just a perfect day for me.
We'll see when the leaderboards flesh out, because they're going up against Queasy and Hen there in the last moments. I'll have you know.
Okay.
It's true. And, you know, once again, we're just seeing this battle for high ground, right? No one is just, like, happy to let it go by. We saw it change over 3 times in that last little bit of the moving zone there, starting with Castry and Vortexia, going over to Hen, then ending with Thomas HD and Tayson. Now, they did get these low eliminations, and this is actually something you talked about yesterday, Boop, was that even if they do find themselves a win, we're not going to see some crazy, like, double-digit elim, but they're still coming through, and now this means they're going to jump up from top 13 into possibly top 5.
Yeah, I mean, winning a game is good enough regardless, right? You just want to keep on buffing out those points. And there's actually an interesting statistic coming out I saw on Twitter for like Kinch Analytics. Now with his victory royale, Thomas HD ties Anas for the most victory royales in a finals at 8. So, you know, those guys sort of going up there. You know, Denmark, you know, making Denmark proud, sorry. And, you know, it's pretty impressive so far from them.
Yeah, and I think one of the interesting points about this is the fact that this is basically the exact same game we saw yesterday, but with Pink and Anas still in it, right? This is one of the victory royales that they had. They were on height at 5th zone. Flip that, because Pink and Anas went down early, it was the team that took their place in the drop spot. Vortexia and Castry up on high ground at that point. And it's like, you know, you see the quality of a high ground team by the way that it's executed there. Vortexia and Castry weren't able to maintain that all the way through, giving openings for guys like Thomas and Tayson to obviously pick up the victory royale. Whereas if Pink and Anas were still in that lobby, who were first going into this, you know, that could have been a completely different shift.
Yeah, man. And even seeing like the top 1 team, right? Clown, they're rolling around, just managing to stay alive. I don't know how Clown and Grolls are doing this, right? Even in those situations where one of them is left alive, they are still just taking every single point they can, right? And that's like a mark of a strong duo, a consistent duo. And right now, Boop, they have eyes set on first place.
Yeah.
Right? It is these small micro advantages they're taking that could mean that they actually walk away winners.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much potential things going wrong for them. Like, who can contest them? You know, they landed on a bush in one of these games, and you know, came out with, like, they ran away with a truck. You know, they did so well here. And this is what I love about duos, is because solo clutch potential is just so easy. Or not easy, but, you know, it is just there. And, you know, if you have a good and confident player like mentality, his spirits are high, you know, anything can happen. And that's what I just love about duos. It's so exciting that way.
Absolutely. Look, I want to see what the leaderboards look like, though, because we've seen the fact that I may have said Pink and Anas were in first. I meant first yesterday coming into it, because obviously Grolls and Cloud were in first coming into that.
Okay, I like it. Let's take a look at the standings. We'll talk through this. This is now the halfway mark, okay? Just think about this. After the next 3 games, we will decide the overall winner. Hen and Queasy are holding on, though, right now.
You know, you're saying,
I'm sorry.
And Thomas HD, they win it so much better. But when you look at the leaderboards, Hen and Queasy are in first place at this moment. Let's go. I know Mum's going to be happy about that. She's predicted them.
I mean, they're close by, Thomas and Tayson. They're so close by, so don't put them out yet. You never know. You never know.
It's true, you know,
man.
Grolls and Clown doing such a good job, though. I'm with you. You know, we just hyped them up a little bit there. A scuffed game off spawn, still managing to make the most of it. Basically, if they go down off spawn, it's a 0-point game, obviously. But even if they get off with nothing, like we said this time, they're still able to make a good game out of it. And that is something that there's barely any teams who can say that about their own gameplay.
I'm just blown away. You know, a duo coming into the first FNCS finals. This stage in the competition, and they're hanging with the very best, right? And they won't let go. That's the crazy thing as well, is like, whatever happens, they're just like, no. We're gonna make sure we are as close as possible. As we flip onto the second page, here they are, Pink and Anas there with 179 points. And I mean, you know, Boop, with 3 games, anything still can happen, right? We could watch any number of these duels fall immediately. And that has been kind of like a big factor that plays into why we're seeing them in the end game. Some duels, they just do fall early, right? And then the shoop inning happens. But if it doesn't happen, man, we're going to continue to see this lead build.
Yeah, unfortunately, when you have 6 zones pulled to the west side, that gives everyone so much ammo to VOD of you exactly where you are, right? You know exactly that Pink and Anas are going to be on that hill near Covert Canyon. Covert Cavern, sorry. Let's just all avoid that draw spot because we don't want to get tagged up by them, you know? And that's a big issue for them because now we can see everyone yesterday VOD viewed, they checked it out, they realized, hey, they're over there every single time. And you saw them this game, they were eliminated by Storm Surge. So maybe they got to change things up again because they're a little bit predictable.
100%. And one of the things that I don't think was so predictable was the fact that DKS and Bad Sniper have been dominating so far in Tilted Towers. You know, we were talking off screen there, but we've not really seen much of Kinzo and Deceptos in terms of like those end games. I'm just scrolling through the leaderboard to make sure I'm not waffling. Correct. Yeah, they're in 21st so far. Benji and Savage today, not really seen them too much either. And it seems like, you know, Benji and Savage obviously upset about getting contested the majority of their FNCSs, but the teams now who are contesting them, like DKS and Bad Sniper, are doing well in the leaderboards.
Yeah, you got to make the most of the situation, right?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, dude, they got bodied off spawn, right? Like, and it's just happening, right? Like, and it's okay, it happens, right? These are the 50-50s we talk about. Sometimes it's gonna go one way and sometimes it's gonna go another, but these are high caliber duos, right? If they know this is gonna happen, just take a step back. Just be like, look, I don't want to fight this. Like, I want to make it to end game. Let's just take a different loot path. Let's loot our drop spot and then just bail, right? Like, we're gonna see Benji and Savage come online very, very soon, right? Because they evolve over the course of a competition.
Hope so.
And I'm excited to see it. We hope so. We hope so. 57 seconds here on the timer. So we're going to get back on over with Levin, 2K, and Shy Wager for the next game.
Thanks so much, Zeke. You know, I paid a little bit of attention in English class, Levin, right? I learned one thing, which is you can't spell duos, right? The word duos without hen and queasy. Would you agree with that fact?
You know what? When I look at it in my head and I try pieces together, I think that does make a lot of sense. Yeah.
You gotta mirror it, right? You gotta translate and then retranslate, right?
Yeah.
It makes sense. We're talking to each other behind the scenes. We don't know how it's happened, right? They're not the most, you know, in terms of flashy duo in terms of both days, but they're here and they're in first.
I think they've just consistently been able to make it deep into games, which is something that, to be fair, you can't say the same for a lot of the other top competitors in this lobby, right? A lot of them have sort of had games where they are off a bit. And even when Queasy and Hen make it to even if it's like 11th, 10th, they're able to pick up a couple eliminations along the way. And it's enough to put them into first. And we'll see if they can do that once again as we head into another game of the FNCS Finals.
All right. Double digits for the games. We're at number 10, and we have Double Trouble up on the board with Hen and Queasy. 235, they have a little bit of a lead, but it seems like every single time we have a battle for the top spot, it's merely just 5 or 7 points that separates those big teams.
Yeah, we're heading into Tilted Towers, which has been a point of interest over the past 2 days. And I'd like to formally apologize to DKS and Bad Sniper because, as many other people coming into Tilted Towers, I think most people thought these guys would be the biggest losers out of this POI, right? Benji and Savage have done really well out of here so far this season. Kinzo and Deceptos have just been clean and efficient more times than not. And I think most people thought DKS and Bad Sniper, they don't necessarily always do well in FNCS finals, whether that be trios or other modes. Yeah, they've been the best duo out of Tilted, so props to them. Clown, though. Again, we tune into this fight. This time, though, it's a bit quicker than last. Clown will hit the crucial pickaxe shots. And just in time for the rest as well.
That's just really funny. My bad. Having a knock player just close the doors behind them. Try not to get loaded too much faster. funny to watch, but now Clown's actually stuck inside the room, and oh no, he actually did get the revive at the last time. Hookah, low HP on both sides. He can land 2 big shots, but barely even has any match. The more time he gives Clown and grows, the worse it goes for him. And yeah, there's minis involved. This is going to be bad. Ammunition though, low overall, and as soon as I say that, he finds a super crate of ammo. So Clown is now back in business. They have a medkit popping as well. I was going to say for Hen and Queasy, one of the things that needs to happen is maybe Hookah, Zeston rolling in and interrupting the game of Grols and Clown, but that is not happening. They're basically getting 3 to 6 free points off spawn. They have a leg up, it seems like, on the entire competition every game because of the way this engagement is going. And if that just keeps happening, they have to grab first at some point.
Yeah. I thought Hookah for a moment had the chance to come in and do it, but he misses window of opportunity. Clown and Grols did well. They created a bit more space. They opened up the back wall, made an extra box to work with. And from that point onwards, he knew it just wasn't a fight worth taking with both of them up. And so he will dip out and they will have a game. But we saw from both sides that when the fight didn't completely break down and one team definitively won, it led to both teams having some issues with Surge deeper down, right? Hookah and Zeston in particular ended up going down to Hen and Queasy, right? And so almost like they're feeding them in that sense where, you know, it benefits those guys instead of Growl. I call it Growl, Clown, sorry. But now we tune back into Tilted's where this fight is breaking out and we'll see if Bad Sniper and DKS can come out on top.
They're doing this specifically not just because they're contested, but because it's also very easy Surge. I think Benji and Savage had issues with it in previous games. Bad Sniper and DKS running a gauntlet around one of the players. That's Mr. Savage inside the box going down first. You never really see that happening. Usually maybe it's Benji that oversteps in the duo, and usually they're the ones to land that first shot and get a knock, but it's not going to be possible. Now Benji on the back foot inside a car. He's going to have that license, going to have that speed. And he's out of there as fast as possible. DKS not too happy about it. Neither is Bad Sniper. They're rolling in, dealing a little bit of damage. Not going to be enough to really secure Benji Fishy today. He will be able to go out and maybe just play the game, come back, get the card. It's a 5-minute timer. He has a lot to work with. Meanwhile, Pink and Nas also making sure their game plan is alive for now.
Yeah, I'm super impressed. I ain't really got much to give in terms of, you know, what to say there. Like, I'm super impressed by DKS and Bad Sniper's ability. It really seems like that win that they got yesterday has just sort of been a huge sort of ego and confidence boost that is just sort of pushing them and dragging them through. They've done really well out of Tilted. Pink and Nas now in covert. Typically they, you know, sort of like to lurk just outside and around, maybe even on top of the mountain. But this time they were caught inside, but will quickly retreat to where they're a bit more comfortable, just outside the POI.
I think what Pink and Nas don't want is another, you know, brawl with Castery and Vortexia. They understand that they're on top of that mountain. It's one of the reads, one of the adjustments maybe a lot of the people in the area are making. Push this team. They might be slightly unconfident. They're just going for long-range beams. If we just, you know, try to get as aggressive as possible on them, it might actually work out in our favor. So Pink and Nas also adjusting. They can watch their own VODs too and find new game plans. Hen and Queasy really want to stick with these guys these game, or at least in this game specifically, to see how they handle really being in the lead now after that leaderboard change, and how they approach this game. Because right now it feels like they're running under the radar for every single team and the broadcast as well in the way they're in first place.
You can see from the info at the top there, very telling of the dynamic that we know exists, right? Queasy is the mastermind and Hen is the firepower. Getting so many of the eliminations for this duo, and rightfully so. Someone who maybe doesn't even get the credit he even deserves, right? There was a point in time where people acknowledged him as arguably the best player in the region, maybe the best solo player at the least. Doesn't necessarily get those same shouts anymore, but still is on that level and will always go huge when it matters the most. For this duo, they both need to go huge. We saw last game they ran into some surge issues. They decided to do what they usually do and get in a box, try hit some shots, and the shots didn't quite land. And that was the end of their game, pretty much. But this time round, if they can go together and hit them shots, we know what it can lead to.
The combo. That's exactly what they need. Clown and Grols very similar for them too. I feel like they're just blessed with that free surge off of spawn. Always need a bit more from their position. It's going to be all good. When it comes to Tayson and Thomas specifically as well, I mean, you're trying to gamble on someone that can win any fight they're, you know, presented at the start of the game. Has to be Thomas and Tayson. Highest win rate in terms of off-spawn fights. That's insane, especially at a place like Covert Cavern where the drop makes it basically 50-50, right? Whoever has the better glide, but we called it during some of the quals. When it comes to that fly, Thomas HD as one of the best in the game.
Yeah, no, it's surprising. Maybe he's got a drop map from someone. I don't know. Maybe Captor helping out in that sense. Someone surely, because I don't think I would have expected him to have as good of drops for Covert as he had, especially with all the questions about whether he's been working hard enough this season or not. But nevertheless, they have had that, and it's paid significantly for them. But again, like we said yesterday, the job isn't finished, and even with a victory royale, they're still going to need to put in a bit more work if they want to catch up to Queasy and Hen and Clown and Groles.
I think this is the moment in the competition where everyone starts to formulate their plan B and really tries to fix the mistakes they've had in previous games in a very organized way. You'll notice only really one team has gone down on the map. This happened basically once before in EU, I think at the start of the competition. Makes it a very hard game, makes search that much harder overall. Try to grab onto. Kaizen and Yaisen, people who like to just go all in as fast as possible, also being very methodical inside this fight. Up against what looks like DX and Wallflower, Karma and Bubak possibly there. The third party at any moment. And that's, I like that kind of change overall. To take things a little bit slower because, you know, Game 11, Game 12, the last two of the day, that's where desperation kicks into effect, Levin. That's where you have people doing crazy things to try to get back or just try to get up in the competition.
Yeah, and it's not been too great for Kaizen and Yaisen. They were one of the last teams to qualify through to the finals, semi-final day 3. But they haven't quite been able to hit that same level of form in these games thus far. And they're running into Waffler and Diox, who sitting in 14th place, haven't actually been too bad. They've had their moments for sure.
It's been good so far. Tayson and Thomas still inside, farming all things up. Talk about Kiriashi Stormrat as well, just a little bit. 5th place overall. They're slightly behind, just need one good game to roll in with. And you talk about off-spawn win ratios, just because Tayson and Thomas, I feel like, are very good at tracking who's around them at any point in the game. It could be a surprise duel coming in. They have an adaptation. It could be someone they're just fighting right off spawn and know exactly where to go immediately to handle it and be in the best power spots.
Yeah, that elimination is nice for them in terms of the implications on Surge. And for them moving forward in this game, you can see they're always going to have really great loot, a great amount of shields, max mats, and pads. And that buff alone is just, it's so strong, honestly. There'll be so many teams in this lobby that will wish they could have that level of loot. And I know Boop will be crying inside that I'm mentioning how good their loot is.
Trying to go for that mini curse. Dex Wallflower, have you found, using your 11 navigations of the duo's souls, right? Your analyzation, have you found what they actually do? Or are they still the for fun duo?
I can't tell you what the recipe for success will be for these guys beyond just
have a car end game.
Oh yeah, have a car end game for sure is definitely one. But I think a lot of the time, right, we know from Diox going back to last year in trios that like there's always that potential to pop off in end game, right? On mid and low layers, crazy aim, very mechanical player, and so that alone always will mean that he has a good shot. But it's about that journey to being able to get deep in the game, right? Can he sort that bit out? They've had their struggles in these games in terms of getting to those points consistently. Again, another team that didn't quite qualify through, you know, with ease. Took them a while, semi-finals as well.
It's all good for them currently.
You say that, but Waffler went down in the feed, so maybe not.
Not all good for them currently. Deox did go down a little bit earlier. Lincoln Default still, I feel like one of the most interesting stories of the day. I could not predict that a spot that would have 4 people contesting at some points would process and then spit out a duo that can just stay in top 10 by default and sometimes be in the top 3 as well. It's just insane. And Link is still online going for shots as default went down. Wants to make sure he makes the most out of this game. 308 above Surge, so not, you know, getting away with the worst part of the deal in the trade. Getting your duo down though, unfortunate this time. Might be able to sneak into Greasy to maybe get that card back up, but I already see a few players walking around the entire map, picking up houses, spots, grass, trees, rocks, whatever they can find to make their base. Greasy should be baited soon and taken over. Phoenix down to Letchi in the feed as well. Zandy majorly active and Awesome Pink are on the hunt. They realize 84 below Surge. Not the best place to be, not many amenities inside this side of living, but it's all good. Pink finds a few to maybe get less stress. Now just one above though. Man, 91, I haven't seen this player count number in a long time at this point in the game. Third zone almost locking in, and 21 players have to go down.
Yeah, this is gonna be absolutely insane. Like, we're gonna have like 7 minutes worth of replays to even see everything that goes down. The amount of players that are about to go down. Oh boy, Pink and Nas, you better hope you aren't one. But you can see because they're below, they're gonna be forced to get into a bit of a fight here. Scram and Rescod on the right-hand side of your screen as well, in a very similar position. And this is where things get messy.
Awesome Pink have fallen down the board so many times. They can't afford to lose this fight at all for the moment. Really chasing down this final player, but the lower they go on this mountain, the more eyes start to pry on them all the way from above. Pink cannot land the shot. He is down. Scram takes down Belusi as well. Some of these old lobby leaders are just not finding their stride in day number 2.
And you can see Pink and Nas, they ran right into Tayson and Thomas. And those guys weren't in as much of a hurry, right? Because they were able to get that elimination early on Mirza. And we talked about how that would eventually pay off well for them, and it did right there. They're able to get a couple more. Scram and Escard, though, they went for a couple pre-edit plays, and things seemed to work out. They were able to get a bit of damage. Not necessarily any concrete eliminations out of that one, but the damage is enough to keep them afloat. Vortex and Janice, though, again, this is why I rate them so highly. I just never really see them in trouble. They're so good at getting their Surge dealt with. And now they're going to take a bit of a controlled box fight. They're going to feel very comfortable in this situation. And against Letchi and Twilliam, who had their fair share of struggles, this could be a defining moment in their game. This could be the game where they finally wake up. We talk about how they're constantly sleeping giants. They'll hit a couple shots here. Janice will hit some. Vortex will chip in 2. And Letchi and Twilliam will be taken out. And again, they won game 1. They've been a bit quiet the past couple games. Will this be the one where they start to get loud again?
Need to have 2 hit singles in a day. They keep just dropping one banger plus a mediocre album. They really need to start to level up, and this has to be that side B we all love to watch right now. Karma and Bubak, they started all of the carnage off. First elimination on that zone. Thomas, HD, and Tayson, they were the ones that took down a Nos, and it looked just so good. Look at Thomas. Look at the confidence. Stride back and forth. That's what we like to see.
Brings a smile to my face. Seen him in his element there. Hope to see that for many more years to come. Clown and Grolski chilling, positioned in zone now. The vehicle was able to just get them in here. It's in a bad position as well. They're relatively elevated, which means they have some lines of sight on some of their other teams. You can see Clown taking some shots towards Teak, who isn't quite in yet. That's one of the benefits of just sitting in a high elevation, right? You have more view. DKS, the only view he has is the one on Bad Sniper because he gets taken out, and Bad Sniper, all he can see is enemies in front of him in his pathway to zone. Deceptus and Kinzel will not let him go easily. Again, another example of 2 teams from Tilted interacting. Nowhere near Tilted though. These guys are bound to each other.
Literal elastic bands around the ankles of every player that lands over at Tilted Towers. And it snaps back. It hurts hard. Only one duo really ends up walking out past the mid game. This time it'll be Kilzel and Deceptos to see exactly what they can do. There is a Psycho Clown in this box right now, and everyone is scared. They do not want to be a part of this surprise party. Roll's already down, and this is exactly also what Hen and Queasy need, this duo on your screen, to get erased before that 5th zone comes in. 43 seconds, Clown has to survive. Guaranteed he'll find possibly a little more placement the longer he stays alive in all these boxes. But once again, 800 mats. He's gonna have to just expend all of them to stay away from the hunt of the duo above.
Yeah, and I'm surprised at how they're even in this kind of a position, right? They had nearly max materials, it seemed. And so even if they were, you know, in a bit of a pickle, I'd expect them to sort of commit the mats to guarantee their safety as a duo to stay alive. But Groves will go down. Clown now as a solo, and even if he isn't initially taken out, for him to solo clutch will be very difficult, but he has to, right? The longer he stays in the game, the better it is for his chances in the FNCS, because if he goes down early, it just allows Queasy and Hen to start to build up even more of a lead, tarnishing all the hard work they put in so far.
Absolutely tarnished, and right now Clown is just maidenless for the moment. Only just has a car, no duo to be by his side. 110 above Surge, but I would imagine the entire map is like this. Random builds all around, boxes built up because it was a 30-person Surge. So many duos split apart, but look at Clown, Honey down. This is nuts. No duo should be allowed to just have a free elim like that. He has the track. Ing just online 24/7, and that just looks so good from him. He's gonna go straight towards Swifty as well. Look at the coolness of that slide. He gets the shield down. This man is in a 1v2, and he's making it look easy.
What a brilliant understanding of angles, right? He's one of the players who is struggling to make his way into zone. There's a bunch of teams holding him in, but he puts himself in between Swifty and the players in the zone, and that allows him to just get some shots off. They're more worried about the teams holding them in from in front, and so he was able to just sneak in slightly behind. But that's all good and well, because even if he does deal with Swifty, he still has to deal with the players in zone holding him, and that's a much more difficult task. He barely is able to get in, but that next rotation is going to be even more difficult, Shayo. The medkit coming off is all good and well, but this is just going to be such a mountain to climb. Is he going to be burned as well? Oh my goodness, you can't catch a break right now.
The grass is going to be converted into suit right below him. It's all good. I'm looking at who else is alive and what trades are going down between all sides. You have to understand, with that 30-person Surge, once it ends, the effect of it doesn't. You might have one duo down. You might have a position you didn't want to be in because you had to push a team, and now you don't know what to do with it. So many people are caught in random crossroads. I think Joe and Vino were one of them. They're still having trades. Liza and Mirza were the ones to try to take them head on. I think they went down, and Joe has to go for a reboot, or at least a revive. And Queasy are on something that shouldn't be built or allowed in this zone. And Queasy is hitting shots that Hen should be hitting right now. Both these teammates are just in sync at the moment, in one of the best spots in the game. Look at all the damage they're dealing too, just controlling the lobby. No one even near this amalgamation of a build. Thomas HD, Tayson, very different from their sides though. 3rd place.
Yeah, this has to be a really good game for Queasy and Hen. They're positioned so well up above, and it just means you have so many options. No matter where the 6th zone will pull towards, they'll be able to get there with a relatively clear pathway, or at least the vision of where that clean pathway is. Tayson and Thomas maybe not necessarily having those same level of options, but they have the launch pads, which obviously will give massive benefit as they move forward in this game. But it's all about the next 10 seconds where that zone pulls. You can see the launch pad being dropped now as well to Tayson. Thomas trusts him completely with the sole direction of where they go. But Cammy has nobody to trust. He has to just trust his own instincts. Gets the wall, couple shots, PKR and Mappy backs against it. And this is actually a great opportunity for Cammy to maybe pick up some elimination. He hasn't got shield, so the Siphon will go a long way. But he's got to be careful that he doesn't overextend, and that's nice. The mini. 25 HP, it will help. Doesn't get the elimination on Mappy. Ooh, if only
He didn't have a bullet!
Wow.
Oh. So close. That would have been huge for him too. Being able to navigate on that right side, maybe even take over that Tarp Cammy. A game of inches. And right now for the entire server, that's basically what it is. Trying to come back after the disastrous surge we had at the start of this. Cammy obviously just left by himself. A bunch of other people maybe left with less mats, left with less ammo. For one team, the story is different. 2nd place is basically down. for Hen and Queasy, all they have to do is try to push this lead as far as possible. They're starting high ground on the 5th zone, and they're looking to keep it for the moment. Frack is going to be denied a chance at being a little bit of a retake warrior or a nuisance to everyone. He's going to be chilling. I thought Thomas was going to land on that tart, but he's not either. He pushes all the way towards the front. Who can stop Hen and Queasy inside this game?
They've done such a great job of diverting all the teams who padded, all the teams who maybe would have looked to height. You look at all them names, so many of them you would usually think would look to try take it, but none of them could. Queasy and Hen hit the crucial shots to just divert them away. Cammy, though, in the back of the zone in the top right, almost giving up there, just standing still.
This is going to be so dangerous, though. Janice, Reason, Hutrick, Toos, and Thomas HD are all the players on second height. Reason and Vidil are not letting them down, and I see Aqua, too, in the mix. Every top team that loves the high ground is getting in position to take it away from Hen and Queasy. You look at the front side of the zone as well. Trulex and Chico are watching for a wave. Janice now is moving up for it. Vortex on the other side is also trying to climb towards the top. Thomas HD and Tayson will move here, but I'm wondering exactly what's happening at height. They might be those third takers that move forward. Here we go. Janice and Vortex do take it for now. Hen and Queasy maybe overindulged in the mats it takes to hold that position, and they have to give it up.
The sleeping giants have arisen. They have high ground, but will they be able to hold it? We know that they have that ability. Still so many titans below them, and so they need to make sure they prioritize who it is that they are spraying, who it is that they apply the pressure to, and that's a perfect start from Vortex. Chico and Trulex shut down.
Reason joins the battle. He's moving forward. Vino also down. Trulex goes away to 2. Refsguard and Scram. They're going to make sure mid-ground is theirs, but it's Karma and Bubak, 2 statues who won't move. We're going to be in the way, so Refsguard actually goes towards a completely different art gallery. The left side is going to be a lot more about nature, a lot more about builds that are not placed down just yet. Hen and Queasy, though, lost inside. Second high ground for now, or second height completely. Toos is still finding a bit more in the feed. Bubak stops Kinzel inside that mid ground. Meanwhile, Kirachi Stormright also active. This is 5th place that is still in the game and can look to catch up.
And they've done such a great job, right? While all the chaos was going on above, they've really been one of the few teams to actually have some control on low ground. And so now, whilst the Shambles teams look to drop down, they will hold it and they will have opportunities for more limbs.
Loss of control on height. Meanwhile, Thomas AC goes for the chase towards mid. Their box though has been overtaken, so he is going to be having to vacate from home. Doesn't matter. Rid of all the guests. Thomas is insane with the damage. He lands 6 different shots and they all hit hard. The beam is there to follow as well. No ammunition. It doesn't matter. Thomas AC with the moves. Vidil and Reason down. Janice gone as well. He's taken out every single big name and he goes down, but that's 8 fat eliminations under his belt in the feed.
How does Thomas continue to do so many things that just blow my mind? And he has a teammate that can do the same. Tayson will connect with Malibuka. He gets the elimination. That's the HP he needs. And the time as well. The separation to get the minis off. These two have no limits, no bound. They will continue to impress. And they sit in first place.
They looked at the leaderboard and they wanted every single elimination inside that top 10. 4 teams now left and Tayson is a part of the mix. You have to be careful. Give him an inch. He'll take a victory royale. Moving in low HP, has a chance to pop a mini. It looks good. Reason's the one who's all the way up top by himself as well. It'll be a solo brawl and he drops first. Reason's there with the beam. Tayson denied access to the endgame, denied access to the clutch. Reason might take the entire power of him though and be able to use that clutch factor for his own. They've gotten 1 win so far today. Can they do it again? Gabix is down here as well. You're actually storming right towards the low ground. All Reason wants is these 2 teams to fight and then maybe drop down in the heat of the night, maybe take away that VR for free.
Yeah, Kiriachi and Stormright, they need to stay composed. They've done brilliantly to keep control on low ground. It's been a tough battle. And even with all the chances they've had, they still run out of mats. And no, Gabix will get down. Shmeki also will be gone. And Reason now has a chance to sneak his way in. But will Kiriachi and Stormright be on point? Reason dropping down. We've seen him clutch before, but can he do this 2v1? Is it too much of a mountain for him to climb? He connects with another shot there. Reason needs to be careful. He's the only one in the zone, but the time is ticking.
He has a little bit of a delay, lots of space to work with, and a few more mats. Kiriachi down to the zone, 1v1 for Reason right now. Stormy right down to the low ground. He has a lot of control of all those low builds, but Reason has a lot of say in this fight. 1 tree farmed as well. Stormy right with the med mist. They'll be looking good for now, but it's going down to the road. No more nature to be able to work with. Reason drops down onto the concrete, looking for the first shot, but it's denied from builds from Stormy right. It's a 1v1. He's backside in the zone, maybe looking for a chance to take over at height. A different angle. Reason sees it coming. Builds here, and now Stormy right has the high ground. It's flipped on sides. He has no builds to work with, and that costs a lot of his HP. Reason with the final shot. Is this real? Not just yet. The spray is there, and it's good. Reason and Vidil, 2 wins. Kneel to this duo.
How does he continue to do it? No matter the mode, no matter the season, no matter the FNCS, Reason will clutch up as a solo. He does it time and time again. He never disappoints, and they deliver on another victory. Our Reason and Vidil are on one right now.
It's just crazy, and they're the ones to take down Tayson and Thomas, who stole away so many points from that endgame as well. Remember how this all started, 2-11, right? Hen and Queasy were the ones in first, up top on the high ground. Thomas HD ate everyone, and then Reason makes a clutch happen against 2 duos. It should not be allowed, but that's what happens when we reach game 10. That's what happens inside the finals.
Yeah, we talked about how these guys, when they don't have to deal with Surge, great things can happen. They were able to get through the early and mid game, and when given a chance in the end game, like you said, give them an inch, they can take a victory royale, and that's exactly what they did. Desk, oh my goodness, this is starting to get intense. Please, I need a moment. Break it all down for us, boys.
Levin, do you think that I'm not panicking? Do you think that I'm not freaking out right now? Okay, I'm in the back. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. What day is it? What time is it? Where are we? Is this EU? Is this NA East? Is this NA West? I don't even know where we're at anymore. My goodness, I cannot believe the day 2 team of Reason and Vidil. They have come online, Boop. They have taken every experience that has led them here to finals. They have manifested wings, and now beneath those wings rises the current that helps them rise up the standings, baby.
There we are. I think he's managed to disappear. He's so impressed by what we've just seen. He's gone. But in all honesty, look, the best players pop off when it matters. I feel like in that game, we saw every single stereotype you could think about EU. We saw a Thomas HD incredible pop off, a Tayson being the best player, Kiriachi and Stormy right deep in the end game, and an incredible victory royale, of course, from Reason. Looking at the leaderboards right here, that's actually pushed Reason Vidil up into 10th right now. So 199 points for them at this point. Julius and Chico still staying there. Look at the top 3, top 4, top 5. We've got 2 more games remaining, and these are the kind of teams who are consistently getting to every single end game in day number 2.
Sorry about the guys. That game had me petrified. Oh my goodness. I was under a spell. I was locked up. Yeah. I was terrified. I don't know what I just saw from Thomas and Tayson, but Reason, I was going to say, Reason is one of those players you can just always rely on to clutch. My man has that gene inside of him. He is ridiculous. And, they're coming back, finally, and West Side zone now, so Vidil can't even complain about the zones because they did win on that left side as well.
Man, just look at this though. I know the big victory royale came out from Reason, but Thomas HD alongside Tayson are the highlight players. When we saw Thomas HD go down into the back of zone this moment right here, just the eliminated bar just wouldn't even leave. It just kept popping up. Knocked, eliminated, knocked, eliminated. This is why you get a guy like this on your team. Someone who has the best aim in the region, if not the best aim in the world. He doesn't need builds because he gets 5 eliminations just hitting every shot.
How does he do it? And that was the most eliminations we've seen in a final in EU at 11. I think before that prior, it was Kiriachi and Stormy who had 10 in the victory royale yesterday. So, I mean, just by himself, Thomas with 8 eliminations. Who can stop this guy?
Well, we'll see. We'll see when it comes to the next 2 games at the same time. But similarly with Tayson, right? We've seen a huge clutch from him. At the same time with Thomas HD popping off. This is what top-level FNCS championship teams are made up of. FNCS champion quality players from solos, from duos, from trios. It does not matter what it is. These are the plays that win you tournaments.
And I just got to jump in, Boop, because now you know what's happening.
Yep.
It's me and you versus Reese, Levin, and Shy Wager. Right now, who would have thought that we could have scripted it? I mean, guessed it. No, this is a complete fluke. I cannot believe this is happening. But Reese, you're right. 2 games left, right? And anything can still happen. Anything can still go wrong for any number of duos. But I love how they're capable of just saying, whatever's going to go wrong, no. We're going to minimize that as much as possible, man, because we're going to make it to that end game, and then you're going to have to deal with us.
I think one of the important things to note here is a 9 elimination victory out. Well, I'll just say 10 just to make math easy. 62 points, right? So for any team who's still in 10th place, there's a huge potential for them still to win if those top teams go down early, and they can capitalize on that.
I'm stressed, boys. I'm so stressed. We only have 2 games left to go. For everyone watching in Legends Landing, you guys got to use your favorite emotes. If you've not checked out Legends Landing, swing by. Drops are enabled. But right now, we're about to drop into this next game. My little heart can't take it. Shy Wager 11, please help.
Hey, so someone help us first, right? This is a 2-way tie, first place, 265 points, with 2 teams with very different agendas, Levin, different ways they play the game entirely.
I don't know why Zeke's trying to act like it isn't rigged, right? All the zones going towards Covert as well. Something's going on here. Now, look, on a serious note, right, this is really starting to get hot, right? In terms of just some of the way some of the things lower down in the leaderboard, even how these things are developing, right? Benji and Savage fans, I know they're probably getting a bit quiet now. It hasn't been quite the best day for these guys, but when you look up above on that leaderboard, the battle for first place now, this is what it's all about. This is what we've wanted all season long, and we're finally getting it.
Might not have it this game. EU has a little bit of a consistency, broken pattern, so to speak. Every second last game, the top 7, the top 10 disappear. It becomes a game for everyone else to catch up. It's happened almost every single FNCS. For this penultimate game, what will be the result? Find out right now.
Game 11, where everything really starts to set up for that final game. Stakes are being set. Players' dreams are being made. There's some players' dreams who are being crushed. Grows, Clown, they've done so well up to this point. In the past couple games, these battles off spawn just haven't been so clean. But will they turn that around now against Zeston and Hookah? Clown above has a shotgun to his name, but not much HP to work with. The medkit will come out. His teammate will drop him a mini. And Hookah and Zeston will cower behind this wall as Grows looks to get on the aggressive.
Grows has to basically be that fence that separates any type of aggression from their opponent's share of this POI. The moment he stops applying pressure and slows down, the moment he doesn't punish any type of peak or shots, that's where power kind of shifts over towards Hookah and Zeston. They're going to be higher on shields overall, a little bit more mass to deal with being inside the entire base for the moment. Clown and Gruul will have to actually be a little bit more split apart while they loot up. Could be an opportunity for Hookah and Zeston to peek out and land a shot, but you see what Clown is doing, actually making a literal offense, just having a perimeter to be able to be active, so these guys don't have a free way out of this POI. They're peeking up and in as well. Hookah finally going up for one of the shots. Huge ramifications if Grows does go down. They have one of the first shield cracks. Zeston's also still on the wall. Okay, Grows clapping right back. It's not enough. He goes down. Unfortunately, all left up to Clown. He has a little bit of a beam, but Zeston actually ends up surviving. This is going to be tough. Is it a 1v1? Yes, it is. Zeston has to go for a little bit of a shot. Clown now full HP, has a few mats to deal with as well. Going straight towards the skies with this one. A little bit of a cone slide coming in, so no access to a little bit of the elevation from that side. Clown has a little bit of an opening. Yes, he follows it. I like the fact that he chases that cone that he placed up top, and now he knows there's no bills on the side of Zeston. Nice jump up and good breakdown. For some reason, these guys are surviving so far, Levin. Being contested, they're up on the boards, but it's Eddie and Chapix who are collapsing in on this fight now.
Yeah, and I was going to say, this has huge implications if they're able to stay in this one. That's going to be the setup that they sort of need to propel them in this game. But with Seti and Chapix rolling up, he's got to get out of there and quickly, and Clown will do just that. Seti and Chapix missed the window of opportunity, but they will actually connect with the vehicle. They blow that up, and with not many builds, Clown is fortunate that he is right around the corner from a little mini forest here where you can get some wood up, but I don't know if they're going to give up on him now. It doesn't seem like they will. Swifty coming through. Oh, wow. Yeah, catches him right out. That's not the kind of bush you can hide in, my friend.
Not going to be possible. Swifty picks it up. These games are getting a lot faster now off the drop, and it's Bad Sniper who's actually down first. So the classic day one style of moves are coming in from Savage and Benji Fish. Who wins this though? Okay, DKS. You picked that one up. Pick up Bat Sniper as well. Somehow, Benji, for the first engagement, the first elim, is not going to have enough of a say to actually get his duo out of the way from Tilted. And Benji and Savage are down.
I'll be real, Shy. I think they've lost it. I think they've lost their head in that sense where they just the way they're pushing these fights even, right? They're just so split up in that sense where they're just allowing DKS and Bad Sniper to take these isolated one-on-ones. It's not great at all. They were doing so well yesterday, but it's just not looking too great now. Look, still life-changing money on the line and plenty to play for. And so hopefully Benji and Savage can get back into the right sort of mental state to continue. But they need to realize now that as much as they may have had success pushing that fight in previous sessions and days, you don't want to mess with DKS and Bad Sniper anymore. They own Tilted right now.
Got the rolling in with, I guess this is Melody actually the entire time. Kefi. Not going to be here with Dan. I mean, this is the fight we saw break out multiple times earlier on in day number 1. Maybe at the start of everything, but unfortunately neither team really finding too much success from these early game fights.
You talked about how that Shifty fight was so influential in sort of how things were playing out. Not necessarily because the players necessarily at them were the ones dominating the leaderboards, but just the dynamics around that general area of the map and the players coming through, rotating around, their ability to third party and get some tags and just capitalize off of it. But this is a team that's been able to capitalize finally off of the advantage that they've had coming out of Covert. They've had a lot of zones as well in their favor, which will always help. But finally starting to deliver. Thomas looking like the best player in the world in that last endgame.
Yeah, you talk about zones coming to their favor and happening again and again. It seems like in this game, that is the case as well. If you have a chance to see the total zone, that would be great, but I feel like it is above that cavern. I see every single POV pushing towards the left side of the map. Could be good for a Pink and Os comeback as well. They figure out what's going on wrong in day number 2 overall. For Jackson and Vico, we saw a little bit of them so far in the first game. We did have one Sanctuary zone, I think, overall, where they had a little bit of control, but lost it quickly. We'll grab a little bit of loot here and there. Upgrade up. Looks very nice. One of those mid-game fights we see. I don't think either one of these duos has been too influential, other than, like, you know, maybe some of the Surge fights we've seen so far.
Yeah, and in terms of this fight, I definitely think Vico and Jackson have a clear advantage. Of course, they have the elevation on their side, but they are really aware of teams potentially in this general area. That's great. Potentially stops them from getting third party by Schmecky. And they have so much ammo that they can really just sort of pick away at the materials of Kiko and Mosh. Stompy and Judo, just outside of Bugle, against Kaizen and Niaizen. And are they just sort of camping it to try to see if they can wait for these guys to come in? I've not seen one of these plays in a while, Shayo. But it looks like Niaizen maybe isn't going to come inside. No. Will he? Oh, I can't watch this, man. I'm looking away. I can't. If they walk in and get taken out. Okay, good. Good. They get out. They get out. Wow.
They're right beside each other on the boards as well, so that is an influential fight for them specific, right? 36th, 37th overall. If you talk about prizing, they want to get up a little bit to that top 30 echelon. They get a bump, $1,000 at least per duo. Everyone's trying to hit that top 10 though. That's where you see one of the biggest ones. And everyone outside the top 20 is trying to get into that cash as well. For Lincoln Default, they want to stay in that top 10. 11th place overall right now, and they are having trouble. This is not the duo they were expecting to face off against. Andalex, X-Squeeze moving in and really backing them up against the wall. This is like looking at the edge of the earth type beat right now. I don't know how they're fighting so far down here. Usually Default and Link are so much further in their game state to be away from Chalkers by this point, but this is unfortunate. Default has a little bit of an angle, but it's a total bait from the side of Andalex and X-Squeeze. They just turn around and beam him down as well. This will wrap up very soon. That could have been a shot that changes the course of the entire fight. We see Letchi and Swilliam rocking as well, so it's all in here, 11. All of Chonkers is going crazy.
Yeah, Default and Link totally off it there, right? Link was such low HP, and you can see because of his HP in the storm ticking down, he wanted to force the issue, get in, but Default had a shield kick, right? You could have just placed it down, slow down the pace, but instead, he rushed it. Then Default misses a key shot, and now look, he's stuck in between two duos with time ticking down. Can't even get the maximum benefit from
10
the
seconds.
shield keg. And so there literally is a timer on how long he can stay in this game. 5, 3, 2, he's gone.
0.
Oh dear. Misplay, and look, as we are in the penultimate game, things are getting really intense, and you'll start to see these tiny errors and mistakes be made, but they really do cost you. They squeeze though, and Anderlecht in a fight against Lecce and Swilliam. I'm sure they wouldn't mind taking this fight against these two, but they got to be clinical, they got to execute it well. I believe they have the HP advantage, but okay, now I think Lecce and Swilliam have some chug splashes of their own. There's so many in the south side of the map, like an absurd amount, so not surprised that both teams are carrying those, and it just means that they have a bit extra time to stay in the zone. Lecce and Swilliam though will leave, rightfully so. They've had their fair share of mid-game fights that haven't gone their way, and so Anderlecht and Squeeze will be able to move on.
What I'm sensing from this game compared to the one right before, frustration, pain, sadness for a bunch of teams. It all amounts to them not being as strategical. Remember, we saw 97 people alive at this point. Everyone was ready with the game plan. And for a majority of teams near the bottom of the board, it seemed like they got a little bit boosted all the way towards the top, right? They had some nice games. They were dealing with Surge in creative ways. But this time, you throw that all into the trash bin. Everyone is back to just being aggressive, going for these storm fights. And that might be good for certain teams that don't do well with maximum pressure. Storming right Kuriachi, yeah, they're adaptive, they're dynamic. Throw 2 teams into the mix of them, though. That's where they start to struggle. Very good on 2-on-2s. But with that third party, it's always looking like they're down bad a little bit. Pink and Nas as well, lost in the sauce in day number 2. Back here with a vengeance, looking to take on Mustache and Malabuka, it looks like.
I think the big from these guys is that it does only take one game for them to really get back into the mix, but they've had a rough couple. They obviously went down to Thomas and Tayson last game. And up against Malabuka and Mustache, that's not necessarily the easiest of matchups either.
But you're saying they went down to Thomas Tayson last game? I think Thomas also took down My Pet Dog, basically everyone that I know as well. He got like every single elimination available on the planet. This man was just shooting everything. You can honestly, the next duel on the screen, I guarantee, possibly, Thomas HD might have taken them down as well.
You wouldn't be wrong. Really, he went on a whole nother level. When you got Tayson tweeting that Thomas HD is the best player in the world, then you really know the kind of player you have in your hands. Bigging up his teammate after a huge last game.
It's not only that, right? Imagine you have to deal with a player that did what Thomas HD did, right? And you finally take him down. You get to breathe, and like the boss music gets faster, and Tayson shows up, right? You have to deal with Tayson as a phase 2, as a part 2. That is just, should that be allowed? Like, we gotta split this duo up or something, man. That's too much.
That's why in theory, man, this duo, it just seems silly, right? In terms of just, you genuinely have 2 players who at any given moment over the past 2 years, you could argue is the best player in the world. And it's like, oh, okay, I've taken him down. Finally, it took me like everything I have and everything I ever will have for the past, 5 years. And then boom, Tayson just walks through. Like, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. But again, we can't get too ahead of ourselves. They are still in a neck-and-neck battle against 2 top dogs. And Nasto, if he goes down here, maybe these guys will be completely out of the battle, because at a certain point, you can't afford to just have too many bad games. They will get the elimination, though, and it keeps them in this one. But hopefully they can get themselves out of the little slump they've been on the past couple games.
Pink and Os were basically superheroes, and they had a weakness, right? It would be Vortexia Castery. Ever since that one game where they impeded the way they played on the mountain, they have clashed again and again, and it just seems like the control Pink and Nos had over the finals for Europe is just gone, vanished. A little bit of a spark and steam, and it's no longer available. Castery finally going down too, so yes, they take them down, but as Boop, Reese, and Zeke mentioned on the desk, it impedes their game. That butterfly effect comes in. They might not have a vehicle to use. They might not be in the same spot they're used to. They were fans of method in that first day. They were really looking forward to just playing their game plan out every game with slight alterations. This one early to mid-game 111, it is really affecting.
Look at the contrast on your screens, right? Just a moment ago, right, we had the 2 POVs. On the left was Thomas and Tayson, who we see here below on Surge. And right in front of them, Queasy and Hen was the other team on the screen. These guys are above, and so they're running into their biggest rivals. This is huge in the context of FNCS. Tayson is down, and Thomas has done insane things as a solo. But Queasy and Hen the top team that they're battling against may be the one to take them out of this one completely, and that is massive. Thomas and Tayson go down early, and Queasy and Hen will be licking their lips. They will be smiling cheek to cheek, because a good game here could be the difference between them having the Axe of Champions or not.
This is where nerves come into play. They know exactly what they just did, and they don't usually end up with this type of mid-game fights in the third-ish zone. A lot of the Elims I've been watching in the feed have been that 4th to 5th rotation where they pick apart a lot of teams from Storm, right? But right now, first place tied coming into this game, and they themselves become the tiebreakers.
Mind absolutely blown right now.
Your eyes are out of your head. I'm seeing this on the camera.
This is crazy, man. I can't. I don't know what's going on, man. They just always make it so funny. What's going on? Hands down?
I'm telling you, 5th game or 2nd last game Europe, this happens every time. Joe and Vino chasing this down. They're so bad on Surge right now, and they're knocking on the walls. Vino has to take this, but finally, Hen does break out a little bit. I'm not sure if Vino knows there's one on the left side or if he tried to escape. Yes, he did. They're just fully pushed into this. Surge is not really active right now, too, so time's not going to be on their side. Queasy's down again. Vino is going to get sprayed. Can he find the finish? That will be the worst thing possible. Queasy, 5 seconds left. He is gone and down. Vino still alive. Joe in the business. Both first-place teams who were tied are gone. Almost splintered. Hen, 40 HP with 3 big pots. All his mats being expended. This is basically a sign, a white flag being raised in the air. I basically surrender. There's no way I'm going to be out of this one. Levin, how is this possible?
How many favors is Vino going to do Tayson? First, he leaves Covert Cavern, right? Allows them to have it on con. Now he's taking out Queasy and Hen. Oh my goodness, Vino. It is crazy how things are playing out. Shai, you warned me right before the game. You warned all of us. This is the kind of thing that happens in these second to last games in the EU every single time. And it doesn't fail to disappoint. But the question will be, does Hen really have a chance in this game? Because if he can just stay up as a solo, maybe that will nullify the effect, but it's going to be tough.
He alled in his mats, I feel like from a sign of frustration. I think he realized what's really going down. That being said, making just 1 box, it would have gotten sprayed as well. So using all those mats first off could be good. You want to know the reason I predicted Hen and Queasy though, Levin? I know you and Reese are rolling in. It was very statistical. For me, it was more so nostalgic, right? I'm thinking about watching duos way back in the day. The one man who would clutch, the duo that would look the most different. Anyone that had Hen on it. This man was the Wonder Child, right? I completely remember this narrative being spit by many analysts in the past. You know, that was just the wave. So I feel like if there is a solo clutch possible from the 6th zone, it's Hen. From the 4th, I'm not even sure if you give this man invincibility that it might be a chance, right? With the way this lobby's set up. This is gonna be tough.
No hard mats left either. Only wood in the inventory. Plenty of ammo, but not plenty of targets to pound it with. It's just gonna really be tough, man. At some point, someone's gonna spot him out. He knows there's a pad over there that he can use to get into zone a bit easier, but how easier? He's not actually gonna take it. The meat, no, fair play. He needs it, right? The meat will work wonders for him at this stage. Oh boy.
Whiplash, I'm trying to think how Hen's thinking right now. What can I actually do? And this thing is at 132 HP. He does find one of the pads. Remember, he's a solo, and look at that. All of EU under your feet. You're in first place as a solo, and the glide works behind a team. Solo Hen versus 2. He gets some damage down. He needs it. 126 above now, but that number is going to start to teeter and fall. 280. The new damage starts to clock in. This is dangerous for Hen. Remember, these guys are in a section of their own when it comes to Hen, Queasy, Thomas Tayson. 30 points ahead almost 40 to the rest of EU. They want to keep that gap active as much as possible. Obviously, Thomas and Tayson can't do that now, but as far as Hen, he is still in this game.
And as long as he stays in, that itself will be a positive. If they can just find any bit of separation going into that last game, it could be the difference. But Surge will come in, and that will mean that teams will start to get hungry, start sniffing out any solos that may be able to be capitalized on, and Hen's got to be careful.
Look at this position. Backside of the Storm. 6 different duels around you. One knocking towards your base, but you get dropped down. It's Medley finding another angle, but Hen shot him maybe 2 times now for the backside. There's another duo, and Hen is down.
He goes down in first place. But as we know, that's really rough. Both first and second place going down. And so now really is an opportunity maybe for Kiriachi and Stormy Right to get involved in the mix. Can Kiriachi stay alive? He can. Stormy Right making enough space. These guys were incredibly clinical on the low ground last game. But with just 14 HP, swinging his way through, if anybody even gives him a tap on the shoulder, he'll go down. And he stops to use some shields wisely.
I'm thinking about names that end up thriving in situations like this, where the very, very top side of the board go down. 2 of them on your screen right now, Toos and Putrick. I feel like Thomas has stopped them twice in terms of trying to go for a retake. It was Queasy that actually beamed down Putrick so hard when he was trying to go for a glide. They will not be here this game.
And Kiriachi went down, and so that means Stormy Right has to clutch up as a solo. You can see here, he's got some mats, he's got the web shooters, but this is going to be a tough, tough game if he wants to try push his team into contention to win it all.
Usually they're alive as a duo, but he will be in that solo spot. Reversal as well on the other side, right? Joe and Vino, both alive. Right above him, usually they have a solo situation to deal with. I'm thinking about one more duo as well on the side of Putrick and Toos. Janice Vortex, also alive for the moment. They're very good 11 at stealing these games, being in the best positions. And I'm feeling like this is a day 1 overall with an Anas and Pink on high ground in terms of how the style looks for the game. They might even come back in this competition.
Yeah, and Pink and Anas, right? They've really struggled in games this season to gain high amounts of eliminations when they do win games. But sitting there just outside the top 10, this would be the time to change that.
Janice Vortex want to hit this pad, a little bit of damage done, a lot of damage done on both players. And look at the loadouts. There's no way for them to really get it back. Look at the threshold as well, 99 below. This is absolutely atrocious for Janice and Vortex. I'm not even sure if Vortex can catch up to the spot that they're at right now, but Chapix and Chico are the ones going for high ground. Queasy will not be able to stop them for the moment. Stormy Right doing his best to try to stay inside this game. As much damage as possible to people in the Storm. Possibility of the actual damage from the outside of the circle to help him claim any of these eliminations. Not going to be possible. It is Trulex and Chico that claim that high ground. Clement and Floki going to be there towards mid. Pablo and Swag alive as well. So all the offbeat people are there. And Stormy Right does not actually trip. It's just a super swing. He's fine.
He scared me for a moment. If he had gone down, that would have been heartbreaking. But he doesn't have the web shooters left. Going to do well to farm some bricks, some nice map awareness. But how far is that going to get him? Because he has to climb a mountain, not just metaphorically, but literally.
I see no single-digit place team alive right now. Trulex and Chico just took a place up there in the top 10. They're going to be 9th. Pink, though, and Anas, they still have voices to use. They've been quiet so far, but they're screaming the high ground is ours after that retake. 4 eliminations to pump in this position as well. 7th zone, they're starting things off early and hot.
They've done well, right? They've not lost focus of what the goal and the task ahead is. They had a bit of a slump, but they are sitting on height where they are comfortable. But like I said earlier, they need to try and get some eliminations to pair with it. Stormy right now, higher on a layer, but he's in the backside of the zone with a duo knocking on his door, but he has no answers for them. He just has to drop down and get out of dodge.
He's in low ground. That's Vino and Joe's lair. Floki also drops down at the same moment, and Janice is there too to lock one down. And Anas and Pink, though, still on high ground, and everyone switched to wood builds. That puts a big smile on Anas's face. This is where he just starts to beam down every team. Gonna be Fury, the first one that they focus on as well. Pablo and Swag, 3 elims of their own, all in endgame. We're down to the final 9 teams for the circle. And Pablo, oh no, wrong box, my friend. The left side is dangerous. The right side is impossible to move. Swag has nowhere to go. Let's just go up and around. Somehow it's free and allowed. How is this possible? And the backside of 2 different players, but he gets beamed apart. That's Trulex and Chico looking good. Meanwhile, Vino Joe still on low. Trulex now basing up. Looks like he's gonna challenge maybe high ground. They actually look back towards the Storm. This is very interesting for them. Looking for any chances for damage, but no, it doesn't land. Lucia now also going down. Pink has a voice. It's still screaming loud. Floki takes out Joe. Vino down 2. Him and Clement are not going to be alive. No, they are both as a duo beside another one going head to head and Chico and Trulix have no mats.
Chico and Trulix, they have to drop down off of height, and they drop on low, and they're trying to find control. They pick up an elimination on the backside, but that isn't the only threat left, and Trulix can't hack it. Chico now has to stay alive with no materials, and they know it. They will wipe him out. Floki and Clement have done so well, but the job is not done. Pink and Anas know what they need to do. They need to start picking up some eliminations. Nako trying to be the thorn in the backside. Clement is down, and so Floki just left as a solo, and this is really picking up for Pink and Anas here.
They can basically dance on this high ground. All they need to do is break down 2 different solo players. Look at the control from Anas. Look at the confidence from this team on heights. Momentary reprieve for Floki, but it won't last fast enough. He goes for the swing around the world, but this man's flight's not going to touch down in the best way. The landing gear is not active. The plane might be in the sky, but it'll come crashing down soon. Anas and Pink down on low ground now. All they have to do is look up and beam. The grass is greener on the back half of EU Day 2. Anas and Pink control it down below. Chop down that high ground. This is it for them. A few more shots. How much does Floki have? Not enough. Pink now will secure it towards the end. That's a double shot. That's a VR for your second last game from Pink and Anas.
A 7 elimination victory royale may just be enough to push them back into contention. They had a bit of a slow couple games, but they really did rally back together to get back involved. A brilliant display from Pink and Anas. We saw them win a couple games yesterday, and they're finally able to pick one up on day 2.
Power, speed, and most importantly, recovery for their performance on day number 2. They needed this, and look at that style from Pink. One swing, and the entire destiny of height changes. Anas gets close and comfortable with everyone on low ground as well. Big props for Floki for trying to survive that long. That's all the experience with practice, but it's not going to be enough when you're up against the 2 GOATs.
Pink and Anas did so well. But the big question is, right, going into this final game, what does that battle for first look like? Who will be the one to finally claim the AXA champions? The only people that can let us know, right, are Zeke, Boop, and Reese. So, gentlemen, take it away.
Okay, everybody, just take a deep breath. Calm down. Inhale. Exhale. Okay. What is going on in Europe in Chapter 3, Season 1, okay? Someone's trying to make me have a heart attack right now. I cannot handle the incredible action that we're seeing, and now Pink and Anas are going, hey, whoa, 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 with 1 game left? Yeah, we're gonna aim for the top 10. We might even see within the top 5. My goodness, Boop. I did not expect this to go the way that it goes, but once again, it's just chaos everywhere, man. And Pink and Anas, they just do what they gotta do, right? They're like, oh, yeah, high ground? Let's just do that. Let's just do that, win the game.
Yeah, I mean, Pink and Anas, they saw everyone else getting the attention, say, hey guys, don't forget about us, you know, day 1 winners, and they came back strong. You know, this game they played a little bit more aggressively. They W-keyed over towards Camp Cuddle, and maybe that's the new playstyle. You know, 7 eliminations victory royale for them. That's unheard of.
And I think it's really important to note that obviously they were first after day 1. Prior to this game, so in the first 4 games today, they only had 23 points on top of the 156 they got yesterday. So that victory royale they got there is huge. Remember, every placement that they go up in the leader, every threshold is more and more money. And that victory royale could A, put them in potential to win if they do well in the next game, but also just give them a bit more moolah.
Yeah.
There is 1 game left here in Chapter 3, Season 1, FNCS Finals. We have to turn attention to the standings. We have to set the stage here as we prepare for the last game of the season here in Europe.
Oh my.
I cannot believe it is Boop and I with Tayson and Thomas HD versus Shia Wager, Levin, 2K, and Reese, who all think Hen and Queasy can win. 4 points of difference. Listen, we have like 4 minutes before we have to jump into this game. Boop, Reese, just set the stage here as we prepare for this last game.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like we get paid to do this, right? Look at that analysis. It's absolutely impeccable. I mean, this is coming through, right? All of the experience coming in now. This is what it's all about. Multiple FNCS winners and Tailness there inside as well. But, you know, widely regarded as one of the best players in the world. Now finally showing up in the finals. And with 1 game to go, it's all about cracking under pressure. Who will succeed? Whose experience will balance out? I don't know. What do you think, Reese?
I mean, every team in this top has the potential to win in the next game is an FNCS champion level team. The top 3 teams are nearly all FNCS champions outside of Thomas HD, which we all know. I said 3, you know, I'll move down to 4. Yeah, okay. You know, we know that he has the potential. He has the skill to be able to do that. Hen and Queasy, FNCS champions. Tasting the 4-time FNCS champion. Kiriachi and Stormy Wright from Chapter 2 Season 7 champions as well. Obviously, Janice, multiple time. There's so many people in here that are looking to get a multiple time. And you've got to think that last endgame, Stormy Wright was the only player in the top 5 alive still. And he clutched up big points from him. That's why he's now up in 3rd.
I mean, you couldn't write it better. And as well, I love to mention Chulex and Chico. Chulex, I feel like he's the forgotten FNCS winner, never mentioned with Queasy and Jerky. You know, he's always there. He's so close by. But, you know, they had such a great game there. I feel like the underdogs coming in, but they're so close as well. 25 points only. You never know what can happen in these early game skirmishes. You know, something could go wrong. Someone could make a misstep. And, you know, everyone can still win.
100%. I think it's really important to know also that Hen and Queasy, no victory royales to date in the 11 games, and their playstyle is game winning. They are guys who go up to high ground. They are guys who pick up the victory royales. So to see them without any and be on top of the leaderboard is super impressive. Here's obviously the next list of teams. Everyone here, you got to even know, 208 points. What's that, like 61 or something like that behind the first? Like, that's a victory royale with 11 eliminations. And, you know, obviously that won't put them into first because those players will probably get points as well. But again, that's a top 5, hugely potential for the players at the top of this.
It all comes down to this. One final game in Europe, and to see how close our top 10 is. Don't forget, as I've mentioned before, and I will always mention, even players in your 11th through 20th, they're trying to jump up into that top 10 as well, right? They may not get first, but when you're talking a difference in prize money, that's what they're aiming for right here, right now. I just want to get super quick thoughts, okay? We have about 50 seconds before we're going to hang out with the casters. Expectations going into the final game. Boop, let's start with you.
Yeah, so I want us all to just look at high gun this game because it's all dependent. Like, are we going to have people fighting for high gun? Are we going to 50-50? Are we going to play more passively? And I think that's where the experience comes through yet again. I don't think Queasy and Hen are going to go for it straight away. I don't think Thomas G and Tasty go for it right away. I don't know. It's a big question mark.
I mean, realistically, any of these teams go down, they're not winning early, right? So that's hugely to watch out the top 3. Usually in this situation, I'd say that more experienced players will be the ones who are going to look out for. But all 3 top teams are like the most veteran players in there. When you go down the list, you start to get to other FNCS champions pairing up with newer players too. So, hey, I just want to watch the last game. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
Well,
here we go.
Reese, Boop, let's get ready to do this. Fortnite fam, one final game here in Europe to decide it all. Legends Landing, if you guys are watching, hit us with the emotes. Let the hype rise as we board the battle bus one last time. Shia Wager, 11-2K. Let's go again.
What is our life? This is what we wanted, but I couldn't have never imagined that it would truly be delivered to us in this manner. The final game of the FNCS. It's been a great season, but this is about to be an even greater finish.
We thought it wouldn't be close. Day 1 looked like, you know, yeah, the leaderboard is what it is, but there's clear leaders that are pushing us forward in Europe. That changed immediately when we landed on day 2. And now, Levin, there's 2 teams at the top who do not want to go down.
And even just shortly behind that, right, we have even more teams who really could have a say in how this thing plays out. It's been an intense couple of games, but there's really not going to be one as nail-biting as this. We head into the final game of the FNCS right now.
Game number 12, European FNCS, $1.3 million on the line to hand out to every player. A 4-point game at the top, much closer past that, all the way down. It's the 50 best teams you can watch play in the world. And Thomas HD and Tayson, they're rocking down with a lot of damage. I find this slightly uncharacteristic. I haven't really seen this form of landing before, but I like what I'm watching. Every single strat is out for this game. Thomas HD and Tayson are 2nd place overall. They really want it.
And they're not too far from first. It's literally the smallest of differences between it. Bad Sniper goes down early in Tilted Towers. What's going on? They've had the better of Benji and Savage for so long, but Phoenix, who was at Covert before, now over at Tilted and takes down Bad Sniper. So our 7th place team has a new hurdle to climb in this game.
Every person that likes to tune in sometimes only comes through for the final game of Fortnite. for the regions. If you're not comfortable or, you know, used to watching competitive Fortnite, every single player has a certain drop they usually land at. Right now, that's being changed up inside Tilted. That's where Benji and Savage, a lot of names you guys recognize, are going to be landing. That's where a bunch of players on the map are. Free Llama for Hen and Queasy as well. Why are this team or this duo important, Levin?
Oh, they sit in first place. They hold the keys to the lobby right now, Shire.
Oh, interesting, interesting. They have a Llama as well. Haven't gotten a single launch pad all day, somehow still in that first place. Psycho Clown and Oipic Rolls will also be rolling through right now. A team that has never really been in the FNCS finals. A team that just plays like just another duo you'll have to watch throughout the day. They aren't legends. They're making their new stride. They're the next generation. And right now, they've been struggling on a fight off spawn over and over again. Somehow still in that top 10. Rolls is down, all down to Clown. Him against Hookah and Zestin, 1v2. This is not the same as many other games we see. Usually they're winning this off-spawn fight, but now you see things as well from this starting position. They're always isolated 2v2. A third party doesn't come in fast. It's Chapix and Seti who are here, who've been having a rough finals the entire time. These are legends in their own right, but they haven't found their footing in EU this weekend.
Yeah, in last game, we saw Chapix and Seti tried to get involved in this fight, come in third party, and they were just a bit too late to the action. This time, though, they are speedy. They're quick with it. They don't want to miss out, and this is exactly why they know that they can capitalize. Clown has a 2v1, and even though they've not been on their best performance, Seti and Chapix in a 2v1 is never a fun fight to take.
Third place overall, Stormy Rat Kiriachi. They've been sitting in sixth throughout the entire day out of 50 duos that are playing so far. They're rising up in the ranks as of some of the last games. Crazy things have been going down. There's been ties for first. There have been both teammates on both sides of that upper echelon going down. These guys sneakily have risen. Levin, they're never in vision. They're never on our screens in terms of how they do things, how they stay alive. They're never next to the top 10 in terms of their boxes. Somehow, though, in the top 3, though.
It's crazy because this was very much looking like a two-headed race, but these guys have just pushed their way in, barged everyone through. Kiwi actually telling everyone, look, I am an FNCS champion and I want to be one again. They sit just 1 point behind second and not too far away from first either. DKF finally being taken out there, and that's real rough in terms of the pickaxe coming through.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Everything being thrown through the doors in terms of this last game. Seti and Chapix, their battle's not done either. Swifty, you'll notice the number beside these nameplates, the numbers at the bottom left as well. That's the overall placement for these teams. It'll be 38th, battling another team that's somewhat in the 30s as well. Seti no mats, has to jump all the way down, and unfortunately, it's not gonna be enough. Chapix is gone as well. Huddy and Swifty rise up the ranks.
That's going to be all 9 lives gone for Seti and Chapix. Taken out. It's just not been their tournament. Sometimes the hard work just doesn't connect with the result. But that's where they hit the drawing board and they come back stronger next season. But in the meantime, in the rest of the lobby, our second place team, another game where they have launch pads, all the shield they could possibly ask for, and another zone. Is that 12 out of 12 zones in the west, northwest of the map? Everything literally has gone perfectly for them in that regard. They've had the perfect circumstances, and now they have the opportunity to deliver.
When did Janix and Vortex get into 4th? These guys have just been chilling the entire time. They literally get 1 win and they sleep and they do nothing for the rest of the day. Somehow in top 5 next to Kuriachi, next to we have Thomas Tayson and Hen and Queasy as well. I mean, if these guys are in contention and they're focused, Levin, right? I mean, this team always just feels like they lack focus. If they're focused, it's the business. It's time. Talk about the business too. Benji Fishy looking kind of nice with the tux. He's rolling in. But unfortunately, Savage once again down 114 points. They're in 30th place overall. Benji almost out of match. He has to 1v2 to keep that prize money potential alive. 166. Slap Phoenix in the face. He's not fooling around. You can see him too. He's looking kind of dicey with it. But those extra points confirmed. Smart from him because that's more likely than getting that second elim. Their story will end today in 30th.
Benji and Savage will just have to go next. It wasn't their day. They started off well, but cooled off eventually. Janice and Vortex, though, it's hard to predict at times their trajectory. They start off hot, and they look like they fizzled out, but then they come back striking harder than ever.
When it comes to Janice and Vortex, I'm just scared watching them every time. They are just periodically shaking a soda can, and you want it to explode in endgame. Sometimes, though, the pressure gets too high Earlier in the game, they start making crazy mistakes. The pressure gets too much. Fizz everywhere. Chapix, Chico as well. I feel like they are so good in their journey, never actually arrive at their destination in the most glorious way. Have the best spots. Look at this tower. Look at the beams. It's looking mighty fine for Chico and Chapix right now. As soon as endgame starts, they start to panic. The high ground they control, taken over. The front side of the zone, absolutely overpopulated. There's no chance for them to really stay alive at all.
It's rough, right? Because you watch them, especially in that last game, where they roll through, they go on height. Chapix trying to show people he did play with Queasy, right? He understands the ways of the high ground, but they just haven't quite been able to materialize it yet. They still sit in 5th place, and it's been an impressive run. But will they be able to close it out in even more spectacular fashion? That remains to be seen.
Lots of action all around the map. We'll see some of those middling teams go down and go for their final fights on the Fortnite Island. PKR and Mappy having a little bit of a rough day, but they find a few eliminations back and forth. Kiko and Mosh, not gonna make it too easy for them though. PKR finally going down, taking over. Meanwhile, Stompy Jew, they're rocking in as well. The right side of the island. It's been such a rough fight, and it's not going too well for them either.
I feel so sad watching all of these fights, because the reality is the nature of Fortnite, the nature of this community is, with a lot of these teams, this is going to be the last time we ever see them compete with each other. Genuinely, this might be the last time you ever see Benji Fishy with Mr. Savage by his side in a lobby of this caliber. Every single fight is just a closing of the chapter for so many of these teams.
And now I want to focus on a little bit of the top 4. Who are they? What are their qualities? How do they play? For me, Hen and Queasy, if they had a superpower, it'd be invisibility, Levin. Somehow untouched as they move around, get to high ground, undetected, unseen, and then just have power and control.
They truly are thieves in the night, right? Always available there to steal high ground away from whoever thinks they have it. But these guys truly have shown at times that they can be the bosses in that regard. And so sitting in first, again, that confidence is strong for them.
On the bottom left, Kiriachi and Stormy right, I would give them the tags of duelists. Very good at taking fights 2-on-2 against one other team. That's how they build up their surge. That's how they beam people across the map. As soon as you add a third party to the mix, though, I feel like that has been their weakness throughout the entire day.
The big thing for them, though, is that if they can get deeper into these games, they've shown that in end games, they can find control on low ground, right? Even in all the chaos and all the madness, they can be the ones to stop anybody from dropping down and finding any sense of a home down there. And so that really is the winning condition for those boys.
We end up with Thomas and Tayson. I would call them team marketing. Every single zone in the entire game on their POI, every single situation, blessing them. But at the same time, they have the best drop in the game, 11. Launch pads, time and time, over and over again, right? That is something that's so scarce in this meta. If you're used to watching Fortnite in the past, yeah, they might be prevalent. Over here, not many teams have them. And also being said, they're the unfair team. We mentioned it, right? Imagine having to deal with Thomas HD, one of the best players in the world. You take him down, Tayson pops up. What do?
There's not much you can do other than just be knocked or be eliminated, right? Oftentimes, it's like running into a brick wall. How many times can you continue to run into that brick wall without realizing that there is nothing you can do?
They are basically the final boss, and they've got 2 phases, is what I'm trying to put down here. You have to be able to do the entire fight without being scathed, touched even once, or you're down. Then we have Janice and Vortex in 4th place. I mean, these guys, I don't know what tag to add to them. Mystery men, an enigma. I don't know how they approach this game. You have a knack for them, Levin. You know exactly when they can win. You've called it multiple times. Talk to me here.
They truly are what you expect from a Dark Horse team. One that maybe hasn't been given the credit as one of the best teams in the EU or in the world, but they truly are just that. Complete in all phases of the game. Early game, solid. Mid game, secure. And end game is where they can explode. Vortex, one of the strongest, more exciting players in all the land. And Janice, a veteran who knows how to do it and win on all stages. They truly are one of the bigger threats, and they have been, and they will continue to be in this lobby.
We ran out of the top 5. We did talk about Chapix and Chico for just a little bit. Nomad's just trying to find a home, just trying to find a way to get comfortable. Once again, I think this is just a masterclass of mid-game damage, 401 above in terms of handling Surge. And they just get to endgame, and that's where, you know, it's tough. No one's giving them a hitchhike ride anymore. No one's trying to help them out in terms of giving them the space. That being said, what is this new tag that just popped up on your screen on the top, or I guess right side, the damage threshold? This is Surge. You have to deal enough damage, or else you will basically start to take damage from the entire server. And with that being said, that's one of the things that everyone's been focusing on inside the mid game. Early game, it's all about winning your POI. Late game, obviously getting as many elims as you can and winning. But in the middle, every team you'll realize will start to make bases or push boxes and start to handle their Surge. Just the way to keep people active as they play the game. You deal damage or you take damage, that's all it is.
The Red Squad and Scram, the team on our C Green, they've been a bit all over the place at times when it comes to their ability to do damage when it matters the most. If these guys can get their Storm Surge dealt with, they will be a threat in endgame, one of the more experienced teams. But that in itself is a big question mark. Will they be able to do that? You can see Queasy and Hen posted up on this hill. This is their attempt to deal with their Storm Surge. You can see they're up so high, they can see everybody in this general area. And so once somebody pops out, right there, just what Queasy did. Take some shots. That damage goes a long way in the journey. Just trying to stay above the Storm Surge.
It's Tayson and Thomas are taking damage towards. This just happened in the last game. They saw each other. They were tied for points. Right now, I believe Queasy is about 4 ahead. This is first and second, though, and Hen and Queasy ended up taking out Thomas and Tayson. They're also 11, the only people in this spot that can actually look at each other and go for shots. They're going to be rattling up against each other. Depending on this performance, we'll see who's allowed to play this game, who actually has that damage and the Surge.
And if this zone goes further southeast, right, they could end up having to rotate almost side by side each other. We saw what happened, right? Last time that happened, it didn't end well for either team. And so look, that journey's gonna have to start being made, and it's gonna be real rough. They've so far sort of just traded, which is all right because they both have lots of shields because of the POIs they come from. But at a certain point, you don't want to trade anymore. At a certain point, you want to be the one that alphas the other.
Always want to be the one coming out on top. Right now, the differences for all these teams, I want to explain it a little bit and what they're walking away with today. Hen and Queasy, as of right now, are sitting on $300,000 in their position in first place. The difference between them and Thomas and Tayson are sitting on $200,000. There's a $100,000 difference between these teams. 4 points that are worth basically $100,000. Behind them, with Stormy Ray and Kiriachi, third place overall, will walk away with $150K. So you can see the amounts start to get up, and up more as we go through these rankings. Vortex and Janice, 120K2 at fourth, looking good for now. But once again, this is only if these teams survive and maintain these spots. We've seen it every game. Whoever is first and second, they start to dwindle. They go a little bit back and forth. Their position changes drastically when the next game starts. Last game was a catch-up for the rest of the board, which makes this one so much more so interesting. Everyone is about 10, 20-ish points next to each other. That is just a little bit of placement overall.
You can see their position right here in the middle of the lake. Actually somewhere where I've seen them look to position themselves in the past. Relatively central in this third zone, and it means that when fourth pops, they're likely to pull it. But if things don't go their way, things could get messy, right? Just sort of isolated here in the middle of everything. But the big thing is they have experience here, right? They've literally pulled this kind of zone so many times, whether that be in other qualifiers, in scrims, practice, so they'll know exactly what the right protocol is. They have it all planned to a T.
Thing is, you might have a plan. It can still look kind of drastic. They're 20 points behind overall from Thomas HD and Tayson, right? 20 points, that's a lot of eliminations needed. Each elim worth 3. You can do the math. They got to just keep racking things up and have a stellar performance. Tayson goes down to Aqua. This split base to try to gain control of the north side of the map leads to disastrous results for Thomas HD. He will try to go for a little bit of that finish on Noah Riley. He will come through. Maybe he can get the mats, but the second place team, the head-to-head matchup we were looking forward to facing and watching, gets fractured in half, and Tayson is down.
Thomas truly is half man, half amazing, but at what point is it too much for him? At what point is it really too much of a mountain to climb? This is gonna be a real tough ending. Atco was able to get the reboot on O'Reilly, but Thomas won't be able to have that same benefit. And even then, it doesn't matter.
He gets 3 more. Noah Riley brought back from the lobby by Aqua. There's no chance for Aqua to go back. The zone does too much damage now to get the reboot again, but that's 3 points for Thomas HD to have again. He just has to wait. There's an airdrop here as well. That's another pad. If there is a person in this game that can solo an endgame, it might be Thomas. He might have another free pick here. It's up against Aqua. He knows it's the 1v1, but the more noise he makes, everyone else on the server will start to shoot, and those shots start to come from a long distance. They won't do too much damage, but Thomas has to be careful. One mistake, his HP totals go down. He has to just push forward for this fight. 35 seconds left for the zone move as well. He has some time to work with, but in all these metal builds, this SMG is not going to do too much damage to those fully built walls. To try to go for that pressure, he's going to elect to just back up a bit. Go for the package. It's gonna be fine. Will it drop a launch pad? Does he have the marketing? No. No pad from no. Yes, absolutely. 2 pads now for him to rock in with. I have to assume that Taysom might have used one earlier on before, so it's gonna be fine for him for now. Aqua is gonna be here on low ground, fully beefed up with the shield. I'm not sure what the surge situation looks like for Thomas HD either. But what I do know is there are at least 4 teams looking this way. No matter what decision he makes here, the eyes will be on him in this lobby.
This is going to be a real tough rotation. Aqua lands at the bugle, so he has the web shooters, I believe. And Thomas doing what probably was the best option, right? Looking to go towards this hill, using it as cover. And he does take a bit of damage, but he has the shields to recover. But that's just even less shields to use deeper into the game. And he still has his eyes set on Aqua. He realizes that every little point helps. Oh, wow. He's 64 below as well, so he actually just needs to damage straight up in terms of surge.
Look at the points in 3rd place. 265 right now, and Thomas is at 266. Yeah, the 3 points will help overall, but he will fall down the standings if he can't live. Yes, the elim, it'll be huge. Yes, to this point, you go down in the top 3, you might be able to hold on to top 10, but this man wants to win. He wants to be on the podium. So does Tayson. And clutch sprays coming in from up above. Will it update the threshold? No, just 37 below still. Thomas HD is in trouble. He'll have to use one of his pads directly in the line of sight of other players. Not everyone opens up. He's going for the 1v1. Aqua jumping in the box, but Aqua lands a big shot, controls the wall, bounced back. Thomas HD somehow survives, doesn't own any of these walls. Aqua, I think, just got beamed down as well right in front of him. Now the entire lobby's focusing him, and Thomas HD is down.
That might just be it. I doubt their 2nd place will hold with Kiriachi and Stormy right looking so strong. And so what was setting up to be a photo finish for them might be the end of their FNCS run. And if Hen and Queasy have been paying attention to the feed, that will be huge for them.
This happened last game though. They took down Thomas HD and Tayson, and then the next 20 seconds they looked a bit too happy-go-lucky. They got a bit too fruitful with the way they were playing the game. A miss edit a little bit possibly. They were trying to hit a pad, but looks like I got blocked. They'll go down forward again, blocked once more. Hen falls down and jumps. They barely took any damage, just 1 zone tick. They're looking good, composed. All they need to do right now is stay alive.
And they can do that. They've been able to so well. We talked about how they can be so sneaky, almost like they're invisible in these games. And some nice damage being dealt. Hen, you can feel he's in rhythm, hitting the shots when needed. And this is everything. This is their chance. Last year, FNCS, the first one of the year, Hen was victorious. 2022, can he do it again?
We need to stay with them for this one. We haven't watched the way they really take height, hold it. Yes, we tune in with a bunch of other POVs as well, but I really want to see the decisions they make. Look at this expert spot. They're still picking up a few eliminations. None of them will actually go towards points credits, though. It's just the pressure, because Tripper and Vidil are there to pick those ones up. It's fully aquatic. 11-2K, look at the zone.
I'm loving this. I am absolutely loving this. And if you remember back, right, this will be great for Janice and Vortex. They were prepared, right? And so I'm sure they'll be sitting pretty. But Hen and Queasy deal with it so well. And you can see Hen doesn't stop, right? He's constantly looking for these opportunities. He can smell it from a mile away. And now, as the zone pulls towards that northeast, this is where champions are made. 104 below somehow. Oh no, 273. The update came through. But Hen, Queasy versus Stormy Rat and Kiriachi is the story to follow for today.
On the left side of your screen, just pay attention to those golden lights. They're jumping straight into the storm, and yes, they do actually grab the pad. Lots of damage done. They'll have to drop down and heal. I'm tracking them. They're going towards the front side of the zone. On the right side, you can see their POV going up, 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 and away towards high ground. Almost a straight up second height. Do they find each other, though? Are they together? Yes, that is the case. Still good above Surge. Queasy takes a little bit over on the tarp. Hen starts to move in as well. Armored wall put down, so they have a moment to breathe. Hen and Queasy are making this run to win EU FNCS.
And Karma and Booback may sit on height for the meantime, but I can assure you, Hen and Queasy will start to look, and you can already see Hen peeking up. But just before, he'll look to try see if they can get any more eliminations, anything that can get the material count up and healthy. But it's all about that timing for when they look for height.
Have to be controlled here. Bubak might just go down, get angry with it. Queasy actually stumbles, falls, gets beamed. It's someone in their build. I think Bubak's getting close and personal. 276 for Hen. It's not going to be enough to just win the entire tournament. He's going to have to clutch by himself. The wonder kid from seasons before has to grow up to be a man. One elimination. He's all on his own. Has almost maximum wood, but no more hard mats up against the wall of Badil. A tough fight to win. Gains control of the ramp. Has a chance for an edit. Just wants to get the materials, get a little bit out of it. He's on this floor. It's not his. Has to be careful. This is crazy. Spicy Splashes has 8 of them. He can really move around and has a lot of mats to work with as well. He's going to tank this zone as much as possible. Look at that golden light lost in the darkness. Hen has to keep this run alive. 284 points. He's getting higher in these standings. 13 teams left. Bubak still has height. What a nice swing. He's on second height right now. Has to relieve that pressure. Maybe drop down slightly. No, he doesn't get focused by anyone. Full hard mats here for him to use as well. Bubak starts to rattle on the cage that Hen is in, but this man is no chicken, no turkey. He's a beast. He's looking for the shots on a Janus and Vortex. Another armored wall he's showing for the moment right now. That golden right surrounded by enemies from all and every single side. Someone's waiting. Jump inside Hen's box. One miss at it could be his demise. Goes for a few more shots and heal him down below. He still doesn't find it. How is Hen still alive from this moment? Has a lot of mats to work with. He'll go off from the right side. 286, first place. Is still shining bright and looking true. A double jump in midair too. He's found his next box.
Hen's done so well to stay alive. He's done everything he possibly can, and he won't stop here. Dealing damage, applying pressure like he has a teammate by his side. Gets Karma down, has the chug smasher when the siphon comes in. That will be huge for his HP. He's done brilliantly. 291 points is going to be a mountain that not many teams can climb. Karma and Janus down, and so this is going to be real difficult for all of these teams left trying to fight for the AXA champions.
6 teams, 6 players. It's a solos FNCS basically, and Hen is going for high ground. 1v1, toe to toe, up against Bubak. One edit, he's got no shield. Hen needs to win this. He has control. This is a solo clutch of your career, my friend, and you're about to win the FNCS if you hold on. No mats, one armored wall. This is all he has left.
Hen has everything. He's done everything. He's solo clutch. We know he has that ability. No materials left, but he still is able to apply damage. Won't get that elimination, but he will hold on.
Starts to spray one more person in his way to sit those down on the low ground. All it has to do is wait. The drop down, the beam, it's almost enough and has it. 1v1, 297 points. This is for the European Championship. All he has to do is take down Walks, solidify it. He has enough points already, but do it in style, my friend. The VR is just in your grasp. Hen as a solo against the world, and he wins the European FNCS.
He has the motivation, he has the drive, the hunger, and the thirst for greatness. He is greatness. Hen and Queasy will win the first FNCS of the year, and what a way to do it. The solo clutch when all the odds were against him, and the boy from Britain is able to do it. Wow.
That's just what you expect from a man who was born in this mode. Someone who gave us the best stories from Chapter 2 and possibly even the big moments we saw from Chapter 1. I mean, Hen right now, to do it from that early as a solo, monumental, crazy, what a shot. I'm just so happy. A comeback performance as well at 11. They were so behind from that first day.
It was crazy, right? They had so high expectations coming into the FNCS finals, and it started off slow. There were doubts about their ability, but they just kept rising and rising shy throughout the tournament, and they seal it out. They've looked like the best duo all season long, and they finished the season the best duo as well.
absolutely crazy from these guys. I don't know how to explain it. They just went away from everyone else into their own world, their own time chamber, and then came out complete champions. I mean, that's what we love to see. And Levin, casting this with you, man. I mean, first run for both of us. It was also awesome from start to finish.
There's nobody I'd rather do it with, man. It's been one of the best days of Fortnite I've seen in a long, long time. It's been an absolute blast, and I can't wait to do it again.
Absolutely. We'll toss it back over to Zeke, Boop, and Reese. I mean, that was a run of a lifetime.
You just gotta give them the applause. You know what I'm saying? Like, Hen, Queasy, it's in those moments, man, that we live for. Those moments of clarity, of just pure, serene tranquility, where they can just say, it doesn't matter what happens. I have the confidence. I have put everything into this performance, into this final game. And to then walk away the winner, Boop. It is just, is there a better feeling? I don't think so.
That is just ridiculous. The incredible mental fortitude to do it as a solo. It was 5 solos at the end there. It was basically a solo tournament. And Hen, with everything, all the pressure on the line, everything on his shoulders, he just did it. I'm lost for words. Absolutely speechless. Hen has secured himself as one of the best players in Fortnite history. What a man.
That is one of the best moments in Fortnite ever. Like, hands down, there is one of the best moments in Fortnite ever. The solo clutch from Hen. Queasy obviously went down to that spray, as we noticed there. But I can't even speak at this moment. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm seeing the reactions coming out from them on Twitter right now. Queasy shaking, literally. He said he's almost passing out watching Hen solo clutch do this, what we just saw here. And I am, again, I'm just speechless. Great analyst, I don't understand, but, you know, it's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, let's go a little bit more analytical. You know, when we saw them in day number 1, you know, we saw them sort of, they maybe had lost a little bit of hope, right? And then that last game, we saw just a glimmer, just a tiny little glimmer of hope. And today, they just turned it to the absolute maximum. You know, at the beginning of the show, we alluded to the feeling that Queasy had, you know. Yesterday, everything went wrong for him. And today, looked like everything went right. Hen was on top, Queasy was on top, and that is just absolute beautiful Fortnite that we see from them, just ridiculous stuff. And it makes me so happy to be here to witness it.
I know, and you know, going into this game, I said they have no victory royales. I said these guys are game winners coming into that, and in the final game they proved me wrong, thankfully, picking up that final victory royale in the final match. And what's so interesting about this is, like, they've been the #1 hype team the entire season. I think they've been the #1 team the entire season, and right now they have just proved that in the biggest stage possible, winning, of course, $300,000, $150,000 each, and they've both won FNCS multiple times already so far. Just some of the best players in the world, hands down.
And to top it off, right, to get the victory royale, you could have got, he could have fell in second place, just be like, yeah, I won the tournament, I'm the best, whatever, to be able to be like, no, there was no question. I was in the driver's seat the whole time. So well fought from this duo out of Europe. Congratulations, Hen and Queasy, duo champions here in the Chapter 3 Season 1 FNCS. 319 total points, only a single victory royale, but you know what, Boop? That was the one that cemented it all.
Who needs multiple when just one is enough?
You just need the one.
All you need is the one. I mean, that's a story you tell your children, right? That is just, oh my goodness. You know, it's bad when me and Reese have nothing to say about it.
I know, we were literally run out of things to say at this point. Honestly, what I think is so interesting about this team is just the dynamic. Obviously, I've said how many times it's built up of double champions, one of the only 4 teams that is both FNCS champions on that. But the team dynamic's so good. You've got Queasy, who's that calculated player, who's a little bit overly safe sometimes. Interestingly enough, him going down first there was very uncharacteristic of that.
Yeah.
Usually it's Hen who's the super aggressive one, who's going to jump into boxes, who, if you've watched any of their games back, I would highly recommend it. I'm not just plugging their YouTube here, but if you watch back the gameplay, firstly, amazing gameplay. Secondly, comms, amazing, hilarious. You're going to hear Queasy just be like, Hen, just trying to get him to rein things back in. So to see Queasy go down first, uncharacteristic, but you're leaving someone like Hen the reins. You're handing them over to him to pop off, to give those kind of solo performances, to win championships. Unreal.
Yeah, and I always consider duos to be a game of two solos, right? And we've seen Queasy this season do so well in solo cash cups. Hen also always such a good solo player, also qualified multiple solo cash cups as well. And you know, that combination of two players, at the beginning it was a little bit tough, right? They have the mentality issues, but they overcome that adversity, and now they're just champions. Just, yeah, amazing.
So fantastic. We got to see the final placement, the final prize money to be divvied out here once again. It is just a shock, but in the best way possible.
Wow.
And take a look at this. After everything is said and done, Kariachi and Stormy, right, they fought. They came out of your top 3, and they end the tournament in 2nd place. And once again, I want to remind you, you're probably thinking to yourself, Zeke, but 2nd's not 1st. But I'll tell you right now, look at that prize money. A 4th all the way up to 2nd. That's $50,000 for you and your duo, respectively, right? And again, everyone who has made it here has proven that they deserve to be in the finals. They are finals worthy duos. So congratulations to everyone. Boop, how are you feeling about the final standings here in the top 10?
Yeah, it makes me very happy to see multiple players, not only the big boys, you know, Hen and Queasy. See Kiriachi, you know, he was on the verge of quitting this season, maybe wasn't sure. Stormlight overcoming some adversity as well to get 2nd place. Thomas Orientation, as always, very consistent. Vortex and Janice, you know, new duos, you know, sort of struggled to find duos coming through. Trulix and Chico, you know, these guys sort of quiet the entire 2 days, but you know, they've been there the entire time, and I'm happy to see Trulix, you know, he sort of got thrown back in terms of duos, hasn't been able to find the best. He found someone as underrated as Chico, such an up-and-coming player, a ridiculous talent, and I'm expecting such good things from them as well in the future.
I mean, talking about up-and-coming players, 6th place, Grolls and Clown.
Oh, yeah.
They've been almost like a highlight team so far. You know, it's a shame that almost that switching up of drop spots from Vino moving over to Covert in the last couple games left Seti and Chapix able to push them in that early engagement and capitalize on the messy fight that they had, because these guys were absolutely fragging out and doing such a good job. I think 6th, they have to be happy about that regardless. I'm sure maybe the initial thought process is going to be a little bit upset because they had a shot at winning, but regardless, when you look back at this through history, you're going to be like, 6th in FNCS, you know what? That wasn't too bad.
Not too bad, no.
Not bad at all. And for their first performance, right? How many duos can say, hey, this is the first FNCS finals we've ever made? And to make top 6, right? That's earnings. That's recognition for their duo. So even if they decided, hey, we're going to split up and go our separate ways, they're going to be able to say, look, we came in 6th individually. So you should partner with us because we can do that again. Absolutely insane. Now, Reese, listen, we're going to look at predictions. Okay, me and Boop lost this time. But Boop, you know, we didn't do too bad, okay?
Yeah.
They still showed up, right? We still in the top 5. Not the worst. Okay, production, you guys didn't have to do me like this. Don't show them the numbers. Don't show them the numbers. You know what? Actually, no, what? Production, give us the numbers. Shy wager. Can we just talk?
Wow, that's rough from the. I mean, you know. New analyst on the desk, Boop. I get it, 4 points for yourself. You know, maybe next season it'll come back up. We just got. I don't know how this is marked because I got 1st place. Me, Shio, and Levin all got 1st place. How's only 3 points? You know, I'm feeling that this is rigged a little bit here. I'll take 2nd place right over. And obviously, just me, Shio, and Levin. I'm making it really hard for production saying a bunch of names here, which is great. They're gonna who am I gonna highlight next? But no, me, Shio, Levin. Obviously, all 3 of us went with Heezy. I'm combining them now. They make shoes or something at this point. Hen and Queasy, obviously, as our predictions, picking that 1st place. And of course, Mum also went with that. That's what really matters here. Let's be real.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mama Reese will be taking my job next season. She's the better analyst, absolute legend that she is. It hurts me.
I know. Those 4 points, yeah, I think it's going to be that way.
Hey, at least I beat someone. It's fine.
That's true. That's true. Guys, thank you all so much for hanging out with us. This has been the conclusion of the FNCS here in Europe. If you were watching in Legends Landing, we appreciate it. Use your favorite emote. Throw all the tomatoes all over the place. Now, if you're still wanting more, you're like, Zeke, this has been incredible. I want to watch more. We have NA East and NA West. 2 more regions, 6 games in both of those regions, and champions to be crowned. So make sure you stick around for that. It has been a pleasure hanging out with all of you who have watched, from Shia Wager and Levin, Boop and Reese and myself, and from the entire production team. We're so thankful and just happy that it has all gone down the way it has. Until next time, Fortnite fam, we love you. Keep yourselves safe. And as always, We'll see you guys on the battle bus.
Beep, beep. Much love.
I knew it.
does get harder. Oh my god.
Let's go. I'm ready for the random patch of grass or like the random wall up close. I'm just not gonna be able to understand.
Oh, this is a good one.
This is on the south side of Sleepy Sounds. This is looking towards the lighthouse behind it.
Oh, this is from Sleepy Sound, I think.
This is definitely Sleepy Sounds, I'd say.
This is at Sleepy Sound.
That is Sleepy Sound.
It's a little close, but...
Let's go. We are in Condo Canyon.
This is actually my drop spot, I believe. I could be completely wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is Condo Canyon.
I'm not 100% sure. I just say Condo Canyon.
Oh, this is at Condo Canyon.
That is Kando. I don't know the name. Kando something. Kando Canyon.
Condo Canyon. Nice.
I'm just too goated at this or something. I don't know what to say. Oh my god, this one is such a hard one.
Uh-oh.
I think this is Bugle.
Meowscles Morsel.
Okay, no, this one is this one's in Coney.
Probably Tilted Towers because of the building.
Coney? I'm just guessing Coney, I'm not sure.
So the building looks familiar. I think I'm gonna say Tilted.
I don't know a sign on the view. I didn't even know it was there.
Nice.
No way.
Oh my lord, what is this? What is this?
This is Greasy Grove, 100%.
Oh, Greasy.
Easy. This one is so easy. It's Greasy Grove.
Gosh, I have no clue.
Oh, this is at Greasy. I land Greasy, so...
I'm gonna go with Rocky Rios.
Let's go.
4 for 4.
Oh, this is a tough one.
If it's not Jones's, it might be Camp Cuddle, but I think it's Jones's. I'm gonna lock in Jones's.
Is this Shifty Shafts? Oh, wait, no, it could be Camp Cuddle.
I think Camp Cuddle because of the trees and the campfire. I don't really know.
The Joneses?
Like, this doesn't even seem like a POI. Like, I'd say Camp Cuddle.
Great. Great.
Loot Lake, wow. Yeah, I have not been here.
Yeah, I've never been here either. Yeah, don't land here.
See, I would never guess that.
I want to win an FNCS. I know that I can. I got so close in the last 2 FNCSs, and I know that I still have it in me.
Improve my aim as much as I can, and I definitely want to try to win at least one more FNCS this year.
For FNCS, I really want a good FNCS Grand Final finish. I really want to finish in the top maybe 10 or 5.
Like I've been playing more than ever, grinding more than ever. I'm really trying to be #1 this year.
My main goals for 2022 is to place consistently in every FNCS, but mainly win a FNCS.
Just get a bigger name and probably win like at least one FNCS this year.
I get 2 in my head sometimes, especially in solos, and I think that's something that a lot of players struggle with. I just need to work on it again to make me unstoppable.
I think I want to really improve on my mentality.
I want to show people that I haven't peaked yet, you know?
Being more consistent as a duo, me and Threats and stuff, so I think that would be really good.
I just want to keep improving on like everything, like aim, building, like game knowledge.
I'd say my strongest point is definitely endgame.
I have really good mechanics since a really long time, and if I just keep playing the game, I will forever be good.
I've had this burning fire in me to play duos and compete in tournaments since the last duo FNCS. This is like my core game mode, and I'm gonna do insanely well.
One of my strongest points is in duos, and this year of FNCS is all duos, so it's pretty stacked up in my favors.
Anytime we're in late game, we're always getting a lot of kills and popping off on low ground, so everybody better watch out.
I think stressing is the real thing I improve on. Before, I used to always stress in tournament and think about what can happen.
One of my biggest mistakes right now is like I sometimes get greedy when I see a kill.
And it doesn't really matter where you land. At the end of the day, you're gonna play grand finals, and as long as you have a good spot, you can cash out and make a lot of money and set a name for yourself.
Like learn what your mistakes are. Like you can't go back and redo it, so you just gotta learn and try to not do it in the future.
just getting through all these tournaments, trying to learn as much as I can from them is honestly pretty much what I'm doing all the time now. So that's pretty much it.
I'm just trying to make myself as mechanically sound as possible, so that way, like, there's just nothing that can be put past me.
So far I've qualified for every Geo Cash Cup that I played, so I think that's a really, really good start.
I feel like this year is definitely like my year.
Yeah. I'm coming into this FNCS feeling strong. I'm very positive that I'll do good throughout the whole year, especially this FNCS, and yeah, hopefully I win.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Today I'm joined in the lobby by Acorn, Season 5 FNCS champion, one of the best players on N East. Easy first question. How you doing?
Good to be here. Happy to be here.
So I saw, obviously, you know, there's N East is renowned for its team switch ups and things. So, you know, you were with Miro prior to that, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, cool. So now you're with Canada. How's that just working out generally?
Still like in the early phase, but I feel like we'll become like definitely the best. I can see us like becoming number one.
Ooh, so you're already setting yourself for FNCS champions this season. Is that what you're trying to say?
That's the goal.
So what happened in that first one then? What was going on?
Like we got 55th or something, and like.
Oh, okay.
Just,
one of those.
It was
days.
just one of those
Yeah,
days.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. One of those days.
What do you think you guys are doing extremely well together? Like, what do you think your strong points are?
Oh, I like how we both know the game. Like, we get both IGL, you know what I'm saying? And we both have like fragger ability.
Do you think it's best just to have right now 2 players who can do it all, or are you kind of thinking some of these teams will work better if they have a bit more separated roles?
I think 2 players who can do it all is definitely the best.
What's kind of like your day look like? What's that practice look like? What do you put in to get to that kind of level?
So I do like online school in the morning, and then I'd say usually around like 3 o'clock is when I'd like hop on, start playing. And tourneys are usually around 6. So like I'll take a break at like 4, hop back on like 5, you know, aim train, all that. And then non-tournament days I play like scrims and stuff, just practice, all that, like, you know, VOD review.
What's on the team you're like looking out for? Who do you think is like the potential best duo out there?
I think there's a couple, to be honest. I think Mero Buga definitely one to watch out. Rise, Aegis, that duo is very, very good.
How is your mental approach to the game?
I don't really like rage and stuff. I try to like always get my head in the game and like always think, oh, what can we do? You know, like how can we get back on track? Once I get in the game, I try to freestyle it. I have some like strategies and like ideas of what to do.
You have your head on your shoulders, which is good. You know, you sound confident, you sound analytical about it. Have you always been that way, or did you do something in particular to get to that kind of point?
As I advanced the rankings, I feel like slowly my confidence grew.
Do you have any advice for someone who would struggle with building up their confidence outside of just placing better and being more confident then?
Try to hype yourself up, you know? People call themselves bad all the time, and slowly that gets into your head, you know what I'm saying?
And you're going into that first game of an FNCS, are you nervous? You know, and you're in the
100%.
Finals. Are you super nervous? When does that
100%.
go away?
I'd say before the game I'm really nervous, but like when I get in the game, I lock in, I feel.
Do you have a career highlight moment?
Winning a game in the FNCS I won definitely was the best feeling. Yeah, I remember like loading at the leaderboard and I just won.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for being here as well, and good luck in FNCS.
FNCS NA East. The competition has never been tougher as we enter the last day of the FNCS Finals. Only 50 duos remain in the running to claim the Axe of Champions. It truly is now or never for the players to show what they really are made of. Defending FNCS champions Booga and Miro finished day one on top. Despite not being able to claim a single VR, they had the best average placement on day one. Will they be able to keep it up to claim their third title in a row? Day in Clicks had both ups and downs yesterday, gaining just 2 points in 3 games. But they also had the highest point game on day one, with an astonishing 62 points. With 2 VRs under their belt, are they able to hit match point today? OMG Me Too is competing in his first FNCS Finals, ending day one in 4th place, just 9 points behind Booga and Miro. It's now or never for OMG Me Too and his duo partner Shadow, if they want to call themselves champions of NAE. 6 games down, 6 to go! Who will secure the title of NA East champions? The FNCS starts right now!
Thank you, voiceover guy. This is it, the final act. To quote world-renowned Fortnite philosopher Monster D Face, duos have formed, legends will rise. Who will walk away as your FNCS NAE Chapter 3 Season 1 champions? Can Booga and Miro claim their crown once more? That's what we're here to find out. Welcome back into FNCS Finals NAE. It is day 2. My name is Adam Savage. I am delighted to be your host. It is gonna be superb today. We're gonna find out by the end of the day who your champions are of this region. Now, I could say every accolade under the glistening Fortnite sun to that wouldn't do justice. These exceptional analysts alongside me. Fellas, Vivid, Somebody's Gun, welcome in, boys. The 3 of us here on the panel tonight breaking down all the action for the lovely viewers at home. Vivid, this is what it's all about. Day 2 of finals. We had an amazing day 1, and today is heating up, baby. Break it down from what's coming our way.
Yeah, combined with day 1 action that we saw in NA East, and then watching EU finalize its day 2, watching Hen and Queasy over there, bring it all the way down to that game 6 on day number 2. It has me so excited to see what NA East can bring us.
Yeah, we got a lot to live up to. Day 1 was hot and heavy, and then we had the EU popping off for Hen. That was an incredible performance. We saw some incredible performances on our own region, and we have the best of the best once again, boys.
We certainly do. There's nothing like seeing Game 12 as well in EU, and Hen winning, obviously outright, coming first as well, but getting a victory royale and solo clutching in the end. Love to see it. I'm hoping for the same exhilaration here on NAE as well. Let's talk about Legends Landing. Obviously, you guys have heard about this lots over the course of the last few weeks, but let's take a closer look at Legends Landing. Now, you can watch all the action unfold on the new Legends Landing, okay? Now, this is found in the By Epic Discovery Row. It is a fantastic place that you can get together with the rest of the community, embrace the finals. Obviously, this is the last day today where we're going to crown the champions. The Axe champions coming someone's way later on. This place, Legends Landing, is a place that you can watch it together with your pals, with your friends, with your family. A great opportunity to hang out and see our beautiful faces plastered all across the rooftops as well. It's great. Obviously, as well, Vivid and SBG, one cool thing as well is we must talk about FNCS outfits as well. Now, for you guys at home, you may have seen some of the footage there as well of these outfits. The Chapter 3 Season 1 champion outfits are available in the shop, okay? Now, you can add this to your locker. It'll be around for the rest of the Chapter 3 Season 1 finals. Limited FNCS items are available in the shop. Vivid, this is a cool way that you can kind of celebrate finals with your pals as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. It is a great addition to Fortnite. One of those outfits that are only available during a limited time period, so do not miss out on adding it to your locker because it's really, really cool way to celebrate this competition that is going on.
Yeah, it's looking fresh, and maybe some of the players will be rocking them here today.
Yeah, I've worn my freshest leopard print shirt tonight, boys. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling fierce. Animalistic for this one. This is going to be great. Savage by name, savage by shirts, obviously. Let's talk a bit about the broadcast schedule as well, of course. What's been coming your way over the last few weeks and what is coming your way today as well. Obviously, throwback to our qualifiers. Back in February 18th, 20th, we had the initial teams that qualified through the top 8 from both days, went through to finals, of course, semi-finals as well last weekend, February 25th, 26th and 27th, where we had that kind of reboot round style. We love to see the victory royales immediately go through, as well as points as well allocated to the top teams who've qualified too. And here we are, 50 duos remain in the competition for finals, March 5th and March 6th. We have obviously March 5th yesterday, day 1, and today, the last date, day 2, March 6th of finals. NAE is going to be mighty exciting indeed. Now, Vivid, the format of this competition as well, it's been loads of fun to see unfold. Walk us through the format we can see on screen now as well.
Yeah, so as Adam said, we are day 2 here of the FNCS finals. We're going to take the points that the teams got on day number 2 and the points they get on day number 2, or day number 1 and day number 2, and add them up, and they're going to be on a cumulative leaderboard, and that is how we would decide our FNCS champions. And you know, we do have that match point format looming in the distance, but it is a hard one to reach as teams need 500 points and 3 victory royales to reach that. And as we saw over in EU, we only saw around 320 points come out. So I don't think we're going to be hitting that today, but nonetheless, we will crown an FNCS champion.
Let's talk about how we're going to get that champion. Let's talk about the point structure. So 32 points for the victory royale. You first start receiving your placement points at 35th, and they accumulate all the way up. And it's really those top 10, top 5 points that are huge in order to be able to succeed. That's what we're seeing our top teams on the leaderboard, and we're going to check that out in a second. Also, on top of the placement, you get 3 points per elimination, and we've seen a lot of teams racking up those elim points as well already in day 1.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference, the combination of the two there. You can get those placement points, but those eliminations, 3 apiece. Amazing. Let's look at pricing as well. Of course, Axe of Champions is great and all, but also the prize pool here at NA East, $637,500. An insane amount of cash up for grabs here, pricing-wise as well, Vivid. Break it down for us, baby.
Yeah, I'm looking straight at that top there, $130,000 for our FNCS champs to go along with that nice Axe of Champions that they will gather. As you can see here, the top 10, you break into that top 10, and the increment at which you increase your prize is just so much. So, you know, we put a lot of focus on who was going to win this today, but these teams that aren't necessarily in this top 10, they really should be fighting their hardest to get in here so that way they can just increase the amount of money that they're going to win in, because as these placements go up, it just increases so much, SBG.
Yeah, there's so much to play for, and let's talk about what happened yesterday and what our current standings look like. And we had some amazing plays. Obviously, Miro and Bugha were able to finish off the day in the top spot, 107 placement points, 27 elims. These guys were the perfect balance of placement plus elims. We saw them playing incredibly well. But also, we have Spade and Chimp, who on the other hand may have been a lesser known team coming into this, yet are right there with the big names of Miro and Bugha heading into day 2.
Yeah, looking at this stats here, Vivid. Sorry to jump in there, buddy, but looking at the kind of the points there, you can see how close the teams, how congested it is in the top spots there as well. But even the eliminations, like, it seems like it's a real kind of even playing field there. Like, all the different teams in and around the top 8, for instance, especially, have got at least 20 eliminations, and it's so tight as well. It all comes down to placement points. It seems it's so pivotal.
Yeah, the top of that leaderboard is very, very close. And honestly, looking at the leaderboard, we saw individual performances, obviously, out of Miro and Bugha a lot. We saw individual performances out of Spade. But looking at that, like, top 6, honestly, the duo that I think is highlighted to me with, like, a formulated playstyle was Clix and Day. I think those are the only ones that we saw success consistently when they were only as a duo. Those other teams that are in that top 5 up there, we all saw individual performances out. But Day and Clix, on the other hand, they stomped out as a duo, because whenever they found a refresh in that 7th or 6th zone, they just ran with it and found so much success off the back of it.
And no doubt, and we will likely see them do more of the same today. They've looked a lot more structured in these end games, and hey, Adam, you know, I'm sure we're going to be talking about them here a little bit more in a second.
I have no doubt in my mind we will. Ahead of that, though, obviously, we love to hear from our players. One player that was particularly exciting to watch last weekend in semis, qualified day 3, was Cease. Here's a closer look with a chat to Cease all about FNCS and this incredible finals.
All right, what's going on, Fortnite fam? Today I'm in the lobby with Cease. How are you getting on today? Simple one to start it off.
I'm doing pretty good, Perfect. That's what we like to hear. So
I'm gonna go with a bit of a wild card to start things off with here. Assuming the entire world was a 0 ping single region, who would you want to duo with?
I'd probably want to do it with Volks because he's a funny man. He's OCE, and yeah, I've hung out with him a bunch of times.
Another weird one. Time travel your current skill back to the 2019 Solo World Cup. Where are you placing?
I don't think I put much more than like a couple hours into practicing for solos because I was so focused on duos, and duos was of course the day before, so I was already excited. I was like, I already did. So what can I do? So I literally landed at the most shambles spot ever. If I could change anything, I would probably just land the block.
What would be the first and best piece of advice you'd give someone who's kind of new, starting to get into the competitive scene now and just starting to improve their kind of Fortnite competitive placement?
If you place top 15 in a cash cup, take that $200, whatever it is, and put it aside. If you get top 10 in the grand finals, just put that aside for a new computer or for a new mouse that you've been wanting or whatever. Like, invest in yourself. That's exactly what I did. Like, my two teammates in the last FNCS were on the worst computers possible. I got them new computers for the Grand Royale, and look what happened. We made I think we made double what we made in the last FNCS.
Where do you rate yourself on the greatest of all time, the GOAT list?
I think right now I probably put myself, within the top 25. But I think after this year, I'll be, back into the top 10, top 5.
There's a lot of money to play for when it comes for a lot of these finals, and there's a lot of stress involved in that too. Are you planning anything in particular with your mindset?
I don't think I had any nerves at World Cup. Like, I literally had duos, and I can tell because we were so prepared and we had a game plan knocked out. But then it came to solos, and I was extremely nervous because I had nothing, and I was by myself, and so now into trios, it's like, this last FNCS, I had so much prepared. I knew exactly what our game plan was. I knew what we were going to do, and we knocked it out.
You already mentioned earlier, your favorite game mode is duos in particular. What's your least favorite game mode?
Well, duos is always a part of the game, but when trios came out, I was like, oh, no way, a year of trios. I hate it. Now we're on the duos, and I'm like, no, trios is gone. I want trios. And so I always didn't like squads, and I'm guessing if squads got announced for a year or however long, I would be like, I'd hate it, but then by the end of the year, I'd love it. So it's just like, I don't really know. I think squads right now, but who knows? Maybe it's probably solos, honestly.
Thank you very much for your time, Cease. It's very, very, very appreciated here. Where can the people find you?
At Cease on everything. That's just my handle across all socials. So just stay in touch.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Love to hear from Cease there, particularly about confidence as well. We talked about this yesterday. Obviously, confidence plays a hugely important factor across the competition. Obviously, this has been the second day now. We're getting very close to the finish line, fellas, so this is going to be a big factor, as I said. Let's talk about some of our duos in question. Obviously, we saw loads of them in action yesterday, and we're going to see them again today, and can't wait to get things kicked off very shortly. Firstly, Jampers and Dukes here. Oh, guys, yesterday, first 3 games, Vivid, back-to-back third places in the first 3 games. That is, A, a very hard thing to do, and B, if they can replicate that today, they are in for a very, very decent ride indeed.
Yeah, Jamper and Duke definitely have to be happy with how they performed yesterday. You did highlight there that the first 3 games, they got 3rd place in every single one of those. Then they got 7th, and then they got a 40th and a 14th. So they were definitely coming out strong at the start of day number 1, but they did not end too well. But that's okay because we do have a second day. So if they can start it just like they started day number 1, then they should be really, really good spot on the leaderboard.
And I think a lot of their success came from the early rotates, using the vehicles to get ahead of zones, and then picking those priority positions on top of hills, which allowed them to get that surge and then funnel all that down through the rest of the game. Didn't see that happen over the back half, so likely they need to go back to their roots like what they did in the first couple of games.
Yeah, another team as well who, if we see the same thing as we did yesterday, it's going to be very, very interesting come the end of the day on the leaderboard, because Clicks and Day as well. We saw that victory royale, I think, with 10 eliminations on one of the games. I think it was game 3. But, another team that we already knew was going to deliver a lot of the goods in this competition. But yesterday, it felt like things were just going in the right direction, Vivid.
Yeah, they were actually the only team yesterday on the NA East region to gather 2 victory royales, and they did it kind of in the same style. I mentioned it a little bit earlier. got to pay attention to the elim feed when we are spectating these end games, because if it clicks, finds an elimination around that 6th zone, I can almost guarantee you they were going to run with that, and there are a lot of action. And typically they go for the higher ground. So if they get an elimination where they can get that refresh, pay attention to the higher ground, because they love immediately going for it right after that elim.
Yeah, they get stacked up by those mats and then look to make a play, and it's a lot structured, more structured than I've seen them play in previous games, at least so far this season. And that is dangerous. If these two are figuring out how exactly to play these lobbies, that is a massive problem for everybody else.
It is. Another team causing a lot of problems for everybody else as well. Spade and Chimp Vivid. We saw these guys, we could under the radar to a degree yesterday, but we saw they just started towards the end, accelerating their way towards the top spots. And they're currently sat in second now.
Yeah, and honestly, no like really insane performance. Their best finish was actually a 3rd and a 7th place, and then every other finish was outside of the top 10 actually, but those placements were like 14th, 13th, so always very, very close and just gathering placement points in every single game. We also saw an insane individual performance out of Spade, and I believe it was game number 5, so a lot going for them as they do find themselves at the top of the leaderboard coming into day number 2.
And what I've seen from them should be able to be repeated, because they were just playing shoulder to shoulder. We talked about a lot of solo clutches, but this team was just playing together so well. And outside of 1 or 2 games, it was a team effort allowing them to succeed.
Yes, indeed it was. I mean, obviously a lot of the teams as well, all the teams, wherever you land POI wise as well, whether you're being kind of fought off spawn or not, plays a hugely important part in this competition. Let's take a closer look at a couple of particular POIs as well, because obviously that we're going to see some contestation undoubtedly. One place we're going to talk about is, read all about it, the Daily Bugle. Okay, now this is a great opportunity, a lot of loot there as well, Vivid, but it seems like it's a great place where we're going to see a lot of teams going head to head here, which could make or break the end game.
Yeah, and we see Bucky and Cam is going to be going up against Nico and Polarized. Now, after day number 1, I can tell you right now that there wasn't a head-to-head clash really ever between these two teams that are actually here. Typically, Bucky and Cam actually just looted up really quick, and they rotated out fast, and they actually immediately looked for a fight on the outskirts of the Bugle, either on like Crunchy and Pure, or there's the Walkers and Golden versus Spego and Charlie fight going on a little bit to the east of them. So they kind of just gathered the loot out of the Daily Bugle and got out of there as quickly as possible. And honestly, we saw them on the higher ground for a couple of games yesterday, so it was kind of working out because they were getting into those end game situations.
I would like to see Bucky and Cam do a little bit more. Like you mentioned, they were in those solid positions, and Nico and Polarized were fairly quiet. There wasn't those big clashes happening over the Bugle. Both these guys were just taking their loot, and they're like, all right, I'll see you in end game. We'll fight later on.
Yeah, we saw obviously at the Bugle there's a bunch of web shooters up for grabs as well. Obviously we've seen rotation-wise yesterday, particularly in the end games when there's, I think it was Miro yesterday, but clutching up, rotating out from mountains and underneath, using those web shooters so effectively there as well, so efficiently. I'm sure we're going to see plenty more of that today as well. Let's take a look as well at, Tilted Towers, of course, is a place that's come back into the map this year. A fan favorite to a degree here. Can get very congested very quickly, but again, another very exciting place to watch from the get-go.
Yeah, and honestly, Tilted Towers has kind of surprised me. We know that Acorn and Kanata lane here, Illish and Jack, and then TK and Visuals, and none of those teams are really doing too well. And with the amount of loot that is in Tilted Towers, I kind of expected it to be the other way around, especially the caliber of like Acorn and Kanata there, because they were getting that north side kind of uncontested. And I really just expect them to do so much better with the loot that you can get out of Tilted Towers.
Acorn and Kanata, they're a day 2 team. They're sitting in 8th place. They're within striking distance. They got a shot. But overall in Tilted, I think it's more been these extended engagements. Like after these teams rotate out, they're just taking shots at each other, much less those early game, quick 50-50s that we've seen in some other POIs.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great opportunity as well for us to kind of, before the first game kicks off, very shortly, to kind of chat a bit about what actually happened yesterday as well, and what we're kind of hoping we're going to see today, if you will as well. Vivid, yesterday, were you surprised by anything that you kind of saw, whether it be play style, whether it be the way kind of utilizing the meta at all? Obviously, high ground's always been a big factor in the game here, but we had some low ground victories as well. It seemed that the mid ground was a really interesting place where a lot was happening, and kind of ultimately defined how each game was going to go about as well. What did you find that happened?
I think the biggest story to tell was honestly the solo clutches that we saw. I think that a lot of these teams at the top of the leaderboard, they're really up there because of the solo performances that happened in 1 or 2 of these games. We know that Booga and Miro, both of them, you know, they found themselves in a solo situation yesterday and they just capitalized on it so well. We know that Spade had a great solo clutch yesterday. That's why he is at the top of the leaderboard. And like I mentioned earlier, really the only duo that I've seen work every single game together so well in that end game and not really find themselves in a solo situation is actually Clix and Day, which is kind of the opposite of what we usually see out of them, right, SPG?
Yeah, definitely. And we'll see if that teamwork can continue because they dropped a few 1, 2, 0-point games where they need to bring that up more and raise their floor like Sundown said yesterday. The other team that I want to talk about is Shadow and OMG Me Too. They're landing in that bottom left corner. They have been conned, but not really fighting because there's that natural barrier between the windmills and then the other side. So the two have just been shooting at one another, not necessarily going one way or another, but that's given the storm surge for Shadow and OMG Me Too. And then I'm seeing them play aggressive. For a new team, they're consistently looking aggressive in these end games, and they're not shying away from anybody. They're looking for fights, getting these refreshes, and that's what has put them in a really strong place going into day 2.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many teams we could highlight here as well, lads. I mean, for me, Aegis and Rise comes to mind as well. Yesterday we saw a lot of times that they tried to play for high ground, try to dominate up top, but then suddenly realized, wait, we're running out of mats pretty fast here. Rather than kind of holding steady, let's come a bit, closer together. Let's reunite, because when you get separated from your teammate as well, it can make things very difficult, particularly when it gets so anarchic towards the end of each game. So great to see the kind of the communications there, the IGL working hard to kind of bring the team back together again. Obviously getting them over the line because they're in contention now as well. So great to see that too. But obviously looking at today as well, we've got Booga and Miro sat at the top here. Obviously, you know, we've had these teams here, a team here that has obviously won multiple competitions, a World Cup winner, as well as FNCS current champions as well here. Obviously, other teams will be looking at them thinking, you know, how exactly are we going to take that first position there as well? Vivid, today, how do they go about doing that? Like, what is, I mean, it's a very open question here, but overnight, obviously, teams talking. What do you think today they're going to do? What happened reviewing those VODs last night that will change today for some of our teams?
I think if it's anything, you know, we saw a lot of teams go for the high ground and they just didn't have the resources necessary to continue that high ground domination like we saw Bucky and Cam. They can never really hold it, even though we found them up there a lot of times. But it's just, you got to manage your resources better coming into day number 2, because you do have the preparation that you found from day 1 and you can use that experience in day number 2.
And the key piece is the zones are longer, the distances are longer, the time is longer. So rather than what we saw last season, players have to extend these zones even more, and without getting refreshes, it's just not possible to hold from 5th zone all the way into the end of the game unless you have a Harpoon or the Spider-Man web shooters.
Good point. Good points, boys. Obviously, before we get into game 1, which is right around the corner, okay, we've of course got our predictions from yesterday. We need to look at these again and see exactly how we're currently faring as well before going into this. You know, you guys at home love this as well. By all means, play along on us for socials. Myself here, Booga and Miro, I got lucky. What can I say? I got very lucky. They're in first place right now, 188 points. It was a good day yesterday, but you know, can they hold out and continue that? Vivid, talk us through Stretch and Commandment.
Yeah, me and MDF are going to be hoping that Stretch and Commandment perform a little bit better today. They are sitting right now in 13th place with 113th points, so about 70 points behind first place, but a lot to play for today, and they got to improve on their play style.
And like I said, Acorn Kanata, they're a day 2 team. They're going to lock it in and finish up on top, at least I hope so, as well as Sundown sticking with his guys, Pamstu and Fatch. They're sitting in 16th, also in striking distance to make a run here on day 2.
Yeah, go on, Pamsto and Fatch. I love that Sundown literally week on week has been championing these guys. It could happen. It's still, I think they're in 16th right now. Anything's possible on FNCS Finals NAE. We know this time after time. Again and again, we've seen that happen. It is time for game 1. We are going to be heading into the action right here. The final act is upon us. Let's head over to the almighty MDF and Sundown to jump into the action for us. Fellas, over to you. Let's do it, boys.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. And what's up, Fortnite fam? My name's Sundown, joined by Monster D-Face to call the final 6 matches here in NA East. And Monster, as they broke it down, the top of the table is real tight.
Oh man, it's getting really, really close up there. You see what separates the competition is really coming down to placement points, who can make end games. And we all know day 2 is always the much more difficult day as teams start to assess what went wrong in the previous day. New strategies begin to come out. You just need to hope and pray it doesn't affect your performance and your strat, right? The route that you've created coming out of day 1.
Yeah, you have to be able to buckle down because as we've seen, and I feel like it's in duos in particular, where teams will really hit the vase. They'll go back and say, hey, this spot of the map is open, or this team rotates really early and we can grab some of their loot and maybe ambush them afterward. And we've seen some really varying performances from day 1 to day 2, where teams have, I don't want to say come out of nowhere, but strung together 3 or 4 games and really put themselves in contention. But right now, my eyes are on the top of that leaderboard because they're separated by a couple of elims here and there.
Yeah, definitely. It all comes down to this last game here, or this final set of games. Let's get ahead and jump on this battle bus because it sounds like it's ready.
Game 7 of 12, 1 of 6 today, and welcome if you're just hopping aboard the battle bus. Well, we've had a lot of very interesting fights going down right off of the rip. Generally, Greasy has been where we started. I mean, we saw Rise and Agers as well as Nounsy and Sprite going head-to-head. It was a 4-2 score there yesterday, but we'll hop on board and see what the analyst desk was talking about, Monster, here with that very quick loot in and out from Bucky and Cam, and, well, we know there's a reason for it this time.
Yeah, definitely love this here. They found themselves a nice little llama there. Very worth jumping out, but here's that fight they wanted to see. Sprite and Nounsy get a quick touchdown here as things are going to start breaking out, and it seems like it's another battle for the coolers inside main building. Nounsy, unfortunately, only finding a sniper here, so Sprite and Nounsy surely at a disadvantage right now. You have to assume so. Yep, Agers and Rise here pretty comfortable with shotguns in hand.
Yeah, I mean, that auto shotgun, we've talked about how strong it can be, particularly early on when your opponents don't necessarily have that maximum amount of HP, and getting the slightly better drop and controlling the interior of that main house has given them just the infinitely better loot so far. And you can see actually Sprite and Nounsy don't have any shields.
This is the way you want to play this. They make quick do of getting their HP up, and now comes the full push on inside. Can you get them before they start to situate? That's a great tag there and a shield crack. That's going to be all the confidence that they're going to need to go ahead and want to push this fight in. Sprite trying to play the pillar here, but it's a cheeky angle for Nounsy up top. He finds that one too, and just like that, they find themselves quick 6 points here, cleaning up Greasy Grove, now having the entire POI to themselves.
Yeah, and for those of you who are just joining us, did not follow those fights yesterday, the score now is 5-2. Agers and Rise have the advantage. However, you might think, why do they keep taking this fight? Well, whoever has won that fight has done exceptionally well in every single game. They've made it all the way through the end. They've been able to get off points, but they are both just ramming their heads into each other there. And it's been relatively close. 4-2 coming in today, 5-2 to start. We'll keep an eye on kind of how that ends up turning out as we take a look at some of our other teams up at the top and what's going on with them.
Looking pretty good right now. This is their drop spot. They have it completely to themselves. As we know, they tend to do just this, right? You max out your metal, and then they play for prime positioning to the top of the analyst table's point, though. It's about getting out quickly and playing for those big drops. They did well in the first 3 games. On over to the Covert Cavern, though. Seems like you have some action to kind of fill in this early game void. Mind you, these are teams that need to have exceptional day 2s right now if they want to stay in the competition and, you know, earn themselves some big prizing, because there's a lot to fight for, right? We can see teams truly jump their way up into those additional prizings, especially if you can get inside the top 10.
Yeah, and don't forget, just because you're not at the top, we still have 6 games of Fortnite to be played. A lot can change, and there's still money on the line for those additional placements. We saw the breakdown at the top. Their share of I think it's 637 and then 500. I don't know. It's some numbers in this. Right around $600,000. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of money. But to be honest, for most of these players, the thing they're more interested in, that Axe of Champions, man, they care about that clout instantly coming through. I mean, I saw the Asia winners less than, I believe, 5 minutes after they'd had that victory royale come through. Literally already had the post out on the social medias, as you say, Monster, with them holding the axe, a nice little sunset in the background.
Yeah, gotta flex it out, man. Gotta show it off. That's what it's all about. The money's nice, but the legacy, right? The story that you build, becoming kind of engraved in that roster of FNCS champions is everything to these players, and that unique cosmetic, man, you can't hide it.
Yeah, and engraved also in Legends Landing. If you haven't had the opportunity to check it out, make sure you check it out in-game. It's a place where you can get the box fight-ins. You can earn the drops if you're just hanging out in there, watching in there. You can end up checking out the mannequins, some of the outfits that are in there. and as well as, you know, catching all the action, as we're going to catch the action. Knifer and Violet, very interesting team. Currently, I would say the gatekeepers to the top 5, sitting in 5th right now. You can see on the top right-hand side, OMG, Me2, and Violet are the only players in the top 10 who are competing in their first NAE FNCS final, and so far, they've had a pretty good showing of it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, being inside the top 5 coming out of a day 1 performance is absolutely phenomenal. All you have to do is continue to remain consistent, which their drop spot can provide just that. You know, I mean, talk about limiting any kind of factors that can, you know, alter your gameplay. Having a llama consistently is definitely the big play for Milks and Rhythm. They're trying to find themselves a nice little storm surge trade here. I think a few tags, okay, onto 20 and reciprocal. They're going to go and back off. Not enough for them to fully commit or anything, but these are very, you know, imperative and crucial tags to staying in the game for the long run.
Yeah, it looks like we're going pretty far south. One of the things on that northern part of the map are generally almost anywhere if you're committing to the outside in that rotation. While there is a solid amount of loot there, especially if you kind of hop in the boats and chain some of those fishing spots together, the sight lines from the players who are on the interior are absurd. If they're able to get an MK7, they can always just basically do a quick 180, throw some shots your way, and you're constantly just having to eat in to some of those materials you're farming to just even cover yourself. And you saw just how they were getting those shields constantly chipped out, but we're gonna hop on over. 33 users, Man City threats, making sure they get the chonkers onto the Whiplash. A little bit extra mobility when moving around the map.
Yeah, for a second there, I was wondering where is his teammate, but he is just south of him. So they're starting to split up here. Stretch and Commandment have a long way to fight their way into the top 5 if they want to start pursuing that big, heavy placement position by the time this is all over. But being inside the top 13 is not bad by any means. I figure if you can break into that triple-digit mark, I mean, you've sort of done the hard part for day 1, right? It keeps you very much in the game. You just have to have a great day 2. And, I mean, they're on track so far. Take a look at the loadouts here. Very strongly positioned as well, right in between several teams that have to make a move on through. So, you know, they can take fights like this. Look for these exchanges and these trade shots.
Yeah, so if in terms of the points, looking at the bottom left-hand corner, our current leaders coming to the match, we're sitting at 188. One thing to note, though, minus the 2 victory royales on clicks in day yesterday, a lot of our points are really spread out, and that's where they got majority of theirs. So what does that mean? A team who ends up winning normally is gaining right around 50 points. It's 32 for the win. Give them 6 eliminations times 3. That's another 18. So 50 points going in there. If you're able to kind of get that 50-point game, so say if Stretch and Commandment were able to get a W here, and then a couple of the top teams drop down, all of a sudden they go from 13th to right into that top 5, maybe top 7 conversation. And all of a sudden, Monster, if coming into this day number 2, you chain together 2 pretty solid games like we saw yesterday from Jamper and Dukes right off of the start, that adds up super quickly.
Very possible. Absolutely very possible. And, you know, the same thing goes in reverse for the top tier teams, right? Yes, you had a great, you know, succession of games yesterday, but a few dropped rounds and all of a sudden you are right down in the melting pot with everyone else trying to claw your way up and, you know, find yourself a breakaway position. So it can really go both ways. It's a double-edged sword the way these positions and these games play out. These next 6 are so important. No one's on track to end the tournament early. That's a fact. So we're going for all 6 here. It's going to be all or nothing.
Yeah, we did talk about that match point format a little bit yesterday and a little bit today, but just so y'all are aware, particularly based on the scores we've seen, we aren't going to see that here in NA East. And if you are, it's going to be less of a match point rule and more of a mercy rule because somebody is just dominating so hard today that they've really put the competition that far behind them. For reference, the going on, I believe, 4 time in a row FNCS champ down in Brazil, that final match is wrapping up right about now. They're going into that final match with like 489 or 497 points like that. They've won 5 of the 11 games already. So even if we go all the way through, it's going to be tough. Go ahead, Monster.
This is an important fight right here, though, for OMG Me. Right now, 4th place. And Shadow1X, who are on the run here, getting chased down by a team that's probably looking for some big search tags here. It's Cracked and Owl. Owl lining up the split here. And just like that, your tournament can end. So you do have to be very, very cautious, especially when you're sitting inside those 1-story high bases. That's what you saw right there out of OMG and Shadow. They were in a very low base, and you just had Owl all of a sudden sneaking up behind them, and they almost purged in, but Shadow was just a little bit more cautious and aware of his surroundings. He managed just to find him out.
This zone reveal gets real awkward. You see in the right-hand corner, you're talking about them getting bogged down in this fight. They have a duo rotating right behind them. They have Owl and Cracked right in front of them as well, who have invested a solid amount of hard materials here. Granted, if they can get into Greasy, the refarm isn't awful, but I mean, OMG Me Too isn't covering his back, and luckily for him, if you check the bottom right-hand corner, the duo I talked about actually just swung wide around the side, so making sure there's no one there. It looks like Owl and Cracked are leaving a little bit early, but right now, Spade and Chimp, they're posted out right on top of a reboot van. It looks like they got eyes for something.
Yeah, they're looking at that weakened wall over there. Wait for the edit there, and it's a 3-2-1 situation. They get a couple big tags in there, and that's really all they were looking for, right? Not the elimination, it's all those extra free tags. Had some headshots snuck in there. That would have been probably the most ideal situation, but hey, you know what? They'll be extremely happy to have found all of those body tags here. And think about this, guys. This is our second place team you're watching. Once again, the Masters at work here. Little plays like that are the difference maker for staying away from the surge, staying out of the threat. And this is something that Jamper and Dukes have to do as well. So having them on screen right now is still equally important. Let's restart. Hopping into these replays, let's take a look here. Reciprocal and 20, they were lighting up the feed. So it seems like this battle ended up engaging on. Ooh, okay.
Some great shots from Reciprocal right there. That 150 close range, being able to get that. And that's just the advantage. We've talked about it, how we see a lot of players similar to what Miro has right now in his inventory, rocking that SMG plus whatever rifle you come across. And actually seeing probably more of an edge towards a Ranger than we'd seen during the qualifiers, was players recognizing just how valuable not having that really abrupt damage fall off can be. With that being said, though, if you're not holding a shotgun in those wall-to-wall fights and the other player is, you're at a disadvantage straight up if they hit their shot. Like, they will have the ability to out-trade you with that striker pump into an SMG or an MK7 swap if you just straight stick to the SMG. The SMG might have outright higher damage, but they'll have the higher burst in that situation, which if you're not hitting all of your shots, and we can see, yeah, it's relatively easy if you're right on top of someone, but, I mean, the 150, you're not getting that in light bullets.
Yeah, no, and at this moment, you're hoping that you have an AR, which a lot of teams are not going to have one right now as the surge is active. You saw when it popped there, it said 228 was the low damage number that teams are going to have to go ahead and fight, or the lowest team would have to fight their way out of. For Booga and Miro, they were just a bit above it, but now slipping behind him pretty quickly. So the distance here, the trace shots they were going for, not enough. So instead, they're going to start opting to hit the city here to see if they can find someone inside of Greasy.
And for those of you who don't know, Storm Surge will do 25 damage every 5 seconds on the 3rd, 5th, and 7th zone if we're above a particular number of players. Now keep an eye on the top left-hand corner. Storm Surge will turn on in the 3rd zone until that number says 70. We're currently at 90. That means 10 duos could potentially be under pressure here in just 45 seconds. So expect a ton of action to go down. And right now we're tuning in with 2 of our teams who are right on either side of the border. We have Booga and Miro on the left-hand side who are currently underneath it, and actually just going to bounce right back up above, but might end up costing Miro a little bit. That cost him a decent amount of HP, but nice 3 points going over for them.
To be fair, that might just be enough here. That's a full elimination. You also get damage for the down body too. So for them, that couldn't have worked any better. It looked like it was a team that needed to get inside of here. So the actual play right now is for them, just kick it, right? They can, yes, fight for the 3 points, but think about it. So much fighting is already occurring here. There's gonna attract, or they can attract other attention from players nearby.
I'm very curious because that elimination was onto Owl, who was the one who was gatekeeping Shadow and Me Too. So to me, that indicates Shadow and Me Too probably ended up swinging around that southern side and are now right next to Booga and Miro, which means our 1st and 4th place teams are right on top of each other. But right now we can see Charlie and Spegu left-hand side. They are below. They're also in the zone, so they're going to start taking some damage. On the right-hand side, Knifer and Byla, who are currently in 5th place, are just now getting forced below Monster. They're going to have to go.
Yeah, they're going to have to get active here. 5 more players have to go down. There's a duo in front of them. Lucky for them, this is a fight that they can definitely take. Looks like he was attempting to set the floor. Oh, no, never mind. That was the spicy chug splash. So they're willing to commit here. That's the speed pickup, and also to get them that quick HP here so they don't have to slow down. Looks for the enemy edit, but doesn't come through. Instead, it comes from the top there. This is on to Spade and Chip. Big fight going down right now. 5th and 2nd place going toe-to-toe for Storm Surge. Knifer, one more tag away. Can Byla find one there? And no, unfortunately, he does not. Down goes Knifer. Byla should be next into the box and just gift it up to Chip and Spade. Served on a platter. And just like that, 6 points in a top team falls in game number 7.
and they fall directly to another team who's competing with them on the leaderboard. And honestly, I think if both the Elim credits ended up going over to Spade and Chimp, that's going to put them just a couple points behind Booga and Miro. Didn't look like they picked up any additional Elims there, but they weren't under pressure. We're going to swing on over to Peterbot and Quanti, who, while 72 damage above that threshold, one duo is being hit. They are very center and stacked with a nice little group of duos who are there right now.
Yeah, big group of duos here. Have to be super cautious, but Crunchy and Pure on the other side. Right now, making a little rotate, 38 damage below. Looking for any opportunity to get in on a team. Now, he does have some heals, but this is that big problem pros start to face if you play a little too passive. Everyone's already based up. It's going to be really difficult for you to find anyone, and that's the single player between Crunchy and Pure here who are below the surge. 5 damage below. All it's going to take is a little tag, and it'll suddenly exchange hands to someone else. There's a vehicle here. This could be the moment to keep him in the game, but no tag found from Crunchy.
Trying to keep an eye on Pure, see if that number does end up going up. Now, this might be a circumstance where it's worth having one of your players go down because nobody else has to move. But as I say that, they're able to just barely get themselves above. It will shift over, and you're going to hope that that shift is enough pressure that that other duo isn't ready for it and that somebody ends up going down in this exchange, because if it goes back over to him, Monster, they've burnt every piece of utility, and while the shields will keep you in the game, every second you're popping a shield is a second you aren't throwing bullets towards somebody else. And if you're not actually throwing shots out, you're not getting damage, which won't put you above the threshold. You're just delaying the inevitable and hoping that somebody else will impact the game. And luckily for them, it looks like Thatch is going to do just that as Nico gets confirmed, but might have not actually. We might have seen a reboot coming through. Nope, we'll see that number end up going through. Storm Surge turns off. We're now down to 67 players as Threats finds a pair in Joji and Rokane.
Also, Nico falls there. You can see at the full confirmation elimination. Polarize found by Pamsu. So the big trade there. Mind you, Pamsu is fighting his way up to the top 10 here. You can see go, boys. In the distance there. It's Pamsu and Thatch right underneath. Spade and Chimp have eyes on the team up above. If Pamsu and Thatch catch wind of this target, they could probably look to bring them down there.
Yeah, and Spade and Chimp have a great angle to start laying shots, but they're actually going to switch their targets, and I think it makes sense to put a little bit more pressure on the team underneath. You can kind of get the team above saying, hey, you guys see what's going on here? You can get a part of this, and if you're able to make a team defend from 2 different angles, from above and from a side, that's how you start having shots end up weaving in. Keep an eye on the top left-hand corner as AMT gets a knock onto Pure. We talked about just how utter shambles that team was due to the Storm Surge coming through. So good job by AMT to kind of take advantage of that and recognize the situation. But also pretty good job for them be able to hold on to where they were, as we'll get a replay of some of the teams falling during the Storm Surge, being able to put themselves above. What brilliant shots from Peterbot to just rescue his team there. And then they pushed the situation too.
Look at that big knock in the distance, and that is the Ranger in play. Then the full push. That is the kind of aggression you love to see, but also just the difference in having that other type of rifle with heavy damage down range. You don't really get to see it very often, so that was a rare pickup right there. For Dukes and Jamper, seems like Surge was an issue for them in the previous one. Now out of heals for Jamper, no whites to work off of, just shields here, and you can tell that they are fighting it out for the big tags here. 12 more players are going to have to go down before the 40-second mark. Otherwise, things are going to get super active for Pamsu and Thatch. It's not a problem, though. They just picked up a fresh 2-pack. Let's see how it all folds.
Yeah, keeping an eye on the French-Canadian pair, pushing down in here, getting the shots in, and honestly, that was pretty impressive there. You can tell MIH Moo a little bit frustrated, but really good job from them being able to kind of get all that excess loot. And the benefit here, Monster, actually, we're gonna pause for a second, as they're below Surge. You see that 40 below on that side, and Cracked and Owl are also below. That's on the right-hand part of your screen. So these duos are going to need to get active. They got 10 seconds till it starts going. So despite having 4 eliminations, yes, they are just barely able to get themselves back above.
Look at this, Crack. Once again, getting pushed in here. You saw him struggle on the rotate on in, use his Mythic Web Slingers to get to this position, all of a sudden lost his shield, and now having to fend for himself and defend back. 2v1 situation, but holding his own to stay in the game. Day is definitely knocked in the feed. That's by the hands of Crack there. And that was that fight we just watched right here. It's because the Surge is active. Clix has to clutch up right now. It's all or nothing here. Here comes the Surge being thrown in, so does the lobby. Cracked ready for the right-hand peek, and just like that, Clix and Day get taken out here. Right behind them is OMG and Shadow. They were also part of that fight there, a factor in the pressure behind Clix and Day. The story, the plot thickens just a little bit as big teams start to clash here.
Yeah, the plot thickens, but if you're Clicks, the plot really sickens there. That's a tough situation where they were pinned down. They felt like they're doing okay. They're fighting hip to hip, but Cracked had no decision. He had to go, and his aggression actually forced Storm Surge back down onto them. So getting the knock on today, then plus having the Surge comes through, just a little bit too much pressure for Clicks while finding an angle to be able to get the shot. Good defensive play from Cracked. Good rotation from OMG, Me Too, and Shadow to get in front of the zone and then be able to about face. They're going to have an opportunity to range some shots down, because if you keep an eye on the bottom right-hand corner, there's still a decent number of teams who need to rotate.
Yeah, right now, Shadow and OMG, one of the few teams inside the top 5 still standing right now as other teams are beginning to pretty much get broken down there. Here's Booga, here's Miro, still alive right now. Users as a solo, sitting up above. Miro, Booga start to look up right now, trying to see if they can find the floorboard to bring them down. Yes, they do single out Users floor right there, but no catch. They threw the rod out, nothing came back.
Needed better bait in that situation. Monster didn't put a big enough worm on the line there, but we see Pamstow picking up another one. They're eating good tonight. You can see their coolers plenty stocked full. They'll be tossing those on the grill and hoping to keeping it rolling right now as we're going to swing on over. Second place team still up on their feet right now, which they were our leaders coming in. We saw Chimp actually pick up another elim. It looks like they've just barely edged out the lead right now. Chimp himself doing it with 3 elims, Monster. They're 2 points clear of them.
Another thing to mention, Iamzo and DJ finally making an end game after their strong start, bad fizzle out. So this is that day 2 performance we're looking out for. Those are the teams that have that opportunity to come back. This is what makes FNCS Final 2-day format so exciting here. You never really know who's going to continue to keep themselves in the game here. For Chimp and Spade, though, they're trying to do everything now. Shred to pieces on the rotate through, held to the storm behind him. He has to bulldoze his way in, and it's not going to be enough. Spade also focused on the back half. It's not looking good here as he is down to 9 HP. Just a few damage above here. Is there enough in the magazine to get the elim? Doesn't look like it. Back to the storm he goes. A little bit of a misplay there, and he gets ticked out. On high ground, though, it's a huge battle in the mid ground. Miro and Booga still holding on, looking very, very good here.
And we're into the cascading placement points as well. So each duo that drops is +1 points. Currently up on the high ground, we have Peterbot. Quanti trying to get a little bit ahead to provide the connection. We'll see the swing from Peterbot to go forward. That's on the left side of the screen. On the right side of the screen, we have Miro and Booga in your top right, Dukes and Jamper in your bottom right. You already saw just how delicate the balance is up at the top. Chimp and Spades were able to take it away, but just the placement points going back over to Booga and Miro will put them into first place. Still keeping eyes at the zone. Will pull back, actually going over towards the old builds and going to pull a little bit out from the space as everyone's looking for a little bit of room right now to operate. We still see Pamstow and Fash up on that mid tarp as well, trying to find a little bit of room. As in the top right-hand corner, we're going to zoom on in, and Miro right on the back, 20 attacks, and that's when the OMG Me Too, he gets taken down. But Miro needs to find that siphon, needs the HP back. He's going to be able to get it. He needs to pop some minis. He has plenty of excess shield, but what he needs is time, and the Iron Wall will buy him that.
You're watching that master play right there. Beautiful job there, noticing, still putting down a cone so he doesn't get caught out there. Shadow 1X tries his best to fend off there and get a trade, but he could not find the tag there. This is a 0 elimination game for him, something we have not seen in any of his day 1 performances. They were really leading the pack with the rest of the top 3 up there with eliminations. This time around, though, things just don't start to fall in the way he was expecting. What's happening up top? It's Quanti and Peterbot, and all of a sudden Peterbot slammed from behind. Kanata and Agers start to swing their way on up, and yes, they have control of height now.
Kanata hit him with just the dink of a century. That was a heavy shotgun shot right to the teeth. You heard the sound effect come through, and it's brilliant. It shows you just how good and precise that weapon can be. But Quanti now on the backside of the zone trying to make the plays, and instead he gets popped like a pinata there. Great shot picking him up on the other side by Dukes. He's going to be able to pick up the points, but what we've seen so far from OMG Me Too in Shadow, whether it's in the qualifiers or yesterday, has been these ridiculous individual efforts, and he's getting himself just outside the top 10. Maybe a little bit of a caster's curse there as he goes down to 11th. We're going to swing on over, though, to the World Cup champ and the FNCS owner here in NA East. Miro himself trying to run through, trying to push that point total up as they're up to 215 on the back of 3 limbs and another top 10 performance. But hey, Dukes is cooking as well, and so is Pamstow in the feed.
And we're seeing a lot of individuals fall, but that placement count not really come through, so there's solos in play here. Ianto taking out Trashy goes down. Stretch in another endgame, and somehow Stretch and Commandment make their way way into the top 10, throw them in that conversation, fighting their way up. Dukes, though, holding on to a dear threat. 5 eliminations is what separates him from Bugha and Miro here, as they manage to just edge themselves up. But here, the placement points are gonna be the difference now. 5 elims as well for Stretching Commandment, who own the ultimate low. Not a soul in sight wants to come down to the crypts to mess with the boys down here, but material is gone. Oh no, the river's in play. This is gonna become more and more difficult now.
Yeah, you can't drop the ultimate low because it will drag you out of that zone. And I mean, we've seen what Sentin ends up doing when he's down in that area. He's so good at fighting just around that area. Excuse me, Stretching Commandment. Apologize. But on the opposite side, we see Fatchy Fishy ends up getting his run ended. But Pamso says, hello, what's that? No, it's Acorn actually taking advantage of it. He's going to take it down. There's still him and Canada running through as Bugha finds a little bit of space, but no more builds. And we have just a 2v2 to close it out. And it's all veterans, Monster.
Kanata and Acorn still alive right now. Bugha mixed up down low. So he's one of the few solos in the game here as Miro's completely knocked. Unretrievable. Scented is here with the side angle alongside Cold. Nothing's going to be found there for Bugha. He finds the first tag, but this is it. They know better. They close him out, and a huge shot. Cold willing to go head-to-head there, and all of a sudden 10 eliminations for Cold and company. Kanata and Agers, though, trying to close this one out here alongside Acorn. Acorn and Kanata. Beautiful job right there. It's just a 2v2, a clean 2v2. Not only that, they have the mats in the hold here on the edge of the wall, but wait a second. Kanata just gets ripped up. Luckily, Acorn with the better angles closes out strong.
And a good job making sure that they had Kanata lower to be able to pressure, but Acorn still securing the victory royale up on the high ground. They will take game number 1 here on day 2 of the Chapter 3 Season 1 FNCS in NA East. And Monster, I mean, there were a lot of elims going down, but I think we're going to see a little bit of separation from our top 2, and then a couple teams who are really going to push themselves back into the conversation.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, these are comeback stories right now for Acorn and Kanata. Look at this. They jump up into 5th place. We saw Stretching Commandment there jump their way on up. Sentin and Cold do the same exact thing, and that was the terrain coming into play there. You saw how that mountain all of a sudden made for the sandwich down low and the colliding of all those players, and just like that, things ended really quickly. We had a full zone of pull in front of us, but the time wasn't there.
Yeah, we went from like real quick. I was looking and it was like, oh, 8 players, 4 duos, 2v2v2. Then I looked back and it was a 5-3 real quick, and that was all she wrote. But to break down what we might have missed and what happened to the leaderboard, we're going to send it back on over to Adam, Vivid, and SVG. Gentlemen.
Yes, great game to start things off here in day 2. We saw so many vets in the end game. Some in duos, some solos, but my oh my, it was unbelievable. I think what we all love to see as well, Acorn and Kanata, us sit back, back at house here while the broadcast was going live with the casters there. We were kind of saying, hello, Kanata going high ground. What? We got excited. And ending up with 8 eliminations and a victory royale. That is surely going to put those guys at least into the top, I guess, maybe they're the top 10 or so, but what a great start from those boys.
Oh yeah, they're definitely flying up the leaderboard, probably around like that top 4, top 5, because they were like 8th, 7th coming into today. But what was awesome, all of our predictions find themselves in that top 7. We saw Pamstone Fadge, we saw Stretch, we saw Bugha coming down 3rd place there with a nice parting gift onto Cold, kind of helping Acorn and Kanata in those last moments right there. SPG, you gotta be feeling good about your prediction now.
Oh yeah, I said they were a day 2 team. They're coming in strong. First game, taking that dub, boys. But generally, I think day 2 is for the veterans, because we've seen just in this first game, they're all locked in right now. They're all ready to play, and so many of these duos that we saw in those last zones were the best of the best in the region.
Yeah, we've got to take a look at, a couple of them right now. Obviously, we saw Bugha there as well. We saw Dukes as well. The great thing is that when you lose one of your teammates, the fact that you can just continuously pushing through, because you know how pivotal those placement points are, particularly in the end game when so many players go down in such a quick space of time, a very short space of time. It makes all the difference. And we saw their mirror going down, but Bugha just continuously pushing forward here and managing to at least keep them in amongst the top 2 or 3 positions there, Vivid.
Yeah, awesome performance out of Bugha and Miro. Find themselves a duo for a very large portion of that endgame, and that's when they're really, really dangerous. When they both are alive. We talk a lot about their solo potential, but you combine their solo potential as a duo when they are actually alive as a duo, and it's just that much more dangerous. Puka was there obviously to just clutch up those couple more placement points, secure that 3rd place finish, and that can make all the difference when it comes down to the actual leaderboard at the end of the day.
Yeah, they're an angry team in those end games. We saw them just pushing teams, bullying them off layers, and that's what they're so good at. And we saw both our top teams, Dukes and Muga. We're going to call him Muga from now on.
Fine.
Staying through in these end games.
Okay. Well, let's see if Muga and Miro can still retain that top spot now on the leaderboard. Let's check it out. They are right there. Muga and Miro are currently sitting pretty at 226 points. We're right on their tails. Jamper and Dukes we saw there as well. All the kind of teams that were there, in the last kind of like the final end game part there as well. We saw all had a lot of eliminations under their belt. Hence, we can see how things have really changed in the elimination bracket there as well, Vivid.
Yeah, and as previously mentioned, Acorn and Kanata will find themselves in 4th place because of that victory royale. Well played from them coming into day number 2, game 1. We see Shadow and OMG Me not too far behind, actually same amount of points, just barely losing out on that tiebreaker, find themselves in the 5th position. Aegis and Rise also winning off spawn over at the Greasy Grove. As Sundun mentioned, the score is now 5-2 against Nounsy and Sprite, so they're doing well, and I love to see it. Commandment and Stretch sneaking in. They're now 9th place.
Hey, not only them, but Fatch and Pamstu also doing really well that last game in the top 10. We did see Spade and Chimp fall early, so they didn't gain as many points, and this leaderboard's still so close after just one game.
It is. I mean, you can see those top 6 positions there as well. Only 30 points between 6th and 7th position, which is a gap, but one that can easily be made back. With one good game, anything's possible here. But we can see the second half of the top 20 of the leaderboard here as well, Vivid. And again, big teams are part of this, and we can see that there's still a lot of familiar teams and duos still massively in contention.
Yeah, I think the biggest name that we're going to be looking at here is Scented and Cold in the 14th position. Listen, they had a very quiet day number 1, but to come out day number 2, game number 1, and find your place, 2nd place, that's what they love to do, right? Scented loves those 2nd place games because he just loves to dominate the lower ground. And it was really cool to see that game actually because Stretch and Commandment were the ones actually controlling it, but Scented and Cold actually ended up taking it from them, and that's how they ended up securing themselves that 2nd place finish right there. So Scented and Cold gotta keep up the strategy that they have for this day number 2 games right now.
That is absolutely spot on. We're 1 game down, 5 to go here on NAE. Let's head back to our casters, Sun and MDF, who are waiting anxiously here because we have got one massive game 2 coming your way.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. 1 game down, 5 to go, but already there's a little bit of a shakeup going on there at the top of the leaderboard, Monster.
Yeah, what's standing out to me is that Booga and Miro's effectively giving themselves a game buffer, right? They can sort of, have a little cushion, but so do Jamper and of course Dukes there. They're the only 2 teams that have about a 20-point lead across the rest of the pack. So that's super important since they have 5 more games in front of them. That little bit of buffer is going to be the difference if they can continue to break away. And big games like that, man, Booga and Miro, unexpected to see them continue to stay so active. And here it is, though. It sounds like the next battle bus is ready. It's game number 8 here, Sundown.
Game 8, and here we go. And the biggest takeaway, Monster, honestly, I feel, is that Miro and Booga and Jamper and Dukes were the ones who didn't necessarily have a little bit of a false start after day 1. We kind of looked at that top 4, necessarily maybe the top 5, and we say, hey, there's a little bit of separation from the rest of the pack. Who can keep that going? And after that game number 7, they really are the ones who say, hey, we're the veterans here. We've done it before. We've taken W's in this circumstance, and they're really putting it on the line. But talk about putting it on the line yet again, once more over to the Grove.
Different strategy in play, though. Rise is going to go ahead and prioritize the shotgun here, but what in the world? Sprite ends up standing there trying to go for the chest, and that was the misplay that he's going to be regretting right now. It's a heavy shotgun. It's got the range. It's got everything you need from that sort of distance here. But Agers, wait a second. No! Weapon in hand. And Rise and Agers get turned and burnt on as Nounsy manages to clutch up. That was completely unexpected.
Really good job from Nounzy taking advantage of the fact he should have recognized that it was a heavy shotgun plus I think an AR on the opposite side, or maybe even just a pickaxe. The thing with the heavy shotgun, if you're not overly precise right off of the bat, those DPS weapons, it's kind of the opposite of what I talked about. It's like, yes, when the heavy shotgun comes through and it hits its shots, as we saw right off of the rip, it was able to just put Sprite immediately out. However, if you don't hit your shots and somebody's able to sit there on the flip side of that, where they have that Stinger SMG, a rare MK, and an epic MK, they're able to turn it around, as we see Macwood and Donnie turning it around a little bit, trying to put their own foot on the gas. Donnie's able to pick up a nice little double for himself there, and we actually see Yamso and Degen go and take the fight to Knifer and Byla, so another little swap-up monster.
Big fight right there, and they're still active right now. They should be the two little cursors up in the top right going head to head, so pay attention to the feed. We'll see what happens. And just to talk about the Aegis and Rise thing one more time, Aegis picked up both shotguns, and that was the difference as to, I believe, how Rise didn't have a weapon here. So little things like that, got to be very cautious. But on over to Degen here. What can they do? The Game 1 winners of the FNCS Finals in top 16, that just shows you how strong of a game they had to continue to keep them in the running, living off the backs of that performance here. Degen has to clutch up right now, but Knifer and Byla have just been playing exceptional these last 2 days. Take a look at the aggression here. It's all mind games. Ooh, poor take. He owns the wall too, 155, and easy tracking right there onto Degen.
Great shots from Byla. I mean, he's not looking like the player who's played in his first FNCS final right now, and something that's a little bit of a different look, right? And Yamso and Degen were giving them more space yesterday than we saw during the qualifiers, not really necessarily wanting to take that fight right off of the bat. And how did they adjust? Well, Byla ends up cleaning up the fight, but Monster, we got to go back to a statistic we've talked about in nearly every single one of these FNCS matches, whether it's qualifier, during the semifinal, or during the finals this weekend. A team has never won a match in the broadcast regions where they've rebooted their teammates. So even though Byla is able to resolve that fight very quickly, they're automatically now at a statistical disadvantage.
That's right. It's going to make it that much harder. The time loss, the rebound situation, right? You just really are fighting an uphill battle at that point. On over to OMG, who looks like Shadow is picked off on their
Speaking of an uphill battle.
Yeah, super unfortunate. Another team that's going to have to fight that same statistical odd right here. Picking up the teammate, trying to stay in the game. And honestly, I mean, I feel like this is a tougher place to play off of. The rotate through here is through Booga and Marrow, right? If they want to get into a safety of a pickup area. And it looks like there's a team on the hunt right now. Very much aware of their general position. It's Owl.
Yeah, it's being stalked right now by Owl, and we've talked about them being able to kind of get in those matches and being able to go through, and you have to be able to kind of absorb that pressure and push on. But the difference compared to the other fight that we just watched is Me2 didn't have 2 eliminations, 6 points, and Surge in his back pocket. He's running for the hills and pinned, but right now, speaking of pinned, you can see Golden and Walkers being under pressure right now from Cam and Bucky. Can Cam and Bucky end up executing on this? Some good defensive pairing right now from Walkers and Golden. They're actually going to try and push out onto Cam, but Cam, great disengage there, Monster.
Yeah, definitely playing nice and smart, but we've seen this before. They play until they have an advantage, and then comes the big push. This is Cam right now, looking for those cones here while Bucky is trying to find the side angle. So very interesting play right now as things start to slow down. Bucky starts to gather the attention. Great tag right there. That heavy shotgun through an edit. You cannot peek that, especially with someone like Bucky, who's going to hit that shot every single time. And now, here's the push that we expected. Cam starts to go in. Take a look at the mechanics right there. Slides and slips right over the wall. Gets a better angle here. Position himself up for the win here. Now comes the swing around. Slowly but surely pushing these opponents back.
Trying to push him back, but Walkers and Golden doing a very good job of staying hip to hip, not giving Bucky and Cam the opportunity to push in. And it looks like they're going to say, maybe we bit off a little bit more than we can chew. They're just going to back off and take whatever chip damage they got, recognize that they have things to be able to exit with, and they're going to leave. And honestly, I would say the success of that push, obviously not coming out with any amount of points, is not necessarily the best, but if they were able to get down some damage and allow themselves some form form of alleviation from Surge, they're going to be happy with it as a team who, at the start of the day yesterday, was doing fantastic with Surge and then struggled a little bit in their game plan. Will swing on board here with Dukes and Jamper, and it looks like already a little bit of a shift in the strategy with them opting to carry a Ranger and an MK rather than the double MKs that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, already seen a little bit of an adjustment inside the playstyle. How is this going to end up working out is the real question. We'll get to see that here unfold shortly, but Crunchy and Moon right now. Last game, Surge was definitely an issue. They were one of the teams that were forced into that early box fight on the first Surge warning here. This time around, they're trying to mix it up here, taking the fight to Polarize and Nico. Not looking too hot right now. Both sides are taking shots, but great cone off and ramp right there. But Crunchy is going to be the one who gets punishment. Down on the other side. Ooh, almost hits the shot on Nico. That would have been the knock-defining hit right there. Instead, he gets met with one from behind as he tries to exit out. Moon's going to have to clutch this one up. It's not looking too hot at the moment, but I'll come to big heals. And look at that. They were loaded on heals and weaponry. So this is going to be very, very big for Polarize and Nico as they find themselves effectively a loot llama worth of gear here on the body.
And it looks like they're also relatively centered on the zone, and Pure is just going to skedaddle, get out of dodge. He's saying, I want nothing to do with this. And yeah, we have a relatively central zone, so they're not centered to the zone, but they will be in that first safe zone. You can tell with Chonkers being in play kind of right towards that southern part of the circle that's pretty much right smack dab in the middle of the island. But Booga's crosshair was smack dab on whoever's forehead that was. That was back to back to back dinks.
So important, so important. You hit those headshots when you have the MK7. It has the most damage drop-off, right? Like of the AR classes available, the options available. So hitting those headshots is really going to give them the nice buffer that they're going to need. Remember, last game they did kind of teeter on that Surge line as well. They had to take a two-man fight. They did end up winning their box engagement. For Awa and Crackdo, remember, this is the team that was on OMG and Shadow. Could this be them in the crosshair? Possibly, as they're still in this coastal general area. Could have been chasing around the outskirts, but doesn't seem like it.
No, that's Jackson and Fable Taco. They hit the rift off the side there. I think OMG might have gotten out of dodge. It looked like he was able to rotate all the way around, but I'd assume he's likely going to end up being a non-factor this game, just largely because, well, I don't want to straight write him off because we've seen some ridiculous solo performances out of him, but losing a teammate that early on, then having to deal with Surge as we do peek in there, he's just kind of chilling towards the bottom side, but he does have a relatively good Surge dealing with loadout. I'm not sure that was proper English, but just looking at the amount there, the shield keg will be able to help him. The chug splashes will work, but with 88 players up, he's going to have to look for damage a lot as a solo.
Yeah, definitely, and he's probably looking for the pickup right now. So I guess the play is get your teammate up, take a vehicle, push for the dual box fight, see what can come about from it. Anything's possible. These Fortnite kids, though, you never really know how good they are, but Owl and Cracked right now staying in the storm as well. Scented fan here, and Chubbs is Twix and Chubbs. Currently hanging out just underneath, working on material in the meantime. Trying to make do of a bad situation, I guess, here. And looks like no one wants to move first.
Yeah, everyone's just kind of chilling. Like, everyone who's over by this greasy side right now is in the zone. Like, they're all just hanging out. You can see Owl not necessarily wanting to let him advance. And we got some Raptors hanging out in the tall grass right now. It's Dukes and Jampers. But let's take a look at some of the replays, some of the action we might have missed around the map. So here's that initial fight right off the rip. Golden and Walker's just taking it to, on the opposite side of it, this is Spegu and Charlie. We've seen this fight going on a number of times, and Walker's doing a good job making sure he cleans that one up before Golden ends up getting picked up. Reciprocal. Again, we've seen him with a decent amount of pressure so far. Looks like he's getting off to a solid start here on day 2, picking up a pair of early elims back-to-back games.
And I'm more surprised that Spegu and Charlie aren't winning that battle as the more experienced players here in the FNCS final stage. But hey, Walker's in his teammate just showing, you know what, they're here to fight and they're willing to play it out. This pocket right here is a hot one. 2 top 10 teams, a top 15, and then our #1 spot of Booga and Miro there.
I will say that Walker's kid is scrappy. He went back, checked some of his VODs, the way he plays, like some of those early game fights, he just knows the angles, he knows the ability to get onto the weapon. He's not afraid to kind of push for an advantage. So definitely think he's probably the one making more of the individual plays down there right now and being the contributing factor to that. But we talk about somebody who needs to be making individual plays. Pamso and Fatch have really lived on their plays in the mid game, and we saw that last game where they were able to push from 16th up to 10th, now currently sitting in 9th place this game.
Huge and well above the Storm Surge right now. 230 is not bad at all. It's going to buy them a lot of time, but if they can find any more tags, that'll just give them that sweet, sweet buffer for the mid game that they're going to need as well. In the distance, though, can we say the same for someone like Peterbot and Quanti, who are actively looking out of cones? It's pretty clear that the teams in the distance need a little bit more as well. Joji and Rokane pick the target. It's Pamso and Fatch. Have to be careful here. A team like Booga and Mira will also come in with the dual angles, and that is how you get targeted out of a game there. 4 teams sitting up and basically eyeing one another. Level to level. OMG picks up Shadow here. We knew they were going to be below the surge here. Now fighting for what looks to be an airdrop. This is actually massive. You get a launch pad out of this, which can be the change factor, not to mention the heals right here as well. They have plenty inside the inventory right now. What can they do with this?
He's also already sitting in a launch pad, and he has a shield keg, which normally we don't talk a ton about, but it's one of the best things to be able to just outright negate Storm Surge damage, because you can slap it down and you're allowed to still trade while you're gaining shields back. It's one of the few things that enables you to continually trade and not lose out on the time, but the time is ticking. Like we said, keeping an eye on the bottom right-hand corner. When we get to the 3rd zone close, so in 30 seconds, that 25 damage every 5 seconds will end up coming through, and here comes the push that's on the right side of your screen. On the left side of their screen, our current 2nd place duo, they're under a bunch of pressure. Jamper opens up and he takes a bunch. Now you can see Shadow, he's committing to it, trying to get wall to wall. They're trying to push in here. My eyes here on the right hand side as we will zoom in with them. And is that Bila underneath him right there?
Very, very important fight right now. Illis is in the mix here. Complete different team right now. Illis standing out behind the wall. Shadow doesn't see him though as he sneaks on by. Unfortunately, misses some huge opportunity to find some tags, but they're back on the wall here.
Yeah, and they need to get a knock. They need the full damage going through. They're trying to separate this player out, but even in this circumstance, they need to be careful, because if that's just a solo, they're not going to get enough damage. And it was Plague being taken down, but they needed a knock and the damage over the top. They will deploy the shield keg to try and immediately negate some of the damage coming through from the surge, but they're going to have to open up and try and find some options.
What can happen here? So many teams below the surge right now. It's not looking good by any means. Dukes and Jamper, 17 below, need a couple more tags. OMG and Shadow did do enough to stay alive for a little bit, but all of a sudden, they slipped back. Another 200 HP below the surge. 200 more damage. They're sitting on top of this keg here. It's going to buy them a little bit of a window here. But it looks like they're going to have to full commit here. It's fresh wood builds.
Yeah, trying to open up, trying to get the spray on, and they do still have Chug Splashes as well as the Chili Chug Splashes. So they'll opt to use the regular ones first, saving the Chili Chug Splashes for the move speed on the rotate. OMG Me Too opens up, finds a couple of tags, but 198, a couple tags isn't going to be enough. However, Duke's on the right-hand side, 1 below, 29 below, 8 below, a couple tags will be enough, but the time will take the bid pop, but it's going to be near instantly negated on the opposite side. The shots are coming through, but they're not quite finding him, trying to peek the team up on the high ground, but they're not putting the foreheads out over the top. It's not visible. The numbers are dropping on the left-hand side. Chimp picking up a pair, Pamso picking up one. Donnie will end up going down, which to me indicates Donnie and Macwin might have also ended up being under pressure. No, the only team who is still being hit, Shadow and Me Too, 178 below. One player needs to go down, but you can see they're having to press forward, trying to throw the rifle shots, but they're going to be forced into the Chili Chug Splashes here. But 70 takes over. They burn a launch pad super early on. They're separated now, so that's one of their 2 launch pads being burned, but they will take the short pad, trying to get back over to the unisolated side of the zone, and that's the problem when you burn so much utility trying to offset surge. They have nothing to make up this lost HP now.
Not to mention being targeted from the lobby here in the distance. OMG trying to hold on to the Chili Chug Splash. What a team player here, willing to get to Shadow just so you can hear each other. This is just nerves of steel at play, and finally Shadow goes down, so he does have to go in, and no, there's a team looking in the distance. There is a team there. It's Bert. He is looking in. They're still focused over here. Wood builds. You can't hide behind these either. Afraid to make the edit because that'll give away the fact that he's here, but they already know. Back into the storm he goes. This is so risky right now. What can he do? Launchpad comes out. Oh, man. Team number 4 goes down.
And that is a goose egg, unfortunately for them, dropping in 36th place. So don't end up picking up that placement point. Everyone else in the lobby will end up getting it. And we see Byla also end up going down. So we talked about their early game contest between them and then Iamzo and Degen, but it looks like both teams ended up getting impacted by that, as we do have our 4th zone reveal. We still have Dukes and Jamper hanging way out in the zone right now. And Monster, this is a 5-tick zone. This is eating into a lot of their HP.
Yep, big 5-tick zone right here.
Knifer down.
Be extremely careful. Knifer is down to the feed there. Big exchange there. We thought Bilo was in a fight before, but now it's pretty certain that Knifer was caught in some kind of situation there. More highlights coming in, though. What a storm surge that was coming into the mid game here, setting themselves up for the end game.
Right now we can see nice little replay there, but we're going to kick right back on over the action as we swing on board with our current 2nd place team, who is under a lot of pressure.
A lot of pressure here. Duke still, though, low HP, so is Jamper. That's what happens when you sit out the surge. You try to heal your way through it. Now they're at a huge disadvantage compared to someone like Bugha and Miro. But we talked about it. If there's a team with a buffer, it's Jamper, it's Dukes. They are 20 points above 3rd place. So they have a little bit of room to make for error, to not necessarily play as all-star players as we've seen them play throughout the course of the weekend. But with someone like Bugha and Miro, if they break away with the lead here, there's no looking back at that point. Jamper is going to be by himself now as he trades for Clicks there in the process, and now he is by himself. There's no more Dukes in motion right here. He's starting to run out of builds, though. It's not looking good.
The Duke's been taken down, but right now, Jamper playing the role of the Duchess in distress, trying to find a little bit of room for himself, trying to find some more points. We've talked about it, how they were one of the 2 teams who didn't necessarily stall from yesterday in the top 4, but instead gets opened up on, and that's all she wrote. That's Clicks going to get a little bit of vengeance there on the opposite side, but now all of a sudden when we look at the leaderboard and the implications, this gives Bugha and Miro any points they get here is just going to open up the lead at the top. This is their chance to really put their pedal to the metal and be able to push the rest of the lobby out and put the pressure on them.
It's really going to be the difference maker as well. These games where top tier teams start to fall and things start to open up for you, a little bit more room in play here. Bucky and Camdo with the out open exchange right there. They are 123 damage below. 13 players have to go down, so this is a surge that's not going to end anytime soon as the zone is completely closing right now. The half in, half out will reveal itself for Bucky and Cam. This fight means everything. It means the tournament here. Bucky does get traded out on the backside. Cam's by himself. He finds one, but couldn't get another. No finish as well, so no Elam points rewarded before they get sent out. That is mega unfortunate as they were just starting to fight their way into that top 15 spot there.
So right now we swing on over. Smite and Larson, 46 damage above that threshold on the right-hand side. There are at least 4 duos who are currently taking the Storm Surge damage. So peek on over. Bugha and Miro, they're well above Surge, and they're actually looking to try and rain some shots down here. And right as I say that, actually, open up surprise. Miro left the window open way too long. And he's going to drop an iron wall so Bugha can immediately slam that down, re-edit another metal wall in between, and they're just trying to create a little bit of room. As we see, the fight is still raging all around him, but Npen, he finds where it's through. Bugha's able to get the confirmed revive, trying to open an edit on the backside instead. Throws a ramp up there to make sure it's covered. They do have the Chonkers out Whiplash if they want to try and make the rotation, but they have a far bit to go. Trying to open it up, hop in the whip and skirt across, but they need to be careful. We saw this yesterday, but no, instead, they're good. They're riding Monster.
It ends up working out right there, and Bugha nerves of steel to stick the revive. The pickup right there in the middle of the action. We saw this before as well. Into the box he goes. Clicks gets pushed out. Mind you, Clicks is a solo there. Luckily, Miro did not find the tracking or the shot there. He was looking for it, though. You saw him stick his body out the vehicle, and all of a sudden, things get exciting, and it was very, very close. Bugha and Miro, 0 elims, but my gosh, what an exciting game this one has been for them. Game 8 being an uphill battle right now, and their competition's not here. Second place is not here.
There's a lot of room on this leaderboard. There's a lot of room on this leaderboard right now. We're trying to keep an eye on what Spade and Chimp are able to do, as well as we turn back on over to Clicks as a solo here in the 5th zone. Now we are into the top 25, so every single duo that drops will end up being an additional placement points. This is where they're really going to take over, and luckily for Clicks, zone drops right on top of his head.
He needed that. Needed that so bad right now. Solo player inside the top 10. You know, 47 builds here. Has a couple heals, though, so he'll be okay for a little bit, but sounds like the floor is being broken out from underneath him, and yes, Vert and crew sniff him out. They recognize someone sitting up here. Sounds like one person walking around the box. Let's go ahead and target it. They take him out. Super unfortunate there, especially when you pull zone. For Kanata and Acorn, though, they are sitting very high in the sky right now. All eyes on the field. This is going to be the information that they're going to gather. It's going to be the most valuable piece of this positioning right now. How far are they into the surge for safety? Just a little bit. They're actually not that good. But this is where a lot of players start to get cut down. The trees start to clear out here. Things begin to open up. Let's see how quickly the lobby starts to empty out. Otherwise, it's going to spell trouble.
We do have a slight change in verticality here, which with Booga and Miro getting up at first is going to force everyone else to go over on the wide side. Anticipate a lot of people to go, but yeah, as you said, up on height, Pamstow and Fatch able to pick that up because of the long rotation. Team's unable to take it away, so we're seeing their run from 16th to 10th. Can they push even higher now as they have control in the bottom right-hand corner? Current third place team, Chimp and Spade, trying to make up a little bit of the lost ground that they ended up losing last game. Top right-hand corner, Mira and Booga looking for some space. To see Fatch picking up a knock there and a confirmation onto Quanti, doing a good job of controlling the zone. And where did we pull? We're going to keep pulling away, Monster.
Yeah, it's going to continue to slide across the field here, which is going to begin costing players match. You can see Chimp and Spade begin to run out surely, but no, just as I say that, a fresh refresh comes in right there, and it's a big elimination for them. That's going to keep them in the round, and oh my gosh, 300 metal falls from that as well. For Miro, though, he is changing layers. He is on the move here, slowly running out of builds, but it doesn't matter. This is where they start to look for eliminations. High ground. Coast is clear up top. Weather's looking great. It's beautiful. Well, actually, it's a little rainy up here as players start to come on up. The clouds start to come in. Things look a little forecasted, so off he goes. Fatch, though, putting up a fight on the way down.
Yeah, just spraying some shots, making sure nobody gets too comfortable there. I'm trying to see where Pamso ended up going, but also keep an eye on that left-hand side of the feed as Cold ends up picking up a pair of Savage and Tabne going down. Nico and Polaris up on the high ground. Nico sitting on 4 elims himself right now, just raining shots from above. Canada looking for a little bit of room. Is a solo running through and only has the singular build. Trying to edit, find the backside. Gonna jump on top of the cone to change layer. Good job. We'll find some old builds and finds a nice little line here, but with only one build, he's gonna look for a shot. He knows this is a player on the opposite side of the wall and still just goes around. He'll find Vert into a box, but unfortunately turns around and gets met with a thundering shotgun shot. As we swing on over, our leaders, they're still leading the way and into yet another top 10 as we see Pamstow get taken down the feed.
It's looking great right now, but they're starting to run out of mats here. Big tracking here onto threats. It's a shield crack, but not enough to get the push here. But Booga falls in the process just inside the top 10. He tries to break his teammate down, tries to see if he can pick up some mats. He does, so it's worth it. He actually secures the loot there before anyone else can. That's actually a big change there. It's going to allow him to stay alive for a little bit longer. Cold on the other side, though. No scented in place, so already another solo here. Trying to make do, trying to earn as much points as possible. Can they earn his way into the top 10? Beautiful job by Cold as he finds one. That's a 3-point win onto Jack. Nicely done there, and into the top 10 he goes. He finds someone else in the backside of Stormline. Beautifully done. That's Commandment. This is an important one. He tries to get the Elan, but no, not in time. And all of a sudden now it's up to Miro here.
Miro doing a good job of making sure he's running with that med miss, catching up, getting into the zone, into a top 6 now. As he continues running through, we have a couple of solos running around. We're trying to find a little bit of room. We'll get in the spray battle with Stretch on the opposite side, and he ends up winning it. Does have plenty of shields, but only enough med miss to offset a little bit. He is running very far back in the zone. I don't know if there's another med miss back there, or he's just accepting the fact that he doesn't want to give Elam points over. Not seeing his name in the feed as we have a 2v2v1, and yeah, it looks like he was able to find something else, another med miss, but instead gets greeted by a shotgun on his way back to zone. That's Threats picking him up. Users gets the other solo, so that's +8 for them. And now we got a 2v2 here, Monster. Game number 8.
And these huge eliminations are big for Users and Threats. It's going to keep them jumping up the standings right now as they make their way into the top 15. A Victor Royale will be great here, but it's going to be a hard uphill battle as Polarized is definitely comfortable up top right now, but it's what builds. Users finding the angles here. No mats for them. They didn't actually get to farm that tree there. Instead, they allow the high ground team to go ahead and get it. For Nico, Polarized, they come down. They take advantage of everything there, and they take the win here in the end. Nico and Polarized with a 9-elimination Victor Royale is big. It keeps them at least jumping their way on up.
Yeah, that'll help getting 9. I think the one at the end there with 10 going through plus the VR, a 62-point game. Like you said, anything can end up happening, but also a really good run for Booga and Miro to take advantage of the fact that so many of the other top teams had ended up dropping and going through. And no, it looks like you were right. That was 3 going through, so the 9 victory royale, or 9 Elam victory royale for Elite Nico and Polarized. I mean, we're getting close here, Monster.
It's starting to get close. The games are starting to run thin as well as we're reaching the back half. But man, oh man, your Jamper falling just in the mid game there alongside Dukes due to Storm Surge. Once again, we're seeing that recurring issue start to pop up here.
Yeah, you got to kind of address those game plan because we only have 4 matches left. But to break it down, we're going to kick it back on over the desk. Adam, Vivid, SBG, take it away.
Nico and Polarized there with the victory royale, and you know what? It's crazy. Going into that game, I think they were in like what 42nd position.
Yeah.
They got 9 eliminations, I think, that last game, which was so much more than all 6 games combined. Yesterday, I think they had like maybe 6 in total, which is an unbelievable start. Not to mention, threats and users as well there, Vivid, which who propelling themselves off the leaderboard because even they were kind of at the back of the pack.
Yeah, and a lot to like fight for. We talk a lot about who's going to win this FNCS, right? But all of these guys that didn't necessarily have a great day one can still fight for a lot of those placements up towards the top of the prize pool. So it's really all still to play for. But Nico and Polarized making a statement here saying, hey, listen, yeah, we didn't have that good of a day number 1. We were 42nd, but we're going to go ahead and get this victory round now and boost ourselves all the way up this leaderboard to give ourselves a contention at that top 10.
Such a good turnaround too, because when you're able to have big wins like that, that's a mental motivator. You now believe that you can do this, and that victory royale should easily put them, one good game outside of a top 10. If they're able to repeat something like that, that is a massive swing from where they were at the other day.
Yeah, I love the over till it's over kind of mentality here as well. Like no one is quitting till this is what it's all about. Day 2 of finals, you have to keep going to the bitter end now. Everything shuffled up again. Obviously earlier on as well there, Vivid, we saw that crazy kind of rotate as well for Mira and Booga. We saw in the car managing to go through Clicks and Days builds to the other side of the map. I mean, this just goes to show how much these guys, while they're top of the leaderboard right now, they're able in any different situation to keep themselves in the game, keep rotating, keep making points, getting eliminations, and staying fast. One goes down, they make sure, Mira made sure there to get at least into like the top 6. That's why they're there. They're continuously scoring points.
Yeah, and the biggest thing about this duo right now is that we're seeing them a lot as a duo actually making it into the end game right here. And usually, yeah, one of them end up being alive for a couple more placement points, but the idea here is that both of them are actually staying alive longer and they're not actually having to resort to a majority of their points today coming from those solo clutches. So far they are playing very, very well. And as you mentioned, it's really showing their flexibility with things like the car rotate and Sundown highlighting that dink, dink, dink. Earlier we saw with the MK7 from range where typically we'd just be like, oh, they didn't miss their shots, but no, Booga hits those shots.
Yeah, they're hitting their stride too, and it wasn't just a one-day thing. Back-to-back top 5s from this team. They're looking so good. Adam, I'm sure they've just padded their lead even more after that game.
Yeah, we'll take a look now, actually. Here is the standings after that game. And let's see how things look after game 8. Game 2 here on day 2. Mira and Booga remain at the top there as well. And great points made by the fellas as well. Make sure to have a look there at the Storm Surge, because without any eliminations, still Booga and Mira were always above quite substantially as well. That's why they're getting those constant tags in the distance. We can see there they're 256 points. They're still about 30 points in the lead here, 33 points or so, Vivid. But still, you can see in second and third, joint Spade and Chimp, Jamper and Dukes on 2-2-3.
Yeah, and it's crazy right now. The biggest difference being Mira and Booga's consistency, 157 placement points. They do have the best average placement right now out of anybody in the lobby, and it is showing on this leaderboard. And Kanata and Acorn holding down that 4th place spot that they earned last game after getting that victory royale. And I was cheering on Commandment and Scented as they find themselves in 6th place now, because they just picked up a 3rd place finish right there, and Stretch was picking up a lot of elims in the elimination feed.
We're seeing quite a few risers up this leaderboard. I mean, D-Roller and Trashy, I don't think we've seen them on the top 10 at all. Now suddenly they're in 7th place, making their way up. Same with Smite and Larson, Pam Stufats, they're all making their way up the leaderboard. And it's one day that you did whatever you had to do on that first day. Today is completely different besides Miro, Bugha, Spade, and Chimp. These guys seem to be one of the few that are playing consistently both days.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about kind of, you know, how you come about day 2 and the kind of a general attitude approach to it. And if the direction is up, you mentioned like Pamstone and Thatch there as well, who were in 16th, 2 games later, they're now in 9th position. I mean, Vivid, teams can do this so much in this competition. That's why they have to remain level-headed to the bitter end, because anything is possible when you've got 4 games left to play.
Yeah, and it's awesome to see the changes, right? We haven't really seen any like solid high ground strategies yet. It seems like somebody's kind of just finding their way up there. You know, we haven't seen Clicks and Day all too much today. We haven't seen their strategy come into play just yet. So maybe teams have to, you know, be wary of that happening. But everybody just got to keep playing solid, keep Stormtroopers in the back of their minds, and continue to play for that end game.
Yes,
Buffalo's
I was going to say, sorry, SBG, we're literally, the battle bus is about to beep any second, buddy. I got to jump back into the action under the sundown and end up waiting for it. Game 3 is coming your way on day 2. Let's head over to the casters. Let's do this thing.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. 2 games down on day number 2. We got 4 to go as we close in on that halfway point. And right now, Bugha and Mira, they're opening that lead up just a little bit more, Monster.
Yeah, we knew it. And I talked about Jennifer and Dukes. They had a 1-game buffer. And look at that. The standings getting that much more closer. And what's really interesting is how many new teams are starting to break into that contest for the #1 seeded spot. So Miro and Bugha, if they continue to play even just relatively consistent, they should be able to edge this one out. And another big finals could be in front of them, a major secured. But again, it's still an uphill battle. The competition is not over yet.
Yeah, it's not over. Like we said, we got 4 games to go. This is game number 3 on the day, coming through game number 9 overall, but enough from us. Let's hop on in. There was the beep beep.
Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. If you're tuning in, this is game number 9. The battle bus is setting off once again here as players have fought in, day out. This is the day 2. So the restarts have happened. We've seen new strategies come into play. We've seen teams that were playing very well yesterday meet new struggles today, and that's what you expect here in the FNCS final stage, as professional players will always switch things up. They will adjust, unless you're, of course, landing at Greasy Grove, where Sprite and Nounzy up against Rise and Agers have not changed anything at all. They've just gone head-to-head, vehicle versus brick wall. That's the story of Greasy Grove.
Honestly, it's just like 2 Billy Goats or Rams just continually butting heads against each other and seeing who has the better drop and seeing how they play it. But it's a really good example of what 2v2 teamwork looks like and how you prioritize what weapons are where. See how they're able to do this. And it looks like they're mainly contesting drop right off the bat. Rise ends up with the quicker weapon there, will end up picking up the Ranger. Agers does get the uncommon pistol and is immediately going to try and cover and hit the 2 coolers. Unfortunately, only pulls chug splashes from one of them and will try to group up with Nounzy, but not doing, or try and group up with Rise and get those down. But the pressure being applied from Sprite on the opposite side, and Agers honestly just playing the support role, saying you do the damage, I'll put down as many chug splashes as I can, able to win them one in the trade. But the auto shotgun on the other side, we've talked about just how strong it can be early, and Sprite puts it to work with not 1 but 2.
What is that, 3 games in a row now? We've watched Sprite and Nounzy win the drop here consistently. And just like that, they go from a top 5 down to falling out of 10.
Yeah, that one's tough there. I think that puts the score, where are we at overall? I think we're 6-4 maybe now, so closing in on it here. Nope, because that would be 10 times. This is game number 9. I think we're 5-4 going through there. Maybe we'll need to go back, double check, get the final count. So we'll swing on over and see what's going on here at Covert Cavern.
It's looking pretty interesting right now. This team's just beginning to set up and settle down. Muzz and Avery are one of the few teams that are contesting this drop here. There is the split. Nosh and Paper there as well. On the other side, though, Duke and Jamper. What can they do to go ahead and adjust their gameplay, combat the fact that they're not finding the surge tags, their strategy? They have been spoiled, essentially, as no one's really been revealing themselves to those mountain fronts. They also love to claim nice and early there and look for the tags. Even with the adjustment last game, picking up the Ranger, bringing that to the mountain fronts wasn't enough to get them in the clear.
Storm Surge has largely been the first contributing factor, and it's no surprise, particularly when you keep an eye on the top left, minus a few very consistent drop fights we've been having. There hasn't been a ton of those mid-game actions. Teams have been able to kind of just sit back and wait and see what's going on. So we do have one of those fights occurring just outside of Tilted right now. As we can see, Jock and Illis trying to put some shots on, trying to put some pressure, but Illis is actually going to take a bunch of excess damage. He didn't really need to there, unfortunately. Some really good shots. Whoever was on the opposite side to pick that one out and take advantage. And Visual's going to keep pressuring here, not giving them a moment to really put on those minis and get together. So good pressure here from Visuals and TK, trying to get in there. Good angle through the window, not exposing himself, using that right-hand peek, but you can see Monster, they've finally been able to get hip to hip.
Yeah, I was going to say that team of the distance actually Acorn and Kanata. They have a contested Tilted Towers, but it seems like the real fight's down here. And they're just kind of idle on the other side, looting up all the big loot that is available. There are tons and plenty of chests here. That Tilted Tower is one of the better overall opportunities to find yourself a launch pad because of all the floor loots. Look at this. Miro and Booga are current game leaders here, point leaders. 256. What a day it has been for this duo right here. Now look at this strat here, trying to see if they can find any coastal rotators besides using the loot. And you notice they leave the vehicles behind and try to keep a low profile. Little do they know it's completely clear down here. Look at all the floor loot. So this could have been Shadow and OMG's general drop spot. Remember last we saw OMG was a part of this split here, but it seems like they mixed it up. They weren't happy that Shadow got picked off last game, so might be seeing some early game adjustment.
Yeah, trying to find a little bit of space, but we talked about trying to find a little bit of space, and Jamper's not going to do that. He gets taken down and just flown on instantly. Now, Duke's trying to create a little bit of distance, but unfortunately, no excess movement utility from him, so instead, just burning, and I mean burning through his hard materials, trying to find an opportunity to turn. We'll get the opportunity. A good job to get some shield tags down, but Pacifico and 20, we're having none of that.
Can't believe we just watched our second place team officially eliminated before they can earn any points coming into game number 9. Look at the opener. They had the builds. They were on the natural cover there, and Jamper didn't see it coming. They were focused off in the distance there. And just like that, second place is down and out. Reciprocal and 20 take down 2 of our biggest point contenders for number 1 spot now. So a little bit less for Booga and Miro to worry about here. Booga and Miro effectively have got themselves one step closer to potentially being our FNCS champions.
Yeah, they get more room, but don't forget that second place spot was more or less occupied by 2 teams who are both sitting there at 223. So both Jamper and Dukes have been taken out. Spade and Chimps still got a little bit of room to operate, but right now we see Violet and Knifer opting to actually move into the cavern, giving a little bit of a different look. We've seen them in here a couple of times, so right now, maybe overcommitting a little bit to that position, allowing the team to end up getting on their back there, but they do also have 2 additional eliminations here, Monster, so don't necessarily have to press too hard for Surge, depending on how efficiently they're able to pick up those elims. But we have another fight going on, like just around the corner from there. You see Paper just got knocked.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here. Mind you, remember, that is Muzz and Avery who were here. Redux instead, though, is the one that's in the battle right now against Nosh and Paper, and it seems like that knock is full. And yes, Savage is still up as well, so you have a 2-man battle there. On the other side of the wall, though, you see Cease not too far off, just outside the mountain. He's also hearing the fight going on here, so a lot of action, but Knifer and Byla, curious cats here. They start to sneak on in, getting a little close.
Yeah, you know what they say about curiosity and cats, but the satisfaction could end up bringing them back, and the satisfaction in this case will come in the form of elimination, storm surge damage, and hopefully being able to take advantage of the fact that one of these teams might be looting up afterward, and this is the chance right now. They should see that that was a full confirm. They should know that Redux and Savage are sitting just on the other side here, but they don't want to press through. They're hoping that Redux just real quickly, when you double edit open just kind of like a ceiling cone, generally it's pretty instinctual to do one than the other, just in the same motion. Players don't generally peek through that cone right off the start, but Redux and Savage, they say, hey, something smells a little fishy around here, and I don't think it's the floppers in that pool.
Yeah, and look, Byla and Knifer continue to sneak their way on in, getting closer and closer, but danger is rising. As you're noticing, these are all enemy builds. These are probably Redux and Savages here, so have to be extremely cautious. This is a left camera peek. You might have saw it, but no, just a precautious build there from Redux. They just knew better than to leave that one open. Opportunity opens up there, and great tags for Byla. Very, very much worth it for them as the storm is so close. Have a lot here. They're probably hoping to find some extra minis and extra heals to go. On the other side, Acorn and Kanata jump into the fight here at Tilted. Seems like they've gone through their fair exchanges as Kanata has no more shield left, and things are running pretty low here for Acorn.
Yeah, and they have to be careful. There's a whole bunch of triangles in that bottom right-hand corner of the map there, so a bunch of duos still lurking around in the area. You can see he's trying to get a priority position up on the high part, and honestly pretty far split from his duo. You can see there how he's just posting up, trying to catch people who are rotating in from that eastern side. Check the bottom right-hand corner. We're getting a northeast zone monster, not all the way to the northeast part, a little central there, but Bugle still in play. Plenty of sleepy sound in there, so things are going to get a little interesting. We haven't played a ton in this space here in NA East.
Just wanted to say, shout out to that stat right there. Kanata is the first player to ever have a victory royale in every single FNCS for the last 4 years. Wow, oh wow. The big stat right there. Constantly making his appearances, or whatever he does, make his appearance. It's guaranteed a little win. Not bad at all.
Yeah, he just wins. He's always won games, right? That's just always been the thing. He has that kind of in his back pocket, right?
Not to mention, one of the more angry shotgun shots out there. The man puts them down. He's got the flicks. Very flashy type player.
Who has happy shotgun shots, Monster? What are those? Are those like me when I'm shooting a shotgun at you? Or they just hit him with pillows?
We've all been there. Little pillow fights with the shotguns, you know that.
Yeah, the old tack shotgun. All right, guys, yeah, calling out my damage numbers. That was a 12 and another 12.
Yeah, he's got
an 18. That one was pretty good.
He's got a pillowcase full of bricks. He's not swinging no feathers around. That's a fact. Chip and Spade, though, looking nice. Second place, high ground hold here outside the Bugle.
It's a really nice position, particularly for this zone, because anybody who's on that eastern side, you have a sight line on them, right? There's a ton of open space around there, not a bunch of trees to break it up, and not a bunch of change in verticality. So if you're able to pick up one of those MK7s with that red dot sight when you aim down sights, I mean, these players, we've seen them, they just let it rip. You have no problem picking up a couple tags and saying, hey, that's good enough for us, because, again, as you've noticed, minus the initial drops and a couple ambushes here or there, we're chilling. And right as I say that, immediately Jackson takes down Acorn. So that was the split we were talking about, how him and Canada were nowhere near each other, and unfortunately he's gonna get taken down immediately.
Yeah, he got caught inside Tilted Towers. What we saw there was he had low brick. He was probably caught trying to farm those garages just outside a big main building, and I thought we were gonna see that happen. I didn't want to call it out, but seems like it was pretty obvious that one of them were going to get chipped off. And look, Kanata tries to slide on out. They actually changed location here, and now it's a 2v1. They recognize it's time to push here. They're below the surge, so a fight had to happen. It's not looking good for our third place team. Second place is already out. Third has the opportunity here to be sniped out, and there it is. Down they go to the hands of Owl and Cracked. Once again, this is the second time Owl and Cracked have claimed a big team.
Just right now, looks like they've claimed bounties on the top of the ladder, and they're going through and picking up that extra gold, saying, I got you, Mr. NPC, no worries. Just swing on over. Creo and Vert looking for a little space. Currently 105 above, largely thanks to the elim that Vert was able to pick up. Pretty decent loadout, too. Rockin' the rare MK7 as well as the rare Stinger SMG. Looks like they might try and sneak up right next to this base, and instead, no, just going to box up with some brick next to it. Say, howdy neighbors, you got a nice sightline. Mind if we share it?
Share indeed. They're just gonna have to right now, as Surge is definitely active. Players are looking and active everywhere. OMG, me too, and Shadow under focus right now, under big fire here from all angles. Out comes the big plays here. The armored walls come down. Lucky for them, it's going to buy them a little bit of time, but their team's still looking in. You have to switch it up right now. It's Joji and Rokane, Illest on the other side of the wall as well, shooting inwards. And look at that, all heavy material now depleted from the inventories here. Up they finally go to do the layer change. More metal being invested here by Shadow. Seems like a desperate play right now, though, as the other teams are picking up on it. Finally, the counterfire comes in, but OMG Me Too picked up there.
It's going to get taken down. Unfortunately, that's Chubbs picking up, and that's what happens when you're the last one in the party. You knock on the door, and they say, everyone left hours ago. What are you doing? And they just kick you on out. Fortunately, Shadow for him was able to sneak right on in. The back door was still unlocked, and he's trying to see if maybe a couple of points there might be left on the table, but looks like he's not going to be able to find any of them. Really good layer change down to the absolute low, but with only one build left, you can think he's not long here, and that's Rokane finding him before he's able to get that swing off. So good job from Rokane. Make sure to resolve that quickly. Colt taking down Fatchy Fishy as well in the feed there. You can see Kraken Jack also able to pick up an Elim. This Playify continuing to just rain shots from the side. We still see players dropping. This is all on that Storm Surge and Playify and Oliver OG. 32 below Monster.
One of the more important teams catching Elims in the feed, though. Byla and Smite, teams that are up inside the top 5, top 10 spot right there. Playify and Oliver OG, who were up, doing very well yesterday for a little bit. Seems like things started to slow down for them as well. Suffering the same fate as Yamzo and Degen on the day right now. It's not looking too hot. Way below the surge, 1 HP. And the tick comes in. Down goes the teammate there. Ooh. Ouch. But he's above. But ouch.
Yeah, ouch, that will hurt, but it just shows that Ranger, if you're able to hit those headshots, I mean, the 45 headshots before the damage drop-off ends up coming through, those add up very quickly, and we saw Fatch end up going down, but now Pamstow is going to be the solo who gets it flipped over to him. He does have that legendary Ranger, also has the supply drop, so he's going to be able to get some form of excess shields to get him up for a little bit, and players end up going down, so Pamstow will get a chance to try and make an individual effort, so we get replays of all the action that went down while Storm Surge was popping off.
Yeah, big fights right here. See, threats catch one right there. Avery on the other side below the surge too. He gets taken out. Lightning bolts coming up from the top there. Can't avoid them. Can't dodge them. If you get hit by them, you're taking out immediately from the game if you are eliminated. That's an elimination blow. For Booga and Miro, it seems like they were A-okay from the surge here. Do have a bit less mats than we've seen them with in the past. Just shows how other teams are probably desperate, looking for tags here in the process. Cost them a little bit, but they're up. They're alive.
And they should be inside the 4th zone, depending on where it pulls. They're not completely central, so if it pulls relatively north, they could end up in a poor position. But speaking of in a poor position right now, Knifer and Byla boxed up right next to the solo of Pamstow, but they're the ones who's taking all of the fire and all of the heat, and not a ton of extra shields. Knifer trying to defend from multiple different angles, doing a good job making sure he covers the ramp with his head, and then getting hip to hip with Byla, so they're able to kind of, you know, watch each other's backs, get a little bit of back-to-back. There's Moose going to ramp above here, Rhythm and Mill coming in a little bit late, but Bucky and Cam, they're chilling right up top. They got the high ground right over the bugle, and 4th zone revealed, and we are right smack dab in the middle. So Monster, these players are all praying that that half in and half out doesn't pull towards the southeast and back and forth over the bugle, because that could be rough. But what they're going to do right now is everyone's going to pack in right along the outside, and you're probably going to see majority of it happen along the southern part of the zone.
I'm more curious to see if Booga and Miro end up leaving a little early to go ahead and get to the zone. They are just outside there. They're going to have prime opportunity to target these other players that are going to have to move directly into their path. There's no way that teams are going to go up and over into the main city at this point. If you're positioned on the side, that's just how it's going to play out. Pam still rocking by himself here. Take a look at what just went down there. Sniper shot from downrange. Beautiful job there. And look at the follow-up with the heavy Ranger from a distance. He probably didn't get the full finish because the pickup's going to come through, but just showing you what happens when you get the big firepower in hand.
And honestly, it's one of the strengths too when you're carrying a weapon that the players aren't necessarily used to. Like everyone, because there's no one-shot elimination or one-shot down coming through those headshot snipes this season, players are a little bit more blasé when it comes to opening up peaks and taking things you normally wouldn't, right? Like if Thomas HD is standing on the other side with a heavy sniper, you're not leaving your wall open or edited, or honestly, you're not leaving just one wall between you. With that being said, a couple teams, hey, they're leaving these peanut butter, the triangle edits, whatever you want to call them, they'll leave it open all the time, and Pamstow might have been able to secure himself a through and a pass through the second Storm Surge by hitting that headshot on the follow-up. Now let's take a look and we'll see. And immediately, Monster, left-hand side, our current leaders were below, and then it averages back up above. So unsure if they're able to get some tags there, but just being above it, Creo will take down Pamstow. So despite the nice little tag there, not going to have to worry about Storm Surge because he's worrying about next game instead.
Yeah, definitely looking pretty solid right now. Knifer and Bila, though, hats off to them. 4 eliminations already, 2 of which we saw in that early game pickup, but it seems like they're continuing to find success here leading into the end game. And right now, this is that pocket of players we expected to see begin to collapse on top of one another. And I'm actually surprised to see that Clix and Day end up here alongside Miro and Crew 2. They didn't move at all. They actually decided to stay right where they were planted. And this is forcing all these players to come into their spacing here. You can see that Teo and Pledge on the bottom right now are on the hunt here, looking to push through players. 277 below. They have to take this fight. They're going to need much more than just a knock and a finish, much more than just that shotgun shot right there. That's only going to reward them with points and a little bit of tag. They're going to need a little bit more if they want to stay alive right now.
Yeah, but the refresh, getting the shields there could end up being enough, and it looks like they're actually trying to bait. Joji and Rokane running through, opens up with the shot, not going to find necessarily as much as he wants, but they're going to go forward. However, Pledge takes a ton of damage. They are going to get the Siphon, and that's a very, very importantly timed Siphon. It's going to put them just barely above, and it kept Pledge from being insta-eliminated by that Storm Surge coming through. Teo now trying to clean up all over G on the backside, but instead just going to about face, knowing he has the priority position. Everyone has to rotate through there. They heard the surge damage coming out, and they're going to be able to get that final tag. Really well played from Teo and Pledge, so we're going to swing on over to Stretch and Commandant.
And they went from 0 elims on up to 4. That is how you earn some points in the end game, guys, right there to set yourself up for Commandment and Stretch. They are just wishing they could have had the same amount of success here, as they could definitely use the points to drape their way into that top 3. Out come the Armored Wall from the pressure coming in from Commandment and Stretch here. It's going to be perfect. Notice now that team can't make an edit. Stretch wastes no time to run across there. Noticing that he's got the clear right away. For Miro and Booga here, already at 2 elims now. So very much worth it for them to go ahead and stick behind inside what was going to be that super congested pocket there. And so far, so good for the vets here. Earning themselves much more points, much more space between the rest of the competition.
Yeah, one more duo going down will get them into the cascading placement points. There it is as Cam ends up picking up Crunchy. So now, +1 point. Each duo that drops is an additional +1 point. The big deal here is if Booga and Miro are able to get into a top 5 for the next 3 games, they don't care about pushing the face. All they care about is just staying up in the end game and eking out placement points. They could effectively win the FNCS right here with a solid performance because it puts them just that much farther ahead. Yes, it's not statistically out of the question, but with how well they've been playing, they might have been able to do enough because they're still getting elims, they're still getting placement points. Nobody is having the consistency as them so far, but right now the team who has the ability to challenge, Chimp and Spade, trying to get going, trying to get something moving, trying to find elims, trying to find fights here on the mid-ground monster. They know placement points aren't enough.
Yeah, definitely. They want that #1 spot, and they're willing to fight for it. You're watching it come into play right now. They know this team edited their way on down. It's a metal wall separating them, and this is an aggressive fight right here. Here comes a pre-edit, I believe. Yes, the Space trying to hold that wall, but no. That team
they're gone.
Dips on out. Web slingers their way across the map there. And now, Chip is looking for another one. Next target, next victim in play. No code comes through. There's a pre-edited floor there too, so just trapped and dropped. These pre-edits coming out in the end game are just devastating to opponents that don't see it coming. Chimp all of a sudden now is up and comfortable here with the refresher they were looking for the maps. Finds the launch pad as well. So good for them right now. Stretching Commandment though, fighting for high ground. They're just building their way on up. Granted, it for free. And now fully connected to one another here. He's missing no opportunity to go all the way up.
Keeping an eye on the left side of the screen, we see D-Gen getting knocked on the backside of the zone. That's where most of the action is right now. This yellow God rays from the top indicate Boogie and Miro. They're still operating in the mid-tarp. We actually see them get a knock in the feed. Commandant, some great shots on the backside of the zone. He's going to pick up their first elim, and that was important because they were below surge. Every bit of damage adds up, and that's going to get them just barely above as we peek in. Spade and Chimp, no problem on them being above. They're 506 above as they find a nice little refresh, and their second elimination for another round of points is going to drop down. That was polarized.
Oh my gosh, Chimp.
The winner right there. And Chimp just blows up somebody. I didn't even see who that was real quick. They just disappeared. And Miro goes down. Peterbot picks up Miro, so keeping an eye, looking for that yellow ray. The yellow ray is Booga. If he's able to go out and still get the solo points, as we've seen, that's what makes this duo just so scary, Monster, is yes, you might get one of them down, but then you're dealing with still one of the, if not the 2 best individual solo players on the region, arguably in the world. Booga, the last one to take home an international competition like that, and he's gonna just ride it out and get as many points as he can.
Yeah, this is where he's so comfortable, and you can see right there he finds Nick, not afraid to go for those risky plays, to look for the eliminations. Those are points that are going to go a long, long way, especially in the end game. With every elimination, it's worth 4. Not only for the points, but the placement that he gets in the process. Here comes some shots coming up from up above, and Bugha still in it right now, in it to win it here. Holding on. Reciprocal and 20, though, trying to fight their way back into the competition. They already took out some big teams this game. Now trying to play for their victory royale right now. On the low ground, though, Chimp and Spade still fighting their way, too. But 30 points separates them from #1 spot because Bugha is still alive.
You can see Bugha just still earning points, still taking over. However, only one build. He needs to find an elimination, though. He did find some ult builds, which are just as good. He's able to open up some headshot things coming through from the stinger. He needs to check the backside of his tarp, and he gets taken down. However, yet another top 10 performance from Bugha. However, this is just a little bit of room, a little bit of breathing space for those teams. Maybe in the top 5 and the top 6 who can press forward. Smite and Larson being one of them. Spade and Chimp being the other one as we swing on over. 33 Larson looking for a little bit of room as Peterbot takes down Day. Yet another top 8 performance for Day as Cold also ends up getting Sprite. Continuing the run where Sprite and Nounsy make it off spawn. They get something, but Sentin and Cold, they're still getting some points as well as they have a strong Day 2 on the opposite side of this wall.
Still fighting their way in, and now into the top 10 they go, rocketing their way up here in day #2, but Spade and Chimp are the team to look out for. They're earning just a little bit more points as every second ticks on as they continue to out-survive these other teams. Can they find any eliminations, though, in this process? If they can get any more, it'll get them that much closer to getting to #1 spot, but Spade gets caught up in a spider trap there inside the edge of the builds. Can he make his way around the side? No, not in time, and down they go inside the 5th place. Unfortunately, couldn't find any elim points there. This is Larson's opportunity now to go ahead and catch out. That's one onto Sentin. Nice finish there. Here comes a full elimination. Beautifully done. Into the 4 elimination threshold now. They find just a little bit more. Cold on the outskirts. Should be falling anytime soon unless he has a couple more heals left. Seems like the Spider-Man web slinger is going to keep him alive in the game. Holding on to dear hope, and Peterbot into another trap too.
Peterbot trying to find a little bit of room. Does have some extra shields. Also has the med miss if he wants to drop in the zone, but not given the time. Vert says knock knock. Who's there? He's going to take it out, and he's the solo who's currently operating. We have Smite and Larson on the low ground, up on the high ground. We have Reciprocal just trying to spray down shots. We talked about him in 20 being able to get a little bit going, starting to look a little bit better today. And right now Vert back in the zone, looking for an opportunity as Reciprocal running low on builds. Only has 10, 2 builds on 20. Does have some of those iron traps to be able to put down. Here comes the chop. Here comes the break. Reciprocal sent down, and he gets picked up. But here comes Vert. Vert hops skipping to the back of the zone, but he gets picked up, and Larson says, I'm going to be the one who comes out with the VR. That was an utter scrum at the end, Monster.
If Vert would have just gotten a siphon instead of a knock, it was the difference in choosing the one of the 3 solos that were left there. It could have been a different story, but the clutch from Larson and Smite on the low ground. This team continues to impress us. This FNCS Finals has really been their breakout performance. They have claimed so many big duos and big fights, honestly, clutching up left and right. Take a look at Larson's accuracy, pinpoint precision there. He just manages to pull it all together at the end.
Being able to close it out as we close in on the halfway mark here for day #2. We'll have 3 more matches left to go, but right now the question is, who can put the brakes on the runaway train that is Bugha and Miro? Because no matter what happens, everywhere you look, regardless, solo, duo, they're picking up elims, they're picking up placement points, and they're rocketing up that leaderboard.
Yeah, Chimp and Spade got a little bit closer, but how close? The standings here are ready to be revealed soon, so let's toss on over to Adam and the boys.
Yeah, that was an incredible end game there. I mean, Smite and Larson are one of the only teams to pick up eliminations in every single one of the 9 games thus far. Again, you know, we've another team. I mean, we saw Reciprocal and 20 there as well, Vivid, who I think were kind of in 36th prior to that. I mean, things are shifting rapidly. It's like quicksand. Some teams getting pulled in, some pulling themselves out and scrambling and getting somewhere up the leaderboard. It's insane right now.
Yeah, a lot of teams finding some life here in day #2. Larson and Smite there. Huge team. We actually kind of saw them first when they were shutting down Scented and Cold right outside of Sleepy Sounds in the semi-finals. And now they're here in the finals, outplacing Scented and Cold, getting this victory royale. This is a huge swing for them.
Yeah, big match, and you see them shooting right up the leaderboard. They were in 8th place, now moving up to top 3 after that game. We're seeing Jamper and Dukes fall a couple of times, but there is this monster in every lobby, and that is Bugha and Miro, who just continue to do what they do best.
It's incredible as well, the synergy between the two of them, because it feels like every single time one of them goes down early on, the other one just manages to keep going till, I think it was 10th position there that Bugha managed to get to. I mean, picking up eliminations along the way as well. Obviously didn't kind of protect himself, but behind there you go. He's taken out in 10th. But I tell you what, the exciting thing about some of these teams like Bugha and Miro is the consistency element. I know we keep talking about how important this is, but for new players who are coming into the game, like to be this consistent at this level as well, Vivid, I mean, you've been there at the very, very top there. It is not easy to be that good all the time.
No, it's really not. They've just found their groove here throughout this whole FNCS, and they're hot. It's not even like this is like something new, right? They won the previous FNCS. They won the Grand Royale as well. So they have 2 back-to-back FNCS wins right now coming into this one. And if they continue on this tear, this will be their 3rd one in a row. So the consistency is not only in this tournament alone, but in tournaments in general.
Yeah, it's something unheard of, but ultimately they might be doing that, and let's see where they stand, Adam.
Let's do exactly that, SBG. I love your style there. Let's head over to the standings right now and see where they lie. Is it top still? Yes, it is. A 29-point lead right now. What with Jamper and Dukes falling down to 4th position, having got out very early on in Game 9, we can see that Miro and Bugha have made quite a play now. Although we saw as well, Spade and Chimp doing a fantastic job there as well, Vivid, of managing to, even from the back of zone, still managing to frag and get a ton of eliminations to add to their score.
Yeah, we're talking about consistency when it comes to Bugha and Miro, but Chimp and Spade are consistent in the amount of eliminations they get. They actually have the highest average eliminations because they do have 42 eliminations, the first team to break 40 eliminations, and the chase is on, right? Yeah, they are 29 points behind, but it is possible. We haven't seen Bugha and Miro slip up yet, but if they do, Chimp and Spade are right behind them.
Yeah, playing their own great tournament here. 260 points. There is another massive gap between them and the rest of the field. So right now we got a 2-horse race going at it for this first place. But as we've seen, anyone could fall early and really make a way up there. We did see Scented and Cold on the first page for the first time in this tournament. Now another team, Peterbot and Quanti, rising up on this second day. We also see D-Roller and Trashy playing so consistent. And after that first match of the day, Threats and Users right there in 13.
Yeah, I mean, obviously 11th through 20th as well, because of course every single position here in FNCS finals counts for some kind of element of the prize pool, and as you make your way further up, of course that increases. So the fact that it's changing constantly as well is big for the players, because who knows where they can land. They need to make sure now, with 3 games left in this competition here at NAE, that they have to deliver the goods here. Vivid, SBG, I think we're all looking at Miro and Bugha here as well. Just to give you guys some context at home, these guys have, I think, on the last of the 9 games, I think at least 5 of them they finished inside the top 4, which just goes to show that kind of eliminations plus placement points we keep talking about as well, how important that is and integral to getting yourself up to the very top there, because to do that time and time again, that is why they're sitting pretty in first position right now. But it is time for the next game, game 10 of 12 here on NAE on finals day 2. We'll head back into the action with Sundown and MDF. I know we're waiting eagerly here because it's all to play for with just a few games left. Over to you, fellas.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. We're into the back half of the games on the day. Monster 3 more. The AXA champions will go out. The top prize will be given. And then we got NA West after this, and the FNCS will be all wrapped up. But do you think anybody can catch Bugha and Miro?
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough if they don't fall early, which is very unlikely. They've managed to really find themselves a great route. They get the tags that they're looking for by other teams kind of landing in their general area and poising up next to them. Their Chonkers vehicles allow them to rotate in the mid and early game. So honestly, they just have such a great strategy that the zones, it doesn't matter where it goes, they've managed to play very well. But leaning into this next game now, we get to see how it unfolds. So let's get on this battle bus.
game number 10. 3 more to go here in the East. And who else is atop the throne right now playing King of the Hill other than the solo World Cup champ, the icon himself, Bugha, with the FNCS. I mean, I call him the owner, the demon, the one who has just run through and just destroyed most recent times his partner, TNA Miro. But Monster, where else will we kick it off but over to Greasy Grove, where the score is now 5-4, so closing in on equal.
Yeah, where yesterday this battle meant so much for Rising Angels to stay inside the top 5. All of a sudden now being on a 3 losing streak here off the drop has made it super rough for them to continue to stay competitive inside the standings. But mind you, they're still inside the top 15. This is all going to come down to whether or not Rise can clutch, but no, it's not going to be enough. Down they go. Sprite and Nowsy have really just figured them out, it seems, at this drop, being a little bit better, sharper here with the drops. And it's unfortunate, but that is how quick you can slide behind.
Yeah, now it's 5-5 going up. And what the general contest ends up looking like, if you want to go and VOD review this, what Aegis and Rise look to do is they look to hit the floor drops and then immediately group in that corner, break the floor and break the 2 coolers, hoping that they end up both pulling double chug splash and immediately chug splash each other. The problem with that is that on the opposite side, if Nounsy and Sprite get high rate of fire weapons and they break the 2 walls opposite there, you now have to defend from 2 different angles without ever having farmed any materials. And unfortunately, they're starting to lose that fight as we swing over to the other contested fight that we've seen repeatedly here, and that's Walkers and Golden against Spegu and Charlie. And Golden trying to put a little bit of pressure here with Walkers already taken down, so 1v2 with the Siphon coming out. It's going to still have the effective HP advantage. What a shot!
There's the heavy. There's the heavy coming in to play body shot. Little 59 tag to the calf there. You can't escape the damage of the heavy, especially when you're aiming down sight like that. Beautifully done. Mind you, it's a extremely small crosshair, so you have to be deadly accurate with it. Golden and Walker, man, like I said, impressive for them to be besting this team here on the drop. It's keeping them at least well within some points away from having a donut of a competition. So all in all, for their first FNCS finals, I'm sure there's a lot to learn from today, a lot to take home from here. Same for Princess Wolf and AMT, doing a little bit better, up in 32nd place right now, chasing down Vert, our team who was just in that end game last game, fighting for that victory royale there. All in all, looks like this is a full-on push here. He's got the side angle and everything.
Sliding down the hill, trying to get the best angle, just ripping shots over, but the timber comes straight down and nobody gave them a heads up. That's Redux from the side, and that's some valuable Storm Surge damage a la the tree. And don't forget, that will end up going down. It will break builds, but somebody whose engines have looked like they've stalled a little bit here on day 2, trying to get going, trying to make something happen. Me2 and Shadow getting hip to hip. It looks like Me2 will actually get a much needed siphon there onto Fabled Taco, so that's going to end up coming out. Shadow needs to be careful here with only 2 HP, but Jackson trying to put the pressure down.
I'm not even sure how that happened for a second there. The knock and finish came out of nowhere. Must have been to fall damage or something like that, because for a brief moment there, Fabled Taco was right next to Jackson and then just vanished. So here comes a disengage. He's off, he's gone. Those mythic web slingers allowing you to really open up space pretty quickly there. Jackson's now on the bottom coastal area, but OMG Me2 just knows. Track them all the way around the outskirts. They actually needed these eliminations. This is a different switch up in the strategy here, being a bit more aggressive to these coastal teams. Jackson and Fabled Taco, though, no strangers to being contested on the drop. That's how it was for their qualifier rounds. In the replay, though, we get to see how things unfolded with Vert. He managed to turn this whole fight around here and find the 2 eliminations. Nicely done there. And that is why he used a solo, making his wide rotate, going head-to-head now with Princess Wolf and AMT.
And we also saw Iamzo and Djinn get picked up by Nosh and Paper outside the covert by that llama split. So fortunately for them, still trying to get something going here on day number 2 after that amazing start in the game 1 victory yesterday. And on board here with Spark and Nets, trying to get a little bit of pressure. Pincer movement on the Sanctuary, but we've seen not necessarily as much success in these pincers. It's largely been teams who've been playing hip to hip, and when you've been too far spread, you generally leave yourself vulnerable to just getting a quick 1v2. And right now you can see Magnolia and Qua trying to get hip to hip. Spark and Nets keep putting the pressure down.
Nice little angle here as well. They have this high ground control here, taking it nice and slow though, not looking to overcommit. This is something that you see really or pretty much often from competitors. And of course, a team that plays well too defensively, normally you'll see a disengage as well. Get your couple tags, you stay content with the situation, but the clock is always ticking in Fortnite. That's one thing you cannot stop is pop a time. So they're going to go ahead and have to fight their way back to material count that is going to allow them to have a successful mid and end game. Good early game disengage for Booga and Miro, though. They're just on time as usual with their early game. They stay here until they are fully looted and comfortable and then go for surge and battle and positioning. They'll change up basically from their strategy from what we've seen so far in the competition, but no need to. They've been successful every single game.
Yeah, making sure they pass by these coolers as well. We ran a little bit of a content piece at the start of the season about what's changed on the Chapter 3 map, and I think the coolers, one of the biggest additions, if you're not aware of them, they hold guaranteed amount of consumables, and the ones that these players care the most about are those chug splashes. That's often why you'll see duos rocking out with almost a full 12 set of chug splashes in nearly every single one of their loadouts. They very much prioritize that because it can be shields as well as HP, and it's AoE. But now, we've kind of taken a look. We looked at our first place horse, and now here's the second place horse chomping at the bit, trying to close the gap. It's Chimp and Spade, and they've got a ton of space, and Zone dropped right on top of their head monster. This is a little bit different than yesterday where we had mostly south-central zones. This is the second time in a row now we've pulled up towards that northeast corner.
I would say that generally works against them as well, as less teams are going to be rotating, less likely to come on up to their general positions where they set up for surge, so it's going to force them into more of an aggressive play. And like you said, it's the second game in a row now. So last game, it seems like they managed to, make it work and figure things out. They're going to have to re-employ the strategy they don't use very often, which can always leave room for error. So I am curious to see if they can continue to remain consistent this game, as Booga and Miro, this storm is what they expect all the time. They just move out of the drop spot. They haven't really had it land on top of them too often in the tournament so far.
Now a little bit of a late rotate here. OMG, Me Too, and Shadow, we've talked about it. Some decent individual efforts from them so far today.
Wow.
Kind of struggling to get it go together, but Me Too says, Owl, what you doing? Poking your head up, and Owl responds in kind. He says, hey, you got a pretty nice assault rifle. I got one too. Here's some shots for you, as he gets his entire shields ripped away, and Shadow opens right back up. And honestly, this is a positive for both of these teams right now. I don't see too much white HP, minus that med miss, so hopefully that should be enough to keep OMG, Me Too, and Shadow up, but otherwise they should be relatively content to trade Surge and have their full duo up.
Not to mention, they still have metal capped out as well. So, you can find brick, you can find wood coming into mid and early game, late game. But the one thing you're not going to find, or very unlikely to find, is metal. In the distance, though, you hear the reboot van going off. Jackson trying to play the Fable Taco, so they're going to be looking to get their second and third eliminations redone onto Fable Taco. That could be an extra 6 points if the pickup comes through. If they're smart, they allow it to happen. So we'll see. But Commandment and Stretch right now, their name of the game right now is find some tags, as will be Clicks and Day right there. And that's the mark coming out. So, we might see Commandment find a little bit of an ambush there for the tags onto Clicks and Day. That could be a swing factor, right, for the duo fight that might break out down there.
Yeah, and a very traditional split right now coming out from Stretch and Commandment, where they're going to keep it far enough, but Clicks and Day just went immediately. They just went for it, as now we two on in here. He was Knifer getting picked up. That was Nosh and Paper, able to find him there as he tried to cut his jet set out, but unfortunately he will get picked up. And I mean, as soon as you're in that sight line, that's when we talk about like line of sights being so important, and like how you have to be thinking about your rotations way ahead of time. As soon as he committed to rounding that corner, like, it's 2 level changes, right? And then he's taken out. Now with Swing on board, it feels like we haven't had a chance to talk about him that much today, Monster. Minus game number 1, Champer and Dukes have had a little bit of a stall going on compared to yesterday.
And we knew it was possible. We knew it can happen. And it just looks like they haven't quite turned those gears just yet this tournament here. But this is the back half now. There's still a couple more opportunities. I'm sure they're taking note round after round. And the biggest problem is Storm Surge Zone 1. That is the one that's chomping away at their heels and all the other HP stuff that they're holding on to. But Donnie gets punished big time here. It hasn't looked very good for Macwood or Donnie today and yesterday. And right now, the big fight coming in from Illis and company here. One of the few teams that are actually taking a battle this early, long before the Surge even starts to warn players. This is a team that's looking to get way ahead here. And Tilt the Towers, man, you're here. I mean, this is a no man's land. You can't just stand around here. Teams are going to fight. There's a reason players rotate in here. It just has that reputation for battle.
Yeah, and I mean, rotating from covert over to here, just putting yourself in one not necessarily great position to another. I feel like NA East has been a very weird situation as Donnie finds a nice little tag there. Double at it, trying to then replace the wall, finds even better tags onto TK, and this is a very winnable 1v2. If Donnie's going to be able to push forward, has an HP advantage. Here's the Chug Splash go out. Needs to be careful, though, giving them enough time to be able to take this, because the advantage he had is being offset by their use of utility, and it's going to be backed up, so just trying to make sure he's up on Surge. But I feel like NA East, with so many teams going Cavern, it kind of just negated the strength of that POI overall, as we see Miro pick up yet another stray Elam in the feed.
And Smite did as well. Mind you, Smite is, of course, fighting their way on up. Smite and Larson staying consistent this game. That is a team that could be a sleeper top 2, top 3, maybe even victors of today, depending on how Miro and Bugha play out. Of course, though, we want to continue to see those highlights as they unfold. Bugha and Miro now have 2 eliminations, so a full and successful team wipe here. Let's watch how this went down. Miro swings around here. Max material. This fight went quick and easy, it seems like, as they just found the advantageous angle here. They wasted no time to finish it off.
Man, fantastic piece control right there from the TNA player. I mean, Miro just being able to own all of those grid spaces, slamming down the cones, putting down the walls, and then dropping right on top of his partner. And I mean, that's an additional nice little +6 points for them, and they don't have to worry about Surge. Frankly, with being 700 plus damage up, or 650 something damage up, they might not have to worry about second Surge either. And with their game plan, it's been, hey, just stay up till late game and things will come. And so far, again, I talked about it, hey, maybe they could do it last game. It's starting to look near impossible with just how good they're playing Monster. I don't know if anybody can catch them.
Yeah, it's going to be tougher and tougher as the games go on, as they continue to find not only elimination, it's the placement points that are really scary, because they're making multiple end games. It could be, once again, like we said, that runaway train type situation where if another game or two goes their way, I mean, that is surely going to be it. They might make it mathematically impossible or insanely ridiculous.
That's when the duo starts looking at it. It's like, all right, guys, we can catch them if we get a 39 elimination victory royale. It's okay. We got this. We got this. You know, as soon as you start putting in numbers in the teens and the 20s plus the VR, you know, you're kind of grasping at straws, like we can see Crack trying to do on the right-hand side. Him and Owl just trying to get in the box, and looks like he's able to pick up a couple of straws, but then drops them right back down. It was a hot potato, actually, and unfortunately looks like it's going to end up mashed as the Storm Surge pressure just a little bit too much, as PlayFi and Oliver OG trying to find some shots from above.
The same situation for them, though. They found themselves underneath the Storm Surge once again here. It was the same story last game, and again, although they've managed to find a good amount of points, it just hasn't been enough. Great little tags right there, though, from PlayFi as he finds a great angle from above, but still 90 damage below. All of that wasn't enough. And mind you, they have a fresh duo pack right next to them. I mean, both sides are listening to the shots go down. It's only a matter of time before it's all over. Makes you wonder, was it better for them to just take the early box fight immediately, and instead now they waited out? Surge will do the rest here shortly. Although the edits come in, he takes a little damage with him on the road there, set back from Magnolia, but still, points is what matters here. Stretch and Commandment on the other side, a top 5 team, one that's much more relevant to the general stake here coming into top game 10.
Right now we got some space, got some time, some players returning shots, but with third zone being revealed, everyone wants to get just a little bit of central, hoping that fourth drops on top of their head. And we'll get a check in with, I mean, you can just start listing accolades, and I think by the time we rotate off the POV, we wouldn't be done. These guys have won so many tournaments, and they're looking to add another notch onto that belt here today. As they're sitting center zone, we know they're sitting pretty on Storm Surge. First round of placement points ends up coming through, so it's +7 for them on the day. And again, Monster, they're in tournament management mode at this point, and you're going to start hearing me talk about that a lot, because they don't have to be going and chasing Elams. They don't have to be gaining points. They aren't the ones talking about, like, oh, we need to do X, Y, Z to win. All they have to do to win is hold on. The longer they're up in the lobby, every single one of those placement points that they get, that Spade and Chimp also gets, is a point taken away from them. The pressure is on the duo we are watching right now to chase the game.
Chimp and Spade have to get a lot of eliminations if they want to catch up. They're about, what's that, 10 or so off right now. Yep. You can see how many they've already picked up. They've been extremely active as they're currently our elimination leaders, you know, as a whole, you know, as a duo. But, you know, if they want to catch up to Booga and Miro, they're still 10 off the mark at least to closing the gap. Because one thing they cannot make up are the difference in placement points already made. That's the harder one to go ahead and outperform so far, as we've seen Booga and Miro just stay super consistent.
You can see that Chimp has 28 eliminations by himself, which is more than all but 5 teams combined. So really, that's where they're trying to end up making up the difference there. As we'll swing on over, Clicks and Day almost had a back-to-back wins to close out yesterday, have 2 victory royales in their back pocket, but we've talked about it. While their highs have been very incredible, their lows have really brought down their average scores. So they need to find a couple more of those really solid games, and clock's ticking against them. Like we said, the pressure is on everyone else to play a little bit of catch up as we look at kind of this top 5, top 6.
Look at the feed.
Shadow, yeah, Shadow able to pick up a knock there on a wanted.
Great knock on Tawana if they can get the finish there. I mean, those are points that they absolutely need to continue to claw their way back from that slipping out of 4th place position that we saw. The last 2 games have been generally pretty rough for them. Kind of boiling down to just being solos here. Smite and Larson, though, I would say the most impressive team today as far as teams that are making comeback stories come to life. Larson and Smite, after last game's high placing, then kicking this one off with elimination. There it is. Shadow does get the full finish onto Wanted, so it's a little bit of a comeback for them, but pressure's onto Smite and crew. Fire sets the floor ablaze. That's a beautiful play right there. Out come all the armored walls to try to buy themselves some time. And for whatever reason, the lobby decides, hey, these are the guys you need to completely fire in on. Luckily, though, chug splashes will mitigate the flames. Armored walls will stop oncoming fire from at least one side. And this is a situation where having the right loot is just the difference maker.
Yeah, I always find the interesting decision where teams slam down those iron walls on their roof first rather than the wall immediately in front of them, but it ended up providing them with just the ability to only turn into one direction, not worry about what might potentially pop above. So played very well for them there, and we talked about it. They're able to transition into the late game. They made plays every time. The mid game has been traditionally where they struggle, but covering that up today, as you see, Acorn, Kanata looking for a little bit of room here, and they're trying to find some shots there onto Shadow. You can see him and Me Too, not necessarily in the best of circumstances when it comes to HP, but somebody who's not in the best of circumstances when it comes to Storm Surge. Check the right-hand side monster currently. Nico and Polarized thing 97 below.
Not looking hot right now, and again, the fire is setting the stage ablaze here as the floor once again. A Chimp and Spade below the surge, 61 right now. They need to get active. 20 seconds left, 10 players have to go down. Not a lot of heals from what I'm looking at here from Chimp's inventory. Only 2 minis, 4 chili spice splashes here to work with. 10 seconds now. Only now the shots begin to come out from Spade. This is a late game for them.
There's a fight right above them though, Monster. There's a fight literally going on. There's another Storm Surge fight just 2 layers above them, so they're waiting, trying to maybe take advantage of this, trying to drop somebody down. My eyes are pinned on the right side of the screen right now because that's the team who has the chance to maybe push Booga and Miro, but we knew that they got early elims, so they're the ones who aren't under this Storm Surge.
Oh, it's Jamper.
Spade are, and it's Jamper on the other side, and Spade gets completely back down. Chimp trying to find some room, but Spade is taken out back to the zone. Storm Surge is going to just be hammering away. No, they were able to get above it, but it cost them Spade, and it cost him so much of his utility.
What's crazy about that is 2nd and 3rd place going head-to-head, both exchanging a single player, but luckily Dukes will be able to get saved. This is that little bit of divine luck, not necessarily getting the player to get finished there, so Dukes will be able to bounce back and stay in the game right now. Talk about a close competition on what could have been, honestly, Booga's best dream come true right there. 2nd and 3rd just eliminating themselves, but there is still hope for Chimp right now, who is trailing behind. Booga and Miro are the box right in front of him. They don't look out to Chimp's direction here as he makes his rotate all the way through.
But Chimp, yes, the short pad in that situation is very helpful, but he then had to invest so many of his hard mats to just safely end up tarping in, invest one of his 2 iron walls to cover himself. And as a solo, you need everything you can get. He's going to invest his 2nd iron wall there just to make sure he's safe. So Monster, he wants to get into those cascading placement points and have a chance to clutch up, because keeping an eye on the top left, we're not even there yet.
It is so important for him right now to find eliminations, placement points, just everything possible. Squeeze out the lemon right here, get as much juice as possible, because you're not going to have many opportunities to catch up to Bugha once he starts to continue to break away. He's already 30 points away, so first place is so far here, especially now as a solo. It looks just more impossible to fight for, and next door is that team that he's so worried about right now. Across from him is the other team he should be worried about, who's on his heels, is Dukes and Jamper. He is just in a pinch, a cross pinch of the teams that matter the most right now.
Neither of them have to move. They have the priority position. You can see just cone peaks coming out from Bugha and Miro, actually editing them down, making sure they have a line. You can hear the launch pads being placed out. They're going to high pat, and they have it pinged towards the far side of the zone, so you can tell they want to go maybe not all the way for height, but at least a layer that's up above. They don't want to be all the way on the ground floor, knowing it's going to be incredibly chaotic. They're the ones with the purple rays on the left side of your screen. They're also in the top right. In the bottom right-hand corner, we have Chimp, who is the solo in second place, trying to continue his run going through. After that, the next two teams who we're looking at are Smite and Larson, and Jamper and Dukes, who are both still up on their feet. You can see Smite and Larson just below the high ground on the left-hand side of your screen. Still plenty of swinging coming out as those Mythic Web Slingers end up connecting. You can hear the sound all the way, and Chimp looking for some shots. He hears the player on the backside of the wall. This could potentially be play. Opens up the edit, doesn't find anyone, and just gonna have a nice little calm rotate. My eyes are on the bottom right-hand corner now as he's changing levels. If he goes down, this means there's so much room for Bugha and Miro.
Might have been caught for a moment, but now Surge is definitely the warning here that's coming through. Too many players have to go down. He is so far below. Chimp needs to continue to find some action here, and he's getting chased for going up to second height, biting off a little more than he can chew there. And there's a 6th place team underneath him. It's OMG me and Shadow. Big rip comes through onto that. That's going to be a huge setback for our 6th place team. But Chimp now is under Surge threshold. 200, 170. He needs to find some tags here. Only 2 more ticks separate him. Big one there, but the counter fire was a little bit stronger, and 3 points get awarded to Shadow and company. On height though, Kanata and Acorn managed to maintain this position here. They snuck their way on up. This is the 2nd game now. They're on high ground trying to fight for a victory royale. Day's still in this one as well, earning points on the low. Jamper falls to the hands of Bugha. Huge elimination there as Bugha once again starts cutting down the competition.
Cease going down as well. Tamiro just trying to add up those elimination points, but Cole trying to get a couple of his own. The 166 huge shot there follows it up. The edits, and this man's tracking is disgusting. Finds one there. That's the confirmation on the users. No, there's still another player behind him, but he has plenty of extra utility. He just needs time and space. Looking for a little bit now on the backside of the zone. Peterbot right in front of him. Joji up there for another refresh monster.
These are knocks. These are eliminations. These are points that start to matter, especially if the zone does it. So you want to hit those down bodies. Cold, however, hits the wrong wall. There was a team waiting there. One big punt puts them down. Commandment shredded for using the Mythic Slingers to try and make a rotate there from Acorn and Kanata, who are just a little bit more aware. They are paying so much attention, lower themselves now to get closer to the enemies here. Smite is still alive here, earning points. He is a solo as well. What can we see him do? We've already seen this team just let loose every time they come into endgame. This is one of the better.
Another from Miro.
Look at that. He even pops a mini for 2 HP. Anything matters right now.
Yeah, Miro picking up yet another elim, and I mean, at this point in Bugha and Miro, I mean, we might be looking at the W here if they're able to rack off another win and more points. And they're one of the few duos who's still up on their feet. They're on the low ground. They have 6 eliminations, 328 monster. I don't think anybody's even close to 300 at this point, and they're really opening up the gap, trying to put a firm stamp on it. They say trios, solos, duos, it doesn't matter. If we're Bugha and Miro, we're winning it all about face. They find yet another elim. Trashy gets cut down, and Bugha dips back into the zone. A nice little bounce back will provide him with a little bit of respite here as Bucky and Cam still up on their feet as well. Kanada and Acorn trying to range shots in a mound, trying to get a connection. They have plenty of mats, but no ammo. What?
Yeah. They burnt out everything from the high ground, literally down to a pickaxe here on the low ground. Miro and Bugha, opposite situation. They have everything that they need. And honestly, this is a game-defining performance here, a tournament-defining performance here at the very end. He managed to make it all the way into the top 5, leaves Bugha behind as he gets picked off, but it doesn't matter. The real story is how he is continuing to earn placement points here as he breaks into top 3. I can't believe Miro and Bugha have just done this consistently all day, just being the best team so far. But Crunchy and Pure on the low ground, Acorn and Kanata on the height. I mean, they're still fighting for more placement. There's still plenty of room for other teams to rocket their way on up and earn some money here.
Miro looking for a nice little layer of change there, but invests about half of his mats to not quite get it, trying to find the cone jump to get up, but instead has to cover himself with a floor and a cone to make sure Acorn can't get some pressure, trying to find a 1v1, finds a nice little trade, but he gets a decent amount of shield. They're still in the zone, trying to find the spray, taking the straight up fight against Acorn, winning the trade so far, swaps the pickaxe, gets the 24, but gets taken down. However, another top 3 performance for our leaders, and I mean, we see third place, they're nearly 100 points behind him at this point. That might be all she wrote, so we could be looking at a battle here for second from here on out. But right now, in game number 10, we got Pure and Country going up against one of the veterans with Acorn backing him up, kind of up on the high ground. Acorn trying to put the shots down and close the layer. What they're going to end up doing, Acorn's going to get sent down to fight the 1v2. He has lower HP, so he needs to make sure he either goes down to the zone or he's able to trade out damage. Those are his 2 choices, and instead, he's just going to run back, make sure nobody gets siphoned, and hope that Kanata has the HP, and he's got the medvis. This should be a dub monster.
Not really. Crunchy did have a couple splashes though, so it could come down to, but no, it doesn't look like Crunchy did have enough to maintain. Instead, Kanata says, nah, I don't want to leave it to the end game. I'm going to go for the siphon and the elimination. He gets it there in flash. 3rd place now. He jumps up to 3rd place. Not bad for a team that was outside of the top 10 coming into today.
Yeah, that's going to help them a ton there, and a great veteran presence of mind to drop down, find the other opponent, and pick up the elimination points to go with it, securing himself the additional +3, because every single point is going to end up mattering. Here's some highlights from the duo themselves, but I mean, Monster, the story at this point is Booga and Miro, they might have won it already, right? Like, just based on how consistent they played, unless something catastrophic happens to them, this has been one of the more complete weekends of Fortnite we've seen from them in a while.
At this point, if anyone wants the #1 spot, they have to land on Miro and Booga and take them out the gate here. They cannot afford to allow this team to earn any more points. They are currently 70 points ahead of 3rd place. If the numbers there were accurate, which they pretty much have been throughout the day, so they have a nice lead there, Sundown.
Yeah, and we're going to check out how nice that lead is with 2 matches left to go. We'll kick it back on over the desk. Adam, Vivid, SBG, what you got?
Thank you, fellas. That could be the one, guys. That could be the game changer for the entirety of FNCS finals right there. We saw there that, despite Kanata valiantly, again, we saw the stat earlier on, every single FNCS, Kanata manages to get a victory royale in some capacity. The guy's unstoppable, but we saw with Booga and Miro there that when Chimp loses Spade early on, ironically, Booga taking out Jamper as well, who are currently, I think, in 3rd position going into this. I mean, this could be the game 10 for these guys, Vivid. That could be the one that changes everything.
Yeah, best case scenario this game for Booga and Miro. We saw Chimp and Spade versus Dukes and Jamper actually on the north side of that 4th zone as the half and half came in, and it ended up putting both of them in kind of a shambles position. And Booga and Miro, they're not even worried about what's happening on with the rest of the competition. They just ran ahead with this game as a duo for most of it, and then Miro in the end there, clutching up. They always clutch up as a solo, a couple more placement points, and just like every other game, does it here as well as he goes for that elimination on Acorn, who lived with must have been like 1 health. So that was very, very close, but still picked up plenty of points to increase that lead.
Yeah, that was so close. Miro almost did just that little much more. But you're right, Vivid. It is like every single game, it's just like an extra 3, 5, 10 placements by one of them. And it's literally every game they're playing so well as a duo and they're perfectly playing the end game. And then just like, what's another 3rd place? It's no big deal.
Whatever. Yeah, it's just third schmurd. But do you know what? It's you're right. The consistency again is just unreal. But we must talk about Kanata and Acorn for a second here, because I want to take the spotlight back on these guys, because yesterday we didn't see too much from them both. Today we've seen, I think, 3 times now pushing for height, taking it, claiming it. A victory royale. I mean, these guys are. I mean, I guess in hindsight they wish they could go back to yesterday and think, why don't we just do height from the get-go? What were we thinking, guys?
Yeah, I think they figured it out. We've seen them alive now 3 times in the end game. Unfortunately, last game, the previous one, the one we just watched, they went down early. They were separated a little bit, but every other game that they've made it to the end game, they have been on the high ground. I think they have figured out the formula. They've kind of figured out the way that these lobbies are figuring out. But right there, though, we did see a little bit of a slip up as they had like no ammo on the high ground. He was running around with a pickaxe looking for anything. So a little bit better at managing, and they can definitely run away with this.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's what I thought going into this. Acorn Kanata typically understand those different high ground plays. Now it's finally coming out. Might be too late, though.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at the leaderboards anyway and see exactly how the points have changed after the last game. And then we can see, wow, Mira and Booga go into 336 points. You know, they're looking at around almost a 60-point lead there on Spade and Chimp there. Yeah, but similar eliminations, but play some points with it. I mean, 201 to 140, huge difference.
Yeah, just increasing that gap ever so slightly every single game. Acorn and Kanata with that right there, that victory royale puts them at 2. They're going to be finding themselves in top 3 SPG.
Yeah, and it just looks like everything else besides the top 2 on the leaderboards is up for grabs. That's been moving around a bunch over the past few games, but Miro, Booga, Spade, Chimp, they've been locking it down for those top 2 spots.
Indeed, yeah. Unless something catastrophic happens with Mira and Booga in this next game, which is totally possible, and Chimp and Spade come through, or team in 3rd place as well, I think it looks like we're looking at who's going to come 2nd or 3rd. That's the big one right now. But let's head over to Sundown MDF. We've got another big game coming your way, and this is game 11 now of our 12, which is mighty exciting. Over to you, fellas.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. 2 more matches left to go before the Axe of Champions are given out, and right now it looks like it's going right back on over to Booga and Miro Monster.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what we're seeing is a team that's hard to compete with here, a team that has a full draw spot to themselves in a well-planned out route, and it's just all coming together game after game. So unless a team honestly goes head-to-head against them, which is going to be tough to do when they're that situated, I mean, this tournament's over for everyone else.
Yeah, and while there is still plenty to play for in terms of different prize money coming out for the placements and everything, but first potentially being on the table, there is still a chance. It's not completely out of the question. We have seen a couple of little early hiccups with Booga potentially getting picked off on some of those longer bus passes. But as the saying goes, so you're saying there's a chance? Yeah, it's a really, really small one right now.
It's a slim chance. We called it grasping at straws earlier, but hold up. Sounds like the battle bus is ready. Let's hop on into game number 11.
Grasping at straws and hoping you don't catch that hot potato. We're mixing metaphors, and we talked about it. Hey, maybe there's some unfortunate bus pass or something, but even then, looks like we're getting one of those as we split the island from southwest to northeast, and we get a nice favorable chonkers drop there. And of course, we're gonna tune into that very early fight over at Greasy, and Agers is gonna win the drop this time. Nounsy trying to do everything he can to just run away, create a little bit of space, hits the bushes, but that's not gonna be enough. Rise will pick up Sprite, and we'll go to 6-5, Monster.
I was going to say, at this point, we might be beating the dead horse, but no. Finally, Aegis and Rise managed to at least come out on top. So a little different story potentially to unfold here. Now, my real question is you know, how fired up are Rise and Aegis, right? You know, you sit out a couple games, very long games, several hours, in fact, and then you have to jump back in and make do with the situation. So it is going to be a close one in the feed, though. Muzz already takes out Macwood. Seems like they finish up this full duo here. Another early game battle for Covert Cavern. Muzz getting all the dancing on that he can while he's still alive. Another team that also just hasn't had much success off the elimination rip. So seems like the coin flip finally going in other directions this time around, landing on the other side.
Yeah, but I mean, you can see all of these teams. We talked about how Covert Cavern has been so strong. I mean, we saw it in EU, what it was able to do. But with so much pressure and so many duos around it in NA, Nova's been able to leave there very quickly. So now we're going to swing on over here. Shadow, Me Too, another fight just outside of Greasy. And Fable Taco and Jackson, we've been seeing this fight happen a lot over the past 2 days. It's been relatively favored towards RNG, Me Too, and Shadow. However, today I feel like Jackson and Fable Taco have been able to put a little bit of the pressure back, and the Rift is actually going to get taken. The rotation's going to come out, and some distance is going to be put away. So disengage this time.
Very important tags right there as well. Ones that are going to keep this team from having to worry about the surge a little later. But they've slipped down from 4th on the day down to 9th place. That's off the back of those 2 times they were eliminated a little early. Here's the Yamza and DJ, one of our few teams that hold a prestigious victory royale already. Looks like they caught a couple eliminations. The real question is, was that onto Knifer and Baila for the Llama split drop? Because it seems like they're going back to old Trusty here.
Yes, it was, and they were taken out, so they'll have one more game to try and put their stamp on it, but Zone drops right on top. Well, not right on top of, but fairly on top of Booga and Miro. They're going to start their min-maxing out, make sure they get up as much of the metal as possible, hit all of these chests, get all the weaponry, and I mean, it just shows how strong Chonkers is. I think you touched on it early in the game. While there is a decent amount of metal on the map, it gets farmed out and valued so quickly that trying to go and refarm it is so incredibly difficult. Take a look at another one of those early fights that we've talked about, Playify and Oliver OG going down with one, and it looks like they might actually opt to just disengage.
Yeah, find a lot more southern than usual. Typically, we see them up a little bit more north, fighting those other teams where you saw yesterday where Bucky and Cam would rotate on into the coast there and get their hands into the action. This time around, though, moving a bit faster to the south. That's a clash that we expect. For Chimp and Spade, though, no one in sight, but also very far off from one another. So you hope to see Spade in another comfortable part of the map without anyone nearby. Otherwise, it could be pretty bad for them.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I don't think that's his teammate who's out in front of him, getting a couple tags there, but his teammate isn't even remotely on the screen. Like, we don't even see a little dot for him there, so got to keep an eye on it. As we'll check in with some of our other teams currently top of the screen, we have Chimp and Spade, who are in second, bottom left-hand corner of the screen. Acorn and Kanata, who are in third, and then the right-hand side of the screen, Dukes and Jamper, who are in fourth, and even then, Monster, there's a pretty significant gap between each one of these teams. Like, it's a drop in about 16 points, then a drop in another 10 points. So you can see just the separation that's been caused up at the top.
Yeah, the gap is really starting to open up. My gosh, you're looking at Tilted Towers. Looks like the original, what we used to call the playground days. Drop all the loot, spread it out there, get ready to take your ones in the middle of Tilted Tower. Tons of extras sitting around, and they don't even look to pile up the big pots or bring them with them. They just leave them there. Like, that's all.
Hide them. What are you doing? That frustrates me a ton, because there's one thing that Fortnite players as a whole and Battle Royale in general, right, is resource denial. And there's some teams like, hey, if you don't have the space to carry an extra chug splash, just go throw it at a tree, throw it at a wall or whatever, so one of these teammates doesn't end up having it. Now, if you're baiting somebody to run towards one of those big pots, which we've seen before, that's totally fine. But just leaving them out there is just offering somebody else to come by and pick up a full 3 stack of shield pots. And while it might not be the most slot efficient thing to be carrying, it's not bad.
No, not bad at all by any means for teams that are especially desperate, because that's usually what happens when you're rotating through a POI like that. You're looking to fill out your loadout, fill out your slots. So look at this. Clicks and Day. Move on over to the coast here. Double AR opener. Switch over to the next target, and that's a beautifully timed tag right there. Another one as well. That's a shield crack onto Serbski. Now comes the full push here. It's not looking good for Flood and Serb right now, who have to fight up against a confident Day, who knows they've already taken shields, but they can hear the keg is down.
Shield cake down, also iron wall slam, but they put it again, one up on the ceiling, one up on the side, so that means you should be fighting from one angle, but Serbski backing up out of that box is gonna give Day a really good angle to actually range shot into him, so leaving the protection of those iron walls, not necessarily getting the best advantage, but Clicks takes a couple of shots while he's caught with his builds out, so no return. However, Day just going to work. He's gonna be able to pick up Flood there, isolate him out, get the damage over the top, get the siphon as well, and then he should be looking to group right up with Clicks so they can take this 1v2 confidently onto Serbski, and didn't even need it. Click says, I'll handle my ones, you get yours.
That was such a Clicks thing to do as well, be in such a dangerous position, but you know what? He edits 4 walls before you can even blink and realize what happened, and he just slips his way all the way through to low ground. There's a couple players that can edit fast enough to take fall damage. I believe Clicks is probably one of them.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it a little bit going back to that All-Star Invitational. I believe that was the Blueprint battles going through, or the high tier, depending on which one that was there. You did have the opportunity to do a little bit of both there, but the edits coming out aren't going to save Nani as Bucky pushes right down through there. You can see Nico and Polarize also getting Elin themselves. Nick goes down in the feed. Bucky continuing to rain shots from above, but Nico hits nearly every bullet from his MK7 there. Great recoil control as Bucky is going to have to slam a cone over his head and invest a little bit here into the excess shields.
I like this. Bucky and Cam need a lot of points here, right? They were inside the top 20. They had an issue with Surge leading in later in the last game. So this time around, they're saying, hey, you know what? You're in our drop. We're going to fight you for it. They're going to defend it instead of being a bit more passive and backing out. Here's a look at Polarized and Nico and how that all went down. Big shots being exchanged there. You can see how they end up finding their pickup. But these battles are going to matter. Look at this. We're watching a different rotate that we haven't seen just yet from Bugha and Miro here. Instead, this time around, they go to the Condo Canyon. We talked about how when the zone lands on top of you, your strategy will change. This is one of those changes in strategy where they start to mix things up. They end up finding the tag there. It's very important that they do because they are not contested. They don't have many other opportunities to get surge tags.
Yeah, as long as they're able to get surge tags and kind of go through their game plan checklist, they should be fine. If they're not under threat from Storm Surge, they're both good enough players to be able to rotate, find the space. They don't mistime their rotations. And it's part of the reason why not only are they on top in terms of eliminations, but they are blowing out the rest of the competition when it comes to placement points. It's because they're making every single one of these mid games right now. So we get a little look at the map here. The zone number 3 will be revealed, and we're going pretty much right in the middle of the map here, Monster.
Yeah, going right back north where we started. And one more thing to touch on Bugha and Miro's strategy. They're one of the only teams we're watching save their vehicle for the late and mid-game rotates. They're taking that Chonkers, buffed car as far as possible into those games. And that's another reason why they're able to gun their way to those big positions.
Yeah, being able to get those chonkers out Whiplash is so incredible, but Fatch caught way over peaking, and just Sina Rooney finding some amazing shots there. And it looks like Pamstow's trying to get out of dodge, but gets caught there. Just Sina Rooney and Arnstar. Great push, being able to take advantage of the angle. We talked about this. If you are going to box up your vehicle, have to have an exit strategy immediately. Unfortunately, they parked that one a little too tightly in the garage and couldn't get out without dinging the side mirror.
That's one of those things right there where looking back at it, they're thinking we should have turned the vehicle, should have aimed it at an exit wall. Instead, it was at a near indestructible, obstacle in front of them. And that is what happens when you're not completely prepared for every type of situation. Right there, you saw the Beef falls on over to Jamper and Dukes right now, who have managed to make their way into Coney Crossroad, looking outwards to try to catch any stragglers that they can. Mind you, this is the team that has been struggling with Storm Surge for the last couple of games here today.
Right now, though, trying to find some shots in here. And it was interesting, too, because we were praising them yesterday, how every single time they picked a target, they had 2 MK7s on it, and they were just raining shots down. And even though they weren't finding elims, they're always a couple hundred above Surge. And it just hasn't been the circumstance today. And I don't know whether it's one of them opting into a Ranger. They aren't necessarily getting the positioning they want, but it's going to be something that I'm definitely going to go back and VOD review, because it's been a big part of the reason that Bugha and Miro have been able to just capitalize on the amount of space there, because they've been the ones who haven't been under Storm Surge pressure, whereas this team yesterday, who was doing phenomenal with it, just wasn't necessarily finding the same type of success. And right now we see right-hand side 258 below. That's the original line for the teams who are all the way underneath. It updates, and Spade and Chimp, they're doing fine as they hang out in the long grass and look for a little bit of an ambush themselves.
Now looking at Kanata and Acorn, Kanata steps up and gets hit several times, and instead of changing position, he peeks the same exact corner right there. You see what happens when you make that re-peek from the same angle. A little too comfortable with the fact that they have tons of heals inside the box. So now it looks like they went back to go ahead and pick up all that loot. Maybe they heard you talking to the back of their minds, thinking, yeah, maybe we should go pick up this loot, bring it with us. And they do just that. They bring it on up to the base, into the box. On over to D-Roll and Trashy, who are 177 damage below. Very pivotal moment right now that they find these tags, and they did not. So decision. Do you push? I mean, you kind of have to. They do have a vehicle.
Yeah, trying to find a little bit of space here, and with 166 below, 50 seconds on the clock, you can go with rifle tags. The problem is, if you look in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, nobody is close to them. So if you don't get those rifle tags, you're just kind of stranded, right? You don't really get a lot of other options, and then you're forced to really start kind of digging in the utility, and here it goes. And this is what we talk about, man, just like park your car going straight out there. They will be able to get around the side. Couple seconds delay towards the side, and now here they go, heading straight towards it. Generally, you don't want to head straight towards the fight, but nobody was looking at them, so wasn't able to get the line. D-Roller going to go up, take the high ground, trying to isolate somebody out, but not finding targets in that time. Keeps ticking, and instead finds two players in a bush. A couple of huge tags, but not sure if we'd be able to get them quite above. We're going to wait for the update on the right-hand side. Looks like other people are getting tags as well, as they're falling farther below, despite getting tags in other places. Does get a knock there on the other side, but it looks like that was almost immediately picked up. And no, it wasn't a full knock. Now we'll just find the full knock, but the player was so low that it wasn't enough damage to put them above. They're still below. They'll open up. There's two other duos. Now there's one above. Shots coming from the side, and Monster, this is so tense.
This is so insane because every team here, it looks like they need to find tags, and that's DJ and Yamza who are lurking behind there in the bush, making it a little bit more difficult for D-Roller and Trashy, who, again, gave up that high ground desperately to come down and find some tags. And look at this. They were 90 above, now 1 above as things start to slip down and players get a little bit more active. There's a team under fire here. It's Cracked and Owl on the right, one of the few that do have that pressure. On the left, though, you see that Trashy and D-Roller holding on by a slither as only 3 more players have to fall here.
Yeah, you can see that on the right-hand side, just below, trying to find the shots, trying to sneak a sniper headshot in there. It would have been enough to put it over, but unfortunately, Crack doesn't get it. But it down, Monster, it down is huge in that circumstance, but they get cleaned up, so it's just a little too late. Threats and users will be able to outlast that one. They'll also pick up the additional 6 points, and unfortunately, Trash and D-Roller currently sitting in 8th place, still 9 below here.
Yeah, this is the real problem, is that they were one of the 2 teams, and another team does have to fall here unless they can find the tags, and luckily a player does fall in that brief moment there. And you know what? They have so many heals to work with because of the loot that was sitting here inside the base that it is going to be A-okay. Very rarely do we see a team come back like this, but no, a solo was sitting nearby. It was 20, and his teammate's down in the box. He gets the full finish. In comes the next play, but 20 just had more inside the ammunition. That was almost all over. Luckily, D-Roller does manage to clutch up here, but it's going to cost him so much.
Yeah, great timing there from 20 to drop down, hearing the big pot go off, knowing the player would be tied in the action, and now we'll get a replay of some of the action we missed during the Storm Surge, and we'll see which teams ended up being impacted here, as Redux had a car just come straight on, and it actually looks like he hopped into that car. So nice little micro play from him there, but unfortunately ends up getting taken down. Paper and Nosh pushing forward. They're going to find a pair themselves, able to get that knock, box it up, and then get the confirm. So it's going to feel pretty good as it puts them up above. And then as Nosh ends up getting edited down, going to find the second, just barely trading it up.
Here goes the full finishes. They just have to catch up here. Man, that was a crazy set of engagements there, set of exchanges. A lot of teams falling naturally. Expected to happen. A few more fall. A lot lower. D-Roller stepping back into the storm here. Dipping into the city to go ahead and pick up Trashy. So they're back in the game. Now, mind you, there was plenty, and we mean plenty, of heals. But, uh-oh. This is a 5-tick. Oh, yeah. Good. It's not good.
This is gonna get real rough real fast. They have 10 seconds to make it into the zone, and even with the chonkers at Whiplash, the one chili chug splash is gonna buy them an additional 4 seconds, but shots are already coming in. Trying to get it, but Smite and Larson have a direct line. Med miss from D-Roller while Trashy continues driving through. 1 HP in a dream. They're gonna get the metal builds up immediately. I think Trashy might have gotten knocked. Yep, there it is there as the update ends up coming through, but D-Roller will end up getting in the zone. However, the reason he ended up dipping back in was to reboot Trashy. So a little bit of tough math there to decide if you ended up getting a net gain in that regard to Smite and Larson with a nice little +3, and they know there's a solo right there.
They know he's weak as well, but they do know that's the player that at least has all the loot. As they can see from Trashy's loot, just a pistol drop. He didn't get much. He came down flying and tried to get as close to the zone as possible before getting picked up in the ride.
Take a look now. It's Cold Incentive picking up a couple of elims here, trying to get themselves back in the conversation with 2 games left. They're up into the top 10. A little bit of a slow start yesterday, but you know what they talk about momentum. Once you get that ball rolling downhill, it doesn't gather a lot of moss. Instead, just picking up points, getting bigger and bigger. as they continue rolling and operating on the low ground where they like to be, a nice little expanded base around them. But I was just about to ask, how are our leaders doing? And the question is, 267 above in the second surge with 0 elims. So their storm surge routes are prime, Monster.
Nothing to worry about right now. Not this game, probably not for any of the next ones as well, as they're getting themselves one step closer to an FNCS championship title here on the new chapter. Gonna be one of the first to do it on NA East, but question remains if they can continue to stay consistent. For Smythe, though, he's the clutch master here, finds D-Roller, the solo. Loses Larson, though, unfortunately, because the lobby starts to look inwards. And now, although he is safe inside the zone, he's just 100 damage above here. And it seems like the team next door is desperate for tags as well. Have to be cautious that they don't just come pushing on in. Look at the loadout here. This is a big loadout for a player like Smite. Smite can do a lot with this.
Yeah, it does have the 7 minis there. Would hopefully like to find some chug splashes or a med miss, something to allow him to play in the zone so he has a little bit of room for error, but instead going to be relying on the legendary and the mythic loadout on that side, very up close and personal. A little bit lucky for him as he does pull a relatively close zone. He should be able to only use one of those web slingers to be able to get in. Renegade as he clicks bottom right hand side of the screen, trying to find a little bit of space here, wants to get the revive on today. And it will go off. He has the time. He should be able to stick it. Zone isn't going to start rotating for another 30 seconds. They have plenty of excess shields, but I don't see any white HP in his loadout. Not sure if there's some in days, so we're going to swing on over to Dukes and Jamper. And one thing, Monster, that's in common with all of these teams we've looked at, they're all on the top of the leaderboard, and they're all under a ton of pressure, except our current leaders, who are big chilling.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just a difference in positioning right now and overall tournament play. We did see Shadow in the perspective there too, so he is somewhere alive nearby Dukes and Jamper. But on screen though, Nets is well below the surge here. The one solo that is below the surge. Players are listening to this go down. False alarms here from the side. Nets though grabs the wall. Hold up. Okay, locks up a player, finds himself 3 points, takes a launch pad, and out he goes. It's just enough to stay alive, so fighting for his right now. On the other side, Dukes and Jamper doing what they can to just go ahead and keep a low profile, not attract attention here.
We also saw doing that little exchange. Spade ended up picking up an Elim in the feed. Currently up on the high ground. Avery and Muzz, who've been quiet today, making it out of covert though. Quickly, we've talked about how so many duos are there. If they're able to kind of get running, get some points on the board, they might be able to leapfrog. But on our right-hand side, Monster, we've talked about it maybe being a chance, maybe being clutched up. We've looked at the exchange of points as we've looked at the total points going through. If Bugga and Miro pick up any amount of significant points here, it's over. It's done unless there is an absolute record-breaking performance. We could be looking at the Axe of Champions being handed out right now because they are leading in elims, they're leading in placement points, and they're just leading in overall style when it comes to how they've been playing this entire weekend here in the FNCS Finals for NA East.
Lot of review-worthy gameplay so far. By far the best team.
We must review this.
Yeah. Absolutely. Need to update that new beam photo there, but hold up. Let's see it. This is a run into the zone right now to try to get ahead, possibly look for the pad in, but Chip and Spade on the other side. 250 above the surge here. Zone starting to pull, favored to their general location here. Plenty of mats to work with as well. Here's a team that can still get up there on the standings. Don't count him out just yet. Smite as well. Whoa, he's alive here. Flying his way across the map right now, just trying to stay in the runs. One more team falls, Smite will earn some placement points and then continue to earn placement points all the way through the very end. The Spade and Chip is on the very back side of the rotate right now. Chip almost close to sitting inside the storm line, but does sneak his way around, but no, Spade gets lost on the edge there. Now, Chip left as a solo here to play this one out. Pressure, things just got a lot more difficult for him on high ground. Kanata and Acorn trying to go for the back-to-backs right now. Can they get another win? Is what they're playing for here.
They're trying to push themselves into the conversation. That's on the left side of your screen, but Bugga and Miro are still up, still hip to hip. Miro's taking a bunch of damage, so you can see that. Smite still solo, still running through. He picked up an Elim onto Pledge to get him a very key refresh. However, he's only on wood builds. That's in the bottom right-hand corner. We're gonna zoom in. He tries to put the heavy shotgun to work. Skeet shooting, but not gonna find those clay pigeons in the sky, not getting the tags he needs, as we still keep an eye on the top left-hand corner. Acorn and Kanata have been pushed out from the high ground. It's Qua and Magnolia who are gonna take take it away, and they're raining shots down, but no eliminations for them. They need to start picking them up if they want to rocket up that leaderboard and get a little bit higher in that placement. But I mean, Monster, we got to focus on it, because this could be the W right here as they're into the cascading placement points. Another top 20 performance. Miro, though, no excess shields, no excess white HP, minus that pepper, which he just popped in. They're running low on builds.
At this point, just give him a little moment. He might just find the siphon. They've managed to play out of their minds absurdly all the day here on high ground. It's a little battle going down, but Quan Magnolia don't have much heals to work with, so I don't know what they're thinking there, as they also don't even have ammo to work with. But Chimp as well is in a much different position here. He has to fall to low ground or sit in the storm and tank it out. Does it bounce back is the question. This is what he's hoping happens. It does, so he will be able to see just A-okay as things get a little bit closer. One more tick is all he's got here. Out he goes. Nicely done there. If that would have went any other way, that would have been game and Raptor. Instead, he gets to stay alive and earn a little bit more. These heals, very important. Smite's still alive. Smite is still alive here in the low ground. He's fighting. He takes out Day 2 and Oliver OG. Smite is going crazy here. Talk about a player who is clutching up to earn big points. Stay close inside this competition. That's Smite for you today. Chip doing the same thing, though, is now he's got his second elimination here for the team. So far, so good. But now, out of builds, what can they do here?
Yeah, but look who's still up on his feet. Booga might be down, but we talked about it. You eliminate one, you have to deal with the others. He drops in another 4 points over. He'll get taken out, but a top 6 performance from Booga and Miro. It has to feel like it's been enough, unless something ridiculous happens in game 12. They've played an absurd performance, but right now, trying to push themselves in contention for that second place spot. We have 6 and 8 still up. Commodon and Stretch pushing down. That's the Yamso getting cleaned out, but Stretch also gets picked up, so now it's Commodon trying to push his way through, looking for a little bit of space over towards the front side of the zone, but he is on absolute low. Gonna slam down the iron wall, trying to play some footsie around the outside, but the zone cuts off the space. He's able to tap and dance, and his number gets cut short. As Cold and Sentin continue to try and rain shots down, we have a 2v1, v2, and that'll get picked up as Playify goes down, and now it's Elite and Tabney versus Sentin and Cold. 2v2, match 11 here, Monster.
Definitely right now. 10 eliminations on a low ground. Big game for Tabney. But hold up. Fight going up top. Looks like Death pushes up a little too soon. And Cold melts him to pieces there. Sentin now with a follow-up. Here comes the full finish. Sentin gets it. Nicely done. He leaves the body, though. Doesn't go for the siphon. So it's all or nothing right now. Big risk coming through as Tabney. Sneaking by. Also comes in. There goes the down body. But Sentin was quick and so was Cold. And in they come for the elimination and the victory royale.
Great presence of mind there from Cold to keep up the pressure, but we saw so many of the top duos continue to drop, but who yet again claims another top 10 performance, top 6, a couple of elims to him. Miro and Booga, I think it's done, Monster. I think unless something utterly ridiculous happens. We'll take a look here of Sentin and Cold pick up their victory royale with, I believe, 6 eliminations when all is said and done. But I mean, I think we're gonna be giving those axes right on back to Booga and Miro.
Yeah, right now, that is the story. That's what it's looking like here, guys. Now, the only thing that can change this up is if Booga and Miro manage to get taken out very, very early, and the second and third place teams who have been keeping up with the pace, they're just a game behind, but that game has not been let up by Booga and Miro just yet. So, you know, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, and that game is going to need to be a victory royale and a bunch of eliminations. But rather than have us speculate, let's kick it on over the desk. They'll break down the scenarios, the leaderboard, and what we got. Gents, take it away.
Excellent, fellas. Thank you so much. Obviously, Cold and Sentin there. They came, I think, game 8 today. 10 eliminations came second. Now, the victory royale in game 11 with 6 eliminations. Their performance today, Vivid, has been stellar.
Yeah, they've really shown up today. You know, not a solid, really anything before this day during this FNCS. We expected so much more out of Sentin and Cold. And finally, on day number 2, I feel like we are getting what we expected. They are playing so well today. And going into this last game, they are really putting a fight up for a high place in FNCS. And I am all for it. This is adding so much storyline to this FNCS as we close it up here, and I am just so excited to see what happens.
Yeah, we were talking about it. They still have a really good shot at top 5 after being nowhere near the top of the leaderboard. heading into today, and you love to see this comeback, the story of Scented and Cold. Like you mentioned, Vivid, they were one of the best duos before FNCS, and then really seemed to stumble during this FNCS, but now coming on strong really late, and unfortunately it's gonna be a little short of Bugha and Miro, but ultimately that's still a huge change of prize pool.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Sundown MDF alluded to it as well. You know, Bugha and Miro, it looks like it's a done deal at this point. We'll look at the leaderboards in a second here, but again, Viv, SBG, the 1-2 combination of these two just seems unstoppable right now. And the fact that they don't seem to be challenged really at the top of the table right now. It's been consistently the entirety of today. They went to the top position yesterday after game 6, and they've retained it all day long here, Vivid. What's been the defining factor for you? Why are these guys at the top right now comparatively to anybody else in this lobby?
They've been basically impossible to take out before the top 10. And we know that once you get into that top 10, it's just so many placement points, and that's where their consistency is coming from. We saw Bugha right there go down in the end game, right? And we were sitting backstage, and I was like, oh, there goes Bugha. And then, you know, SBG was joking, yeah, but Miro's still alive. And sure enough, you know, he finds another elimination. And it's just crazy how solo, they just do it again and again.
Yeah, it's incredible. And just the mid-ground play, forcing everyone off their lair. They own literally whatever they want in this lobby. It is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. I mean, let's have a look at the leaderboard right now as it stands after game 11 with 1 game left. You're an NAE to go. That is game 12 coming your way. But as you can see right now, this is how it stands. Miro and Bugha retain top spot. They are currently 69 points in the lead right now. Unless something crazy happens, like a team decides to contest them at Chonkers and change things up completely, can Spade and Chimp catch up here, Vivid?
Yeah, I mean, listen, 69 points behind. We know that a victory royale gives 32. That would have to be a victory royale with like 10 plus eliminations. I just don't see that happening, but hey, anything is possible. And we've talked a little bit about how this top 5 is just so close. Look at this. 8th place, we have a Danny Clicks with 254. And then in 4th place, we have Acorn and Kanata 273. Really only a 19-point difference separates 8th and 4th right now. Anything can happen.
Yeah, that is exactly right. And everyone's essentially playing for 2nd place here. You know, when someone comes in like Miro and Bugha just on fire, you got to tip your cap, but you still got to do the best that you can. And anyone on this page, I'd say from 8th to 2nd, like you said, Vivid, can make that play for that 2nd spot and really take over. This is going to be a close final battle here for these last few spots.
I mean, lads, all it's going to take, and it's totally possible here, is that Bugha and Miro get 0 points, nothing at all in this next game, and then Chimp and Spade get 13 eliminations and a victory royale. I mean, Vivid, we're not asking too much here.
No, not at all, you know. But then, I don't know, that's just so hard to do. And we've seen them get plenty of elimination. You know, Chimp and Spade right now do have the 2nd most eliminations, but guess who they are behind? Bugha and Miro, they have the most eliminations. So how are you going to take these guys out early in the endgame? It's just not possible. They're just so well-rounded.
Yeah, I don't know what's more likely, Bugha and Miro getting a 0-point game or someone getting a 13 Elim victory royale, because both seem very unlikely at this point.
Hey, but FNCS finals, you know, we always say, boys, anything is possible, okay? Destiny would do its thing, all right? For you guys at home, though, do let us know if Bugha and Miro are going to go all the way. To let us know who you think is going to come 2nd, 3rd, perhaps as well, because it's so tight, as we just saw there as well. You know, there's so many teams in contention, and every single one of those places, there's a big difference in prize pool earnings as well. So let us know. It's all to play for all of our teams in that top 10. Let's have a look at our game 12 right now, because the action awaits us. The very last game of FNCS finals here at NAE this season, Chapter 3, Season 1. Let's head over to MDF and a Sundown. Fellas, bring it home. Let's do it. Here we go.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. One more match to go, Monster. And if you were reading a novel, going and seeing a movie, all that, as far as I'm concerned, the big action scene has happened. We've seen the climax. We know how this all plays out. But what's left after that is the denouement, the falling action. Who places 2nd? Who's able to just edge out an opponent for a bigger paycheck? That's what's on the line here in Game 12.
Yeah, absolutely. Life-changing opportunity on the line for players like Smite and Larson, Spade and Chimp, Acorn, Kanata. There's so many that are really in contention for 2nd and 3rd place. I mean, the list goes on to about top 10 or so, and there's a lot of new faces in there that would love to take home any of these top-seeded spots. We're talking about so much tournament prizing that's on the line here.
Yeah, and there's all the clout and the notoriety that ends up coming with it, NA East being one of the largest and most competitive regions going through. But the stakes are on the table. Now we'll see who will clear it away in cash out as we head in to match number 12.
It's been a long road to the FNCS finals, but here we are. The final game of NA East is underway here. Game number 12 in the last time today. For the last time NA East to date, players get to take to the Fortnite world. On screen, you're watching what will be your FNCS champions Miro and Booga take to the world. Their drop spot Chonkers Speedway has just done them so well today, but more importantly, the strategy that they've managed to put into play has been review worthy. We've talked about it. You can learn so much from players that excel the way they have.
Yeah, the one thing I will note here is the one time they had a little bit of difficulty yesterday was on a very long bus path like this, where they had to fly farther, and the team who landed at Rocky was able to grab an MK7 and then shoot Booga out of the air. However, that quote-unquote struggle still ended up being one of their stronger games. So just noting the impact the bus path can have on the overall game as Booga checks his surroundings, tries to figure out where people are so he can rotate on in. And we'll just kind of get a look at their loot path as no one is anywhere remotely near them. And we'll flip on over to the other side. And when all is said and done over at the Grove, Rise and Agers will just barely edge out Nouns and Sprite 7-5. That was pretty close, Monster.
Yeah, at least they get to come out on top in the final game here. But overall, they threw away what could have been their tournament, all due to losing those 3 early game takeouts. But not to mention, last game we talked about how, you know, being out of the competition for those first couple games will offset you. You'll be cooled down. You don't have the hot fingers, and they don't pretty much weren't able to do much. They slipped even further down the ranking. So now they're in top 17. Can they pop off this game and reach a top 10? It's possible.
Yeah, so if you are watching at home, you're probably wondering, what do I care about as a viewer? Well, if Chimp and Spade go down, Booga and Miro win. If Booga and Miro get a point, Booga and Miro win. Honestly, in 99.99999% of circumstances, Booga and Miro get the FNCS win. The only way that doesn't end up happening if Spade and Chimp have a monstrous, and I mean monstrous, record-breaking game so far here in the duos and end up winning it, and Booga and Miro go down. So that means unless you see their names in the top left-hand corner, either way, we're going to start to focus on what all the other duos need to do in order to kind of get ahead of the people who are immediately near them. We'll take a look because Reciprocal and 20 have put down a decent amount of pressure here, and oh, I love that, hopping in his own boat, not letting him even remotely think about getting away.
Yeah, there's no way you're escaping that. And to your point, yes, it has been a Booga and Miro kind of weekend. The broadcast has had them on stage so many times today. Now it's time to highlight those other players that are fighting for the big tournament money and prizing as well. There's still loads to be earned here for Arstar and Cinnaruni. They're going to be our early game news right now. Little fights here to keep us nice and busy as we start to get to that end game. Nice job for Cinnaruni there, putting one of the first victors. First big Elans that we've seen from him on the day here. Okay, take home your little highlights. Nicely done there as he grabs up Flood there. On the other side, though, looks like OMG Me Too gets caught in the crossfire here up against Jackson and Fable Taco. We've seen this fight go down the last 2 rounds, and they were on top. This time, they finally get exchanged on.
Yeah, but we've seen, though, that Shadow and Me Too have done a very good job when one of them does go down. Disengage the situation, find a way to kind of give them a little wiggle, give them a little strafe, lose the bogey in there, and then double back. We've seen them be able to reboot and get people back up on their feet. However, as we've harped on pretty much the entirety of the weekend, that's not necessarily a recipe for success. If you want to win a match, you are dealing against the statistical odds there. See Teo and Pledge trying to find a little bit of room to operate. They're right on that 21st, 20th line, so looking to end up on the north side of that 28 for that payday, but Vert on the other side trying to fight defensively here and back them down a little bit.
Yeah, looking to break this whole build down. Down it comes. It was just a solo hidden inside. Only Vert. Up comes Teo here. Great cone, great catch. Ooh, that's a full box if I've seen one. And in comes the double edit from the sides there. Nicely done, but Pledge punished in the process. Now comes a fresh duo swinging on in. They're coming in quickly now. Okay, it's Princess Wolf and AMT who managed to jump into the fight right now.
AMT hoping not to live up to the name. AMT misses a lot and put the pressure on. They've done a very good job when they've been able to kind of get in these types of situations, but pincer movements can be a little bit difficult. You can see good defensive pressure coming out from Teo and Pledge, trying to get together in the box. Good shot trade out onto Princess Wolf there to back them down a little bit, not let them really get the angle. They are doing a good job of making sure they pressure and holding the right hand, but not finding any actual tags. And you can actually see an open up there from AMT. We'll get some good damage onto Pledge. Should have been calling a white tag out there. If they can find Pledge, they should be able to finish it. Teo gets a shield pop, so he's going to get back down. As we see in the feed, Pump actually ends up picking up Commandant as AMT and Princess Wolf get a nice little clean pick up there.
That's pretty rough for Commandment, though, that we just watched get fully finished there by Nani as that fight was all going down. So the knock and finish come through in quick succession there. That means Commandment and Stretch are going to be in a tight situation for a great placing spot here leading into the end of the tournament. Keep in mind, they were in 6th place. This is a team that can realistically take home a 2nd or 3rd right now. That's, by all means, amazing for an FNCS.
Yeah, and one thing to note too, when Booga and Miro have been so dominant, particularly on day 2, they've eaten up a lot of the points. That means the rest of the leaderboard is just that much closer, and that there's that much more on the line in this game if you are able to put it all together, if you are able to get that victory royale, and you're one of those teams who is in kind of like that 15th to 20th range. You're making yourself literally tens of thousands of dollars and put it all together. I always throw it back to the World Cup. Everyone remembers Booga kind of having that moment in Game 6 where he knew he had won, he had all the points there, he kind of sits back and like puts his hand over his head. But everyone wasn't watching Crew at that time, who went from 66 to 6 with a 6 Elam victory royale. And we've seen that at times here in the FNCS where everyone's like, oh, we don't have a whole lot to play for right at the end. But the team who's able to buckle down and really get out that last performance gets themselves a payday, gets themselves a result. And that could be any of these teams here. I mean, Death and Tabney, they're right on that line too with 158.
And not to mention, you know, these results do matter. They carry on with you, right? It kind of shows your worth and your value coming from season to season for the most part. This is what a lot of other players look to when they start to determine and decide, all right, what have you done? What are your accolades, right? How good are you placing inside these FNCSs? You have to play them out all the way through to the end. These are, of course, the best 50 in our region, so hats off to everyone who's made it this far. But of course, now, getting a great ranking out of this is always something to marvel at. As now Tabney and Def are trying to fight their way on up.
And again, can't stress enough just how difficult it is to even get to this point in the competition. This is the best of the best, and at any point in time, if we're ever critical or critiquing the gameplay or going through, just remember that these players are not only infinitely better than myself and maybe half infinitely better than Monster, because he's definitely still got more hands than me. But they put in the work, and we talk about the skill difference between these guys. It's the smallest of things. That's why we talk about, hey, really good job pressing that advantage there, because when you get one, you have to go, and it makes it all that much more impressive when you see players like Booga and Miro who are doing it across not only different game modes but with different teammates and just still putting up these results time and time again.
It's a very important fight though on screen because Dukes and Jamper are looking to get their way into the competition here. Shadow gets found in the feed there. That might be our 9th place team out of the competition all the way, looking to slip down. So that's a position that's going to open up inside the top 10 for others to go ahead and strike at. For Dukes and Jamper, though, this is a fight that not only means all the serve, but also the points to get back to where they need to be. Some straight shots come flying past them. They don't flinch at all. Instead, they jump on in. If they get in this box now, they can get 12 points out of this. That's 1 elim. There's another on the other side. They actually get 2, so Jamper picks up the 6. 6 more are definitely available. There's no shields on Milks.
I'm just going to continue to keep an eye on that top left because I'm going to call it when we hit 35 duos. Like, as far as I'm concerned, if Booga and Miro earn a point, like, that's good enough. They're into the placement points. They've done it every single time. They haven't had that. Like, as soon as we see 35 go through, I'm done with this hypothetical, oh, like, maybe somebody has a chance. No, they've won once it's there in that circumstance. So that's the next big moment we're going to see on our screen.
Coming up pretty closely right now. This lobby really beginning to thin out, the fastest of the day. You expect it. It's been a long tournament weekend. Take a look at the highlights. Part of the reasoning to how quickly the battles are starting to close out, wrap up. Players looking to sit back and reset for the next season. Visuals with what might be some family members nearby there watching him play out.
I hope that's a family member. Otherwise, dude, you have a ghost over your shoulder and you need to go.
It's a
get out of dodge. But yeah, mannequin challenge right there. And I think that clip in particular, Illus with some fantastic shots, but it shows the strength. And I've talked about it all the time. Everyone just kind of like tosses those auto shotguns out. But in early on engagements, in box-to-box fights, especially with these players, you talked about how good they are. They don't miss those shots, right? They're putting the full crosshair on. That thing chunks.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage. Damage that is just, you know, again, it can change an entire battle around, can change your entire tournament position up because, you know, when you start to get ripped up, if a team's close enough, they're going to jump in. And honestly, if they have the mythic web slingers, we've already seen fights initiate just off of that, especially in the early game when there's more distance between the teams and you have more room to do stuff like that. Ooh, that sniper shot was so close to connect. The wall comes down just to tie that one too. A-code a little bit higher. He could have had a headshot there that I would have been happy to see go down.
I love watching people carry the sniper. I figured we'd probably
I wish we had more.
That's what I'm saying. I thought we would see more in the adaptation. I feel like it's probably because we had a little bit of a slightly condensed FNCS that we didn't necessarily have the time come through. Like, we're just now starting to see players be like, hey, this Ranger rifle is pretty good if you're able to pick headshots, right? Like, at the start of the season, it was, oh, if you're not running in MK7 and dual stingers, like, what are you even doing? But largely, we've seen the duo meta has boiled down to what Jamper and Dukes are doing, and right now, little update, Bugha has the only car elim of the entire FNCS final, so leading in points, eliminations overall, and car eliminations monster. They got every category on lock.
It's probably a record for all FNCSs. I don't. Oh, wait, never mind. Maybe if you count vehicle plane season, maybe there was one or so in there. And either way, impressive, impressive nonetheless. Picking up accolades here in this.
We don't talk about Winter
chapter.
Royale 2018 monster. We don't talk about that.
True, true. We'll leave it there. Stretch, however, is a solo right now, just barely above the search.
Looking for a little bit of space here over on the side, as again, we've talked about it. I mean, keeping an eye on the top left-hand corner, waiting for people to do things, waiting for people to push through. But with so many players going down, there's not that many players over Storm Surge, so the action has largely been front-loaded. But look at these guys, even just throwing shots over towards the side, Bugha ends up getting the confirm onto Polarize. He didn't get the knock, so no points going over. But, I mean, no eliminations, 300 above Surge. Just 2 more duos need to go down. That clock is ticking, but they might as well just release the confetti because they're going to be the champs monster.
Get the confetti ready. I'm sure they'll be dancing in their boxes as the game continues to develop on too. We'll get plenty of that. Just wait for it. The celebrations start to come on in. For Clix and Day, though, no time to celebrate just yet. They're well within a top 10 spot right now, well within striking for second or third if they can turn up just a little bit here. And this is a fight that could result in 6 points being gifted to them. They are above the search. They don't have to activate it. They don't have to force it.
But somebody who might have to look for a little bit of action here is Stretch. However, the one thing to note, because he is a solo, there is still another duo. And as long as that other duo who is getting hit isn't the only other solo in the lobby, they will both be taking damage. So if they end up going down, Stretch can just wait it out. However, the duo is going to have more access to utility. So while Stretch is just trying to heal this out, he only has the 6 minis, which is only going to buy him about the 30 seconds he's going to get there. And we'll see where the other surge is going off. It looks like it might be sending in cold with the shield kit going off on him. It is. They're currently our top 5 duo, but like I said, extra utility on them. They're fine. Nope, they're actually above.
Yeah, I was going to say 71 players now, and Stretch is the only one getting tagged, so just so happened to turn out that way for him. Although he found the tag there in the distance, that's not going to be enough either. Still 5 below here. Clock is ticking as now he's popping a med kit. Let's see if it was well timed. As again, this is a team that was in 7th place coming in. Now, all wraps. My pick for the day, the team I expected to do amazing, if not best. All in all, still a great performance out of them this last game. A lot shorter than what they were expecting as well. Losing Commandment early, man, it's a tough thing to fight back from for any duo.
So I was able to pick up a couple of the small fries, just extend it a little bit, but unfortunately the gas station sushi is only going to sustain you for so much as he gets taken down. That's the end of their FNCS, and just falling a little bit short of probably where they would have wanted to be, but still a good run. Good run on their side. Not going to be too upset, but Monster, you see that number in the top left-hand corner? That's less than 35, right?
Here we go. We're earning that placement points here, Sundown, as you called, as you expected. Chimp and Spade now have officially probably lost their chance at
No,
first.
it's done. It's done. I'm not saying probably. It's done. There's no shot. Like
Chimp and Spade fight for second in the last game.
Yeah, currently hold the lead on second place. So now we're going to shift the storyline over. Congratulations, Boogamira. We'll celebrate after the fact. You'll get your Axe of Champions in a little bit. Amazing season, all that. Now what we're immediately focused on, Smite and Larson still up. Spade and Chimp still up. The battle for second is there. And then who is going to be able to capitalize on this opportunity, knowing that Boogamira probably aren't going to push for that win, knowing that they just want to accumulate as many points as possible. You can potentially leapfrog somebody else, but the game's going to be a little bit differently paced because so many teams have gone down earlier. So this next mid game, the second zone surge, depending on where fourth circle drops in the next 3 seconds, things are going to get very interesting.
Yeah, with how many teams were taken out already, it's a lot of damage opportunities removed from the game, and this is where having zone early and just getting that little bit of luck is going to favor you much, much more, as you don't want to be the teams rotating late. Not when there's this much space open on the field. Less builds means more sight lines for opponents. As you see, Smart and Larson just based up alongside Acorn. There in Kanata. Here's Scented and Cold, who are once again find themselves in an upwards climb here, right? They're up in 5th place. No Elims just yet this game, but talk about a comeback story for several different duos that we've seen today, just putting up monstrous performances. I mean, Cold and Scented have been very, very consistent today, as have Smite and Larson. So we love to see it. Even Kanata and Acorn rocket their way all the way back with those victory royales and high ground plays. So very, very impressive. I mean, teams that are earning their way to top 5 absolutely fought for it here so far in day 2.
Yeah, the top 5 has been absurdly consistent, and it's just been tough to cover when their consistency is then in comparison to one of the better just full tournament performances we've seen on NA East out of Booga and Miro, where you don't necessarily get those super high highs, but they've just been doing everything very cleanly. Taking all the boxes here as we see Cold trying to find a line of sight there. I'm looking at the top part of the screen. He's got some great angles. Now we'll swing on over to Chimp and Spade. And again, don't forget, they're the ones who are currently holding that second place spot. So when we go back to that tournament management conversation, right, they don't have to necessarily push for elims. Just getting the placement points and going through, unless Smite and Larson really start lighting up the feed, they should be okay to just play a little bit more defensively.
Look at this. They're right on the border. 125 damage in the surge. They find a vehicle there. That could be huge for them. And it comes out. There's no way they're going to line up for Spade and Chimp here, right? Yes, they do. A couple tags are earned from that. The vehicle's about to explode, and down they go. And take a look at this as Spade now is trying to find the rest of those tags, force that team out of the box. For Cold and Sentinel, however, they are 8 above the surge, just barely here. So they will also need to continue to find some tags here.
Yeah, and that'll turn on in 20 seconds. That number has just been dropping the entire time, but Cold is just scoped all the way in, hiding behind the cone, using that first-person peek advantage, and finding some great tags. There's 2 different headshots, 3 different body shots, trying to see if he can't even find maybe a cheeky elim there on the backside of the zone against the player rotating out. Yet another body and headshot coming through on the right side of your screen there. Knifer and Bylot 49 below, but you see Knifer able to chain a couple of shots through 57 below, but they've already started investing their chili chug splashes. That 25 damage every 5 seconds is coming through, and we're going to swing on over to the duo who's under the pressure. Storm at their back, Lobby being thrown into him, and now Storm Surge begins firing off too. They got to go.
We saw what happens when they get contested off the drop and they were taken out. It managed to have them slip down so low down the standings here now, just inside the top 13, and they're still below the surge here. 2 more heals left here. They're going to negate some of the damage, but that's not enough to survive the full tick. So I'll go by like crew intel box. It's a 2-man there. They find 1. Can they get the second? Yes, the AR comes out. Jamper falls. Oh, that means they caught Duke. Okay, this is huge, but no, Duke was just strong enough there. Just enough ammo inside the inventory. I mean, for all we know, rifle could have been exchanged out of the hands of Knifer there, but whoa, whoa, whoa. Now the zone's pulling here, so Jamper's gonna drop what he can. Heels go down. Can he get to safety here? Yes, he can.
That quick chug splash is coming out right there from Dukes to cover him immediately. Has the guzzle juice as well, so as long as he doesn't take a tick from the zone that should be able to top him off. Has excess shields there, so a little bit of potentially inefficient chug splashes, but it's fine, saying we need as much HP as we can, and we need every help we can, so hop in the truck, cue the music, and let's go straight into zone. We've seen these rotations, and in the top left-hand corner, Booga is taken down, but we're into the top 25. Haven't seen Miro fall. There is still 2 rounds of placement points with Smite and Larson still up on their feet. Again, though, shouldn't matter. Should still be the dub going over to them, as Dukes, without his buddy Jamper, looking for a little bit of space. 3 elims to his name so far. And on the right side, here's Miro just trying to run it out, but we've seen solo clutches coming out from him today, and it should be fine.
Yeah, Miro just looking to pad up the highlights here, make a big play for the victory lap at the end right now, but Dukes has a lot to fight for right now as he gets targeted, loses the wall, but doesn't even flinch to go in and throw a counter wall up. Instead, he sits back, watches, and tries to avoid line of sight here. He is in 6th place currently. 24 duos remaining now in the lobby. That's placement point being given out. On high ground, though, Kanata and Acorn looking to set themselves up for a victory royale, a fight for second, a jump up to second if they can go ahead and pull in a win now.
Here, rotation ends up coming out. Launch pads are popped on the backside of the zone. That's Spego and Charlie taking to the air, one of the first end games we've seen them in. We're going to hop on over here. Smite and Larson, they're on the outside looking in from that top 2 spot, but the placement points keep taking over. They have the opportunity to push for it and potentially overtake Spade and Chimp. That's what we're going to be keeping an eye on. But then also, I just have to mention it, Miro picked up another elim, just doing solo champion type things. Is actually towards the front side of the zone, so this kid is just ridiculous. But Chimp and Spade right now find an elim on the backside of the zone, trying to stretch that lead between them and Smite and Larson. Spade was able to find another one, so that's 2 elims going over to them.
This is actually massive for them to hold this 2nd place right now. They're fighting for it, right? Because you have your 3rd place Smite and Larson still very much in this game. Chimp, though, however, gets stacked up big time, and down he goes. Smite, however, on the bottom side is looking much, much better now that they're finally 14 above the Surge. So they're just barely above it, and 8 players are going to have to go down now. Surge is definitely going to turn on in just a little bit if they don't continue to fight their way through. In the feed, Rise goes down, Pantsu goes down. These are big exchanges there now. Chimp and Spade, though, are still in this game now.
Right now, we talked about the battle for first already being just completely locked up, but in the top right, we have 2nd. In the bottom right, we have 3rd. And then on the left side of your screen, on the high ground, we have 4th place. So the battle for 2nd is on, while the Axe of Champions are going over to Miro and Booga as he continues another absurd solo run. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are all putting it on the line, trying to battle it out. Acorn and Kanata need to press. They need elims. They need to make up the point gap. They're behind by not an insignificant amount. Smite and Larson, same thing. They need to put the pedal to the metal a little bit. The elims are equal, but you can see Dukes and Jamper picking up some more points, trying to close themselves in on that battle. Just keeping an eye on the top left, going up for the high ground. Spade, plenty of builds. Great cone off there, and Cam gets taken down. That's a refresh, but how many builds does it get for it? Only picks up 5, so missing a decent portion of that refresh there. Trying to go back, seeing if there's more builds, seeing if there's more loot. He'll get it. He'll pick up the armored wall as well. Picks up some much-needed chug splashes to get himself back up, as again, keeping an eye on the top left-hand corner of the feed. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, all still battling it out.
Yeah, definitely. And in the mid-ground, here it is. Duke still alive as a solo right now, fighting his way on up, but he still has to manage to overtake his way out of 6th place, even with these 7 eliminations as a team right now. Dukes has really been putting up the numbers here. In between them lies all types of players right now. He is just slipping and sliding his way through right now. That's the enemy wall behind him. There goes the replace. He doesn't want to be standing on top of any of these enemy builds on high ground. It's Chimp versus Nosh. Chimp manages to maintain it. Shots come in from the front side of the zone there. That's Magnolia trying to put his focus on the numbers here, but Spade is now officially out of the competition. It's up to Chimp all by himself. Now, last we checked, he was about 3 or 4 eliminations ahead of the players behind him. Can he find a little bit more to continue to give him the cushion and maintain the 2nd place spot? We're talking tens of thousands of dollars on the line right now for Chimp. Great wall right there. Even better shot than follow up. Nicely done there. Down goes Duke. A little bit less competition for him, and yes, he manages to clutch himself out and catch his way all the way back into this, but the double focus, it's from the top, it's from the bottom. Great terrain change there as well, as he's trying to just avoid the pressure here. Chimp is putting it all on the line right now for this positioning here. He wants this money more than anyone, and now it realizes it all sets in here. He's out of builds. What can he do? Can he find any much more here?
He needs to find some room. Miro finally went down in 6th place. Chip dropping down the back of the zone, finds the knock. He needs to get the confirm, and he gets it. He finds one. He finds two. Joji goes down. Chip trying to do everything he can to get into a second. It's a 1v1v1. Larson finally ended up getting taken down, and then smacked down. It's Nosh getting to it. He swings towards the front of the zone. Magnolia trying to close it out here. Game number 12. Miro and Booga won. Did Chimp and Spade do enough? Chimp with the individual clutch going through should have picked up the 2nd place, but who, for the bragging rights, wins the final 1v1 here? 20th against 19th. Direct leaderboard implications, direct paycheck implication as Magnolia with the builds continues to just fight Nosh off, keeping the high ground, trying to get Nosh out in the open. Nosh now out of builds. The floor place comes through, and it should be all she wrote as Magnolia closes it out. That's it, Monster. 12 games down. Are you surprised by our winners?
Not at all, not after they played that first day and then started off with a very strong second here, but FNCS Finals has been exciting across the board, and man, oh man, Chimp kept it real there at the end. You know, what a standout performance for all of our professional players today. At the end, though, Magnolia and Quap get to say they took home the victory out here in the FNCS Finals. That's something to be proud of.
Yeah, and a nice little swap there, 19th against 20th, getting the Elim and the VR, just swapping it back on over, saying, nah, I'm going to take that one away from you, but what a set of games, Monster.
Yeah, definitely. A little bit of fireworks there. Celebrations in the air now for Booga and Miro, who surely have played out of their minds right now. And man, you know, undisputed best on the scene right now. You know, the conversation will go on, but they're just proving it with the numbers.
Yeah, it was an amazing performance, but that is it from us on the desk. Thank you so much for myself, Sundown, and Monster D-Face. And one last thing, with everything going on in the world, choose love. There's so much hate out there. Just love one another. Tell your family, tell your friends, coworkers, whoever, and if you don't have them, just remember, I love you. Thank you guys so much. Adam, Vivid, SBG, take it away.
Yeah, we love you guys too, and totally agree with all the sentiments there, Sundown. I mean, you know, speaking of out of their minds, the players here, the casting as well, has been absolutely electric over the course of the last few weeks. So big shout out to Monster D-Face and Sundown there for absolutely eliminating it for us all here on broadcast. Guys, we had an amazing end game there again. Game 12 is done. I mean, we must focus on some of the teams. We'll get to the winners very shortly, but for now, let's talk Smite and Larson first here, Vivid. I mean, these guys have come through today. They've given us so much entertainment value as well today. It's been great performance from them, and it's, I mean, as with so many duos today, it's been a real fun opportunity to see a team that is increasingly getting better and better season upon season as well.
Yeah, it's incredible to see Smite and Larson clutch up here a top 3. I'm pretty sure we will see when we see that final leaderboard, but it's been, you know, they kind of put themselves on the map when they were taken out, Sentinel and Cold consistently in those semifinals a week ago. And that's when I was kind of like, wow, like these guys are clearly good, because they were taking out the likes of Sentinel and Cold in fights who we were talking up to be such good fighters. So it is great to see them have a good run on day number 2 here and clutch up that top 3.
It's almost like we got to see the evolution of these players. We started to see them winning early game fights, then we started to see them take and win some mid game fights, but then struggle in the end game, and now today they put it all together and really placed well. And Adam, another team, Chimp and Spade, those guys showed us so much this entire tournament.
They did, and do you know what we said prior to this last game as well? We were saying, oh, you know, they need 30 eliminations and a victory royale. I think they came 3rd and had 8 eliminations. So Vivid, they did pretty good considering.
Yeah, definitely did pretty good. These guys just did such a good job of gathering eliminations. I'm pretty sure if they found 8 right there, I don't think Mira and Booga found too many, so they might actually top the amount of eliminations that we've seen out of anybody. And they just put on such a show for us. You know, the race was on for a little bit. They were some points behind after like game 3 and game 4, but Booga and Mira just way too good to keep up with. But Chimp and Spade nonetheless put on a show, showing that they deserve to be up here on top of this leaderboard.
Oh yeah, Chimp put together some beautiful clutches by himself. We saw one yesterday, we saw one here today, just securing so many points. And that's the changing of hands of thousands of dollars. I mean, I can only imagine if he's able to come around this ramp right here, hit that shot, I would have gone berserk. Like, that would have been something incredible to see.
It really is. I mean, you're right. We allude back to, you know, Booga and Miro, who have been such a solid duo that the entirety of this competition as well. There's so many great duos. That's what the great thing about this format is as well. The fact that there have been so many great duos. This new, not trios, more duos. And here we can see on screen the duo, the ultimate duo, the winners of FNCS NA East, Booga and Miro. They've done it again. The fact that last season they won out at the end of last year. There was Grand Royale. We got a World Cup winner here, a multiple FNCS winner as well. Vivid, they played this to a T. 50 eliminations, an average of 7.8. That is incredible. And 394 points total. OMG, man. This has just been a masterclass.
Yeah, let's go. The back-to-back-to-back. These guys take the last FNCS, they take the Grand Royale, and now they take the first season of Chapter 3. They played so well. They were top 10 in 10 of the 12 games that we played, only getting like 21st and 24th in 2 other games. The consistency and the placement was there. They played way too well to be touched by any other duo. They deserve that Axe of Champions.
Just an absurd run that we're seeing them go on. They're basically a dynasty now at this point. Miro, I don't know that anyone touches him when it comes to controller players. Booga, no words need to be said. His name is synonymous with championships now in Fortnite. And we can go on, but those two deserve everything that they've worked so hard for.
Yeah, they really do. And a massive congratulations to the winners there. Just something else. It was great as well that, Sundown, MDF alluding as well in the final kind of end game there almost. But the other teams in and around Miro and Booga as well on the final kind of standings. Obviously, it's so close between the top 10 there. I think we have the final leaderboard for you guys at home to enjoy as well. And there you can see it. The prize money as well. Miro and Booga with $130,000 going their way. But around 50 points. Close there. Spade and Chimp there, $90,000. You can see the rest there, Vivid. What an incredible day for everyone involved.
Yeah, Spade and Chimp got to be so happy with their performance. Getting second place to Booga and Miro, you can't really be mad about that. Larson and Smite, we talked them up a little bit. $70,000 for them. They deserve it as they evolve throughout this competition. We see Jamper and Dukes. They were putting up a fight for that first place position for quite some time, but ended up slipping. But still, fourth place is great.
Definitely great. And we see a couple of comebacks on day 2. Cold and Scented, Acorn, Kanata, D-Roller, Trashy, Commandment, Stretch, and Peterbot Quanti. They all made solid comebacks on the second day, shot themselves up the leaderboard. And hey, shout out to Day and Clicks as well, holding strong in that 7th place, able to stay up there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The fact that these teams have done so unbelievably well, the entirety of this competition, they've kept us entertained. That's what we want at home as well, isn't it, guys? We want to be entertained as much as possible, and they've done that. One thing as well, you can see behind us right now, we have Legends Landing, the Hall of Champions. Do make sure to dip into Legends Land. That's right. He's looking over his shoulder. Legends Landing, okay, Hall of Champions. You will see Booga and Miro's name on a plaque there as well. Do make sure over the coming days to check that out in Legends Landing. A really fun thing to do to say, I was there, man. I was there. And you can see it there for real in-game, which is amazing at Legends Landing. Check that out. It's brilliant. Right. Now, obviously, predictions. At the course of the season, we've had a lot of fun with this, okay? We're now going to go back in and see how we fared across the season. There it is. Let's go, Savage. Top of the leaderboard right there. I've managed to pick, I think that's 3. You can see the format here. First place, second place, third place in terms of who you picked on the day. Qualifier 1 and 2 got 3 points for that. And finals 9 points. Vivid. It was tight. It was a lot of fun, wasn't it?
It was fun. We always have fun on the analyst desk with the predictions. I guess I'll take second place, Adam, whatever. But SBG, man, welcome to the prediction competition.
Oh, that's just straight donut. That's not a good look, boys. Oh, my.
I've never seen so many zeros in a row. I've never seen so many in my life. Just amazing. But on that note, do you know what? It has been such an amazing season. We have loved every single second of this. And you guys at home made this so fun. And so we hope you've had a really brilliant time with us here on Broadcast. We cannot wait for next season. A big shout out to my amazing analysts here as well. Vivid and Somebody's Gun. Guys, give them a follow. Amazing. The creme de la creme in Fortnite when it comes to broadcast talent. And the same, of course, goes out to Monster D-Face and Sundown. Give them a follow as well. We've had so much fun. Big love to the production team. Epic everyone involved in this, the players as well, of course. And I've loved every single second. Next up, Kelly, Link, the rest of the squad bringing you NA West. Do not miss it. Until next time, we'll see you on the Battle Bus. We love you guys. Take it easy. Enjoy yourselves. We'll see you very, very soon. Bye-bye for now.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? It's your guy, Life with Panda, and joining me here in the lobby today is the one and only Batman Booga. What's going on, my guy?
What's up? How we doing?
Number one, how did you get into Fortnite?
Around when it first came out, and I downloaded it, and I just started playing, and I was grinding, and I just fell in love with it immediately.
Tell us a little bit more about you. What does your day-to-day look like?
Wake up, and then I go to school, I get home, I do what I have to do, like homework or anything, then I just get on Fortnite, and I just play it pretty much the rest of the day.
And with us moving into 2022 with duos now, we gotta ask the question, what's your favorite game mode in Fortnite history?
My favorite game mode is probably solos, just because that's where all of my best placements are actually from.
So what is your favorite change here in Chapter 3, Season 1?
They added brand new weapons into the game, such as the MK7, and it is my favorite weapon.
So how long do you see this doing this? Are you just gonna stick to Fortnite? Do you wanna be in esports long term? What are your thoughts?
To be honest, I'm probably just gonna stick with Fortnite. It's literally my favorite game there has ever been. So as long as Fortnite's around, I'm always gonna be playing it.
What do you do every day towards that Fortnite career that you're looking to accomplish?
I get on and I just immediately start warming up in creative. Once I'm done with that, I'll hop into some solo arena and I'll just grind it.
What is one personal goal for you in the year of 2022 that you want to accomplish in your competitive career?
Go on with the tournaments and win the end games and win a duo FNCS.
Thank you so much for joining us here, Batman Booga. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Tell the people where they can find you.
You guys can find me at Batman Booga on YouTube or Batman Booga on Twitch.
Main goal is definitely winning the FNCS.
Getting the pickaxe, winning an FNCS, especially when it comes to duos.
Top 3 in a duo FNCS is my goal right now.
Getting a top 5 in FNCS is my main goal for this year.
So if I can get a second or a first under my belt, I'd see that as a huge improvement.
I really want to improve my mechanics, I think, my building and my editing.
If I was able to get my mechanics up and my aim, then I would be one of the best players in the world.
Having the round 1, round 2 formats, I think I'm going to be able to improve in cash cups a lot.
I want to improve on my IGLing because I haven't IGL'd that much.
My game sense, that's the main thing I want to improve on.
I'm happy that it's duos. That's one of my favorite game modes. I'm honestly excited to play it all year.
I've always been really confident with my aim.
I'm always very optimistic when it comes to Fortnite, so my vibes are pretty high when it comes to Fortnite in 2022, and I'm ready to compete throughout the whole year.
When to fight and when to rotate. So I think that's my strong point.
I'd probably say my aim and my general game sense.
Having a good mentality when it comes to tournaments.
One of the biggest things I've learned from past FNCSs and tournaments is that you have to really solidify your drop and making sure that you alpha it so no one else tries to steal your loot or grief your UI.
Every tournament, whether it goes bad or good, there's always stuff to learn from it.
Just watching other people play definitely helps. Following the basic guidelines, and it'll make you a way better player.
Something I've learned is that I need to be going for those bigger POIs, just places with a lot of loot that I can actually make it to the end game with.
Go forward after a bad game with a good mindset, going through our mistakes, what other good players are doing.
Or for the most part, I'm playing a lot of creative and arena just to keep it going.
And then when FNCS comes around, I'll start co-vaxing and just taking it way more serious.
Making sure that I'm aim training every day, going to be playing scrims regularly, making sure I'm watching the players who are on top right now.
When it comes to my training schedule, I try to do what I enjoy the most. When it comes to VOD reviews, you never really want to VOD review by yourself, having someone else in the call with you, because a lot of the times you think doing one thing might be right and it might actually be wrong.
For VOD reviews, either we go over our own gameplay from a previous tournament, or we'll go over someone who won a tournament, like a really good player, and we'll try to spot out things that they're doing that we're not.
Watch the main points of the game, so like the early game, right? The mid game, take notes from like how they're positioning, and then the end game, right? Noting how they're moving through the zones, and just writing like quick little notes of what they're doing, like little like the single line.
And then obviously from our gameplay, we just like to see what mistakes we're making and make sure we don't make them again.
I think a lot of new players may fall behind if they don't get their map knowledge.
Visual sound effects are really strong right now. There's not even hiding spots anymore because of those visual sound effects. You can just hear people from all the way across the map.
It may not be new, but it's definitely being less utilized. Being able to use pre-edits to your advantage in duos is very useful when it comes to getting impacts.
I think it's definitely better to go to the center. That way you don't have to rotate as far and you're able to see pretty much throughout the whole zone when you need surge.
It's definitely better to stick to the edge because if you get lobbied in center zone, there's no living.
It is better to stick towards the edge of the zone because if you rotate in too early, then you might end up getting shot by other people.
So center of the storm is generally good if you need storm surge or if you want to secure yourself a good position so that the next rotate is easy. But if it's a game where you are okay on storm surge, edge storm is a really good place to just stay low key and get your mats back up.
One tip that I would recommend to a player that is trying to aspire to be pro is to create content.
Treating it like a job is a good way to put it.
Number one, always make sure you're having fun, right? Like don't overstress yourself. Don't ever like lose motivation.
To look at the strategies of what really good players are doing, you need to understand the zones if you want to do really well.
I would position myself right below towards Rocky Reels. There's like a butter barn area. Yes, I would set up right there.
Okay. I feel pretty good about this one. It's gonna be to the left of Chunkers, but like where the road goes into like a fork. Yeah, like right there. I feel that.
That one's pulling tilted, I would say. A little bit below tilted. Yeah, that's good.
That's looking pretty good.
Nice.
Yo.
That's good. Perfect.
That was pretty close. I'll take that.
All right. So based off of this circle, I would probably try to position myself or where I think the zone's going to be going towards the bottom right of Shifty Shafts, sort of like the mountain over there. Yes, right there.
I feel like this is going to be a weird one, and I'm going to have to go with somewhere in Coney Crossroads. Yeah, I feel like that's gonna be it.
I think that zone will pull to the daily bugle and like the top right of the circle. Yeah, that's probably fine.
Okay. Oh. I'm barely in. Was close.
FNCS NA West. Our day number 1 leaders, Caleb and Kinso, found their way to the top of the leaderboard through clean, consistent play. They finished day number 1 with 4 top 10 finishes, which ties them for the most in NA West. Will their consistency hold out, though, through the end of the session? One of the biggest stories has to be the play of Salty and Gruyere, who are both competing in their first ever FNCS finals and finished day number 1 in 3rd place, an impressive debut from the duo. They had over 15 points in 5 of the 6 games. With only 1 stumble yesterday, will they pick themselves up and reach the top of the leaderboards today? Lastly, Beast and Taotai had perhaps the biggest swing in day number 1. The duo had 28 total points after the first 3 games and 122 points across the final 3 games. Can they carry this momentum through day number 2? Will one of our top teams go on to win the day, or will a dark horse arise from the rankings to take the throne? Let's find out on the FNCS NA West.
Three weeks of intense competition, and it all comes down to this. The final day, the final region, and the final chance for one team to come out and claim their spot at the top. Who will it be? Well, that's why we're here to find out. I'm your host, Hello Kelly Link, and we have 6 amazing games of NA West Fortnite competition for you guys starting in just a few moments. But before we can get to that, I have to bring on my 2 analysts for the day. Of course, you guys know them, you love them. It's Clay and Takata. Gentlemen, it's a bittersweet moment, honestly, after the amazing games we got to watch over the last 3 weeks, including the incredible games that we got to watch from EU and NA East today. I'm excited, but I'm sad, but also, I mean, we have NA West starting in just a moment, Clay.
It's just a big ball of emotions right now, and I don't know which one to pick. Happy, sad, excited, hyped. They're just all over the place because, like you said, today's games were just phenomenal. And again, sad, Arkham Epic Whale aren't doing as well as they should be doing, but they have today to try to claw their way back up.
I don't know if it's really sad, though. We had all of Chapter 2 to really praise the gods of Arkham, Epic Whale, and Rex, and now we have this new opportunity for a new team to shine, Takata.
I mean, it all comes down to this, right, Kelly? We've not only done qualifiers, semifinals, and day 1 of finals, but now it's all come down to this, day 2 of the finals. I mean, I'm curious to see what these teams have changed and how they're going to adapt from day 1 coming to today.
It's going to be so exciting to see so much that we couldn't have predicted happened yesterday. But one thing that we can predict is that your viewing experience can be a lot better if you guys are watching this in Legends Landing. Clay, walk us through this incredible experience.
I mean, you get to box fight, you get to aim train, you get to hang out with a lot of friends, all while watching competitive Fortnite. I was in there the other day, and I don't want to talk about my ability. Definitely did not lose every box fight, but I enjoyed being in there because I got to just watch and hang out during the EU broadcast while also playing competitive Fortnite. What's not to love?
Yes, remember everyone, you can watch all the action at Legends Landing found in the Buy Epic row in Discovery. So do that right now because, I mean, this is it, right? It's the final region. You guys have to check it out right now, and drops are there, everyone. Make sure you go there because who doesn't want some free stuff? But the free competition is over with that, everyone. These teams that are going to be competing today are going to be fighting for a lot. But Takata, while they're fighting, while they're watching, they might want to try out a new outfit.
I mean, take a look at this outfit, the Fortnite FNCS Champions 3-1 outfit. It's available for a limited time in the item shop. And I mean, it's got everything you need. You've got the outfit, you've got the back bling that you can rock with any skin you like to showcase. I mean, how hyped you're feeling about this FNCS.
I know. It's great. It's a limited time offer, so definitely go grab it right now if you guys think that this outfit is for you. And maybe you guys are just joining us for the first time here, which is crazy because it's the end. This is the wrap up, everyone. But let's just take a reminder of how we got here, what this journey has been. We started 2 weeks ago with 2 qualifiers, February 18th and 20th. There was 3 rounds there per qualifier, and that all led to the semifinals where the remaining teams duked it out over 3 days of competition, where either a VR or a top 6 finish would punch their ticket into the finals. And that's where we're here. That's what we're doing right now, everyone. It is March 6th, the final day, the final 6 games for one of these teams to come out on top. But of course, to be able to even come out on top, they're going to have to play the format, Clay.
And you can see the journey that we took to get here. 2 qualifiers, 3 semifinal sessions, and 2 days of intense finals competition. We are now to the match play point. I don't think we'll see anybody get there. It's going to be whoever ends up being that overall first place after these final 6 games will get that Axe of Champions.
And of course, to be even able to make it into the finals, to be able to make it in that first place spot, Takata, they need to earn some points.
And to get points, we can take a look here at the format. Same format from day 1. So that's 32 points of placement if you're able to secure the victory royale. And also 3 points per elimination, a higher point range than the first rounds of the qualifiers. So these are the finals. If you're able to secure even 11 eliminations, that's equivalent of getting a victory royale in points. So see if you can combine the 2.
But what are they fighting for? Why are they even trying to earn points? Is it the bragging rights? Maybe the Axe of Champions? Well, yes, but also some cash, everyone. Here you have it, the prizing between all 7 regions, but we're gonna focus on NA West right now. First place is gonna be walking away with the lion's share of the prize pool. That's gonna be $45,000 split between the 2 players. But of course, everyone that is competing today, all the way down to the 50th team, is gonna be walking away with some cash. But of course, what teams are even going to be competing today for this incredible prize pool? Well, Clay, of course, we're going to have to look at our top 10 leaderboard.
And take a look at the breakdown. It is very close between first, second, third, fourth. I mean, honestly, all the way down to 7th place. I could start trying to name them all, but just take a look there. Beast outside moved up into 6th. Favs and Snacky did drop down into 7th. Had some great games. Batman Buka and Wheels into 8th. So it's still very close all around. Again, a victory royale with 10 eliminations is worth a lot of points on the board. So it's well within anybody's reach in this top 10.
I mean, I'm with Clay on this. Like, even if you're Jelty and Krizix right now, I wouldn't be getting too scared. You have 6 more games today. You can finish it off in day 2 if you play consistent enough. It's all about making it to that end game, getting through the Storm Surge phases, and securing a good amount of elims while you're doing it.
And of course, here we have page number 2, Cadenox and 40R Storm grabbing the final VR of the day, able to jump themselves up to 11th place. But Clay, honestly, there's some big names here that I was expecting to kind of see in our top 10.
Yeah, Kytrex and Haritos, I was expecting to be up there. Arkham Epic Wells, we talked about, not here. Landjock and Punisher kind of coming back. This is their mode. They made their name in duos back in the day. So they're close, though. That is the best thing. They didn't end too far away from that first place spot. Yes, you're looking at it and you're like, it's like 60, 50 points there. But again, a victory royale is worth 32 points, and each elimination is worth 3. So you get a victory royale with 10 eliminations, boom, 60 points, you're back up into first.
And obviously, you guys right there, these are the teams that are going to be competing today, but hundreds of teams have competed throughout the 7 regions that we've had. So as a reminder of how these teams have performed and which regions have seen their champions claim the Axe of Champions. Of course, you guys saw it, Hin and Queasy all the way through to the final games, being so close to Thomas and Tayson. And a bit of an opposite story, Booga and Miro pretty much dominating the competition, having an incredible lead, almost 70 points ahead of 2nd place. And as you can see, NA West, that's to be determined. That's what we're here right now. Brazil, though, if anyone deserved the win, it is this team right here, ending off the day with a back-to-back-to-back-to-back VRs. Of course, Asia had Runa's team grabbing that first place spot, Oceania with Jace and Boss, and then Middle East with Bleed and Metal FKS. But NA West still is TBD, everyone. We need to figure out who is going to be taking that spot on our list right here. And, you know, we're actually going to be focusing on a player right now that could potentially be in that spot. Currently in our top 10 right now. You guys might know a little bit about him. It's Wheels. Let's see what he has to say.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? It's your boy Life with Panda back again here, and joining me today in the lobby is none other than Wheels. What's going on, Wheels?
Not much. How you doing?
Are you excited about what's coming up here?
This season has been going good for me and my duo partners so far, so I'm actually really excited to see how we can do in FNCS.
So tell us a little bit more about you. Tell us about some things that you like to do in your spare time, or just tell us that you love Fortnite. Whatever speaks to you here.
In my spare time, I usually like to exercise or hang out with friends. But I usually spend most of my time of my day practicing, 8 hours a day, either practicing, scrimming, VOD reviewing, anything I can do to improve.
It is quite a bit, like you mentioned. There's scrimming,
Yeah.
VOD reviewing, etc.
Yeah,
it
a lot.
takes quite a bit to play at your level, so I totally understand that. What draws you to that Battle Royale genre?
Being the last survivor out of 100 is it's kind of like an overwhelming feeling. It's really accomplishing.
What are some personal goals for you in 2022?
It's always nice to see improvement. So anything like outplacing myself in the past would probably be my main goal.
Again, fresh chapter, fresh map, fresh loot pool. How are you going to use these new changes to your advantage to come out on top in FNCS?
When you practice and play arena, stuff like that, it actually gives you more of an advantage than other players who just, go into scrims every day.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Diversifying the way that you practice is super important, because if you scrim, you're only going to be understanding the players that you're going up against in those scrims. And a lot of times when you have to qualify for next rounds in FNCS, you're going up against players that you're not used to, and it's going to throw you off for sure. Final question, what's your favorite part about this season?
It's got to be the new map, the fresh new map, the new feeling of discovering new areas, learning exactly where everything is. It's probably the most enjoyable thing when it comes to competitive, like little things that you can pick up that some other people might not have found yet, so you have like a little early advantage. Yeah, that's just exploring the new map is probably the best part.
Well, awesome, man. Thank you, Wheels, so much for coming on, joining me and answering these questions. Where can the people find you?
I stream on Twitch at twitch.tv/wheels, and my Twitter is wheels960.
Awesome. Well, again, thank you so much, Wheels, for joining us.
Big thank you to Wheels there. And Clay, I have to ask you, he said that his favorite part about the new chapter was the new map. Would you agree with that as well?
Oh, I would have to say it's like 60% of my favorite, but currently my favorite is the new meta. That MK7 assault rifle is just so good and so fun to play with.
Oh, yeah, I definitely think a few players would agree with you. And speaking of players, we have to focus on some duos, where they're going to be dropping and how they performed yesterday. So it only makes sense to talk about the team that came in first place yesterday. That's Caleb and Kenzo. Talk to me, Takata, a little bit about this team right here.
Absolutely. So Caleb, Kenzo, they drop at the Butter Barn here. It's on the southern part of the map, and this is an interesting drop spot. It's not a POI, which is seen on the map. It's one of these smaller building locations, and it's close to the Spider-Man web shooters drop, which you can see on the screen here. There's 2 Spider-Man web shooters spawned, so I mean, it's possible to play it for that mobility, but also a lot of duos rotate through that area. So I mean, there's pros and cons. For Storm Surge, it's good, but if you don't want to get into an engagement, it can be difficult.
Well, I'm sure Caleb and Kenzo aren't worried too much about those rotations, Clay, because they had 4 top 10 finishes yesterday, going for that placement-heavy focus, and that definitely worked out for them coming out in first place.
Yeah, something was working, but can they keep that same thing happening today, right? We see this a lot. We see a lot of newer teams come out and they may grab the lead on day number 1, and then they go into day number 2 and they're hyped up, they're ready, and then something changes, someone rotates a little bit differently, and unfortunately they just stumble. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they deal with that pressure.
I love what you're saying there, because I love to say that momentum is such a big deal in competition, especially in Fortnite. And with momentum, Pars and Raze is definitely feeling that momentum. They grabbed a VR. They also ended off the day in 2 top 10 finishes. So Clay, tell me a little bit about this team right here.
Yeah, they're dropping near the Daily Bugle. Pars has dubbed this the Pars Split. It's got a decent amount of loot, but the potential for extra loot outside of it is where it really shines. You can rotate very quickly. With it being near the Daily Bugle, anybody rotating out of there trying to run away is going to be coming to you. So they have a really good position in zone, and I look forward to seeing how they adapt, because yes, they did have a great day number 1, but again, same sort of vibes. I want to see them keep that. I don't want to see them fall coming out of the gate.
And to wrap this all off, we have to look at our 3rd place team, Salty and Croyer. They weren't able to grab a VR yesterday, but they did get a 2nd and 4th place finish, Takata.
Yes, they did, Kelly. And you can see Salty and Courier, they drop in the Jonesies. So this is a POI. It's got everything you need playing in the duos format. So they had it uncontested yesterday. Let's see if things don't get shaken up too much, because remember, going into day 2, a lot of the duos which didn't perform as well as they wanted to, they're going to change things up, change the loot path, change their route, maybe even their drops. So I'm curious to see if things get a little mixed up here.
Well, one thing that can mix things up is having your drop spot contested. So we're actually going to shift focus right now to teams that we saw yesterday be contested, whether that kind of worked to their advantage, getting Storm Surge tags, or didn't work to their advantage, like what we saw from Arkham and Epic Whale, where they kind of lacked a loot pool that they needed to make it into the end game. So the first one I want to focus on right now is Greasy Grove Takata. 2 teams going to be duking it out over here.
2 teams, one of them being Jelty and Krizix, and the other one being Snacky and Favs. Now, both of these duos are in the top 10 spot here, coming from day 1 in the finals. So they both performed well being contested here in Greasy. So, I mean, if they do the same as day 1 going into day 2, I could see them playing consistently as well. And, I mean, maintaining that spot or even getting a little bit higher up on that leaderboard.
But Clay, clearly yesterday we saw some players and teams being contested off a drop spot and it not working out for them. So what was it? Was it the fact that Greasy Grove is kind of more opportunistic for teams that are dropping, the multiple teams that are dropping there, or was it specifically these 2 teams facing each other?
I think it's a big mix of both, but more heavily favored on the fact that they have fought each other there before and have realized it's just not worth their time. When you have those 2 big of teams going after each other, you're just going to end up hurting each other's game so much that they've realized it's just not worth it. Both of them on an individual level say, you know what, no, we'll get our Storm Surge tags, we'll rotate out, we'll get the eliminations elsewhere.
Yeah, it's definitely possible for these teams, not necessarily to work together, but be able to share the loot, share the drop spot. One place, though, that may not be happening is Camp Cuddle. Clay, break down what we saw yesterday here.
Now, we saw 3 different teams landing here yesterday, and this is not a POI that you can have 3 teams in, because it's all kind of put into one area right there where Slicknick and Convict are landing. There is some loot over there by Cypher's and Diego's, but Kytrix and Haritos really don't get a lot. So it's going to be these scrappy off-spawn engagements that you would see at a POA like Tilted Towers, but over here in a much smaller area. Now, that's not conducive, especially with it being near Covert Cavern, because those players are going to rotate into Camp Cuddle as well. Other players from outside will see this fight happening, and it does take a long time because there's 3, so it's just a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, but a recipe for success is knowing how the end game is going to be working out to your advantage. And with it being NA West Takata, it really seems like it's not just who has height at 7th zone is the VR. I mean, low ground wins, heal offs win. So what are you expecting to see here in day 2 as far as an end game like opportunity?
I mean, you can win from any position in the late game, low, mid, high. However, it really depends on the duo's playstyle and what they've practiced most. If they're very confident playing high ground, then they're going to keep going for high ground. The problem is if you try and take it too early, which we saw happen quite a few times yesterday in the finals, you might run out of materials quickly, run out of ammunition quickly, and it's going to be hard to hold it the whole game. So you have to really know how to play your playstyle, and seeing that we're in the finals, I mean, you're going against the best of the best in the NA West region, so it's not easy.
Well, Takata, I actually want to keep asking you because this is your prediction, but we kind of saw these adjustments that a lot of the casters, a lot of the analysts talk about between all the regions, between Krizix and Jelty. We saw them take height, I think in game 1 or maybe game 2, around zone 6, which clearly is way too early. There's so many height steals, and slowly, bit by bit, they were able to adjust their game style. How exactly does that work for these pro players?
Right, they actually did it twice where they went for high ground early with less than, I believe, 500 total materials and ended up getting the high ground taken from them, and other duo secured it and finished the game off. But I mean, they learned from it. They're the best of the best in the regions. They're very good at adapting to their mistakes and improving them. So now I wouldn't be surprised at all going into day 2 of the finals that they'll be taking the high ground at the right moment, and I'm pretty sure we'll see a victory royale from high ground by Jelty and Krizix.
Well, speaking of learning from previous situations, I'm sure a lot of players learn from the EU competition that we saw earlier today, Clay, where Hin pretty much from zone 7 had a solo clutch. And we know with it being a duo competition, that solo clutches is very important. In fact, I think we saw it be a 1v1v1v1v1 or something in one of those games. So if you're in a solo situation as one of these players right here, what are you prioritizing? What are you going for, high ground, low ground? What's the situation?
Your goal is to make sure no one knows that you are a solo. You need to be as sneaky as possible. Get to the front of zone if you have the ability to do so. If you don't, you are trying to change layers many different times to keep opponents on their toes. That way, if you're at the back of zone, they don't know that you're right behind them because you've changed layers so many different times. They don't know if you're a duo or a solo.
Yeah, I completely agree. Takata, anything else to add to that?
No, I mean, that was actually spot on. You're not trying to just get the high ground, get the low ground if you're playing with a solo. Your main focus is exactly what Clay was saying. Make sure the opponents don't know you're a solo. You can even use extra materials just to pretend, I mean, you're confident and you're going into that engagement as a duo so they don't end up pushing back. I mean, this is kind of the difference between that top Titan, veteran competitive players and maybe new people that don't have as much experience in competitive.
And what we've seen, honestly, in the top 10 is some veterans, but also some kind of new teams. But are any of these teams our predictions? It's now time to take some focus away from the players and more focus on us because we love being right. However, Clay, that might not be the situation today because not only your and Jacob's pick, but they don't seem to be doing too well.
Hey, you know what? They had a rocky start, but hey, they can still come back well within striking distance for a team with the caliber of Arcrum and Epic Whale.
I mean, you know I had to go for them. Jelty, Krizix, they're in the 10th place spot at the moment, so they're not in the top 3, they're not in the top 5, but I can see it happening. I mean, I'm feeling confident if they improve their mistakes from yesterday regarding the high ground and take maybe 1 or maybe even 2 victory royales, I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to finish it off strong here in day 2.
I mean, although they didn't have the best game 6, they did definitely have some momentum. In game 5, they were able to grab that 2nd place finish. And then, of course, Jacob, I already mentioned, picked Arkham and Epic Whale, Panda picking Batman, Booga, and Wheels. And I mean, he's been a pretty big fanboy of Batman, Booga for a long time, and myself included, back when he wasn't being able to make it into the top 10 for third-party events, but just kind of laughing at his name. And now to see him being able to be a top 10 performer in the FNCS finals. And of course, with Booga and Miro coming out in first place from NA East, it almost seems serendipitous to have Batman, Booga, and Wheels come out in first for NA West. But we don't know if that's the situation. In fact, a lot of our top teams kind of didn't do well in game number 6. So I think that there's definitely still a lot in the air for some of these teams right here. But I do want to talk about Cadenox and 40R Storm right now, Clay, grabbing the first place spot in game number 6. But game number 5, they got 49th place. How can something be so polarizing?
It's just how they are as players. They either get the loot they want and they pop off, or they get caught in rotation and they don't. So we have to keep our eye on them as well.
And Takata, last comments before we toss it into game number 1.
I mean, it's all about consistency. You've got another 6 games to go. So although it might have not went the best for you, your duo, day 1, day 2, it's all about making the comeback or maintaining your spot on the leaderboard. So play for that end game. Go for those elims. It's 3 points per elimination. They're so important.
It has all led to this, everyone. The final day and the final region with our 50 teams duking it out. And with that being said, I know you guys want to jump to game number 1, but real quick, let's head it on over to our 2 casters. Of course, it's Jacob PR and Panda.
Kelly, thank you so much for breaking it down there with Clay and Tokata. I mean, you all had really good points, right? Tokata even there at the end saying consistency is key, and the comeback there is available for some of these teams. It's all about how you perform here in day number 2. Day 1 is done, right? Your performance there is in the past. Leave it in the past. Come in here with a fresh mindset and take over and conquer the day.
Yeah, I like the way you said that, excuse me there, but you need to have that pitcher's mentality. This is like a 9-inning stretch going into this day number 2. You might have gave up some early runs in the first inning, maybe even the second, but sometimes, Panda, in order to be crowned champion, you have to go through that adversity. And it's kind of like a lot of people here kind of forget, in order to be the best, you really have to beat the best. And we're going to figure out who is going to be the best in game number 1, because the battle bus is ready. And let's get this show on the road.
The battle is underway. FNCS Day 2 Finals starts now here for the NA West region. So many players competing for the final moments here of Chapter 3 Season 1. Who will be crowned champion? We'll find out here shortly as we get game number 1 underway. Starting off with Jelty and Krizix, Snacky and Favs, 2 teams that are landing relatively close to one another, yet we have not seen too much contestation from either team.
Yeah, and you can already see a lot of switch-ups. I love that overhead view. You can really see what is going down. Even though I'm talking about a lot of switch-ups, this is going to be one of them. Jelty, Krizix going towards Greasy Grove. This time around, it's going to be uncontested, which is a great switch-up, not only for them, but Favs and Snacky as well, to go ahead and give themselves an early game start.
It's really interesting to see them switch up like that, especially with the success that both teams had in the way that they had it laid out before. But hey, listen, sometimes change is good, and maybe that's what they're going for, right? They want to continue to have that opportunity to walk away with the Axe of Champions, but we won't know here until these final games ring out. And this is only game number 7 of 12. Lil J and Wiz, though, looking to continue to try and control Condo Canyon here. Again, just contested here, but on top of that, some teams there on the outskirts trying to get involved as well. They need to be careful here. You see, with the limited resources that you have in the beginning of the game, you cannot put yourself in a hype spot like that, because any of those teams on the outskirts will get shots in, just like these shots coming through onto Poppy Blast. Show very, very weak, trying to make something happen, but no, does go down. It's Lime and Chip yet again here in Chonker Speedway, walking away as the victors.
And you can already see in the last one we were kind of watching Condo Canyon, that was Beast and Remy again. They kind of switch off, taking that third-party shots between Chonker Speedway and Condo Canyon. Early on, you see Moose, another player that threatens. And we were talking about changes of drop spots. Salvo and FJAA, they went towards the top of Sleepy Sound, contesting Turtle and Kaz, to contesting Condo Canyon. And it's still not going to be the change that they need, or at least for now, as Salvo is trying to do it as a solo. And you see Russo there. So many teams coming towards Condo Canyon to try to disrupt the action.
This is really interesting. You look at this mini map here, and there's what, 1, 2, 3, 4 teams all within this area. This is not an area that can easily be split amongst 4 teams. So they need to make something happen here, or you need to get away from an area like that. Just like Camp Cuddle here. It looks like another set of teams here competing to try and survive. It's Diego and Cypers over here in Camp Cuddle.
Yep, you got Kai Tricks in the distance. You got to know Haritos is close by. They don't want to let any bit of separation interrupt their game plans, because throughout not only qualifier 1 and 2, the semifinals, 3 different days, even yesterday we saw it. That's the thing here, especially with the Stinger meta, is you cannot separate from your opponents. They go ahead and take that 1 second of separation and use it to their advantage. They double try to get into those boxes, and before you know it, you're just struggling in shambles, trying to stay alive and stabilize off that offense. As you see it again, Chapix is just trying to farm up. He's not looking for those tags, so him and his teammate should probably look to kind of get out of this exchange if they're not going to be trying to fire back.
Yeah, that's exactly the point, right? You see Doritos there taking a ton of damage here, as now Cypress and Diego have that level of confidence that they didn't have just moments ago. You see them diving forward, going towards the top of the building here, trying to get a bit of control. And this is a really smart play on their part, but they need to be careful because there's not too many material to go around for this team.
Yeah, it almost looks like Herditos and Chapix are just trying to bait them in. So many of those builds down there are under their control, so they're going to be able to edit in and out, peek back and forth. But that's where Cypress and Diego have to be careful, because they're there together as a team, wolfpacking around. So as soon as one of them possibly gets dropped in, that's the advantage gone right out the window. And I like that overhead view. You can see they're just taking their time, taking piece by piece away from the roof, forcing the material usage from cones and floors. And as long as they can keep this pressure, it will be good for them, because they're right on the outside of zone as well.
Yeah, I mean, those drone shots really help us deliver on the story here. And as the story unfolds, Diego can drop down in the building here a little bit. Shots continue to rain forward for Chapix and Doritos. They're feeling a little bit more confident. You actually see them building up a little bit, trying to get any kind of advantage they can. This fight is taking way too long, though. We talked about it yesterday, the importance of cleaning up these early game engagements quickly, because you just don't have the time to waste here in the early game. We saw how it affected Arkham Epic Whale. They spent a lot of time in their early game engagements and unfortunately consistently fell down in the mid game. And that's all due to this early game contestation and the impact that it can have on your game.
Cypher's, all the shields going down, even the builds, it's almost like they have no choice but to continue to try to hold their ground here in this exchange. Cypher's taking the high ground, no minis to regenerate the shields. Luckily they have 2 bandages, but that's not going to do much, because as soon as you get dropped down low, it is going to be over. And that's exactly what happened to Cypher's. There goes Diego trying to do what he can and be the hero, but we've seen this all day long yesterday throughout 6 games. Sometimes you might have to abandon that plan.
Sometimes you gotta know when to hold them and when to fold them. You know what I mean? You gotta know truly when to walk away from a situation like that. And fortunately, Chapix and Doritos, they're gonna do just that, as they did end up getting the knockdown on a Cypher's. But no, as I say that, they actually decide to try and get a different angle. And Diego does get Cypher's back into the game. But do they have the heals to continue to take this fight? Because this is a tough fight, continuing still on here. It looks like they're not gonna have to let shield shots exchange. It does look like Doritos gonna go down, but no, Chapix cleans up the eliminations on the other 2, and that is it for the other team.
Yeah, they were looking a little thin onto that light ammo. Talk about a switch up. Panda Arkham and Epic Well no longer towards Coney Crossroads. They definitely know yesterday was not their best day, but this is why I'm talking about champions are made today. A huge switch up of strategy, trying to get the surge early, trying to not share that loot, but Beast and Remy might have been caught off guard, because you saw early on in the game, they were trying to third party and take those tags, as Arkham continuing to put the pressure on every player he sees around the lobby.
Well, we got to talk about it, right? Because obviously this has been kind of the unexpected story here on NA West. It was actually Blizzard and Victor taking over Condo Canyon, and not only necessarily winning it, because both teams tend to survive through the early game, but they flourished more than Arkham and Epic Whale did. They found themselves higher on the leaderboard, which surprisingly enough has led to them now having to find a different spot here on the map. That's really interesting, to say the least, because a lot of this stuff happens, and sometimes you just have to make the right choice, just like the right choice here. And Clouds diving in, getting a nice cleanup here onto this player. You love to see it. This early game aggression, totally different than yesterday.
Yeah, you can see a lot of teams were kind of in shambles in such bad spots. We had a couple of games yesterday. We saw 96 players left alive with Storm Surge being activated. That's too many players to try to out-heal it, and they realize the position they're in. You see superstars like Arkham and Epic switching up their drop spots, and that's the thing. So many players realize the position that they're in on the leaderboard and are forced to make some big changes. Some are going to continue to go to the same drop spot, but get a little bit more aggressive. Others are just going to change things up all around, but a team that doesn't have to change up too much. Salty and Kruyor sitting in third place. They had a very sound and solid game plan yesterday. They just need to be consistent with here on day number 2.
Consistency is key, right? That's why we've seen some of these teams perform better than expected, is because they just consistently find themselves in the end game. And that's what they need to do. They need to focus. They need to be locked in and ready to perform here in the final moments. Again, like we talked about several times yesterday, it's about letting those eliminations come to you and not seeking them out. And that's what Arkham and Epic Whale are doing a little bit different here today. We saw them in an early game engagement, right? But after switching up the drop, they're being a little bit more passive. I think they understand that Lil J and Wiz are close by, but they're not trying to force that fight here early on.
It almost makes me think that there's a lot of action that does go down. And I'm more specifically speaking about third-party action, even though Chonker's Speedway off of that drop is contested, they possibly are just looking to put themselves in a position, unlike yesterday, to where they don't have to worry about Surge, even in the early game, because that was one of the things that we talked about, being contested over at Coney, even though it wasn't necessarily a loss, because a lot of times they kind of split and went different directions, but they're not able to get the loot that they want. They're not able to get the tags that they need, and that puts them into a very, very disadvantageous position later on in the game. And that's why I like to see that switch up, even though a lot of players wouldn't, and analysts wouldn't even agree with a switch up like that.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It is interesting to see it. We even, like Clay mentioned yesterday, he thought it was more likely that Victor and Blizzard were going to be the team that pushed away, right? But sure enough, it was Arkham and Epic Whale that had to make the tough decision to change spots. And it is a tough decision, to say the least, but a team that is succeeding and making all of the right decisions after day number 1 is Nico and Epic right here. They are doing exceptionally well, just rotating forward. They understand they have to be consistent. Another team, Dynamic and Rexy, here locked and loaded. What a loadout, to say the least. You saw the chug splashes, the chili chug splashes, the minis. They have a lot to work with here, and that's what you love to see here from the team. But of course, Caster's Curse here, as I say that, Dynamic taking quite a bit of damage and being forced to use some of those heals.
Yeah, just at the edge of the zone as well, but I kind of see the reason to box up in the hard match, dude. Kind of not necessarily looking for too many opportunities for the tags, even though, yes, that's what everybody does here in the game. But for them, they're just taking it step by step. First step, get into the zone. Second step, look around, gather that information. And then depending on where you're at, that's when you're going to try to go for the tags, peek in and out of the covers. You see Beast and Tao Tai, 142 above the threshold. They have some high ground, but sooner or later, they're going to have to travel through past a couple of teams to get directly into that zone.
They are, and that's what I think a lot of teams made mistakes from yesterday, and they're kind of adjusting their game plan here today, is they found themselves outside of zone more often than they were in zone. So you have to change it up. If you're not rotating early enough, you're not utilizing the vehicles and things like that, you have to be smart about this rotation and positioning. Ultimately, that's going to affect your game, and we saw it affect a lot of people's game yesterday. But for the people that didn't affect, it's Kenzo and Caleb, our top team on the leaderboard at this time. Seem to be struggling a little bit with Surge. There are 44 above, but that's not a lot, especially when you consider how Surge is going to affect them later on the game. But another team that is being affected, it's Salty Kruyor. 77 above. They just got above the threshold, fortunately getting some of that, and it looks like Kruyor are actually going to go for that refresh. It does look like they need a refresh if they want to continue to go on throughout the mid and late game. But as I say that, they dove in and ended up getting hit by the fire there, and now they're the focus of some other players in the lobby. They got to be careful. That's the risk you take, though, when you go for loot like that after an elimination comes through.
Yeah, use resources to get resources. And I'd say that's a little bit of a victory because they got a launch pad as well that they're going to use later on in the game. But for a team, not talking about a little bit of victory from now, still falling below right before our very eyes continuously. 91 below, Defiable and School 44 below. They have to get aggressive, but right now they're playing defensive. I don't know how, I don't know where, but I do believe they found a knock onto Moose. His teammate's totally nearby, but he's going to have to abandon him, leave him as a solo, because if you were to try to be the hero in that play, go for the revive, that would have definitely cost them both their opportunity here in game number 1.
Yeah, and this Epic Scissor here, he's struggling. 2 HP in a dream. He is above the threshold now, but that was risky for him to continue to take that fight. Third zone's presented itself, meaning that if you're below that threshold, you are getting tagged up. You are getting punished by that Storm Surge, so you have to be super careful there. It does look like Nico is out of this one, but we've seen time and time again today alone where solo players clutch up like Hin there in the final game on EU and just hold on. It's all about holding on here, and we'll see what he can do.
Yeah, plenty of ammo to work with, but sometimes when you're just living on a prayer that low of HP in a 2v1 situation, there's only so much you can do. And we jump back with them, Kinzo and Caleb sitting below, barely above the threshold. You see now 353 above. Kinzo's no longer in the game. You go ahead and find that little bit of reward, that cushion of getting the surge damage, but you lose a teammate in the process. And that's been the thing with this duo. Even though they're in first place, they had a great amount of points come from solo play off the back of Kinzo.
They really have, but look, so much action's unfolding here, and it's actually Defiable in School. This was a team that we paid close attention to in Qualifier 1. They did exceptionally well. They qualified through there on that first day, but they seem to be struggling a little bit more here going into day number 2. But Kinzo and Caleb, this is where Kinzo goes down. Caleb holds on, 8 HP in a dream, gets not only the damage needed to stay above the threshold, but survives there, and then ultimately continues on with that game as a solo. But Gruyere Salty, another team we got to be watching closely here with the leaderboard, because they are just rolling through some of these players in the lobby.
Yeah, notice one thing in the elimination feed based off of that replay. Arkham got himself 2 eliminations. That's definitely going to help.
Okay.
A switch up of strategy, no longer going towards Coney. Didn't see exactly where they landed, but they went so far south into that third-party territory that we see towards Chonkers to try to switch things up. And so far, I gotta say, depending on their loadout and depending on their resources that they have, this could be the switch up they need, because we've seen some big comebacks from them before throughout their history of FNCS, but this might be the most challenging.
Yeah, next game we'll have to dive in and follow them as they drop. We got to figure out where they're going, because that changeup is huge, to say the least. But the changeup is positively affecting the other team that was involved. There's Victor and Blizzard getting eliminations there in the feed as well. So this is really solid game plan changes here for both teams. But somebody that's struggling, it's Caleb by himself, trying to hold on. Potentially does have Kenzo's card, so there's always that potential for the reboot. But looking at the way the map is set up, it would be very, very tough to accomplish that.
He has 2 shield kegs as well. My only question is, what opportunity as a solo is he going to be able to use those? Because you kind of heard our analysts kind of break it down. When you're a solo, you might have to expend a couple of extra mats to build a double box, so teams might not guess that you are that solo. But seeing one person heal off a shield keg, I think that would be a little bit more of a giveaway. You see Victor taking down Krizux. And that's what I love about West. There's so many up-and-comers, and it doesn't deter some of these guys from taking on the biggest names in West region.
You're absolutely right. I mean, look, for example, Victor, Blizzard, 2 people coming into FNCS finals. I believe it's their first finals, or at least one of their first final this season. So that's huge. That's a huge change of pace. And despite them being contested by what was notably known as the Kings of NA West, they did not lose. They did not stop holding their ground. And fortunately, it's worked out in their favor. So the game continues on for them, just like it's continuing on for Raze and Pars here, doing a really good job of holding the edge of zone and just gathering intel. This is what you love to see. You're in second place. You know consistency is important, right? You even potentially saw in the elimination feed that first place has lost a teammate. So that means it's all about collecting all the points you can here, but let them naturally come to you.
Yeah, that and the information of everybody as you try to travel in towards the zone. And And for a lot of the people on the outskirts, it wasn't a bad pull for them. Everybody just having that equal opportunity. See School being pressured towards the outside by Raze, Bars, and a couple other players left in the lobby. 344 above for them, but 10 above for Salty and Crewroar. They've done a good job of surviving up until this point, but they fall 12 below, 18 below, so they're definitely not thriving just yet in this situation. But for them, they have all the experience. They've been in this situation before yesterday, so it's business as usual as they're just trying to go for those easy tags, not end up in a straight battle with somebody, but just what they can get.
Well, and this tells you how stacked this lobby is. Crewroar has 2 eliminations and is still below the damage threshold, meaning that these teams that are in this lobby are focusing so much on these surge tags that it's causing players, even with several eliminations on the board, to still have to fight even more for those tags. So it's really interesting to see the way this plays out. Just like Quinn here, though, getting what looks to be the better of a player there. But as I say that, pressure comes in from another wall. Quinn holding on here, just waiting for the opportunity to take a shot there. And note, this other team is just relentlessly pressuring them. Quinn trying to gather intel, figure out what's going on there from the other end, but Wave now both together. They want to work in unison here in these moments, try and see if they can get the better of any of these players and hope that it works out for them.
Yeah, everybody just trying their darndest to stay above that damage threshold. See a couple players go down for now in the elimination feed, not out just yet as the revives are trying to go on, but I might have spoke too soon. Slicksy is going to be out. I do believe Vibesy fell earlier, so that duo is going to have to rethink their strategy going into game number 2 as Crewroar and Salty with that little bit of high ground, making great use of it, continuing to put that pressure on and figuring out that plan. It's probably even setting up a short pad, but in order to set up that short pad, you need to take out the opponents right above you as they might look to try to recycle that. Caleb still doing an amazing job finding an elimination at the edge of zone, with include a refresh as he's going to be stacked up on those hard mats.
He is. He's going to be stacked and ready to go, using the Spider-Man web shooters to get himself into zone. Really smart play on his part. You see him box it out in 2s. Again, like Clay and Tokata talked about there early on as they were breaking everything down. This is super important to present yourself as a duo and try to be stealthy, right? You do not want to be a solo player and obviously be a solo player in this lobby. So great on Clay, great on Tokata being able to break that down, and we're seeing it live here for this top team.
Yeah, he's jam-packed side to side, players on his left, players behind them, players below. He's looking at a team above him as well, where everybody now has to go. The silver lining for Caleb is he pulled zone on that side, so he can allow a couple teams to get out of that position, lead the charge for him, recycle those builds, and continue to try to fly under the radar. But a team that won't have to do that, sitting in second place, 1 elimination, plenty of resources in their loadout to use. It's gonna be Pars and Raze as they peek through the cone to try to gather information here. And that's so important, Panda, that I'm always trying to tell people, is gathering that information before the zone begins to move so you can actually plan out your route and you're not thinking on the fly.
Yeah, you are correct here. You cannot waste too much time here trying to figure out the game plan as you go. You kind of need to strategize ahead of time. And that's what Crewroar and Salty are doing. They knew they were going to use this launch pad. They knew they had another one in the inventory. Now it's just about getting ahead of zone, and they're doing just that. Fortunately for them, though, they have tons of material to work with. This is really positive, but on the opposite side of that, Salty actually taking a ton of damage there. Caleb also swinging his way along here as he gets into zone, just trying to recycle as many of these builds as possible, potentially going for what is a few shots there, because unfortunately, Caleb is below the threshold here for Storm Surge.
Yeah, for the first time in this game, they picked up a lot of that damage for Storm Surge when Kinzo was still alive. Now he's doing that as a solo, and you see him continuously falling below the threshold. Crewroar and Salty, they're just trying to get ahead of zone, and eventually they're going to try and look back, just like you see. That's Aritos. You better watch out. You better not shout, as Crewroar and Salty are coming to town as they pick up that elimination. Combat and Gordo towards the top, starting from Tilted, but it might be too soon for the high ground, but only time will tell.
Only time will tell as the pad comes out here for Crewroar. They're actually going to go for high ground. Now the fight's going to unfold here. The shots are coming through. It looks like Crewroar actually ends up getting knocked. Salty was unable to connect with his teammate there quick enough, so now he's on the back foot, having to play a different game now as a solo.
Yep, that was Zay's part of combat, going ahead of zone, trying to connect, make sure they hold on as much of the high ground as possible. moving zone number 7. This is where a lot of teams begin to contest that high ground as Combat knows it. He's one of those teams that if he doesn't have it, he's going to go for it, and that's why they're in the position that they're in. 455 above the threshold, and very little to worry about other than putting the pressure on everybody else in the lobby. Courier went down. That's something you called out. So does Quinn. Wave as well, as Lil J picks up 2. That's going to be Winter in the elimination feed. He's doing all he can to have a better day than yesterday, but Salty's finally going to go down. Hopefully he got himself enough points.
Hopefully he did. Now as Favs actually drops as well. It's Snacky by himself here. Another solo situation for these games. It seems like there are so many solo players trying to just hold it out here for their team and gather as many points. And honestly, if there's any solo player to do it, it's Snacky. We saw him in the semifinals. In those final moments as a solo player, clutch up and win the game. Can he do it again? That's the question.
Yep, that is a question, a big question to be answered here. Snacky sneaks up onto Kevin. That's going to be the first down, going for that refresh, in which he needed, but it's only going to be a little bit of match for now. He was bone dry, but Snacky, that's not going to stop him. He knows with the little match that he has to go for one more. Unfortunately for Notch, that's going to be the target, but Snacky knowing, playing it perfectly, bouncing in and out of zone. He finds another elimination and a refresh, but it's still not much, so his job isn't done just yet.
Job's not done. Job's not done here for Snacky. He needs to continue to work forward. Running out of material there. Fortunately, he does have the resources to get there. And man, what an elimination onto Punisher there as he goes through. Epic Whale still in this game as well. But as I say it, unfortunately, he goes down. Snacky still fighting as a solo player. Again, clutching up. This is what you love to see. Another elimination comes through, but no, he goes down. Pars, our top team, still alive as Gordo and Combat holding the high ground, trying to hold it down. It's a 2v1 situation to end the game.
And luckily for them, Snacky got on the entire lobby by himself. Combat drops down low. He knows his teammate has the high ground, but he's taking it as a 1v1, but he doesn't need any help. Pars goes down. They take game number 1.
They take game number 1. Look, this is what you love to see, right? This team wasn't necessarily on the top of the leaderboard going into this, but this is going to cause a big shift for them.
Yeah, and for Snacky, taking out so many teams at the end, still not getting the match refresh, but the Siphon match were just enough to keep that train rolling. And I better go ahead and get a ticket because I'm all aboard the Snacky train here after that first game. He did a wonderful job to qualify here, but the story right now, Combat and Zay starting from Tilted Towers, going all the way through, holding on to the high ground, even trusting each other to take that 1v1 on the low ground. That is how you start a day number 2.
Absolutely. And for Combat and Gordo, this is the momentum shift they needed, right? Especially identifying that they took out the top team on the leaderboard there in that final moment. That's gotta feel good, but we won't know what that leaderboard truly looks like until we throw it back to the desk. So you know what, Kelly, Clay, Tokata, take it away. Tell us what's going on.
Thank you so much, Panda and Jacob there. And what a great way to start it off. We said it already at the start of the show that this is a new opportunity for new teams to come out on top. And that's exactly what we saw from Combat and Gordo. Although, Clay, we do have to give a shout out to Pars there, ending it off at a 1v2.
He did so well, just staying up, trying to get to that last little bit of a moment. And we also got to give a shout out to Snacky because they did so well. But look at how Pars survived here. Just looking so great with Raze. They had great teamwork. Then unfortunately, they end up getting separated here. And while Raze is trying to keep Pars up, he ends up going down. Pars just finds everyone on the backside, eventually finds the one elimination they need. Epic Whale gave him just enough materials to keep their journey going. And then unfortunately, when it's a 2v1 in that situation and you got no mats, there's not really much you can do.
No, especially not against Combat and Gordo, which I believe is actually Zay's. So Zay's being a pretty prominent player here in the NA West. And, you know, when I saw them take height in Zone 6, Takata, I was like, oh, another team taking height early. They're going to lose it. And then we saw Courier and Salty try to steal height. It didn't work out for them. So what is Combat and Gordo doing right?
I mean, clearly they're doing something right, Kelly, and it is knowing when to take certain positions. We can see they had the high ground when they needed it most, and just from playing that position game, they were able to turn it into a player advantage 2 versus 1 in the late game and securing that nice last elimination to get the victory royale, and even had a good amount of elims, so that's a great way to start day 2.
a great way indeed. And one team that we keep looking towards is Snacky and Favs. Clay, you were just talking about it, the performance, the solo performance that we got to see there. What was that? Was that 5 elims from Snacky or 6?
Yeah, I think it was 5 or 6, and we'll start looking at him here. Still has Favs up in this moment, but you'll see Favs will fall shortly as Snacky goes down really low, but look at the tracking there. Perfect shots came through. Favs does end up going down, but Snacky doesn't panic. He's getting shut out, still doesn't panic. Finds a solo. Actually, there's going to be a duo on the backside of the zone. It's going to be Kevin, who he actually prioritized the healthier of the duo, which gave him so much more materials and room to work with. You saw that elimination there onto Notch, and then the beautiful one there onto Punisher. They did go back into zone to get the Cypher materials, and look, they missed with that shotgun, and then the perfect headshot tracking there with the SMG. Really just excellent gameplay.
Yeah, I underestimated him. I thought it was 5 or 6 elims, but in fact, he walked away with 7 there, so definitely going to shoot him up in our top 10 leaderboard. But who is holding first place? Unfortunately, Combat and Zaze were currently in 45th place before that game, so I don't know if we're going to be seeing them here, and no, we aren't, but of course, Pars and Raze, a great performance in that game, still holding strong, now having a commanding lead, Takata.
Wow, I mean, you can see Pars raised 223 points, but I want to keep an eye on second place, Favs and Snacky. Going into this game, they were in 7th place. Now, in second with 191 points. That just shows how much you can jump in the leaderboards if you have a good match. If you get a good placement alongside those eliminations, it can really change your standings on the leaderboard.
East and Taotai, though, 6th place, making their way up as well. A lot of bigger names making their way to the top 10. We've got Landjock and Punisher now in 9th place. They're being a little bit more consistent. And yes, we do have that little bit of separation, gonna be about 32 points there. But again, the difference is quite literally just a Victory Royale's worth of points. So if Pars and Raze don't make it to 1 in-game here and they stumble just a little bit, it's not looking good. Now we make our way down to 11th through 20th. This is changing up. Jelty and Krizix drop back down. Knux, where we are, drop a spot down. These teams really need to start making these games count because they're running out of time.
And I mean, Takata, what I'm seeing here is still Combat and Zaze not moving up into the top 20, even with a VR. And that just showcases how important day 1 is, not just going in with a momentum, but having that, you know, safety essentially with all these points that you're able to collect there. So although we do still have 5 games, there's a limit to how you can say, oh, there's still an opportunity, there's still a chance, because eventually the games dwindle down and so does the opportunity. But Takata, speaking of opportunity, what do you want to see happen in the next game?
I mean, look, I saw something interesting happen in this game, right? We had Epic Whale in the top 5, I believe, there. So I think Arkham and Epic are coming a little more motivated here in day 2. And I'm curious to see what they're going to pull off.
Yeah, it was actually quite exciting to see them make it into the end game there. Still not able to break it into the top 20, but we got 5 more games to go. And of course, for me, I'm excited to see how Salty and Krui are going to kind of improve their gameplay. They came out in day 1 in 3rd place there. And in that last game, they were constantly below threshold in zone 2, in zone 4, and so on. So it'll be exciting to see how they're going to be changing that up and how all of the teams are going to be changing up their game play. But everyone, that's it for us here on the desk. I know you want to get back to the game, so let's head it to the 2 men that are going to be bringing the action. It's, of course, Jacob and Panda.
Thank you so much, Kelly, Clay, and Takata, breaking that down. That was game number 1 of day 2. We're talking about how long, how energized you need to be, the stamina that it takes to crown yourself champion at the end of the day. And it's going to become a wild balance of both placement and eliminations for some, depending on where you're at in the leaderboard. But Combat and Zaze, after a Victory Royale not towards the top, Panda, what does that tell you?
You know, it tells me that this is a totally different NA West going into the new chapter and the new season here. Duos obviously being very different than trios last year. This is a whole new year, and I'm excited to see which teams continue to come out on top, because these are major shifts in the leaderboard from what we've seen in the past, right? Obviously, Arkham, Epic Whale up at the top usually. We even have Reet, who's not even present in the finals here. There's been huge shifts. So Kruyor and Salty taking advantage there. You got Pars and company. Like, these are teams that deserve this moment. They are exceptional players, and they deserve to be showcased here as we get into game number 2 on the day.
One game down. 5 more to go on the day. Only one team, Penna, can crown themselves FNCS champions and wield the axe of champions at the end of this one. And we've seen a wild amount of switch-ups after only one game. Arkham and Epic not doing their normal drops. You got Turtle, Tavern, and Kaz getting uncontested towards the top side. You got many switch-ups, and that's only in the beginning, so there's plenty more story to go as Arkham and Epic, they're going back to Coney Crossroads. They're not done with this exchange just yet.
They aren't. This is interesting, right? So we thought that they did not land here last game, right, because of where they were positioned. But in reality, they could have just ended up hitting a few buildings and then rotating quickly. So this shift back over here to Coney is interesting to say the least. I need to know, though. I need to know Game 7 where they landed for sure. But I'll figure that out and then get back to you guys. But Frappe and Nate, another team that we watched do pretty well yesterday. Now here in day number 2, looking to repeat that energy. Despite them being in 24th, there's still so much left for them to climb that leaderboard, and you know they're going to be fighting for it.
Yeah, you can already see plenty teams switching up their initial strategy. Like you saw in this game, Arkham and Epic not getting as aggressive as they did yesterday against the duo landing on them. Same could be said with Frappe and Nate. They're not taking that early game skirmish like they did yesterday. So many teams realizing getting a better position is crucial here for our final day of the finals as Kruyor and Salty start off game number 2 with elimination and surge that they don't have to worry about, but they're not done. Salco's still alive, but he gets that down onto Kruyor. So this one is going to end in a 1v1 situation between Salty and Salco.
Salty and Salco here. This is interesting. Salty obviously doing exceptionally well up to this point, looking to continue to replicate that here in day number 2, but definitely not having the same success as day 1. But Salty being able to disengage, this is huge here for the team. They need to stay in it. We know Salty and Kruyor, 2 individual players, extremely talented together, but are they talented as solo players? They gotta be. They have to be that kind of setup to get in a top 5 situation like they are right now. So Salty now going to disengage, going to focus on getting some material, focus on getting a better loadout here, because that's how you're going to be successful throughout the rest of this game.
Yeah, and you saw another team kind of fly in. That's Quinn and Wave getting more aggressive to start this game, and that's something they did in qualifier number 1. It was the 5th game. They realized the position that they were in, even though they were making it towards the end, it wasn't a favorable position. They lacked surge. They lacked so many resources, mats, so they were forced to look for a refresh. It was in that 5th game they switched it up exactly like you saw. They got more aggressive towards Sanctuary, and they held on to that aggressive nature throughout the course of the game, with Wave ending up with a massive solo finish. Let's see if they can replicate that. But Caleb and Kinzo taking their time over here towards Butterbarn, another team switching up their drop spot just a little bit, but it doesn't surprise me too much because they have that passive play style. They let the eliminations come to them throughout the course of the game.
Sometimes you have to adapt, and that's what you love to see here from these teams. Quinn, Wave, both landing outside the Sanctuary there in that water area near the Foundation statue. Now finding themselves rotating forward here. Does look like they are set up somewhat for success here going into this game, and they're looking to create some success. Quinn, Wave, 2 veteran players. They know what they need to do in high-pressure situations. It's just about getting to those high-pressure situations here, which is what they're going to be doing here now that day 2 has presented itself. But no, we got to talk about all the vehicle rotations we've seen over the last couple days, and some interesting rotations there from Slicknick and Convict. They're trying to hold on here, getting tagged up quite a bit. The vehicle very weak here. They're going to have to probably get rid of this vehicle relatively quickly, but they do actually successfully get away from this other team. But a team that they had a lot of success day 1, looking to try and continue that energy here in day 2. It's Nigel and Angel.
Yep. And don't let the outfit fool you. This ain't no joking matter as Nigel and Angel continuously trying to put the pressure onto Trey and Kiowa. And Kiowa already turned down a big fight yesterday in a 1v2 situation. Can he replicate that here? He's just trying to take the high ground, maybe even act a little bit more defensive as he's just backtracking in his steps, not wanting to let all the game go down to this one final moment. They're trying to gather that distance between them and their opponent, but no, he gets tagged up again. Trey goes down. Kiowa, you have to do it by yourself yet again.
Yeah, this is tough, man. Trey finding himself going down, but good energy though. Still a lot more left to play here for Trey and co. And Angel and Nigel, they needed this, right? They had a really solid start there. Slowed down a little bit in the second half, and they're looking to pick up that pace here as they get this elimination onto Trey. But no, Kiowa decides to stay in the area. Definitely a risky play on their part, but Nigel, it's going to work out in his favor as he gets the elimination, and now 3 more points on the board for them.
Yep, that's a great start. Just kind of taking those points as they come to you. Don't have to worry about much. But Bernie and Midi here, they have to worry about a little bit. That's going to be a team above them. Pumps and Clouds, they're just trying to take a lot of exchanges early on so they don't have to worry about Surge, but unfortunately it hasn't been going their way. But there's always that moment that you can always bring it back and then have a much better time here, especially since they have the high ground. They're not wasting too much ammunition to put the pressure, and that's going to allow Bernie and Midi to land a maneuver free towards this low ground.
Yeah, you love to see Midi and Vernie here playing together and playing this smart. Despite the pressure coming through here from Cloud & Co., they're playing really well. And you see it there. Vernie picking up that half pot there from Midi. The communication is on point. The information is on point. Now it's just about surviving here throughout the rest of this game. But with players like Pollo and Caesar there in the distance, they are going to need to be careful.
Yeah, you don't want to get caught up there in that chaos and then see so it's all following them. They don't want to let this Surge potential damage go to waste. But I like what Clouds and Pumps are doing. They don't want to kind of stack themselves up on top of another team, so that way they become a target of multiple third-party attempts like you see. But got a replay for you, kind of see the action that we might have missed around the map. That's when I believe Quinn and Wave might have interrupted this one, but it's when he got that elimination onto Courier. And that's why we always talk about here, Panda. A few seconds of separation between you and your teammate causes just that. It doesn't matter how good you are or how good you've been doing. And yeah, this is that moment. I knew we were going to see this sooner or later. Quinn and Wave just taking full advantage of the lone player.
And you see Wave excited in that moment. That gets me excited for them in this game, right? You see the big old smile on his face. He's like, you know what? Yeah, we got that elimination. Don't even worry about it, Salco. We're going to keep it going. Speaking of a team that's keeping it going, though, it's Snacky and Fast here finding themselves in the second place spot on the leaderboard. This is one of those teams that consistently finds themselves on NA West in the top 3. So I'm excited to see if they can maintain this here on the day. They didn't have necessarily the greatest start yesterday, but here in the end of yesterday and in the early games of today, they are turning that around.
Yeah, you know, some players just play so much better when the pressure is on. And you know, when the pressure is on, Panda, you can either crumble like a lump of coal or you can just emerge as a shiny diamond that everybody wants at the end of the day. And that's what champions are made of. They're able to go through the pressure, battle through the adversity, and come out on top, as Kinzo and Caleb still sticking to that strategy. Hey, when you're at the top of the leaderboard, you're sitting pretty, not too many things going wrong for you, you can play this passive game, especially since they're always on the lookout, gathering that information and relaying it to one another so no other team can realistically sneak up on them.
Yeah, they're doing a good job, like you said, of just controlling the pace of their games, which is why they find themselves in the top 5 spot. And it's really just an impressive performance from start to finish. And this is just a good example of what they do well, right? You see the players in the area, and they're taking full advantage of the players as they rotate. They're getting those shots in. They know Surge is going to be a factor here in this game, so they decide to get those tags early and then start to rotate. That's kind of one of those few exceptions I give players if they're not in zone, right? It's because they know that there's other players outside, so they get the tags on them first and then go, right? So I'll give it to them. They are rotating in now, so that's the important part. But speaking of important things, it looks like Courier and Salty both in this game. So that means that the reboot has gone off, and they are still putting points on the board together.
Yeah, it makes me wonder about the statistic that we had throughout the qualification process about players being rebooted and the team not going on to get that victory royale. So it's definitely going to be a journey for them if they're still going to battle against that history. I see Dog and Jay here, Versace P. You can't confuse me. I'm going to learn. I'm going to learn. That's Jay, everybody out there.
There he is. That's Jay out there. You'll learn. Hey, listen, it happens. But speaking of learning and adapting, Kinzo and Caleb continue to learn. They continue to adapt. But this is an interesting spot for them to be in. right? You see them here, Wiz, Lil J, right outside of the boxes there for them, and Caleb just trying to survive here. Despite them not being in zone, it looks like they're just trying to avoid this engagement, which is super smart on their part. They don't have the material to take it right now, and they don't have the ammo and loadout that they ideally would need to be successful. You see 49 medium ammo there for the assault rifle and 76 on Kenzo. So that's not a lot to work with, to say the least, especially when you still have to worry about Surge here moving forward.
Yep. Jay taking that high ground. It looked like they were going to try to battle it out. You talk about being low on the medium and light ammunition. That's crucial, especially the way that Kenzo and Caleb like to play the game. They go for tags from afar. They don't immediately try to burst into a box at any moment here. And Saltier and Courier were the only first-time FNC finalists in the top 10 on day one. The only, but that's the story that we've been following this season all together. The superstars of the West region not performing to the best of their ability or what we expect them to be, but that opens the door wide open for some of these up-and-comers, for some of these teams that have been waiting in the wings for this opportunity to strike.
The waiting for the opportunity to strike is the key words here as these opportunities present themselves here. Batman, Booga, and Wheels trying to take advantage, getting a nice little high ground spot outside of Tilted Towers. Also, Dynamic and Rexy doing exactly the same thing. But be careful with so many players close by. They need to be mindful of who is in the area. The last thing they want to have to deal with is pressure coming from any of the teams following, because Surge is active. That means people, they need their tags.
Empty vibes. Slicksy going to be on the receiving end of Dynamic and Rexy, who are trying to get those tags. 91 below. I don't know how many they got, but not too much overall, as they're going to sit still below that threshold as other teams around the lobby putting that same pressure as he sacrifices so much HP and shield just to sit 3 below the threshold and continuously fall even farther, as he's now 29, has to continuously look for the tags. They're in a great position to do just that, but nobody's peeking them and allowing them. In fact, it's Dynamic who's still on the receiving end.
Yeah, you know, look, risky to say the least, but Dynamic knows they need the tag. There's 32 damage below the threshold, and they need to connect just a few shots to get above. But remember, even if they do get those few shots, that's still not enough to comfortably keep them above that threshold, with 17 players still remaining in this lobby that need to go down. For those at home that don't understand, let's break down Storm Surge for you guys, because I feel like we got to talk about it, right? Surge, for the people that at home that do not know, is this in-game mechanic that if you are below a certain threshold and damage put in, you will be targeted by the in-game server. You see that lightning actually fly through for those players that are underneath, and they're getting tagged up. You see Dynamic and Rexy actually suffering from it right now. But all you have to do is get those tags, and the purpose of that is to keep the game moving. Get those players to really focus on getting those shots in and keeping these games alive, because boy, oh boy, the Surge keep these games interesting.
Yep. Basically, your choices are do damage or take damage. The only real options. And you can see a lot of the teams like to try to out-heal it, but they were so far below. They used so many resources early just to get the tags. They cannot out-heal it, but that might be something they use. Courier and Salty combined with that early game exchange. And you got to remember, Courier was the one that went down, so Salty kept a hold of all that surge damage, which puts him in a great position. But Slick Nick, he's going to go down along with Convict, the team that qualified in only 3 games, not having the best here on the final day. But Lil J, Rays picking up a couple of themselves. Quinn is going to go down. I don't know if Wave fell, and that's going to be the hope for that duo.
Yeah, that's tough. It really is. At this point in the game, you have to stay on your feet. Look, it's Blizzard and Victor also going down here. The duo we talked about, Landon Coney, having some success there in day one, seem to be struggling here on the second day, but Vernie and Midi looking to kind of take on Rexy and Dynamic. This is interesting, right? Obviously, they don't know that it's each other, right? But they know that they're there. So it's always kind of interesting and exciting to see those big names here from NA West go head-to-head in a situation like that. But speaking of a team kind of avoiding that head-to-head action, it's Salty and Courier. Top 5 right now on the leaderboard, and they're just hanging out. They're using the bush to their advantage. This is what you see a lot of times in finals. So we continue to see how this is going to play out for them, but it seems to be playing out all right so far.
Yep, I did get my answer. Wave is still alive, and that's going to be the driving hope. You see Epic Whale in the elimination feed. Evil is finally going to go down. Favs and Snacky just waiting for those opportunities, sitting pretty center zone, realizing late game is really where it really matters to pick up those placement points, the elimination points. On this side, Batman, Booga, and Wheels started the entire finals off with a big victory royale. Since then, being contested, splitting the loot, having to find it elsewhere. That is where they're going to have to think of another plan here coming into day number 2. I think the first step for them is to go ahead and find the tag, so that way you don't sit below. After that, Panda, you have any advice?
It's tough, right? Obviously, being consistent, paying close attention to what's going on, that's the best I can give you. But as far as Surge goes, get it early and get yourself in positions that Surge presents itself to you. I cannot stress that enough in these games. I think that's one of the biggest mistakes we see in NA West is they're always very passive. They're always a little bit slower than the other regions. But on the opposite side of that, while they do have more players up, you also have more players suffering from that storm surge, which ends up playing a huge factor for them. So even if they do have a good like off-spawn engagement, they win, they get a couple eliminations early, it's still not enough for them to comfortably play out their game with Surge. So they have to be super careful of that, be mindful of that here on the NA West region, because it really is different than any other region.
I think a lot of these players like to try to take destiny into their own hands. Instead of slowly waiting for those opportunities, they're trying to create those opportunities. And that's just a learning lesson for some of these people, realizing what to do, what not to do. And that's the way we see a lot of the progress. And that's possibly why we see a lot of newcomers, a lot of those players that weren't necessarily known as the biggest names in West now sitting towards the top of the leaderboard, trouncing over some of the fan favorites as Kruyar and Salty now begin to move into zone. A couple of teams sitting around them, 2 of them are in the top 3.
2 of them are, yeah, and it's funny how it's been the tail of these top teams relatively close to one another. So it's going to be interesting to see if they end up clashing at all. But looking at Salty's inventory, it's not a good sign, right? This is not the loadout you want to feel or want to have here at this point in the game, especially 11 builds. They're going to need a refresh, and they're going to need it fast.
Yeah, that's what happens when you spend so much time in zone. You're forced to get that reboot. You're not able to mat up. You're not able to get the resources and play your plan as you practice it throughout the course of your history as a team. But 188 above the threshold, sitting in fourth place. That's not too much to worry about in terms of where you stand on the leaderboard, but you talked about so many things still not on their side. One of those being the low amount of ammunition as we switch on over to Herbie and Poppy, sitting 165 below the threshold. Multiple teams around them to where if they want to get aggressive, they have the chance to get the damage, but a lot of those teams are some of our heavy hitters.
They are some of the heavy hitters. And there's so many heavy hitters in this lobby. Poppy and Herbie being a couple of them. But as I say it, the caster curse comes through. Poppy goes down, Herbie goes down as well, and Wheels and Batman Booga walk away with a couple eliminations on the board. This is huge. We talked about it here, and they talked about it a little bit on socials. They've been struggling to get their feet. Despite them getting that VR in game number 1, they had to change up the game plan for the rest of the games going throughout the day. So it's going to be interesting to see how they adapt here and how they continue to climb in that top 10.
I like how they also picked up those eliminations, even though, because one of the things that I think they're kind of lacking on comparing them statistically on the leaderboards alone, not the actual game plan, it's much harder than it seems, is they are lacking in those eliminations. They're getting some good placements, but those points that a lot of the other teams are getting throughout the eliminations are just putting them above Wheels and Batman Booga, even though they have that victory royale. But everybody is going to be forced to move here in a short moment. Somebody is going to go ahead and get that dropped and be able to use that launch pad, and they might have to use it to even get into zone right now, because that's going to be a perfect opportunity for a lot of teams to hold those players down there.
I think Snacky and Favs, they're going to dive in here. Oh, and it was actually dynamic. So one of our other top teams there close by almost fell victim there to Favs, and the SMG diving in on the box, but fortunately for him, they are going to still be up in this game, as Snacky and Favs also up in this game, just looking to take advantage of any of these players rotating around them.
Of the overhead view, you can see the couple players towards the south. That's going to be Pars and Rays. Have a little bit more traveling to do, depending on if they're high ground. That's going to be easy. Third place sitting right by. 10th and 9th place, everybody just so jam-packed close together. Diego's going to go down in the elimination feed, but back on board, Snacky and Favs. What a turnaround from the qualification process, needing that victory royale in that first day of the semifinals. Now just playing a cool, consistent game, knowing exactly what to do around every turn and every corner. Very, very similar to this Pars and Rays team, to where I like the way they're doing it a little bit different than some of these other teams. They're not going for the high ground. They're slow and steady towards the low ground, recycling all the mats.
Yeah, it's really smart on their part, especially in the situation that they're in. But will they be able to maintain it? They're still going to need a refresh here because this is 6th zone. Ooh. This is the point where you're going to see stuff like this happen, where they end up getting focused and they don't have the material to hold these other players out. So they have to be super careful. As it look at that. Par is trying to dive in the box there. Does recycle the launch pad here from the other team, but they need to be super careful. Shots start to rain in. Rays actually takes a little bit of damage there, but Pars is just ahead. So both now ahead in zone, just trying to dive into these boxes. You see the desperation come through here for Rays and Pars as they need a refresh. They need the material. They need something to go their way in these moments.
Yeah, that's Pollo and Caesar going against Rays, and it's Pollo who drops him and continues on his journey, trying to get to the center of circle. Pars has to do it by himself, and if you look at his loadout, doesn't have very much light ammunition, trying to get into the car, and he gets taken down by Pollo, who finishes what he started. You see Caleb's down, Dog and Jay towards the high ground. Everybody in this end game taking form.
Yeah, Punisher there in the elimination feed, getting some nice eliminations. That's what you love to see. These major names, they're up and they are fighting. They are fighting to showcase why they deserve to be here in the finals. Now, though, it is Jay and Dog, Mr. Versace himself, up there on the high ground, trying to hold down the pressure. This is what you need to do, right? When you are on high ground, you have to pressure anybody directly on the layer below you, and they are doing a good job of that so far.
Yeah, somebody finally looked up. They chopped Dog down for just a second, but not long enough to really cause any sort of interruption towards their game plan. Wiz and Lil J doing a great job throughout multiple moving zones, staying ahead of it, even possibly finding that elimination. Versace P is going to take down Pollo from the high ground. Nico takes down Bolt. Punisher and Landjock are staying ahead as well, but Chip and Lime are close by. That could be an interruption to their game plan as well, but once again, the team taking it at the perfect time, finding a way to hold on to that high ground.
Finding a way. That's the story on the day. Finding a way to come back. Jay and Dog are doing just that there, holding down the high ground. You saw with the elevation change there, they have an opportunity to control these other players. If it continues to pull over that mountain there, they can actually keep players down and have them struggle to rotate. But no, it actually does end up pulling away a little bit. But now Lime and Chip actually stealing the high ground. This was not a change I was expecting. But again, that's what happens when Jay and Dog took the high ground a little too early. Fortunately for Chip and Lime, though, or unfortunately, I should say, it looks like they are the focus here of another team attempting to go for the high ground.
Yeah, they had to expend so many mats to continue to hold on to the high ground, but they're going to do it for now. Dog and Jay not giving up without a fight. Dog's going to drop down low, but so is Chip. Babs has to go and have a repeat performance of what Snacky did. He's not going to be able to. He's going to drop. 6 teams remain. Some of those are doing it as solos.
Some of them are. Snacky, Fabs, both down here and out of this game, but Lime by himself here, trying to clutch up, finding himself in the 10th place spot on the leaderboard. This could be a huge shift here for them. Jagveer, another team that desperately needs a solid game here to continue to climb the leaderboard. You see him just holding on, utilizing the armored wall. Such a significant play here. Wait, no.
It's a fatal four-way. A fatal four-way. They're all solos.
Solo players here in the final moments. Jagveer taking on Little J. It's a 1v1v1. Lime there on the high ground. Landjock in that middle layer, looking to hold it down, showing his veteran status in style. He's trying to dive down and find this player on the low ground. Does not end up connecting with him. Does find a few material, but not a lot to work with.
I wonder if he's going up the mountain right now. There goes a play. Landjock is towards the low ground. No builds to recycle. This one is going to get tough. I feel like I saw this earlier today with multiple teams going down, unable with the builds. That's Jagveer going to fall. Lime, it's only sooner or later as he has the high ground and the position to take the victory royale in game number 2.
He takes it home, and what a way to do it. You see the elevation changes. If you're a team and you're a player like Lime, you know that is a huge red flag for the lobby. You can have the opportunity there from the high ground to suffocate the remaining players and keep them down, and that's what you see Lime do just that. Landjock had no opportunities to climb, and fortunately for them, they're walking away with a beautiful VR. Look at the excitement here from Lime as he takes home that VR. Hey, listen, congratulations to Lime and Chip. Huge game from you all. Obviously, Chonker Speedway is working out in your favor. We can't wait to see what else you can do from there.
Yeah, definitely. I was going to mention that as well. They were the team fighting Poppy Blast and Show game after game at Chonker Speedway. And they went ahead and were able to outlast so many teams, saving so many mats, recycling through that mid layer. They waited till Dog and Jay became a target of some of that spray, and that's when they took it. Even though Chip didn't have a ton of mats and resources, it was Lime at the end of the day. Didn't matter how many teams tried to spray him down. He was built like Bob the Builder.
He really was. But look, we got to have the desk break it down. So Kelly, Clay, Tokata, take it away.
Big congratulations to Lime and Chip right there. Lime ending up with the first place VR, holding height from Zone 8. And the fact that they were in 11th place before that game, we know for a fact that we're going to be seeing them in our top 10. But Clay, I love it when it comes down to a 1v1v1v1.
That was just such great gameplay all around for everyone, because it's duos, we're hyping it up, and then it seems to always come back into these solo clutches. Look, as you see, unfortunately, Chips falls a little bit too early, but look at Lime's dedication and perseverance there as they get such a great refresh. You see 48 total builds, 5 players left at this moment. They're all solos. Dog goes down, and Lime just is hyper aware at this moment, looking for every opportunity they can to get any shots onto them, and it just falls into their hand.
I mean, you can see Yagver trying to do everything he could to make it to the zone. Unfortunately, gets knocked down, and Landjock, he had no materials. He said, you know what, let's emote it out. I've done what I needed to this game. Got the second place, got the placement points, got everything they needed to bump themselves up on that leaderboard.
Speaking of being bumped up, once again, Favs and Snacky making it into the end game there, and they're sticking around the low ground. I think they went down around 7th place, but still able to grab eliminations, Clay.
Yeah, and you can see how well they work together in some of these clips right here. They took down Jelty pretty late in the game, but just look, working together, even though Snacky is a little bit separated, Favs is right on the other side there to help him out. He does end up falling, but look, they're right there. They're together. They're trying to fight box to box, and yes, do they go down? Yes, but they're together, right? And I know I said that a couple times, but that's really what matters when you're in these moments and these final last couple zones, because if you can box fight with your duo there, you have a better chance of getting out.
And one thing that I noticed, our top team there, Pars and Rays, going down a little early in 21st place. So definitely our top 10 leaderboard is going to be moving around there. Which teams are going to be joining us? Well, let's find out. Pars and Rays, though, I say that they are still in first place, but that lead from Favs and Snacky dwindling down to Kata.
I mean, you can see it from 7th place in their last match yesterday to now bumping it up into game 2 to 2nd place and now increasing that lead. Favs and Snacky are doing an amazing job of holding strong, but another duo which is doing just as a great job as Pars and Rays, although just like you said, they went down a bit early in this last match, so that difference between the 1st and 2nd spot is getting thinner and thinner, so they're gonna have to step it up if they want to stay on that number 1.
Yeah, they're really going to have to just play so perfectly. They can't afford a misstep, because even if it comes down to tiebreakers, look, they're both with the Victory Royale, so to go to average eliminations, and they are right there, neck and neck, back and forth. We'll take a look over, though. Oh, Kelly, you see what I am looking at there. Number 18 making their way up.
Slowly but surely climbing up the leaderboard. And of course you want to walk away in first place, but if you can't reach that, then you want to try and reach it as high as you can on our leaderboard, because the higher placement you are, the more money you're going to earn. And you know what? Originally, we would have seen Lime and Chip, who were in 15th place last game, but after that incredible VR, they've bumped themselves up to the top 5. So there is still so much chance, so many opportunities. These teams right here can follow in the footsteps of Lime and Chip and climb up 10 whole placements. So still a lot of opportunity here, but we got to talk about what we saw in the early game, of course, because the early game is going to be affecting the end game there. And I believe we saw Salty and Courier, they weren't below threshold that game. They were able to grab some good eliminations. So what exactly changed there, Clay?
Well, we saw that off-spawn fight where Courier actually had to just run away and disengage, come back later to try to go for that reboot card. And that's where it comes in. That damage early on, even if you're not able to get all of your teammate out there, you can grab that reboot, get them back in, and that damage will still count towards the Storm Surge. So sometimes being contested is good, and other times, not so much.
Yeah, a lot of early fights there, and we actually saw Krizix go down early, I think in Zone 5, and I mean, we saw Jelty survive towards the end game there, Takata.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Krizix go down right when the half and half zone appeared, and then we saw Jelty still up and going in the top 10, I believe, ended 8th or 9th place. So great solo clutch from Jelty there. And now I'm kind of curious to see what happens when they both make it to the end game, go for that high ground, and maybe secure the victory royale.
Well, if it's anything like what we saw in that last game, it looks like it's not going to be a duo competition. It's going to be a solo in-game finish, but maybe game number 8 is going to be a different story. Or game number 9. So let's find out and toss it back to Jacob and Panda.
Thank you so much, and a beautiful breakdown once again. After 2 games, 8 total in the finals, we're seeing another big shakeup over the leaderboard. And one of the things we talked about, your pick, Batman Booga, not having the best end of day number 1 after starting with a victory royale. I saw him in the top 10 that time around.
You know, this is one thing I will say to kind of speak to them as a team. They are consistent. They find their way to the end game, but it looks like the last couple games on the day, we watched Batman Booga go down, and unfortunately then it's just a downhill spiral there for Wheels. So they need to make sure they stay together and stay up in those final moments. You cannot afford to lose out there in those last few seconds. That's where all the points are available, but points are available. It's game number 9. Let's dive into it.
Game number 9, just saying dive into it. I'm ready to go straight in to the deep end. This is the first of what I like to call 2 different swing games. Game number 3, game number 4 on the day. Depending on where you're at on the leaderboard after these 2, game number 5 and games number 6, that's when you're going to have to make the most adjustments here. As you see Favs and Snacky talk about adjustments, giving up that Greasy Grove on over to Krizix and Jelty just so they can have their loot uncontested, and it's done wonders here for them as you see them in 2nd place.
Yeah, it's still an interesting decision here because I never really saw them fight their early game once they were landing there, but nevertheless, the split is clearly working in their favor as they continue to maintain a top spot there on the leaderboard. But no, speaking of top spots, it's Lime, our last game winner here, going down really early. So now Chip left by himself, going to have to try and clutch it up here with all of these players contesting Chonkers.
I have to say there's so many players on the mountain above him, one directly into Chonkers. You see players towards the outside. So after a big victory royale in that last game, Chip is going to have to dig deep to get his teammate Lime back into the game with a reboot. But Trey and Kiowa, they go down early to Nigel and Angel. That's been a skirmish we've already seen in back-to-back games with those victor of Angel and Nigel coming out on top in both of them.
Yeah, which is kind of interesting, right? You see them being able to hold it down and be consistent. That's what you need here on these finals day. Consistency is going to be key, which is why Lime and his teammate are going to struggle here a little bit. Poppy Blast and Show getting the advantage of Lime there pretty early on, getting that elimination on the board. This is a turnaround game. Despite them being in 41st place, they still have the opportunity to earn some more cash. So they're going to be working towards it. They're going to focus on getting these eliminations. They're going to focus on being top tier here in Chonker Speedway and ultimately walking away with some more points on the day.
Yeah, I like the way you said that. In fact, I love the way you said it. Even though some of these teams, depending on where you're at in the leaderboard, you're going to need multiple victory royales to take that first place. If you're not as lucky to let that happen, each one of these placements, or there's some sections and tiers of placements where you're just getting more and more money, 45,000, 36,000, 28,000. So there's still so much to earn and line your pockets with here. But Chip, like I said, he's going to have to dig deep into this one to come out with that victory, as Lime, his card is kind of being watched over by Poppy Blast and Show, and then that other team that they know is nearby, possibly interrupting any attempt Chip can make to save and be the hero.
Yeah, this is really interesting. You see Beast there in the distance with Remy potentially causing some disarray here for this team, but they stay close. They do not want to let Chip walk away with Lime's card, because once Lime is back in the game, all bets are off, and they have so much potential as a duo together. However, the one thing I gotta see, right, is Chip be patient. This team has always been extremely aggressive early here in Chonker Speedway, and you actually see the breakdown there for a moment. It really is very split. Chip needs to get that car, but no, as I say that, actually immediately starts driving towards the team, ends up taking a decent amount of damage on the vehicle, but no damage on him. So that's a really, really good way to break it down. You love to see that, and you love to see Doritos and Chapix yet again in another engagement north of Camp Cuddle.
Yeah, this is where it gets a lot of busyness, a lot of action likes to go down here, and Chapix and Doritos trying to change things up, making sure to farm, get that piece control, which we've seen throughout multiple games is so important in these off-spawn exchanges. Having that control, being able to weave in and out, but they're separated yet again. Cyphers and Diego snip that one out from a mile away. They get that knock on the Chapix. That makes Doritos' job that much easier, but ahead from the top, he pops him, taking that shield down, but Cyphers and Diego with that elimination and Siphon, they're going to be able to slow it down for themselves, get that HP and shields back up before they go hard and fast yet again.
Listen, it's all about the patience matched with proper aggression here, and that's what we're seeing from Cyphers, and ultimately walking away with a couple eliminations there for Diego. That is 6 points there for them, but there's more points happening here across the board. We got to dive into some of the action going across the map here, as we see Nate and Frappe working together as a duo, looking to catch Wale off guard. This is a huge elimination there right outside of Logjam.
Yeah, they usually kind of run and disengage. This time around, they're choosing to get a little bit more aggressive. Those elimination points, you see Smuck and Clutches in the same spot over towards Covert Canyon, but that one's less surprise. Oh my God, talk about a surprise. A great shot from Wheels there through the covers to go ahead and continue to mount that pressure, but a first place team, slow and steady, sticking to their boom pit and the foundation, getting a position into zone as Epic Whale is eaten tonight.
Definitely are. They have had a huge day number 2. Like Clay talked about yesterday, they are notorious of not necessarily having the best day number 1, but making it up here in day number 2. And that's what we're seeing here with Epic Whale taking down Blizzard. I think Blizzard was unsure that Epic Whale was there and fully got to take advantage of that elimination. So good call out on Clay's part, talking about the day 2 progression here for Epic Whale and Arkham, because it really is a good point.
Yeah, but this might be the time you might want to disengage. And they don't know it, but we do. That's the first place team that's been performing well almost throughout 8 games so far. They've gotten a victory royale at the very minimum, so setting themselves up for a great finish here, but they have to go through Epic and Arkham if they want to continue to traverse on this side. Otherwise, they're going to have to choose a different route, backtrack on out of there, and go somewhere else.
I'm going to play a little bit of a different storyline for you, right? I think Epic Whale and Arkham need this fight, and they should take it. Imagine the point difference they could make if they get the eliminations there onto Pars. Like, that is a huge turn there. That'll remove them potentially from that first spot and allow for more teams to climb. So if you're them, obviously you don't know it's them, but if you're them, you need that engagement to take place.
Nate and Frappe not slowing down. They got that early elimination, I do believe, onto Wale, and they know this game is definitely gets stacked. Surge is so important for these teams to get early. You said it yourself. Once you get the Storm Surge early, the tags that you need, that allows you to play a little bit safer, get into the position, get the high ground, and go ahead and block any opportunity from players trying to get in the zone or trying to get into a spot that could rival yours. You see Frappe and Nate just taking that moment, get their shields back up, but a team is slowly but surely might be trying to hunt them down.
Yeah, slowly but surely on the prowl here. You see these teams coming out of nowhere, right? They're trying to make sure they can get these early game engagements, and now they have a huge advantage here onto Nate and Frappe. With them on the low ground here, it's super easy for this other team to get tags, but no, they decided, it looks like, to disengage, and Nate and Frappe may be safe here.
Yep, maybe safe for now. We're going to check in with them a little bit later to see if they survived all that chaos. Second place team, Favs and Snacky, just trying to mat up, get themselves a good spot in towards zone. And you see Favs is the first NA West player with a VR in both duo FNCS finals. That shows he has experience. That's why they're in the position. We talked about the Rocky semifinals performance, needing that victory royale in this sixth and final game. They've definitely changed everything up in this finals lobby.
Yeah, speaking of teams changing it up, look at this. It's Frappe and Vanilla's going at it in the vehicle. This is after Wale was taken out, and sure enough, Frappe going to get the advantage of Vanilla's. You love to see when there's a little bit more interesting things taking place in an engagement like that.
Yep, second time we've seen Kinzo and Caleb kind of set up around this spot. This is where they're trying to take advantage of a lot of those southern teams trying to rotate towards the zone now. They spot out Remy and Beast. Trying to keep their distance, not shoot too early, and that's a disciplined trigger finger from a passive team that shows that they perfected their gameplay, finally taking the shots that they want. That's going to be a couple onto Remy as they go ahead and hiding back into that bush. And I think they're going to rotate on out, but another team, Epic Psyrazor and Nigo, landing towards that side spot. You know, for them, it's just all about positioning.
It's all about positioning. And for me, it's all about this name. I always get Psyrazor's name wrong. And so I'm going to make sure that I take the time and not get this wrong again. Psyrazor and Nico doing a great job here. They need this game. They need a lot of games here to continue to reach up. Because again, the more placements you go up, like once you get in the top 10, 10th place is 4,000, 9th place is 6,000, and that number just continues to go up. So a top 10 performance from this team is huge because there is so much money, life-changing money on the line.
Yeah, you can see, I think that was defiable in school. They're trying to hold Arkham and Epic outside of the zone. They're going to try to use those barrels, but Vibesy and Slixy, who's just living on a prayer, where Vibesy's going to have the brunt force of this work to do and tries to alleviate the pressure, but Slixy is still being pressured by Frappi as him and Nate reunite for that short moment, whereas Vibesy and Slixy are trying to do that same exact thing. 3 med kits, a shield keg, more than enough to get Slixy in a healthy manner. It's just, it looks like they're just trying to disengage, get out of this spot and travel to the zone, but Frappi and Nate, you know how aggressive they like to get. They're not going to let this one go easy.
No, they're not. And honestly, looking at the position that Vibesy's in, not a lot of ammo to work with across the board. So needs to be super careful as Frappe is trying to get the advantage. This is all just moments after they kind of took some shots at them. You know what I mean? So, so Frappe and Nate said, you know what? You're not just going to take shots at us and get away scot-free. So that's why you see them diving in here, trying to take advantage of these players. Does end up getting in the box, but unfortunately, the other player, it is Vibesy, gets away, shots exchanging. Frappe not looking the healthiest. Is going to have to stop and heal a little bit here. But Slixy now going up against Nate. Nate by himself here. It was almost a 2v1 situation. Nate really needs to be careful in a situation like that.
Yeah, I like the way Vibes is down low, just going and continuously alleviating that pressure, but Slixy is unable to get that med kit off because of Frappi and Nate continuously knocking at his front door as you see Storm Surge beginning to be a prevalent thing once again. They're 656 above.
Wow.
They don't even need this. And look at the minimap. Another team threatening to third party this exchange and go ahead and take advantage of their positioning. But Frappi and Nate, they sense that one coming, see them towards the high ground. They're going to try and disengage and make their own journey to the circle.
Yeah, and you see it's actually Russo and co over there on the high ground, and the focus ended up shifting towards Vibesy. That is the worst thing that could have happened, right? I don't think Vibesy knew that they were up there, and they started to rotate there with the Spider-Man web shooters, and unfortunately, that was like a huge red dot on their forehead for Russo and co to just start focusing them. But now, a team that's not being focused, it's Salty and Crew Yor. They have a wall open here looking for those tags, but you got to be careful, because if you leave that wall open for too long, you'll end up being the focus from another player.
Yeah, just waiting for those opportunities. And we've seen it almost all day long, especially when you're way above, but they're peaking right now, Panda, because they're only 53 above. It's something that's in the back of their mind, regardless of it's going to be a threat here or later, as Caleb and Kinzo, they're going to be 60 above. Rexy and Dynamic, they're going to be 68 below. They're trying to put the pressure on the Tavern and Cause, but there's also another duo there, so they have options. I do believe that might be Slicks and Day, as they're just continuously trying to put the pressure, going as quick as 1 below. You see them drop back down to 22 as they continuously trying to put those shots out. Salty, though, and Curiordan have very little to worry about. Went from 50 to 104. They're finding their necessary tags. Rexy and Dynamic, they got what they wanted, but they want even more as they got the knock onto Slick. This is where they're going to try to break down the covers and then go ahead and bring them into their box, but Slick was able to get his teammate back up, so they're going to just engage from this fight because they got what they wanted.
Well, and you have to think too, going through Dynamic and Rexy's head, they're like, okay, look, we're top 10, right? We're probably in 6th place right now, right? If we don't take these kind of risky plays, we can continue to climb. But speaking of risky plays, it's Caleb and Kenzo here, top 3 situation, finding themselves kind of struggling here in this engagement, to say the least.
And bouncing around. Kenzo is able to get one onto par. That's a big elimination. That's 1/2 of the first place team. And look at the elimination feed. I don't know where, I don't know how, but Arkham is continuing the comeback story. But can they continue it overall throughout the course of these games? 427 above, drop down to 388. Kenzo and Caleb have very, very little to worry about. The only thing is getting the health and shields back on up because they have a quest towards the circle as they're so far off.
Yeah, Ray's not necessarily in the best position as a solo player, but looking to continue to hold that top spot. Again, $45,000 on the line for them. That is huge, life-changing money here. So you know the patience and the methodical thinking is going to come through here. But kind of the opposite thinking. It's the aggression that we know and love from Snacky and Favs here coming out, as they do only have 1 elimination as of right now. But I'm pretty sure that's going to triple, even quadruple here in the coming moments.
Yeah, everybody knows these eliminations will slowly but surely come to you later on. This game goes and everybody's kind of stacked up here. You see Slixy and Vibe kind of disengaging Russo and Winter and kind of allowing and alleviating that pressure. Not on purpose, but that's the way Fortnite works sometimes. When that third party comes in, you go ahead and use that as an opportunity to try and escape. Get out. We see Dynamic positioning, setting up on the rock just to refresh the use mats. And as this one slows down, we got some replays for you. We got to keep the action going, and who better to keep the action going with than Favs and Snacky. Favs dropped down to only 38 HP, so a much needed siphon and refresh for them. And you can kind of see the battle we were already watching. Dynamic and Rexy, 6th place, battling for more, getting another grouping of resources they can use for their journey.
They really can. And that's why it's so important to play pretty patient here in these next few moments, right? You got the early game aggression out, you got some tags, you got an elimination or 2, right? Now it's about focusing on the occasional tag and being safe in position in zone. That's what you see here from Raze. Ray's actually doing a decent job there of rotating without too much focus on him. Does find his way into zone, and you see the way that he builds out. Yep. Slightly from desperation from those shots coming in, but also with the awareness that he needs to be more or less acting like a duo instead of just a solo player.
Yep, well said. Great point. But the thing, he's still on the edge of zone. You see Caleb and Kenzo, that slow passive game. They're always looking towards their backside, making sure nobody sneaks up for free. Even though it has happened a few times, nobody's perfect. In this one, it's Favs and Snacky. We saw them in that replay and looking healthy as can be, thanks to that refresh. Great mats, and that was Snacky was able to pick up that elimination. They have a launch pad as well, so not too much to worry in terms of rotation. So they're looking good, but our first place team, not so much. Ray's pressure is on 34 HP. It might actually be 38, so a little bit better than I initially thought, but not by much.
Not by much, but you know what? Look, things happen, right? There's still so much left here. Despite it being only 38 HP, surprisingly holding on. But my one concern is not necessarily the players close by. It's the surge that could potentially affect the way that this game plays out for him. If he does not have enough damage, it's not just going to be Wanks and Yi-Yan pushing through, but no, as I say it, Caster Curse yet again. Yi-Yan diving in and taking it out, our first place team. This is great news if you're Snacky and Favs, right? This means all the points you're putting on the board here is just going to get you closer and closer to that top spot, even potentially taking over that top spot there. So huge game incoming, especially considering another top 5 team left as a solo player in Salty.
That was the biggest blessing for everybody below them on the leaderboard. Obviously in first, so it's the entirety of the lobby. I do believe they went out in 34th, maybe 35th place. It may not be accurate, but it goes to show it's early It's so early than what they're used to, and everybody else in the lobby, including Salty here, sitting in 4th place, are going to do what they can to take advantage of that team going down when they did. So any placement points here for him is going to be bonus. As you kind of see, he's just in shambles, not looking the best. Only 9 medium bullets, 178 light, no heals, mind you, 23 HP, and a dream that he's trying to keep alive.
Trying to keep it alive, but you know, listen, even if this game doesn't go in Salty's favor, he's still in a really, really solid position here on the leaderboard. Sometimes you have these games that don't necessarily go in your favor, but there's still so much potential to come back, especially when you've done so well up until this point. But speaking of so well, it's Landjock in the elimination feed taking out Wanks, so that's going to be tough there for him and his teammate, as Yian probably either left as a solo player or potentially out of this. But another elimination coming through is Batman Booga there, getting an elimination, as well as Slixy onto Convict. But no, Salty going down. This is another top 5 team out of it. We've seen 1st place, in 4th place, now out of it. So Snacky and Favs, now's your time to get some points.
Yep. For them, I don't even know if you kind of noticing that thing. They're just playing their game. You see Slick Nick, Slixies, they're out of there. 26 teams remain. Some of those could be solos. In fact, some of those are solos. We've already seen it. And there's going to be a hard push for some of them towards this southeast part of that zone. Going to have to go a little bit towards everybody else in the lobby, high ground included. So it's definitely going to be a tough quest as they find themselves without too much to work with. Krizix and Jelty kind of jam-packed. Caleb and Kinzo just waiting for their opponent to move. And they have plenty of rotational items to make this one a little bit easier, but they're just going to take the shots, go ahead and interrupt everybody else's rotation.
Yeah, the interruptions are coming through here for Kinzo and Caleb. They know that they need some disruption here in this lobby if they want to continue to climb the leaderboard. Unfortunately for them, 1st place out, Snacky and Fast still in it, so this could easily be a climb here on the leaderboard depending on how this game continues to play out, and they're looking to play it out smart. You see them not overextending, not taking any unnecessary risks. They're doing a good job of gathering the intel around them and taking advantage of the lobby as it comes. But speaking of teams taking advantage, it's Punisher and Landjock, 8th place right now on the leaderboard. This is what you love to see. A veteran duo takes a break from competitive and comebacks in their 1st season back in competitive. They're just showing up and showcasing why they are so talented.
Hey, when you got it at the end of the day. And those boys definitely, hold on, let me correct myself. Those men definitely do got it, because they're no boys. They're big men there just trying to make a name for themselves. For all these youngsters, I say make a name for themselves because you talk about the return. What great story would it be for these guys not only to have a return, getting to the finals and taking a top position in FNCS? Talk about opportunities and anything being possible. They will be a story of inspiration.
They will. But speaking of story of inspiration, is Snacky and Fabs in 2nd place after winning Chapter 2 Season 8. But we also got to talk about the comeback story that is Arkham and Epic Whale. They're in 15th place right now, but they're doing a good job of not only surviving into the end game, which is something we didn't see yesterday, but they're putting elimination after elimination on the board. Though as I say that, it looks like Arkham, Epic Whale struggling a little bit here, taking quite a bit of damage. Now Caleb and Kinzo find themselves in a really nice spot. Another player close by, so they're going to take some shots there. Really nice tags there for Caleb, keeping them above the damage threshold.
Yeah, G5RC and Bumboy at the high ground in the 6 moving zone. We've seen it happen so many times. It might be too early. Arkham doing it as a solo on one side. I think Epic is a little bit towards the mid ground, trying to stay alive. They're doing it together, though. Taotai and Beast trying to stay ahead of zone. So many teams, though, have a stack together in a great chunk of that mid layer. So Beast and Taotai, there's not too much contention at the low ground.
There really isn't, but you have to be careful. You see where the hill takes a little dip there. If you're not careful, you can easily get caught out, and that's what we're seeing here with Punisher and Notch down there. They're stuck as the zone continues not only to pull away from them, but pulls up. Another situation here unfolding. It's Kenzo and Caleb. Caleb, only 7 effective HP with 6 shield on top of that. That is not a lot to work with, to say the least.
Oh, doesn't even get a chance to jump out of the box. You see Wavy Jacob and Chris picking up an elimination. You got Bumboy and G5RC still holding on to the high ground and using those mythic Spider-Man web slingers to get that loot up to him, so that way they can go ahead and hold the high ground for as long as possible. But somebody that's hurting for Matt, that's Fabs, that's Snacky, but they're still having this trek and being a great duo along that process. Finds a shot under one, unable to get the refresh or the siphon, but they're not backing down. In fact, they're just going to drop low to try to find a team off guard that they can get the resources, but it might also be the thing that dooms them at the end of the day. They need to go up this hill. Fabs is being dropped right now, low HP, but he gets the knock. Can he get the siphon? He does, just in the nick of time. Medmist is there as well, but he doesn't grab it. Fabs is going to go down, but he did just enough to get a couple more points.
Huge game there for Snacky and Fabs, easily climbing them up to the top spot there on the leaderboard. But another team here in top 3 in contention of that top spot. It's Dynamic. Rexy down. Dynamic taking shot there to the distance, just applying pressure to the players close by. 3 builds remain, just enough to kind of work with here and make your way into zone. You're going to need a refresh, and here it is. The opportunity to refresh. Dynamic actually layer changing here. A pretty smart play on his part. He needs to be super careful with where he takes the shots, and sure enough, the shots come through there. Up top, I'm interested to see who has the high ground, but as I say it, no, unfortunately, Dynamic is going to go down. It's Bumboy and G5RC. They're on high ground. 41st place and looking to climb.
Yeah, you see Kevin's gonna get dropped. Yashir's gonna go out as well. This is basically a 2v1, and it's theirs for the taking, holding on to the high ground. They know the zone's gonna move up the map. They're just building to block the path, making it that much tough as he continues to just cone over the head, denying all opportunity away from Pumps, who's just trying to break through the build, but Bumboy has him trapped, dead to rights, and there goes the final elimination. Bumboy cleans it up, and G5RC and him will take game number 3.
That they will. And I mean, just to put it in perspective, right? They were like, let's say 40th to 45th going into that game. So that's like $600, right? In prizing for the two of them. They just easily climbed up to that $700-800, and the climb continues for them as they continue to play out the remainder of these games. So much money on the line for them, despite them not necessarily having the best day 1. So day 2, this is your chance, Bumboy and G5RC, to make a comeback.
Yeah, doing a wonderful job showing it's not over just yet. Yeah, at that time, there was 4 more games to play, but now we just have 3 more games left. We saw fantastic games from so many teams that were struggling yesterday. We saw phenomenal games from teams at the top side of our leaderboard. So it only makes me wonder, Panda, what does that leaderboard look like now? Who's sitting at the top? There's only 3 people that can break it down and give us the info we need. That's Kelly, that's Clay, that's Takada. Can you help us out a little bit?
Jacob, Panda, I honestly don't know if I can help you out anymore. So many teams that were on the bottom of the leaderboard are now coming out with VRs, not just doing well in the end game, but grabbing that victory royale. And a lot of our top teams going down early. Clay, how can any of us even predict what's going to happen in this next game?
We can't. We just cannot predict it. And that's the best thing about NA West this season, is that it's keeping everybody on their toes, because it's not just the standard play of everyone on top, the old dogs continuing to reign. A lot of new players like Caleb and Kenzo doing so well. Look at what they did through this game, though. I think their positioning was so great. This is ready to take down Krizix. And reminder, they're doing this all with that Stinger SMG, which is really, really good to see.
Well, then let's talk a little bit more about that, Takada. How much is the loadout playing a part in the end game over something like drop spots, rotations, and contesting?
It's all about adapting, right? And now seeing that the Stinger SMG is very popular, you want to be more cautious on what building materials you're using. And if you don't have any hard mats, any metal or brick, and you're inside of a wooden box, you have to be very aware, because, I mean, there's going to be a duo that's going to get into that box and look for a refresh. So it's all about caution and adapting.
Yeah, I think we kind of saw that early on in Chonkers, from Limes going down to Nigel and Angel. Just so much adaptation going on from a lot of these teams here, whether they're at the top or at the bottom. But of course, speaking about the top, we have to talk about the VR winners, of course, Bumboy and Mizu having height. With a 2v1 situation, it definitely seemed like it was a pretty safe win there, Clay. So big congratulations to Bumboy. I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to be doing in our top 10 leaderboard.
Yeah, that mountain and I'll say mountain, but it's not really. It's just a hill, kind of helped them out a lot. Everyone had to go up into them, and you can take a look. There's not really a lot of opportunities for these players to really get away, and you see Bumboy just traps pumps on the other side. Does miss the first initial shotgun shot, but doesn't matter. That player has to go to Bumboy. He knows that, and he just had to try to take that 50-50. And unfortunately, it didn't work out for them, so congrats to Bumboy.
It didn't work out for a lot of our teams, especially the teams that we were seeing in our top 10 and top 20. So we're going to be taking a quick look at our standings right now. Favs and Snacky on top now, 255. I think we saw them go down in zone 8, grabbing a clutch siphon, but it wasn't enough to make it into the top 3. But who needs top 3 when you can perform like that? So currently 24 points ahead of Pars and Rays, but I will say this, Takata, our top 4 are relatively close to each other.
I mean, anybody can take it home, Kelly, but what I do know is that Favs and Snacky, they're having a phenomenal day too. They're feeling confident. They're feeling consistent as they've been constantly getting to that late game. And even if, for example, Snacky or Favs, one of them gets left alone as a solo, they're still able to clutch it up, get a few eliminations. I mean, and it's showing. First place with 255 points.
This is where our teams that are not in this top 10 really need to kick it into overdrive. They have to play well in these back half of these games. They have 3 more opportunities to get a victory out, to get into the top 10, to get those points up. Because if you're not in this top 10 that we're seeing right now, your points are starting to get a little bit too far out of reach for contention for that first place spot.
Well, we're not just looking at top 10, we're looking at our top 20, of course, because there's still some opportunities for these teams right here. And of course, my eyes immediately go to Batman, Booga, and Wheels, as well as Krizix and Jelty, Takata.
Ooh, I mean, there's so many names on this page that have that opportunity. They have the experience in Fortnite competitive to make something happen. 3 games left. We have Batman, Booga, Wheels, Landjock, Punisher, Jelty, Krizix, all on the borderline here of making it into that top 10. And with 3 matches left, I mean, it all just takes those 3 consistent games, maybe even 1 victory royale in the mix, and that could be the difference.
Well, what about it, Clay? Are there any teams here that are slowly rising up through day 2 that you think in these last 3 games are going to be showcasing us the best that Fortnite has to offer?
I want to keep our eye on Lime and Chip. They did get that victory royale. They did go down early the next game, so I want to see how they come back for them. They're doing really well. I mean, picking up a victory royale and being where they are in day number 2 is something very, very, like they're doing a great job to do it. And for being one of their first FNCSs, it's really great to see.
For me, I think I'm going to speak for Panda right now, and I want to look towards Batman, Booga, and Wheels. I feel like they started off day 1 with that victory royale. They never were able to grab more than 4 eliminations for any game, but they were still able to make it to the end game. But it seems like today they haven't had a terrible performance, but it also hasn't been the performance that we're used to seeing. So Takata, only 3 games left for all of these teams like Batman, Booga, and Wheels. What are they doing in these final moments? Is it too late to adapt and change, or should they do it now?
I mean, adapting, changing, it depends how extreme of a change it is, right, Kelly? It's all about consistency in these last 3 games. As long as they make it to the end game, then they can start making their decisions. Do they maybe do a riskier play for high ground because they need those extra points if they want to get into the top 3 or even win the tournament? It's all about those end game decisions. But first step, make it to the end game. Get past the Storm Surge, get past the early game. That's what you want to focus on.
I mean, it's the wild, wild west, and unlike EU and NA East, we can't really even predict who is going to be in our top 10 at the end of the day. So with 3 games left, truly anything can happen, everyone. And with that being said, it is time to toss it on to our next game. So let's head on over to our casters, Panda and Jacob.
Here it is, the halfway mark here of finals day number 2. This is going to be interesting, right? There's 3 more games left to play here. 3 opportunities for these teams to climb up the leaderboard. And like Kelly, Clay, and Tokata talked about, right? Batman, Booga, and Wheels had a great start day 1, but have kind of slowly teetered off as far as momentum goes. So I'm definitely wanting to see a comeback from the boys, but we'll see what ends up happening. Jacob, any teams you want to focus on here as we get into game number 4?
I mean, the team, I think there might be sitting on 3rd place or is in the top 3 on the day. on the day. This is a 2-day event. Arkham and Epic Whale. They've really switched up their strategy. Overall, yesterday, they were kind of lacking on so much surge, lacking on the position. Let's see what they could do in this game number 4 because the battle bus is ready, and so are all our teams.
We cannot wait any longer. Game 4 is underway, and we are here and excited to break it down. The halfway mark of day number 2 has presented itself, and a comeback of the ages is here as well with Arkham and Epic Whale. Like Jacob mentioned, top 3 performance on the day. They are doing exceptional here in day number 2, but will it be enough to come back from day number 1?
Battle continues here between Victor and Blizzard and Arkham and Epic Whale. A lot of exchanges going down between these two throughout the course of 9 different games, but we're in our 10th game here, and this is where the pressure can begin to do things to some people, feeling like they need to do something in which they shouldn't, but also feeling like they should back out in which they shouldn't as well. But let's see how everybody really answers the call. Lime and Chip, a big victory royale on the day already, and Lime's gonna go down. That's not good. That's not the way you want to start game 10.
This is the 2nd game in a row where they're struggling a little bit more off spawn here as Show gets the advantage onto Lime, though Chip making a comeback here, getting the elimination onto Show. Now it is all up to Show's teammate here to make a bit of a comeback, and here he is trying to dive in here. It is Poppy Blast versus Chip. This is going to be an interesting fight here. Chip not necessarily in the healthiest position here, especially in comparison to Poppy Blast, but as I say that, Poppy Blast does only have a little bit more effective HP to work with here. Chip, though, trying to get some shots in, only has 5 shots left in the pistol and a few shots left in that heavy shotgun. Good play on his part to pick up the Ranger, but Poppy Blast backing off on the back foot here a little bit, which is going to be interesting, but no shots actually rain in from the distance.
I feel like that's Beast and Remy. I could be wrong, but that's the team that's been interrupting both this and the exchanges on the initial drop of Condo Canyon. And they're setting themselves up because anytime we're really looking around, we don't see them struggling on Surge, but Chip right now is struggling to stay alive. He's going to go down. Poppy Blast now has an opportunity to get Show back into the mix.
Can I just say what wild changes we've seen today? Our top 10 teams underperforming, and our like 20th to 50th have been winning games, outplaying people on the POI. So this is a huge change. And look, this was the defining moment, right? Lime going down there early, unsure of Show showing up there in that moment. It really did end up turning the fight all the way around. Chip, though, listen, if it wasn't for the aggression coming from Beast and Remy there in the distance, it really kind of changed the tide there for them. And you can see Lime not happy, but regardless, still so much left to play here. Got that halfway mark on the day, so they're still in the top 10 and they still have some time to work with it. But speaking of a team that has time to work with it, it's Pars and Raze. They need to avoid going down early. We saw them go down early last game, which has led Snacky and Favs now to the top of the leaderboard. But there's so much left, so many points up for grabs here in this game, they can easily come back.
Yep, jumping on over just in time to see the action. Zuko and Digital. Great off-spawn exchange between Clutches and Smucks to go ahead and get those 2 eliminations. Skytrex and Doritos versus Diego and Cypers. I think this might be the 3rd time we're jumping on board this fight and kind of taking turns being the aggressors here as Skytrix and Doritos just taking control of everything underneath. Diego and Cypers holding on to the high ground, just collecting everything that they can as a Crow just gives them a little bit even more of the loadout to work with as you see it drop that epic striker shotgun for them to go ahead and use.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to say the least. I'm surprised we didn't see Diego go for it, but Cypress said, you know what? I'll pick it up. No big deal. Give me that epic shotgun. I'm going to take it. Don't even sweat. But Doritos here, day number 2, struggling to find their footing, I will say. They did exceptionally well there in day number 2, but still they're on the back foot here in day number 2. I mean, day 1 is when they had the success there, but day 2 is now when they're struggling. But regardless, it happens, right? This is the conversion we've seen of these teams.
these top teams, these top performers from day one, just not really getting their footing here in day number 2, which is interesting. This is not the normal trend we see here from NA West. Outside of Arkham and Epic Whale, of course, they always have a better day 2 than they do day 1. But these other teams usually perform pretty consistently across the days.
Yeah, I like the way you said that, because if you look at our champions over at EU, Hen and Queasy, they were consistent throughout 2 days. Same thing with Booga and Miro, consistent throughout 2 days. So you could have that big pop-off moment, but still not have the points to match it at the end of the day because you don't have the consistency. That's why Kytrex and Haritos, they need to win this exchange, but Haritos and Kytrex are not going to win anything. I curse them yet again, as Cyphers and Diego will live to tell the tale.
They will live to tell the tale. It's kind of interesting here what's going on. We got to break down here this engagement as Cypress just diving down here, going for the fight. Nice knock there. That's where the fight converges here. And Doritos, unfortunately, going to go down there with his teammate. And look, that's where you got to be careful. You got to be careful because when you got players like Cypress and Diego in your midst, you cannot let them get a single shot advantage on you.
Already, you see Raze and Pars over towards Coney Crossroads. I don't see too much of Arkham and Epic, so they might have tried to get out of there, not want to waste their time like they did yesterday, but Victor and Blizzard are still here, and they're trying to eat, taking some high ground away from Pars and Raze, but that's no strange factor to them. They love playing towards the low ground, forcing people to make mistakes, but Pars, he's just trying to take it slowly but surely, layer by layer, but he's going to slow down a little bit, take his breath, and realizing, hey, we do so well at the low ground, we don't need to fight their fight.
They don't. They really don't. They can just play this a little passively, right? Blizzard and Victor having the high ground. They can see wherever Raze is going to go. They can refresh on these material here. Like, they're in a really, really nice spot. So now it's just a matter of kind of waiting them out, waiting out the low ground. Sure enough, though, Pars, Raze, they are not in a good position here. They need to make a move and make a move fast. You see Pars kind of baiting here as Raze is ready to take some big shots there from a different angle. That could work out in their favor, but no, it really just boils down to that moment. And there it is, Raze taking the moment here. Pars ends up taking quite a bit of damage now on the back foot. Raze has to play with his teammate here, but no, as I say that, they're in the box exchanging. Raze super weak, Pars super weak, but it doesn't matter. They get the eliminations and they stay alive here in game number 10.
A little bit of celebration there at the end and getting everything they need to get their shield and HP back up and continue their journey and take first place back because they had it a few games ago, moments ago even in that last game, but it was taken away from Favs and Snacky. They're looking to have another FNCS championship under their belt. The first for them and when it comes to duos, but Solution and Yagvir sitting in 5th place. They're threatening that same first place spot, and if they can pick up those eliminations here, set themselves up well on Surge because Yagvir already has one, that could be a formula for success.
It really can. And the power of the elimination here in this format is crucial. And that's why Jagvir and Solution are wasting no time here trying to get these eliminations. It's funny, we saw Solutions in season past go up against some of the biggest names and have some success against them, like Reet there in a previous season. We saw Reet struggle with Snacky and Favs at a POI there in Chapter 2, Season 8, where, unfortunately for them, Solution was just working them. They were doing so much better, so consistent, and that's why we see them being aggressive here. Solution, Jagvir, two exceptional players getting the elimination on the bolt, but now other players trying to get involved. Jagvir on the back foot does need to heal up here, be a little bit more patient, and then wait, because these eliminations, like we keep saying, don't worry, they'll come to you.
And as I see Quinn and Wave in the distance, all I can think, but wait, here comes a new challenger. And that's what they do. They take their slow time towards that mighty monument at the outside, the islands, and then they work their way in, finding the tags along the way. And this is going to be a perfect opportunity for them to try to pick up even more tags, third-partying in, especially if that team does not know they are there just yet, as they see them spin around, try to gather that information, because they could not only be the team or the only team rotating out of zone, so better be safe than sorry, as Arkham and Epic know, I do believe at least, they know Vibesy's nearby, as Slicksy's already been down and out.
Yeah, this is actually an interesting play. You see them with one elimination on the board here, and it looks like they're hunting for another. They don't have a ton of material here in Arkham. I'm not sure what Epic Whale's holding on to, but Arkham, at least, is not doing great here on materials, so they need to play this a little bit more passive. They need to focus on getting the resources here for the mid and late game because they are nowhere near zone, too. This is going to be a big point where they need to rotate. I think, again, like you mentioned, they're looking for Vivesy, but they're just not finding him. And so at some point, you just have to decide, you know what? This isn't worth it. We got to keep moving. But let's look at how this fight started, right? Because this started somewhere with Vivesy losing his teammate, and I believe it's Slixy there, right on the other end. Arkham having some really nice aggressive play. Epic Whale there does ultimately get the elimination and puts those 3 points on the board for him in this game.
Yeah, it almost looks like they're just getting more aggressive on the outskirts teams. You kind of saw it start the day, landing a little bit outside Coney. They went directly south to get those tags. That started their championship campaign here on day number 2. But Wave and Quinn, we saw them slowly make their way out of zone into this spot here. And multiple teams here, so many shots being fired off, and they're just looking for now, gathering that information. Is it something they can disrupt? Are the tags there? Is any opportunity going to prevent itself? And for Wave, it definitely did, especially since he has the mythic MK7. That one is going to hurt for anybody that gets caught off guard.
It really is, and that's what we see there. You know, listen, I know it's your favorite weapon, right? We got to talk about it. The mythic MK7, right? It's Jacob's favorite weapon here, and that's why he's loving Quinn and Wave here, being able to have that in their inventory. That could play a huge factor, not only in surge tags, right? But also in the way that this game flows in their favor. But speaking of games flowing in people's favor, it's Snacky and Fabs. They're the only NA West duo to place top 10 in each game on the day. Keep that in mind. Let me repeat that. Snacky Fabs, top 10 all day here in day number 2. So definitely the momentum shift they needed, which is why we find them here in the top spot as of right now.
This is scary right here. This is scary only because Fabs and Snacky, if they see this as an opportunity that they can take advantage of, they're going to set up some pre-edits and try to get aggressive to catch this team off guard. They're already setting them up. They're getting ready to try to take advantage of combat and Zays, who already, I believe, have a victory royale today alone. But Fabs and Snacky sitting in first place, top 10 each game so far. They're doing it yet again. I told you they were coming. The pre-edits are underway. Zays is going to go down. Combat soon to follow as they find a way to get both of those eliminations. I sensed that one coming. I was a little scared and concerned. I was trying to shout at them from a distance, but they didn't hear me.
Yeah, listen, sometimes you got to shout a little bit louder because, man, they did not hear that. Snag and Fabs fully taking advantage of the situation. Really smart play on their part, but smart play on Dynamic and Rexy here. You see Dynamic using the second wall there as an added layer of protection while still trying to get the snipe there on that team in the distance. But a team, again, find themselves struggling here in day number 2. It's Pars and Rays. They are now not in zone. Zone 3 presents itself in 1, 0, and now it is a 2-tick storm. They have to use the bandages. They need to continue to move forward. And yeah, it might be required to use that launch pad. And remember, that launch pad is a vital piece of the end game. If you can save that for the end, it can help wonders there if you do not pull a zone. So for them to have to potentially use it here this early is definitely going to be devastating for the inventory.
This is almost a very, very similar position. If they do go down, I don't want to curse them too much, that they went down in that last game. It was around 34th, maybe 35th place here or there, give or take a couple. So for them to go down this early yet again is going to give not only Fabs and Snacky an opportunity in first place to try to run away with it, but it's going to give all those teams cram-packed, because you saw the top 5 of that leaderboard just a stone's throw away from one another. You see School going down to Tavern and Cause, but Tavern and Cause immediately going down to Herbie. So this is just action after action as Storm Surge is forcing these players to interact.
They really are, but fortunately here for Rays, it does look like he's going to make it in. He's got the med miss in hand. Not going to be able to have to worry about the heals too much, but as I say it, another team, they identify Rays and Pars are rotating in really late. Ray's going to have to stop and use the med miss here. And this team, oh no, this team needs Storm Surge. You see the lightning fly through those builds. That means they are hunting, and it is Slick in Day. Slick goes down. Day is down as well. There it is. Oh man, what a couple of easy eliminations there for Rays and Pars.
Yeah, and it was just an opportune time. They'd get some high ground. They'd be getting to try to heal up, and then these guys just come and give them all the loot in the world. So now, I think the only thing right now that they're lacking is maybe some HP, depending on how much is left in the med miss, because I know one of them had at one point or another to second place. First place on over the center of the ocean. Is this a smart play? Is this not? Being center circle, some would say, is very advantageous. Being in the center surrounded by water?
Yeah, I mean, look, now that you can build in water, right, like, it works, but it's still kind of a risk, right? Because most of these teams are not going to try to push out to the water and try to take any kind of positioning out there, which means for Snacky and Fab, they might end up being the target if the zone doesn't pull in their favor, so they have to be super careful. C3S1, though, up here by himself. Nico has gone down. He is going to take a moment, take a minute here, try to have as much health on him as he can here before he takes this engagement. Players just above hunting him. It's actually Show hunting him down after their success there in Chonkers Speedway. They're still here in Zone 3 and looking to get an elimination on the C3S1.
Plenty of mats being used. He has 2 launch pads, so he could definitely try to disengage and get out, but see what action we missed as that one does slow down. Oh, it's how it started. Nico just going in, boxes a player up, but E22, was that him just quickly trying to turn and burn? No, it was multiple players in the lobby making him a target, but that's what happens. We see it so much. You go in needing that storm surge, other players are boxed up, waiting for that exact thing to happen.
Yeah, you have to be careful. You can't take risks, especially at this point in the game. And unfortunately, that was kind of a risk of desperation, right? They knew that they need the surge tags. They needed to stay above that threshold. And unfortunately, it just didn't work out there for Nico. Nico going down. But it looks like despite this not necessarily being the best game plan, it's working out in Raze and Par's favor. Despite them really not being in zone much this game, they continue to survive. They've got a couple eliminations on the board. They continue to be able to heal up, which is really, really interesting. They're playing pretty outside of zone, but it seems to be working.
Yep. Sometimes you don't got to change up, even though in your head you know exactly how to play, what to do. But if your game plan and your routes are working out for you, sometimes you don't want to change up anything too drastically. And see them kind of sitting in that center island that they've been able to build. But 1, 2, 3, maybe 6 teams outside on that island behind them, forced to travel. And it looks like, Panda, them building that island works out for them at the end of the day because they pulled zone, but they're not directly in towards center. So if that zone pulls towards the bottom, they'll still be in a good spot.
They will. They could still potentially be in a solid spot here, but the shots, they need to come through, right? You see them connecting those shots. They want to remain above the damage threshold, so every tag counts here in these moments. Snacky looking to identify which ones he can take with that MK7, but other players still left in the lobby, still needing to make some things happen, and it's Kinzo and Caleb that need to make some things happen, nicely getting themselves above the damage threshold, but they're not done. They really want some more shots here. They are not ready to give up just yet. That's why you see them now taking advantage of the loot that's here. But, of course, 119 damage above, it can still use some room for growth.
Yeah, it's passive gameplay. They go ahead and are okay taking those fights when it does present itself perfectly just like that, as they're trying to drop another player down in towards their box. Rexy and Dynamic are trying to watch any teams that might try to come out of zone. 117 above the damage threshold. It's not something they have to worry about now, but might be something that floats in the back of their mind as Pars and Raze to the right side. 278 above the damage threshold themselves. They have 2 eliminations, multiple resources and heals to use. Not the best in the world by any means, but for them and the way they've been playing, it could be just enough.
It could be just enough, but we won't know here until this actually plays out. And another top 10 team struggling. Fortunately, the armored walls coming into play. Does look like Angel was able to get the res there onto Nigel. But speaking of changes here, I see Arkham and then the elimination feed still getting elim after elim. This is crazy. They have been going after these fights, to say the least. So it does look like it's working in their favor here in day number 2. They are going to need a big day number 2 to make these things happen. But C3S1 now on the back foot, struggling. Surge no longer in effect. So fortunately for them, they're not going to have to worry about that. But still, C3S1, as a solo player, going to have to do some big things.
Caleb doing a good job getting Kinzo back into the mix. That was Lil J who went down, but he did some work. Fortunately, he was a solo, so their chances are over. You see Landjock and Punisher below Caleb. Great use of that overall to get a little bit of that high ground. I don't think it was on purpose, but sometimes you just play with the cards that are dealt.
Absolutely you do, and it worked out in Kinzo and Caleb's favor. getting a nice little spot there above these other players, but they need to be super careful. Because of the different elevation points here, depending on where the zone pools, they could end up getting smothered out, and that's the last thing they want to have to deal with at this point. But elimination feed comes through. Psy-Razor getting elimination. Arkham getting elimination. Pars getting elimination. Then onto Psy-Razor. So many points coming through right now. Arkham getting another elimination. This is the comeback story that people were looking for here after that day one performance. So much still taking place, but we got to talk about it. Snacky Favs still in this game here, looking to make some big things happen, big plays there from that bridge area. But look at that. It is Wheels and Batman Booga up, alive, and getting ahead of zone.
Yeah, almost by themselves. Very few players on that side. There might be a solo, maybe another duo, but it's going to be a great spot for them. Pars and Rays, a little bit of high ground, not too much to worry about as the zone continues to pull away. Another team in the distance. Vanilla's picking up an elimination. You got Tide doing the best that he can, but Arkham and Epic, 6 elims. 6! You talk about a comeback story, and you kind of see that Arkham and Epic have more elims in the first 2 zones than any other duo, and it comes from the struggles of day number 1. But those struggles are done and over with as they're continuing to find the players necessary to not only get the surge, but the overall eliminations.
They are. They understand how far behind they are, and they are coming back. This is such an insane testament to the amount of skill these two players have. But there's still so much left to go as Snacky and Fabs in this game. 3 eliminations, both alive here, staying together, playing this really smart. You see Fabs getting ahead of zone here, doing a really good job of tarping them inside here, but they're starting to dwindle here on the material. They're gonna need a refresh of some sort, and that's what Fabs is going for now.
Yeah, you see Merc, Russo, and Winter towards the high ground. 6 moving zone. Rexy and Dynamic are going to make an attempt to try to go and battle for it. And it does look like Russo is going to maintain it for now. They're trying to force them down. Shots from Caleb and Kinzo is interrupting it. And somebody's going to get eliminated. That's Winter. So Russo has to do it by himself as a solo from the high ground with 407 above the threshold. He doesn't have to worry about it. All he has to worry about is surviving here, which is no easy task as teams are just trying to chop him down to their level. But it's a perfect strike. Russo just gets just enough damage. He's getting tossed and turned like he's in a washing machine, trying to stay alive, forcing out the med miss, but his run comes to an end as Chris and Jacob now have the high ground.
Chris and Jacob on the high ground. Pars and Rays here on low, trying to stay in it. They have 6 eliminations on the board, and they are just doing wonders here in this game. This was the comeback game they needed after that performance in the last game. They continue to make some big plays here. Eliminations coming through, but more and more teams continue to fight. It's now Wavy, Jacob, and Chris trying to grab the high ground here, which is an interesting decision on their part. They need to be careful. With all those players going up there for height, it's only 2 that could ultimately win.
Yeah, I got to imagine what the communication was like for them because they immediately tried to drop down together, realizing they were separated. But Epic Whale picks up yet another one in the elimination feed. Landjock as well. Pars finally takes down Chris. Epic Whale is out, so you got to imagine Arkham's by himself. Herbie's doing a good job, but Pars, the first place team, is out in 11th place, I believe.
They are in Arkham now by himself. No, does end up getting caught out off guard here. So many players still left up. Jagbear Solution holding down the high ground, pressuring from above. They are relentlessly holding these players in an unadvantageous position. The shots come through. They're connecting. Other players still in this game. It's Batman Booga Wheels. You see Herbie still alive. Caleb still alive. This is an interesting play out here, folks, because it is a lot of solos left in this duos competition.
Yeah, the only unfortunate thing for Caleb, it's the Ranger AR, so he's not going to be able to switch from the Striker to his Ranger and put out an immense amount of damage, so he has to be very crucial what fights he takes and how he takes them, but gets dropped down to 14 HP because of the high ground and lack of builds to regenerate. There goes Batman Booga. There goes Wheels. They have the piece control. It's only a matter of time before Caleb meets his demise as they're playing it slow and steady. 158 tag. Caleb not going down without a fight, but unfortunately his run also comes to an end as Booga desperately needed that refresh.
He really did. You see Wheels picking up that elimination, them getting the refresh off that. It's Tautai and Beast also in this game. Some duos left, and it looks like the shots are coming through. Tautai taking a lot of damage. Beast also very, very weak here in these final moments, neither of which looks like having any kind of heals to work with. No, both Beast Wheels are down now. Wheels, Batman, Booga, I believe, still in this game. I believe. What a comeback story here. 9 eliminations. Batman Booga by himself. It is what looks like a 2v1 here as Notch still up by himself. Jagbeer Solution, the duo still in this game here, trying to get some shots, tries to connect, tries to end the game, but Solution, Jagbeer, looks like they are trying to make something happen here, but Jagbeer getting caught off guard there in the storm. Batman Booga just below. So much happening. Notch, 1 HP, 1 hit will take out Notch here, and there it is. The hit comes through. Batman Booga trying to push up here. He gets eliminated, and Jagbeer Solution walk away, not only with the VR, but six beautiful eliminations.
Yep, and this is why I continue to love Fortnite. 6 elims, a big VR. You got Batman Booga, 10 elims, second place. So everybody is doing everything that they can to go at top of the leaderboard as quickly as possible. So many teams to mention. You got Arkham, Epic doing a great job. Jagbeer Solution, 4th place, doing a great job. It's just so insane. And we were talking about it before. We can only hope West matches EU and NA East in the excitement. In fact, Pando, not only do I think we've matched it in only a few games, we've surpassed it.
Yeah, listen, I gotta agree. Jagbeer Solution, incredible game there. Batman Booga Wheels, 10 eliminations, 2nd place, incredible game. These were the games that they needed to shift up this leaderboard because there are only a few games left. That was the halfway mark. 2 more games remain, but I gotta see these shifts in the leaderboard. Kelly, Clay, Tokata, tell us what is happening.
So much happened in that last game. I can't even wait to look at our top 10 leaderboard. Of course, we have to talk about Jagbeer and Solution that were in our top 10 versus Wheels and Batman Booga, also in our top 15 and going down with 10. How many teams even had like 8, 10 eliminations towards that end game, Clay? It was crazy.
It felt like 10 teams had that many eliminations. So many players were just popping off. We saw some really astounding gameplay, and I'm excited to see how it shapes up the leaderboard because, like Panda said, again, West is known for this, but the shooting, if you will, we coined it many seasons ago with Sundown. It's just going to happen. The leaderboard's going to be so close going to these finals games that it's really up for grabs for anybody.
It might be up for grabs for anyone, but definitely Jagbeer and Solution after that VR are feeling pretty good and are primed in position to take that 1st place spot. So we definitely have to look at that end game there, Takata.
I mean, you can tell that these players are changing up their play style. They know that they have to do something big if they want to take that #1 spot. Just by the amount of eliminations that we've seen in this match, I mean, we know that they're adapting, they're changing. Here, Jagbeer, you can see Solution playing together with that high ground, looking to do as much damage as possible and see if they can end the match with a player advantage, which is exactly what they did against Batman Booga. But thinking about Batman Booga and his duo Wheels, they had 10 eliminations. Arkham Epic, they had 10 eliminations. There was so many duos that really clutched it up this match, and although Solution and Jagbeer ended up securing that victory royale, I'm sure the leaderboard is going to be very shaken up.
Oh, without a doubt. Even Pars and Rays, who are obviously in 2nd place before that game, grabbed 8 eliminations as well. Chris and Wavy were there in the end. Caleb was there as well as a solo. So it's happening, the shoopening. A lot of these top teams, the teams that we're asking, hey, where are they? Why aren't we seeing them in our top 10? Finally climbing up. And then, of course, a few of the teams that we saw claim their spots yesterday holding on strong as well. So many chances, so many opportunities, but we can only really know where we stand in our top 10 leaderboard. So we're going to be looking at that in just a moment. You know, I really didn't see Rexy and Dynamic, who were in 3rd place before that game towards the end there, Clay. Where were they standing?
I didn't see them as much either. I think they fell a little bit before those moving zones or right into them. Again, with them, I'm worried about their storm surge. We saw them go for many different high ground takes throughout today, and it's working out sometimes, not working out the others. So I worry that they're putting a lot of pressure on themselves to go for high ground when they know they can do really well from the mid to low ground.
Yeah, excited to see exactly how they're going to be doing in our top 10 leaderboard. And of course, we have to talk about Arkham and Epic Whale. Takata, what a great performance. Finally, we're seeing the champs that we're so used to seeing perform.
I mean, they are doing an amazing job of adapting to their playstyle required to, make that comeback, that pop off in finals day 2. But looking at the leaderboard here, Pars and Rays taking the #1 spot from Favs and Snacky, now with 275 points. But Fav Snacky 273, they're close. Jagver Solutions 251, Caleb Kenzo 245, Rexy at 242. I mean, this leaderboard is neck to neck.
It is, and it's still pretty close for those top 6. I'm intrigued to see how this next page shows us that top 20, which would be 11th all the way to 20th, because this will determine how close players are. Arkham Epic Whale move up into 13th, so we could see them surge up into the top 6 here in these next couple games. Right, they have 2 more to go. Lime and Chip there, as well as Wavy and Chris, Krizix and Jelty there in 15th. So it's still within reach for them to really make it to the top spots. I don't know about first, but hey, if anybody can do it, it's these West players.
Well, they're in 182nd place, or they have 182 points right now. Pars and Rays, who have pretty much been able to make it to the end game every single time, are currently at 275 points. So that's almost 100 points different there. And thinking about how Arkham and Epic Whale obviously grabbed 10 eliminations, but they still went down in 10th place. They weren't able to get those much needed placement points, which a lot of our top teams are doing right now. I don't know if we're necessarily going to see them take that first place, but like we were saying earlier, it's not just about getting first place. It's about doing the best that you can, because the higher placement you are, the more money you earn. But we really don't know how any of this is going to go, so let's already toss it to the next game. Jacob Panda, off to you.
Game number 5, Panda. Never been so excited to see what the conclusion of the day will be like. But 2 more games to go. So much left that needs to be answered. We're seeing our top teams continue to have a good game, some more than others, but we're also seeing some of those teams that struggled yesterday having phenomenal performances in the way that they're doing it. They're taking control of their own game. For example, the superstars of the West region, Arkham and Epic, realize they're not going to win this entire finals by placements alone. They need eliminations and placements to boost themselves into first place, and they're definitely on track to do so.
They are doing such a good job. 13th place throughout the weekend, but 2nd place on the day, meaning that they have the second most points on the day. So that is huge for them. They need to maintain that though, because there's still so much left on the table. When we talk about top 13, right? 13th place is obviously 3,000, and once you get into that 10th place, it's 4,000 to 45. So big things to happen, but the battle bus is ready. Let's get underway.
You said big things to happen, Panda. Game number 5. Big things must happen for some of these teams, and you heard it said on the analyst desk, we're talking about it as well. It's not only about first place. If you're so far on the leaderboard, you could do such great things to get so much more money in your pocket by continuing to play that steady game that you've been practiced up until this point. And for Victor V and Blizzard, they're sticking to what they practice, not backing down from the superstars of the West region. They're just continuing to try to make a name for themselves.
They're doing a good job at it. Look, so many players have showcased why they deserve to be here in the finals, and I cannot stress enough how impressed I have been from start to finish. Take it away.
I'm just saying amen to that, man. I'm just so impressed. These people in the game right now are just doing everything that they can. Regardless if you're first place or 50th place at the bottom, you have to pat yourselves on the shoulder. Only 100 individual players, 50 teams can even say they qualified for the finals and have a chance at that shot of money. So even qualifying is something you should celebrate, but what shouldn't be celebrated for Fratby and Nate is Fratby going down and Nate forced to play as a solo.
Yeah, this is an interesting turn here. Frappe definitely had a nice performance there in that last game. Now going down, Bernie also going down there to 40R Storm. This is Middy's teammate as well here. Unfortunately, going down, Middy probably left by himself here. We actually have a little bit of a replay here as Frappe goes down or gets ready to go down. Nate trying to survive here as well. There's the shot that takes out Frappe, and Wale walks away with an elim.
Yep, great accuracy from him and the MK7 to hit the shots needed through the truck, which isn't always the easiest thing to do in the world, but when you have 35 opportunities to hit just one. Sometimes it'll come through. And Wale and Vanilla's overall, from the start of today, progressively performing better each and every opportunity. And talk about another switch up. I don't know if this is something they do. Fabs and Snacky been landing towards the outside of Greasy Grove. This time, they're entering it, going against Chryzix and Jelty.
Yeah, this is an interesting switch up, right? We saw them spend a lot of time throughout the other games landing on the outskirts. They could still potentially have been landing on the outskirts, but it looks like Snacky fully landed there into Greasy Grove. So an interesting switch up there for them. But speaking of teams that aren't switching it up, it's Raze and Pars. They're doing what is working, right? That's why they're in first place. They're doing a good job there of holding it down here. But we switch over to that main fight here in Covert Cavern, one of the most contested spots on the map across all regions here, and it shows. Man, these teams, while they have done actually pretty well out of here, considering they've been contested, 17th and 18th place respectively. So now this fight is so close for both of them because it really defines a couple $100 to $1,000 difference here between what they can accomplish here in these moments.
Yep, I think right now they're in that $2,000 threshold, trying to earn more, line their pockets as Dog does have the key card to that vault. It's just right now, it's not going to be an easy journey. Multiple teams even try to camp that position, making sure that even if they don't have it in their possession, it's not going over to anybody. If Fabs and Snacky just taking a break, just trying to gas up their vehicle so that way they have enough left in the tank, because they know it's going to be a far journey sooner or later. But for now, Greasy Grove playing a little slow, which is a little bit surprising, but it's not at the same time, because even yesterday, as you're seeing now on your map, that it's Chryzix and Jelty. When they are contested, they're not taking the fight right off of spawn. They're getting what loot they can, and then they push a team that's either on the eastern or northern part of Greasy Grove.
Yeah, you are completely right. And you were talking about gas there. I got to gas up the broadcast here for a second. The upgrades overall here to the broadcast have made it so much more exciting. When you look at and be able to see these live leaderboards in game, it gives you a true perspective of the impact of what is taking place here for these players. Like literally we could see it's 24th versus 32nd while 40th is in the distance. Like you can truly see the impact that this game can have for these players live as we are able to break it down for you. Speaking of a team that needs to break it down live, it is one of our top 3 teams in Jaguar and Solution. Looks like they are potentially going to be in a fight here. Got a few teams here in the local vicinity. Now it's just a matter of Jaguar and Solution doing what they do best, getting these eliminations.
Doing such a great job, sitting in 3rd place. Great last game as well, and you can kind of see how they're positioning it. It starts over here on the outskirts of Daily Bugle towards the ruins, but Jaguar just takes too much damage, forced to drop down low. Him and his teammate are separated. That could be the green light for Clutches and Smugs if they notice, but I don't think they did because they're allowing Solution to rotate, get back, and reunite with Jaguar.
Yeah, which is interesting, right? You see Solution utilizing the Spider-Man web shooters. Like, it was interesting that they were split like that, but now when they work together, they're going to get some tags and continue to rotate. That's why they didn't commit fully to this engagement, and I'm impressed. This is the mindset you have to have. Despite being confident in your aggression and your aggressive game plays, you still have to make the right call and the right decision, and that is to rotate out of these early situations. With teams that are not rotating out, it's Kiowa versus Vibesy. This is a fight that we've seen time and time again here play out for these teams, and unfortunately neither team has truly been a winner in this engagement. But a team that has been winning, it's Arkham and Epic Whale coming back on the day, looking to get the advantage here onto Blizzard and Victor, but just not being able to find them yet.
Yeah, this is kind of what Victor and Blizzard have been doing here. They take the low ground, they get the piece control up until Arkham and Epic get tired of fighting the way they do. They drop down low just exactly like this, and that allows them to take a little bit of that high ground away, or at least keep their position hidden for now. But it also looks like it is going to be a 2v1. If Blizzard is seemingly by himself, unable to find where Victor is at, and they're trying to chase him down, they blow up the vehicle. They don't want Blizzard to go for free, and they actually caused another team to make him a target. But Epic Whale and Arkham have their game plan. Today is a day of aggression, picking up eliminations to close the gap.
Well, this is a risky play on their part, and I think they start to realize this. They need to get this elimination quick, and they do. But this other team close by is looking to get involved as well. It's multiple teams here close here as Arkham does a little dance to celebrate that that night's elimination.
A great a great little dance right there, jumping up. I believe another position. I know I saw him at 14th one time or another, but this battle towards Chonkers Speedway never disappoints. It's always exciting as Russo's trying to stay alive. He has a legendary heavy shotgun. He has an MK7, plenty of heals to go around, but what he doesn't have right now is a teammate, so he has to dig deep. Do this one as a solo against Poppy Blast and Show, but you already see the angle there in the distance. Aiden and Moose ready for somebody to peek themselves and take the shots of the Surge, and Poppy Blast is going to be on the receiving end of that, and he's going to be forced to back down.
He is going to be forced on the back foot here as Show does have a lot of heals to work with. This is a bit of a different fight here for Poppy Blast and Show. This is what you love to see, a bit of a change of pace here for them. They haven't been having the most success here in Chonkers Speedway, but it looks to be changing here on the day. They've definitely been able to do quite a bit more here up against these teams, but when you see a team like Moose and Aiden here in the distance, you have to be careful. The aim, the sheer aim of Moose is something to fear. You need to be careful when this man is in the vicinity, because it only takes a few shots for him to connect, and he's feeling confident.
I like how they're just playing this one slowly but surely. They got the eliminations early. Now they're just going ahead and trying to back out, get themselves a great position into zone. They realize it already pulled once, a little bit to the left, the west side, a little bit more south than north. So this is going to be a great time for them to get that position. They don't have to worry about Surge, and with the position though, they're going to be able to get some high ground and then get any tags of players rotating on by. As Batman Booga and Wheel sitting in 7th place, a big game number 4 last game to kind of boost them even more up that leaderboard into the top 10 here, and that's something that you got to be smiling about.
Oh, I definitely am. You know, Batman Booga Wheels. I had that interview with them, with each one individually here before the season truly kicked off here for FNCS, and they were both confident in the performance that they could have on the season. So much confidence and bravado was coming off of them that I was like, you know what? This is the team. I'm gonna put my faith in this team, and I'm going to predict them on the day. So really solid performance so far, and honestly proud of them. I'm proud of them for stepping up to the plate and going head to head with some of the best players here on NA West.
Yeah, you can kind of already see for these guys to kind of start their day, they had a very good 2nd place from the low ground, 21st, 34th, 11. That last one being 11th place was with 9 elims though, so they're doing a good job of kind of bringing it back after back-to-back slow games, but one more game just like that is going to open the door wide open for any one of these teams down on the leaderboard to take that position away, including Yagvir. The only thing is he lost Solution towards Coney Crossroads. As we see the replay, exactly how that one played out. They were so far out of zone, taking that damage. He tries to use the Spider-Man Mythic Web Slingers, and it's Bolts and his teammate just waiting for that opportunity.
Listen, you can only swing so far before you get caught out there. So unfortunately for them, gonna lose Solution here, but Jagvir by himself, we've seen him in a solo situation similar to this, still able to put some points on the board. So I have faith. I have faith that Jagvir will be able to make something happen, but he needs to be careful because there are some big names close by in Arkham and Epic Whale.
Yeah, talk about it. Players that need to be careful and not get into a skirmish too early, especially a skirmish inside of a burning building. That's fast, that's snacky. Plenty of resources, are looking healthy as can be right now, but they're forced towards that low ground with, I believe that's Midi and Bernie putting that pressure on from above. And as you can see, Arkham and Epic switching up their strats. They cannot be the only duo having that same mindset. You need to get aggressive in order to pick up even more points combined with those placements.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. You see them climbing and doing so well here on day number 2, but with 2 games remaining, it's still anybody's game. Things can happen. It's a game of Fortnite, right? I think what you have to remember, right, is Fortnite is different than any other esport. So many factors come into play in the success of your game that realistically anything can change here for these top 10. So Snacky and Fabs have to stay on their toes as these final moments continue to unfold here in the last 2 games. But knowing them, they have a good head on their shoulders. They understand what they need to accomplish to take this home here. And I have a feeling there's a good chance not only walking away with the top 3, but I'm thinking if it's not 2nd place, it might be 1st.
Caleb and Kinzo sticking to their blueprint. not getting into early game skirmishes. As soon as they're able to make it towards the end game, that's when they begin to pick up their aggression a little bit. But for now, it's about surviving Surge, getting those tags. Right now, 64 above is not much, and see why they are continuously trying to look for more, building up on the high ground, edge of zone. Perfect spot for them. A solution found a way. Yagvir and him back together, reunited with a third place spot. And this is exactly why. It's not the first time they've been down and out, drop down low, having to dig deep, but it's going to be the first time that it's in game number 5. Only 2 games left, 2 opportunities to pick up some points.
Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to these final moments, and we continue to talk about it. And fortunately for them, Solution's back in it, right? Again, Solution is a heavy hitter for this team. We've seen him in seasons past be able to take out big names like Reet, like Snacky, like Fav. So for him, he's feeling good. He's feeling confident on the day. But who also is feeling confident is Snacky and Favs cleaning up and getting into that first place spot. It makes me wonder what's going on with Pars and Co. because they only have 1 elimination. But is that enough of points for them to completely take over?
I don't think so. I think right now it's enough to kind of keep them comfortable, to keep them content. But sometimes you got to lean into things that are uncomfortable to make you stronger, to make you a better person at the end of the day, as you see him trying to hold on to that shield keg, combined with some minis to try to out-heal the Storm Surge, which is doing so much damage. They're forced to take not only the Surge, but the Storm damage to use the shield keg. They're using bandages, and I love that we were just keeping on board. Can they survive, Panda? This is definitely going to be a doozy because they need 5 more players to go down.
They do, but the players I didn't want to see go down, it's Batman, Booga, and Wheels both out of this here in 39th place. This is a huge drop there for them. So that is definitely not what they're looking forward to. That means only one more opportunity for them to climb the leaderboard following this. But another situation unfolds here for Solution and Jagvir. Not only is Surge still affecting them, but it looks like a team potentially tagging them up there in the distance. This is going to be, it looks like it's all over here. Jagvir has no other heals to combat this, and unfortunately, they are both going to go down.
Yeah, it's just about getting any bit of placement that they can, and it's so far off. It's not even going to be a thing, and that's just very, very unfortunate. And when things go wrong, they just really go wrong. How many times do you see somebody trying to outrun the zone while taking surge damage, and they just simply run out of gas? They should have filled up, man. They should have filled up.
They really should have. Maybe they should have hit that premium gas, let's be honest. But
gas prices?
True. But Snaggy Fabs high up on that premium gas. You see them top spot right now on the leaderboard. They're feeling good. They're feeling confident. Great performance from them so far. And with so many top 10 teams going down here, they need to feel solid, right? They just need to stay alive here. But we got a replay of some action taking place here and unfolding. It's actually Caleb and Kenzo involved in a bit of an early game engagement here with Moose, quickly taking him out and ultimately walking away with 3 points. That's huge 3 points there for them.
Yep, and the resources, which are very, very vital. I saw some chug splashes go on around, and I keep saying it day after day, week after week, the use of the pistol being more and more prevalent, because you can start to see Kenzo, it has the medium. He has the striker shotgun as well. On the other side, it's all the light ammunition. So they're able to get into boxes with the Stinger SMG, but continue to attempt tags with that sidearm pistol from a distance. And even if it gets into a CQC style combat, that pistol still packs a punch. You go down an opponent in 4 shots, even less if it's all headshots, as Raze and Pars might not be in the best spot here, but at the same time, sitting in 2nd place. They have high ground, they have heals, they have mats. What do I know?
Hey, listen, another example of a top 10 team going down here. It's Tautai already out, Beast by himself here, ends up getting caught out, going up against Dynamic, and unfortunately another team in Bolts ends up picking up that elimination. Again, we talked about it just moments ago. These top 10 teams are struggling here in game 11, which means game 12 is it for them to make some things happen and make some big plays. But for Raze and Pars, they're still in it. 2nd place here, and the only difference here for this team is 1 point. If I'm not mistaken, Snacky Fabs, I believe they have 277, and Pars and Raze here have 276. which means that one elimination that Snacky and Fabs has is the only thing making the difference here. So this is going to be a really tight race here for that top spot, and I can't wait to see it unfold.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to take every single portion of the final game that much more exciting because everybody having to stay up. It might even slow down, similar to what we've seen yesterday, but whoever is not going to slow down, that's Snacky. He knows Storm Surge has been a problem throughout the qualification process, so they have it in mind, a blueprint, so when they enter this finals, they know exactly what to do. They know exactly how to react, but only 390, I say only, but that's a massive amount. That's going to allow them to feel so comfortable that they don't really have to move. They don't have to over-peak, but a team that's not comfortable on the right side, Rays and Pars, only 76 above. They still have more work to do, but being above allows them to kind of take their time.
Job's not done for these teams, and we continue to see it unfold here as Dynamic and Rexy trying to get the box. It's a nice there elimination and a really huge refresh. They needed that. See, after that refresh, they have 120 builds here for Rexy, so that's still not complete builds, but Zuko does end up getting eliminated and sent out here in match number 11. Now Rexy, Dynamic, 4th place here, just trying to continue to climb that leaderboard. There's so many others in the top 10 have fallen. Looking to take some shots here. Really nice shots, but nothing connects here with that MK7. They need to make something happen, though, because they are below that threshold.
Yep. Barely above it for now, but it's so ever changing depending on who's doing damage in the lobby. Are you doing damage? Where are you finding it from? Right now, they're not in the best spot to look for those tags, but they're still trying to make something work. They know a team is directly across from them, so that is their contingency plan. If they don't find anything anywhere else, they're just going to go ahead and use it together. They 3-2-1, land the necessary tags to go once again above the threshold. As you see, eliminations being picked up around the map. A couple players going down, but when it comes to our top 4, these are the ones on screen.
Yeah, you see it here. It's top 4 here. The only person missing is top or that 3rd place spot, but I don't think that'll matter much longer if Dynamic and Rexy continue to have the momentum they have in this game. They're going to continue to put points on the board, and they may even be able to take that 3rd place spot. But working forward, it's Pars and Rays. They've decided to rotate. They are above the damage threshold, but not comfortably. They need to connect some shots, which is why you see them actually pushing forward. They know that this team is here too, so I think they're going to go for the truck. Smart play on their part to utilize this truck to rotate, give them an extra layer of protection and some nice mobility there. But oh my gosh, you gotta love seeing the Spider-Man web shooters players just swinging in front of them here as Pars and Rays have found themselves in zone.
Yeah, my only question right now is Arkham and Epic. I haven't seen them too much in the elimination feed, looking like they're slowing down when they need to continue to stay on that pace if they want to take 1st place. But every placement grants them even more money in their pockets as Pars and Rays find yet another elimination right in front of them, trying to get the mats, the resources, that refresh while moving, trying to stay ahead of zone, but they're a target in the lobby. No one's making it easy for them any means, but they're finally finding their footing. They're stabilizing here for a moment and even taking a portion of that high ground. But on our right, Fabs and Snacky, they have that position in towards zone. They're not over peaking and giving somebody an opportunity to take them down.
They really aren't. They're doing such a good job here of holding it together and staying together. I think they have potentially one more elimination than Pars. So that's going to keep them up here in that 1st place spot. But it really boils down to how they handle this next moment. You see the amount of players that surround them. There it is, actually, just for a moment, saw Arkham and Epic Whale there hanging out in the box. They're playing, like you said, a much more passive game than we've seen in the past games here today. But that's a solid play style. It's a solid decision from them. And now, 3rd place, Kinzo and Caleb taking a launch pad, getting ahead of zone, and trying to make some things happen.
Yep. Going right back down to the low ground. Seems a little over congested right above them. But Pars and Rays still ping-ponging above and below the threshold. But the thing is, they haven't been forced to use too many resources to stay healthy. They're always finding a way to get the shots. Talk about Fissim. I saw Arkham's aim light up the elimination feed once or twice. Poppy Blast as well. G5RC, the 2nd time that we're seeing him today, have a portion of that high ground along with Bumboy. Poppy Blast and Show not looking healthy towards the bottom, but they're a solo duo team at the backside of zone, so as long as nobody notices them there, they could stay alive, but nope, everybody sees them struggling. They take down Poppy Blast, but that allows Show to move forward by himself.
Absolutely. Another team we got to talk about, it's Jelty and Krizix there on the mid ground. where Dynamic and Rexy, they're actually taking height. This team has not only taken third place here on the leaderboard, but they're taking the high ground and looking to win this game. This win could be huge for them on the leaderboard. Now Raze and Pars find themselves in the top spot. They're still in this game. I don't see Snacky and Fabs though, so that could be a bit of a change there as Arkram holds on here, potentially as a solo player. I do not see Epic Whale here. Oh, and there it is. I do see Snacky and Fabs. They are still in this game. So the first, second, and third place is so close as Pars ends up going down.
Let's say, I wonder what Fabs has on him. I see him popping the med kit as well. Minis to go around, so he's definitely feeling it here in this end game, getting back in. But Wale and Vanilla's trying to contest the high ground. That one's going to be a doozy, but Fabs and Snacky continuing on that mid layer, trying to take as little contention as possible. Dynamic tries to go ahead and shoot from above, but he gets chopped down. 37 HP, forcing those chili splashes on out. Rexy's going to get dropped as well. They have no match, so they have no other choice. Looking to the backside of zone, not finding the shots they need, but finally they're going to pick up a few, but no elimination, no siphon. Snacky, he's going to have to do it by himself. He picked up 5 the last time we've seen him. He's not going to have the same luck here in this one.
He isn't, but who's talking about luck when it comes down to it? Dynamic needs a big game here. He's got 1 elimination, only 2 builds to his name here as Rexy has fallen. So many big names. Jelty goes down. Rexy fully out here of the game, and it's actually Wavy Jacob and Bolts getting some nice eliminations here. Poppy goes down. Yazur goes down. Chris going down. So many notable names here still up in it as Dynamic gets some really nice tags. Now the refresh comes through, and he drops down a layer. This could be a little bit risky, but he needs to make this decision because he's running very low on material.
Yeah, all he got there was the siphon. Matt sneaks up on a player, though. That gives him even more, but once again, it's just a few mats, the siphon mats that he's going to get out of that exchange, but he's keeping this one on a roll. He finds another target. Finally, it comes to an end, though, but the points he garnered there could be very fruitful for his position at the end of this game.
It really can be. Another team looking to put major points here on the board. It's Nigel and Angel. They're in the top 10, looking to climb up into the top 5 here as Slick, Day, both on the high ground here, applying pressure down below. It's a low ground versus high ground situation. It looks like, oh no, it looks like Nigel has lost Angel here using the med miss, having to play the med miss. Really nice elimination there. Now it is a 2v1. Slick and Day versus Angel or Nigel. Will they be able to do it? Nigel, oh my gosh, Nigel taking the high ground here, more or less shifting it in his favor. Slick just looking to pressure him down. Now in the water here. Day also here. Slick with 7 eliminations. What a game here for Slick and Day. Shots come through. Nigel holding on here. Slick trying to get up here and get the final shot. The shots exchange. It doesn't matter though. Slick and Day walk away not only with the VR, but so many elimination points. What a game there for them.
Yeah, you talk about lining your pockets with money, jumping up to the leaderboard, and you talked about 46 to 50. That's only $500, and everybody kind of gets $500 for making it this far. But they lined themselves with hundreds of more dollars, if not thousands, there by bumping up the leaderboard. Congratulations to Slick and Day. But you saw it. So many teams were getting a very well placement and continuously matching that with elimination. So this one to crown a champion and hold the AXA champions could down to our very last and final game.
That AXA champions is up for grabs in these next few moments. Who will capture it? Well, we don't know yet, but I can't wait to see what the desk has to say about it.
Well, once again, Panda and Jacob, I feel like we here on the desk truly don't know either. Just after that game alone, so many big names, so many solo clutches once again, Panda. Or, I'm sorry, Clay.
Indeed, it was so great to see Slick and Day have a really great game because, like Panda and like Jacob said, again, while they may be out of contention for first, all of those the prize money is still up for grabs. So the breakdown definitely matters. And when you're getting 7 eliminations by yourself with your teammate there to help you out, it's just gonna be that much easier for you to go into this next game with the momentum. This is a great victory out. Nigel tried their best, got Slick down pretty low, but at the end of it, it was a 2v1. They just had the HP, they had the position. So congrats to them.
I do want to talk a little bit more about Nigel there, Takata, because what we saw is something that we surprisingly haven't really seen in the end game yet, where once a height team drops down to grab the final elimination, Nigel actually jumped up to height to grab an advantage. So I'm really surprised that was kind of the first thing that first time we've seen that today.
Yeah, I mean, always going for that advantage, any advantage you can get. And then Nigel wanted that elevation advantage, even if he didn't have the player advantage. But you can see how they were rocking the mid and low ground here at 8 eliminations so far, but they weren't done. Going from box to box, getting elim after elim. But I just want to give a quick note as well for Slick and Day. In the semifinals, which qualified them to the finals, they won the second to last game. And now getting a victory royale in the second to last game of the finals, I mean, that's pretty interesting.
Ooh, oh man. I don't know if it's going to be a repeat situation though, because they're a bit far down the leaderboard, a little too late there. But we do have to mention, of course, Nigel and Angel there with 11 eliminations after that game, grabbing the most amount of eliminations that we've seen from the NA West finals. So definitely got to be proud about that. And there's a lot of other players that we got to talk about. Pars and Rays once again, taking over first place, but they did go down a little early there, which, Clay, that kind of opens things up for the other teams.
Yeah, we were kind of talking in the back about how players can really get into that #1 spot if they are not, and going down mid-moving zones will do that. You see they're below Surge. They do end up getting a little bit of tags to keep them above, but this just ended up being an unfortunate play. They left their edit open, and as unfortunate, not for them, because they got those eliminations, but they were so caught up with trying to get through those old builds that they did leave an edit open. So in one way it worked for them, the other way it didn't work out. So you have to be really careful about that.
One thing we do know is that is going to be shaking up our top 10 leaderboard, because of course Snacky and Favs did do pretty well there. Are they going to take the first place spot? No, but look how close first and second place are, Takata. A 2-point difference.
I mean, this is reminding me of Europe going into the last match, day 2 of the finals, and I don't know who's going to take it. I mean, Pars and Rays, first place, 295 points, directly under them. Favs, Snacky, 293 points. Rexy with his duo, Dynamic, 279. Caleb, 274. Nigel, Angel, we just saw them in that late game, 253, but then Solution at 251. I mean, this is anybody's finals.
And it might come down to a tiebreaker for first and second, considering how close they are. I would say comfortably we're looking around that top 8 range for players that could make that push up. Really, it's going to be top 6. I don't want to count out top 8 just yet, but these games, this final moment is going to come down to if Pars and Rays and Favs and Saki can stay up and make it to the end game. Because if they go down early, both of them, it's open season.
I think we definitely also have to look to Rexy and Dynamic there towards their performance in day 2. They have been getting better and better and grabbing more eliminations there. We even saw a pretty great solo run from Dynamic, and as we've seen time and time again here, a lot of it comes down to that. But everyone, it all comes down to this, the final game for the final region. NA West Game 12 is going to start in just a moment. So all that being said, it's time to toss it to Jacob and Panda.
Here we are, the final game of the finals. This is the final game of FNCS finals across the board for Chapter 3 Season 1. And I'm so excited to be able to bring it home here with Jacob, my guy. We've had so much take place here today. So many shifts in the leaderboards. It's been hard to track. What do you want to see in these final moments?
Hey, I just want to see everybody really try everything that they have to go ahead and pick up as many points as possible. We've been really laying the foundation, even though, yes, when you're competitors and you're practicing as long as they have, you want first. If you don't get first, it almost feels like you're last. But for some of these guys, there's still so much money up for grabs. Can you imagine getting second place, taking your family out to a semi-victory dinner? Doesn't that sound like a good time still, Panda?
It definitely does sound like a good time. I mean, look, that top 10 is very, very close, like they mentioned just moments ago, especially that top 3. So it's really going to come down to this final game. Who will be able to stay up, right? That's what it's going to boil down to. Snacky, Favs there in the final moments. You got Pars, you got Rexy, Dynamic. I mean, so many just incredible names there in that top 5. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, and you kind of talked about Fabs and Snacky, you got Rexy and his duo, you got Pars and Raze, so many top competitors here on the weekend. And it boils down to one final game. And can you imagine the world if somebody goes down early, the opportunities that spread across the leaderboard? Only one can hope that this one continues to go down to the wire. Luckily for all of us, we don't have to wait long, as game number 6, the conclusion of the finale, starts now.
The conclusion of the epic battle here on NA West. The Chapter 3 Season 1 Finals is almost complete. Here we go. Game number 12. To finish it off, we dive straight into the action here with Lime and Poppy Blast. Two teams that have gone back and forth, rumbling the leaderboard here as Chip and Lime find themselves in 13th place. This could be a huge drop for them. Remember, 13th place walks away with about $3,000. But if they can climb to 10th, that's another $1,000 to split amongst the duo. You come to 9th, that's $6,000 to split across the duo. So this game is so important. It's so impactful here for these final moments. Let's see if they can take it away.
I like the way you said that, from 3,000 to 4,000, possibly 5, and even more. So this off spawn fight is going to be so important between these two teams, and we already have some separation between Lime and Chip. But Lime, he gets an auto shotgun, 2 players right in front of him, trying to deny possession of that chest, but he's playing a full team game. He's trying to reunite with Chip because they realize this is game number 12, the 6th and final game of the day. It all lies here about how much money you're gonna line your pockets with.
Yeah, you got to be careful. You can't have that excess separation, especially if one of these teammates get caught off guard. Because with all the players here in the vicinity of where they're at there in Chonker Speedway, they have to be careful. But no, Pars has gone down. Our top team already down a player. Raze now playing by himself. No elimination on the board here for Raze or Pars. That leads me to believe that the other team has gotten away. So now Raze needs to find a way to get Pars back in this game. This is not what you want to see here from this duo, especially with them on top. But if you're Snacky and Favs, you're excited. You see that elimination come through the elimination feed, and you feel just that much more confident about what you're going to be able to achieve in this game.
It might have taken us 6 games, though, but we finally figured it out for Fabs and Snacky. Crizzix and Gelty, they're landing on the north part of Greasy like you're seeing every single game. Snacky slowly but surely getting more brave, the position that he's in, landing in Greasy across the map, allowing Fabs to split that loot towards the outside, but then slowly converge to get the mats that they need. That metal around Greasy is so important, just like this fight right here. Vanilla and Wale seem to have a 2v1 opportunity against Nate, so which means we believe Frappi was lost early on this exchange. Nate has very little resources to his name, so he's going to have a mountain to climb if he wants to come out on top.
A mountain to climb and a hike to make here, because the zone is nowhere close by. Wale, Vanillas, they need to end this quickly. It looks like Frappe is either separated or out of this fight here as Nate just tries to heal out. And it looks like Frappe has gone down. Wale does have the elimination on the board there, which leads me to believe Frappe is no longer in this game unless Nate can get him back. But with the way that this is working out, it doesn't look like it's going to go, as Nate is now eliminated. Wale, Vanilla's feeling confident, walking away with 2 eliminations as Winter now goes down. Russo, it's your boy. It's the man, myth, legend that takes you out in arena every day. Here, trying to hold on. Let's be honest. But Russo holding it together, showing Jacob, giving him some flashbacks there from the last time he was in Zone Wars, taking out that other player. Winter still in it. Russo holding on. It's actually Salco that goes down there. So it is Mojo versus Russo. This is an epic battle here to finish it out here in game number 12. Russo trying to push in, trying to get that final shot. Mojo needs this siphon here from this other player. He needs to be able to get that, and sure enough, he does. Winter now down and out. Russo still has the potential to bring him back, but he has to win up against Mojo here. He needs to get a shot. He needs to connect something, because this is not looking good for either player.
No, it's not. They're just trying to survive, pick up the loot of their fallen teammates. But great shot by Russo. trying to get into the box, pressuring with the Stinger SMG, and he's not slowing down, just taking piece by piece. As that's going to be a moment for Mojo to heal, but that's because he had to reload. No other real option there as Russo's backtracking, trying to get his teammates scars, so that way when this one is done and over with, he has that reboot opportunity. And I say opportunity because if you look at your map right now, Panda, there's another team trying to disrupt and cause chaos in this exchange, but another big shot by Russo, forcing Mojo back, but it doesn't look like whoever wins is going to have that feeling of relief after it, as Curior and Salty are slowly but surely interrupting, and I gotta guess that's Quinn and Wave as well trying to join the party.
Well, remember there for Salty and Cruyor, they started the day in a top 5 spot, now finding themselves in 9th place. So they know they need a massive game here to climb back up the leaderboard. Again, remember, 9th place is 6K, but that 4th place position I think they were in at the start of the day is 22,000. Just think about the difference there for them. They understand that, and that's why they are on the aggressive side of things. Now trying to push forward. They know this fight was taking place, but now Wave, Quinn get involved, and another fight taking place. It's Kaio and Trey. This is a battle we've seen go back and forth here as Slick now goes down in the elimination feed. Batman Booga down as well. This is not good. Wheels and Batman Booga are out. They are out here of the competition. We got to see what happened. What happened in this moment here for this team? This is just unbelievable. Kaio now walking away, does end up getting the better of Cause there and just holding on. Nice elimination there for Kaio, but Trey here does look like they hold on. So some nice elimination points to pick up there in the final game. But man, Quinn now down, Wave by himself. Cruyor again, remember, on the aggressive side of things because they know they need the points and they get it. Wave and Quinn down and out as Salty and Cruyor now walk away with 6 more elimination points than they had when this started.
The mind games, Panda, the mind games. They made everybody believe in that area. They were backing out, trying to rotate, and then they returned just in the nick of time to catch Quinn and Wave off guard, but there's still a couple of solos floating around, and because they were the initial team in that exchange, they have that information of those solos still being around, the information that Quinn and Wave lacked, but all it takes is 1 second of separation and one well-played shot from Cruyor to end the run of Quinn and Wave.
Yeah, and what a run it was. Quinn and Wave doing exceptional there throughout the qualifiers, and then just making their way here. It's tough. It's tough to watch that final game, but you know, Quinn and Wave, they're not a team that's just gonna let this slide past them. This is the first duos competition of the season, and they will return. No doubt in my mind, they will return in a big way. But players that are returning in a big way, it's Nico and Cyrazor here in 11th place. Big game for them, and they easily creep into the top 10.
Yeah, I want to guess that's Caleb and Kinzo on the outskirts. Kinzo landing some shots, but taking some backfire away from Epic Cyrazor as he gets his surge, as this one will continue. Kinzo and Caleb, I want to say they're not going to get aggressive because of their passive playstyle. They're just getting annoying, getting the tags, and if somehow somebody runs in front of them and they get the elimination, that's just bonus. So this one is going to be these two teams at the CQC with a third party in the form of Kinzo and Caleb, who are sitting in 4th place. And that's the thing. These guys have been in the top 5, I feel like, throughout all 12 games. I feel like. Keyword.
Hey, listen. It's a good feeling to have. It really is. But a good feeling to have here, too. Cyrazor and Nico still taking this fight. Does look like they have a great loadout to work with. However, it looks like they're struggling to try and get Remy and Beast out of here. They're not able to connect too much. They're really playing defensively here, which is keeping Cyrazor and Nico out of the boxes. But they have to make something happen. They can't afford to waste too much time here, especially not for material's sake, because we're in the 2nd zone and only 66 builds there for Cyrazor is concerning.
Slowly but surely, though. Zone's not too far away, so they continue to take their time especially since they already know teams are floating around. That's why they're kind of building above and around them. Raze making his journey into Sleepy Sound. 3 medkits. He does have Pars' reboot card. They're already in first place. So this could be a massive moment for Pars and Raze here as they're doing everything they can to continue to hold on to that first place. There's a massive drop-off, almost $10,000 separation between first and second place, 9,000 to be exact, and that's a massive amount of money.
That is. It makes a world of difference here. So Raze now,
does he get it
Pars
off?
Back in the game, he's going to be able to get this med kit off confidently. On top of that, Pars is close by. Worst comes to worst if it was a miscalculation there on the timing. But no, Raze still here, still confident. Has a decent loadout and enough to work with to stay in this game. But will it be enough to beat out Snacky and Favs? Because remember, when Snacky and Favs make a big splash, they make a big splash. But look at this zone here. Pulls so far south. This is a bit of a different zone than what we've seen throughout the day here, and it's exciting, especially for teams like Rexy and Dynamic, who already find themselves in the circle.
Yep. So plenty of traveling for them to do. Favs and Snacky trying to peek for their surge, but you kind of see one of them get tagged up. And this is going to be so hard for Pars and Raze, but it actually might be a little bit of a blessing in disguise. And I say that very, very loosely, because as this lobby does get more and more aggressive, Panda, because they're so far out of zone, having to travel inward, they're going to be able to escape a ton of those skirmishes. The only thing is they're not going to have a ton of surge to kind of back them up once it does become a problem.
Surge will be, in fact, a problem, especially for teams like Raze and Pars, man. They are just so far out. This is literally the opposite zone of what they needed to make something happen here. With 86 damage below the threshold, they need to get some players. They have to find a way to connect some shots here in these next few moments, or unfortunately they're going to suffer from the surge. But Pars does have those chug splashes in hand, should be a decent amount to keep them in the game. But with only 33 effective HP and 50, maybe a little over 50 shield for both, it's not a lot to work with.
Not a lot at all, but luckily they find a moment to breathe here inside of zone, trading off the med kits with the splashes. That way Pars can get his HP up. Teamwork making the dream work in this situation. But they done step number 1 because their job isn't done just yet. Now they need to find themselves a position so they can start going ahead and getting those Storm Surge tags. But the thing for them is they don't have HP to out heal 5 players that need to go down. One of them also needing the surge. You can kind of see it, Dynamic and Rexy on the right side, but a second place team, Favs and Snacky, 114 above. So they're not hurting to get the damage, but it's something that is definitely in the back of their minds.
It really is in the back of their minds as the top 3 teams are on the screen right now, fighting, clamoring for the difference in this prizing. Remember, this is huge, right? First place, 45K. Second place, 36. You got third place is 28, fourth, 22. Like, there is so much life-changing money here for these duos, and they're competing in the final moments there just for that. But you see Raze, Pars, both still in this game. Remember the stat that Jacob brought up before. We haven't seen a team reboot and then walk away with a VR. So that doesn't mean they can't have an impressive game, but it's definitely going to be a struggle point for them as now they begin to be the focus of the lobby. Raze running out of material. Both players needing a refresh desperately. The shield needs to get over 148 damage below the threshold, and Surge is about to tick.
Yep, they fall even further below, and the thing is, nobody knows this is Raze and Pars. They just know they're taking damage, so they possibly trying to make them a target, but only one more player needs to go down, so not too many resources are going to be used as they're trying to out-heal it. G5RC looking like he's gonna go down. As soon as he gets cleaned up, that'll alleviate the pressure of Raze and Pars here, taking so much damage, and it finally comes through. They have just enough resources and heals to get themselves back up, but after that, it's it.
It's it. You need to be careful, right? Again, with the limited material that they have, they are not in an advantageous position. They're in first place now, but that can easily convert over to second, depending on how these next few moments go. They need to be methodical in the decision-making that they make here, because Pars and Raze both very limited material and so many teams left in the space. They need to get not only the material refresh here, but they also need to get into zone and position themselves well. But with the amount of players that are close by, it is definitely not going to be easy for them to accomplish.
Yeah, not going to be easy for anyone here as Favs and Snacky find themselves again. Where are they at when it comes to guessing where the zone is in that game? But where are they? I feel like they're experts, could be at the top of the leaderboard, because they're just finding themselves in the center zone time and time again, which allows them to build up and not have to worry about tags, because so many players, no matter which direction they look, will be surrounding them. As Raze and Pars, you talked about not looking good in terms of resources, not looking good in terms of heals, but they have first place still for now. And when it comes down to it, they just need to outlast Favs and Snacky to try to hold on to it.
Yeah, but one thing I will mention, right? Snacky and Favs, they know how to get eliminations. So if they can get a solid number of eliminations, they could take it. And believe it or not, we got some percentages here coming from the back end, and it looks like despite Snacky and Favs being in second, they are rated a higher percentage chance of winning and coming in first place here in this game. So it really is going to be down to the wire. Could we see Snacky and Favs have a repeat win from chapter 2 season 8 here to chapter 3 season 1, taking championships? Or could we see Pars and Raze take home that Axe of Champions? I can't wait, man, as these final zones continue to present themselves.
Yep, Yagir going down for now in the elimination feed, and it's going to be cleaned up by Epic Psy-Razor. And I don't even know if you saw a dog in the tree. He got eliminated, and they had to go ahead and chop it down just to get his loot. And that was such a blessing, because it wasn't even them who got the elimination. It was, I believe, Angel, Nigel, maybe Moose or Aiden, somebody towards that side of the map. But it's them who are going to get those spoils. They were going to get all that loot. And that's one of the worst teams that you want to get all that loot. The team that's already in first place, you had it kind of playing out for you with them looking like we were going to go down early. But unfortunately enough, you talk about, history being made, with that reboot, holding on to first place. It's definitely playing out to their advantage.
It really is, especially with teams right here on the heels of these top two teams. It's Kenzo and Caleb, Rexy and Dynamic. These two teams very close here on the leaderboard, and really just waiting for some additional points to convert them. Because look, all it takes is top two going down, and 3 and 4 slide right up the leaderboard. It is that close here in these final moments, and that's why every moment, every decision made here for these top two teams is so crucial here to the final moments of this final game of the finals throughout all regions.
Kind of taking a look at the elimination feed throughout the past couple moments. Arkham, he's down. Epic, well, you're going to have to do it as a solo. You kind of saw Wiz and Lil J go down, another team out of the lobby. Everybody else trying to take part, and there goes some nice shots from Pars and Raze. You saw them struggling with Surge. This is going to be that... I was going to say perfect moment, but let me just stop my track. That's not a perfect moment. That's not what you want. Yeah, it's not as bad as 400, but 150 and continuously climbing, they definitely have to dig deep on this one.
They do, and unfortunately now the focus is coming through for Dynamic and Rexy. They need to be careful. Rexy taking a lot of damage there. Raze, Pars, this is a situation that we have to break down. If one team focuses them, if they make one wrong move, Raze only has 13 builds to defend themselves, and here it is. The shots are coming through. They have to dive in and get involved. They do get one knock, one player remaining, 2 eliminations now on the board. Raze and Pars get the refresh they so desperately needed. This is massive here. Not only did they get a really solid refresh, but look at that MK7, the legendary variant there, now in Pars' inventory. This literally went from reboot, no materials, to now having what is potentially probably the best loadout here in the lobby.
Yeah, we talked about that stat. No team winning a game after a reboot. They don't need to win a game, Panda. They just need to do good enough. That is the key for them. But what is good enough for them? Who knows, especially with Snacky and Favs directly on your heel. You see Zuko, Slixy, Dynamic, Convict. So many eliminations being picked up here. That's because of Storm Surge forcing the action, forcing players to interact with one another, but it's going to stop. Allow them to breathe. That's Dynamic and Rex, who are going to get saved for now. They were on the back foot of receiving so much Storm Surge damage.
They were, but with so many players going down there in those moments, it is a saving grace to say the least. But Snacky and Fabs here still playing together. Did use quite a bit of material up until this point, so they will need a refresh at some point here. But oh my gosh, what is going on? Who is just giving Pars and Rays all this stuff? Come on, guys. Look at this. 125 builds. He just had less than 100 builds. Now they are both well above the 100 build mark, meaning that they are set up for success. They have everything in their inventory, not only to place well in this game, but to win it. Could we see that statistic that we talked about before broken? That's what I got to find out here in these next few moments.
In the very final game as well. I told you, EU was phenomenal. NA East, fantastic. NA West, nothing can beat this action. As you see teams just doing everything they can. Pars and Rage, you wouldn't have even guessed they would have went down at this stage in the game as the next zone is going to present itself. Half of the lobby towards the low side, a good number towards the high side, a decent chunk in towards the middle. So this next zone is going to pull south. So half of the lobby is going to get gifted that opportunity. And if half the lobby's getting it, is it even blessing?
That's a good question. I mean, look, the way this zone is pulling, these different elevation points, it's really key to stay high. It's not necessarily saying high ground, but you need to stay above these higher elevation points because there's going to be so much going on here as they move forward. You see where the bridge lies. There's so much that can kind of change here as they move forward and move towards that water zone. But Pars opting to use the launch pad here does end up getting tagged up a little bit, but is going to get ahead of zone. And no, actually doesn't get one of the higher positions.